Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part and support for new PC. Chapter 1. Snap. The whip hit Su Chen's back hard. Damn slave! Snap. 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 The sound of whips hitting each other was endless. I am the god here, and you are just lowly slaves that I can execute at any time. At this time, Su Chen was lying on the ground, with his sister, who was only 8 years old, under him. Although he was constantly stinging, he could not hide or give in. He could only bear all the damage with a distorted face. "Brother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." The girl looked at the figure who stood in front of her without hesitation, with tears in her eyes. "It's okay, brother doesn't feel any pain." Su Chen tried his best to force an ugly smile. He wanted to comfort the girl. This is Marijoa. Su Chen and his sister Suro both traveled through time and space, and traveled through time and space to two people who were exactly the same as them. The original bodies of the two were beaten to death by these people. They are now slaves of the celestial dragons. The hooves of the celestial dragons are branded on their backs. They also wear collars around their necks. Their lives can be taken away at any time. Just now, just because Suro accidentally sneezed when these people passed by, this person felt offended. He opened the cell door and rushed in to whip Suro. Su Chen had no choice but to protect his sister under him. After all, his sister could not withstand such a beating. They have been going through such days for a year, from the initial painful collapse to the current numbness. Su Chen has become accustomed to such beatings. Phew! I am so tired, I will spare you this time, I will hurt you harder next time. The guard was finally tired of beating me, he cursed a few words and left. Wow, brother, your back is covered in blood. Suro couldn't stop crying as she watched the blood oozing from Ron's back. It's okay, Zyro, brother will be fine tomorrow. It's just a fatal injury, what's there to be afraid of? Su Chen half-jokingly said. He didn't want the girl to worry too much. At this moment, suddenly, the door of the prison was opened. An extremely ugly man came out from outside, with a scruffy beard, a big snot bubble, and even picking his nose. But such a person made everyone in the cell nervous. Just because he was a Tianlong. Every time they appeared, they would take away one or several slaves, and those who were taken away never came back. The result can be imagined. Hey, which toy are you going to choose this time? Let me pick one carefully. That's right, for the celestial dragons, their slaves are indeed just toys for fun. They're just not very sturdy. He kept pacing around the door of each cell, and everyone was praying in their hearts not to be chosen. Suddenly, he stopped at the door of Su Chen's cell and became interested in the little girl who was shivering in Su Chen's arms. Hey, I didn't realize I had such a small toy. It's so beautiful, your screams must be very nice to hear. I want to play a game of rock paper scissors with you, and if you lose, I will cut off one of your limbs. You, come here. As if he thought of some fun game, he danced with joy and clapped his hands non-stop. Hearing this, Su Chen felt despair in his heart. For a year, he was always worried every time the Tianlong people came. Is it my sister's turn this time? Damn it! I can't do anything. I have been through it for a year, and I am tortured every day. Damn God! You are so unfair. Why did you let us through it? Brother! I'm scared. Suro looked at Su Chen nervously. Her little hands tightly grasped Su Chen's clothes. Hearing this, Su Chen hugged her tighter. Don't be afraid, Xiaoro. We will escape. We will find a way. However, reality is always cruel. Seeing that they did not move, someone soon opened the cell door, rushed in, grabbed Suro and pulled her out. Brother, save me. Woohoo! No, no. Please don't arrest her, I'll take her place, I'm willing to die in her place, please let her go. Su Chen held Suro tightly, and did not let go even when punches and kicks rained down on her. Damn slave! The guard hit Su Chen hard on the head with a stick. He used all his strength to hit him, and he knocked Su Chen unconscious. Brother! Without her most beloved brother, she was soon taken away. Let's go play games, hee hee, hee hee. the silly Tianlong said as he tried to pull Suro away. No, no, I want to accompany my brother. I don't want to leave. Suro cried while holding the iron door tightly with one hand, refusing to let go. In a hurry, she kicked the Tianlong man in the stomach. Ah! You dare to kick me, you lowly slave! He said as he shot at Suro. Bang! The girl was hit in the chest by the shot and fell to the ground. What a bummer! I'm not going to play today and I'm going home. Slowly, Su Chen regained consciousness, and the first thing he did was to look for his sister. Soon, he saw Suro lying on the ground outside the door. Blood was still oozing out of the wound on her chest. Su Chen felt dizzy when he saw this. He slowly walked over and knelt in front of the door. He opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. After a year of torture, his only motivation to live also left him today. This world, why does it want me to experience this? Damn it, this world is really damned. Everyone deserves to die. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the League of Legends role-playing system. Detected strong world weariness in the host. Matching heroes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Darkin Sword Demon template. The more similar the host's role is, the more powerful the character's ability will be. Because the host's annihilation sentiment is extremely similar to Aatrox, the current similarity is 10%. Looking at the system that suddenly appeared in front of him, Su Chen was stunned. League of Legends was his favorite game in his previous life, and he knew the characters in it very well. Playing a role can gain the character's ability, which is absolutely a bug-level ability. As long as he plays the role of the Sword Demon well, even if he only gets 1% of the Sword Demon's power, it will be enough for him to kill all these Tianlong people. Now he has the hope of becoming extremely powerful and slaughtering these evil Tianlong people one by one. He will not let them die easily, and he has even thought about how to deal with these Tianlong people. Ha 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 ha! I will chop up their filthy bodies. Slice them open. Chop them up. Ding, congratulations to the host for being emotionally rich and speaking Aatrox's lines when the environment meets the standards. The role-playing similarity reaches 20%. Get the Darkin physique, get the God Slayer blade, and destroy it. Darkin physique? Yes. As long as I get all the abilities of the Sword Demon, I can revive my sister. Because the Darkin all have a kind of blood magic, as long as they are practiced to the top, even the dead can be resurrected. Now the top priority is to take my sister out first, and not let her body be damaged anymore, otherwise even blood magic will be powerless. Su Chen, who has obtained the Darkin physique, now feels that his whole body is full of strength. His palm instantly turned into a claw. The strength increased again. He grabbed the collar on his neck. With a click, the collar broke, and then... boom! The collar exploded immediately, and Su Chen's head was blown to pieces. But the Darkin's physique allowed him to recover instantly. It must be said that the Darkin's strong recovery ability is really not exaggerated. Holding the extremely sharp god-killing blade of the Sword Demon, he lightly scratched it, and the cell that had bound him for a year collapsed instantly. When he came to his sister, he still crushed the collar directly. The moment he took it off, Su Chen had already protected his sister in his arms. There was another bang. This time, Su Chen's back was almost blown through. But it was still instantly recovered. The two explosions had attracted all the guards outside. A battle is inevitable. It must be fought quickly, otherwise you can't get away. He picked up his sister with one hand. Clang! The unique sound effect of the Great Destruction. Then came the classic line. Listen. Extinct. Dead silence. Chapter 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for being emotionally rich and saying Aatrox's lines when the environment is suitable. The similarity of the role has reached 25%. 20%, 30%, 50%, 70%, 100% can get rewards. Su Chen, who started the Great Destruction, had a pair of demon wings on his back, and even his body gradually turned into a demon form. 2 demon horns also appeared on his head. Great Destruction, physical fitness increased by 100%, gaining extremely fast flying ability and extremely strong recovery ability, and also causing extremely strong suppression to surrounding enemies. Can be superimposed with the domineering color domineering, duration, 30 minutes. The moment the Great Destruction was activated, a demonic pressure radiated outward with Su Chen as the center. The weak guards fainted on the spot. Only some characters above the captain level could stand. Su Chen controlled the demon wings and rushed forward. It was the first time he used the wings, so he was not very skilled in controlling them. He raised his sword and flew towards one of the guards, instantly cutting him in half. Because he didn't break, he crashed into the wall. Fortunately, he protected his sister. Su Chen's current body doesn't matter how he treats it, but his sister's delicate body must not be harmed. What's going on? What's wrong with him? It's so fast. I can't catch it. That sword. It's so sharp. Where did he get the sword in the cell? Come on, brothers. He can't control his power yet. Kill him now. Go ahead. He shook his head. He rushed towards one person again, this time he was obviously more skilled than last time. He stopped immediately after cutting off the head with a sword. Not more than a millimeter. He gradually became familiar with the speed of the devil's wings. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Because Su Chen's speed was too fast, these people could hardly see Su Chen's figure. They only saw a beam of light passing through the crowd, and the brothers around him died one after another. He quickly dealt with the guards who came and rushed out. As the residence of the Celestial Dragons, Mary Gosa was full of guards, and there were many CP members as bodyguards for the Celestial Dragons. At this time, the Celestial Dragons who received the news immediately sent CP members to suppress Su Chen, and also contacted the Navy to ask them to come to support immediately. Your Navy should send me a few generals immediately. Our lives are threatened. Immediately. But the Navy would not take the escape of a slave too seriously. They just sent a lieutenant general to show their respect. He is already on the way. Of course, he is a normal lieutenant general. After Su Chen came out, he planned to fly directly into the sky and escape from here first, and then make a long-term plan. However, he had exposed his flying ability when he killed the enemy just now. Now many CP people have already surrounded this place with moon steps. Any slave escaping is a shame for the Tianlong people. They have mobilized most of the power of the Holy Land, and now this is only a small part. The large forces are on the way. Wait until the other side's people arrive. Maybe Su Chen can survive and escape in the bombardment. But my sister will definitely be dead. What is this thing? A demon. The power of a devil fruit. Where did he get the devil fruit from? It looks like a mythical animal. Surrender, you lowly slave. You were born to be enjoyed. Go back now, and I can leave you with an intact body. The CP members were extremely arrogant. They were still commenting on Su Chen's abilities. But Su Chen didn't have time to talk nonsense with them. He flapped his wings slightly and rushed into the sky, intending to quickly kill his way out. Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of surrendering, everyone also opened fire with all kinds of abilities, weapons, and cannons, and shot at him. Although he dodged most of them, there was still an attack that hit him. He was afraid that his sister would be splashed, so he could only wrap his sister with his wings, so that she was knocked to the ground. In an instant, a burly figure appeared in front of him and punched him. With a bang. Most of Su Chen's wings were broken by this punch. Humph! Let's see how you can escape now. Without this pair of wings, what can you do now? What? The broken wings were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the state of great destruction, the recovery ability was even stronger. While everyone was stunned, Su Chen had already pulled up the speed to the fastest, and in the blink of an eye he had rushed to the encirclement in the sky. Stop him! The burly man shouted and chased after him. The two people in front of Su Chen also took a fighting stance and rushed towards Su Chen. One of them was an animal-type eagle, and the other was a swordsman. The eagle raised its claws and grabbed it with one claw. The swordsman also chopped it with a sword move with armed color domineering. Su Chen raised his sword to meet it. The moment of contact. The eagle's claws were cut off by a sword without any hindrance. The sword was cut in half with one sword without any loss of momentum. The swordsman's sword was also cut off directly, and his left arm was taken away by the way. A face-to-face encounter. One of the two died and the other was seriously injured. The two fell down, and a gap appeared in the air. The opportunity is right in front of them. Su Chen rushed out like a ray of light with a whoosh. After rushing out, the momentum did not decrease at all, and it was even accelerating. Soon he disappeared from everyone's sight. Only everyone was shocked. What happened? CP's adults were defeated in an instant. Damn it! He even got away with this. This speed is too fast. What a terrifying recovery ability. The wings were shattered, but they recovered in an instant. The burly man looked at the swordsman whose arm was cut off and shouted angrily. What's wrong with you? Can't you even stop him for a moment? With so many people, we failed to capture a single slave. We are all ashamed. Looking at the angry man, the swordsman also spoke. Sir, we can't stop him at all. He has such strength even without awakening his armament haki. It's all because of his sword. We didn't expect that sword to be so sharp. We didn't pay attention for a moment, so he escaped. Idiot. Waste. It's because you haven't practiced your armament haki well enough. You're done. Get ready to be criticized. This burly man is a member of CP0. Even with such a powerful force present, he couldn't stop Su Chen. Subsequent troops arrived one after another, and they were also very surprised after understanding the situation. It took only 5 minutes to rush out of the encirclement. They had no choice but to withdraw the team and report back. What? Snapped. You bunch of rubbish. So many people failed to catch him. How will those untouchables outside see us celestial dragons? You can't even keep an eye on your own slaves. Saint Charlos slapped the burly man in the face. However, he had no way to refute, nor did he dare to refute. Saint Charlos immediately called Zhang Guo and asked him to offer a reward for Su Chen, and to bring him back no matter if he was dead or alive. In all these years, Su Chen was the first one to escape openly in Mary Gosa. This is absolutely intolerable. They will pay the reward, and it must not be low. This man must not be allowed to live in the world. As long as he is alive, this shame can never be washed away. While asking the Navy to issue a bounty order, they also sent out 2 CP0 members were assigned to hunt down Su Chen. One CP0 member could crush Su Chen, and 2 were enough to control him. He just had a pair of faster wings, and he hadn't even awakened his observation haki. He couldn't keep up with the speed of the masters, couldn't dodge, and couldn't hit. He was bound to lose. The demon form must have consumed a lot of energy, so he could be easily captured alive by holding him back. Once we catch this person, we must torture him severely. At this time, CP members around the world also received a special mission, search for Su Chen's whereabouts. Chapter 3. Meeting room of the Navy headquarters. Sengoku was also shocked when he received the news. The vice admiral sent out had just left for less than 5 minutes when he called to say that he had escaped. Hey! Even he couldn't do it. You know, Mary Joachim's high-level combat power is not low, and he escaped in such a short time. You all heard it, tell us what the bounty is. The Navy was having a meeting, and Zhang Guo looked at the admirals and lieutenant generals below and asked. Oh my, how scary, the young people nowadays are so hard to deal with. Kizaru said with a lewd look on his face, while cutting his fingernails. To be able to escape from Marijoa, he must have some skills, 300 million or 500 million should be enough. Akainu also said. Yes, I agree. It makes sense, after all, it's the first time to offer a reward. That's right, I agree too. The lieutenant generals below also echoed. You already have the answer in your mind, Zhang Guo. Staff officer, he said. That it is also said that he has an extremely sharp sword and the ability to fly extremely fast. Can anyone be faster than me? Kizaru interrupted. He has never been defeated by anyone in terms of speed. He may not be slower than you in the future. According to the intelligence, he has just mastered it and is not yet proficient. And this time the bounty will be fully provided by the celestial dragons, so we must not lower it. I think it should be 1 billion. Zhang Guo slowly recounted the news he had just received. Agree. Agree. Agreed. The vote was unanimous and the reward was immediately issued. New World. Cake Island. Mama, when did such a character appear on the sea again? The bounty reached 1 billion Baileys. I have never heard of it before. The ant looked at Su Chen's bounty order and asked curiously. Mom, we have found out that he is a slave of the celestial dragons and escaped from Marijoa. The bounty must have been set by the celestial dragons. His strength is definitely not at the billion level. Katakuri replied. The bounty order shows Su Chen's form as a demon, with horns on his head and wings on his back. Mama. Is that the only reason? That's really boring. He looks pretty iconic. Send someone to find him. I plan to make him my 58th husband. Okay. Mom. Moby Dick. Dad. Look. There's a new pirate on the sea. Jaws ran to Whitebeard with Su Chen's bounty order. Hey, Yozu, why are you making such a fuss about this? There will always be new pirates on the sea. Glass-headed Marco also joked. But this guy has a bounty of 1 billion as soon as he shows up. Xiao Zi continued. What? Let me see. Marco rushed over and snatched the reward order and looked at it carefully. Wow! It's true. This guy must have eaten some precious and powerful fruit. He wants 1 billion right away. Okay, sons, he's just a slave of the celestial dragons, that's why his bounty is so high. Strength grows step by step, no one can reach the top in one step. Let's all go away. At this time, the first reaction of people all over the world to this bounty order was that another powerful person was born. But then they knew that Su Chen was just a slave of the celestial dragons. A large number of bounty hunters became very interested in Su Chen's head. Even some pirates became interested. Su Chen. I will definitely kill you. Go out to sea. Kill Su Chen. I must be the one who finds him first. The bounty must be mine. Guys, find him. If we find him, we will upgrade our weapons. We will give you the best beauties and weapons. We can even get a ship. One by one, the guys who were ready to make a move began to look for Su Chen. Whoever found him first would get the 1 billion. That was 1 billion, enough to live a life of ease. At this time, the protagonist of this incident, Su Chen, had brought his sister to an uninhabited island. On the beach of the island, he laid his sister aside. He also lay down next to his sister. It had been a whole year in that dark cell. This was the first time he had seen the outside world. Well, be content, I can still see, but my sister can't. For a year, he only knew that he had traveled through the world of pirates, and he didn't know any other information, not even what year it was. In the current situation, he certainly couldn't always keep his sister with him. It was too dangerous. He had to find an absolutely safe place to settle his sister. The most urgent task now was to first determine what year it was. With time, Su Chen would be able to know what stage the plot had reached based on his memory, and he would be able to find a safe place. But there was no one around here, an uninhabited island, how could he confirm the time? The Great Destruction had also entered the cooling stage, the duration is 24 hours. If I want to fly away, I can only wait until tomorrow. I also need to find a way to freeze my sister's body first, otherwise I can't just leave it there. This is easy. There are a lot of black technologies and scientists in the pirate world. I can just grab one and ask him to make a freezing chamber or something like that. Now I can only think about it after the time is confirmed. Oh, can I only wait until tomorrow? At this time, a bird flew across the sky. What kind of bird is that? News bird. Ah! 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 The news bird landed when it saw someone on the island. Get ready doing business. Soon a newspaper was dropped. But very embarrassing. Su Chen has no money. Where can a slave who just escaped get money? The news bird saw that Su Chen had no intention of giving money, and it circled in the sky angrily. After yelling a few more times, it left angrily. It's over, this is blocked by the news bird. These birds will never send any newspapers to Su Chen again. Forget it, just block it. Let's see what's going on outside first. As soon as the newspaper was opened, what came into view was Su Chen's personal photo. A big picture of the bounty order was Su Chen. Good fellow, he is so cruel, just give me a bounty of 1 billion. I glanced at the time on the newspaper. It is 1520 in the Haiwan calendar. Great! It is exactly the year when Luffy went to sea. These memories are still relatively clear. There is a report on the newspaper after Luffy and others came down from Sky Island. This shows that Enelu has been defeated. Su Chen plans to take his sister to Sky Island to settle down. Although Enelu has been defeated by Luffy. But he is not dead. Now there is a fatal problem. He doesn't know domineering. There is no rush for observation and domineering color now. But without armed color domineering, Enelu seems to be unable to beat. Moreover, Enelu also has a heart net, and he will be discovered if he goes to Sky Island. He can only take one step at a time. What we have to do now is to try not to interfere with the original plot, and work hard to become stronger. As long as the original goes on normally, there will be 3 more corpses in the Sabaody archipelago. We must let them also experience the feeling of being slaves. Just as he was thinking. Suddenly, a huge pirate ship came from the distance. There are 2 huge sea snake-like things on the bow, pulling the ship forward. Sister, this is today's newspaper. There is big news in it. A tall and fat woman handed a newspaper to a beautiful woman sitting on a snake. Oh! At this time, a report. Lady Snake. There is a man on the uninhabited island ahead. A man? Whatever he does. Sister, it's him. It's the man in the newspaper, said another fat woman. What are you all making a fuss about? Haven't you seen a man before? I want to see what's different about him. The beautiful woman dropped the newspaper in her hand and walked to the bow. This was the ship of Empress Hancock. Chapter 4. Hancock came to the bow and saw a shirtless man with a young girl lying next to him. The man was looking at her with a wary look. Hancock was angry because his men were making a fuss. Seeing Su Chen's eyes, he was also unhappy. What kind of look is that in your eyes? How dare you look at me like that? After seeing my appearance, you are not mesmerized by my peerless beauty. Su Chen felt puzzled when he heard this. It seemed that he had not provoked her, so why was she so angry right away? Are you beautiful? Su Chen said seriously. What? Hancock was angry. Just now, she just wanted to teach this kid a lesson, but now she must teach him a lesson. Sister, no, don't kill him yet. Hancock's 2 sisters rushed up and held her back. They knew their sister's character. She would fight if she disagreed with someone. Get up. Don't stop me. She pushed her 2 sisters aside and made a heart shape with her hands towards Su Chen. Sweet and sweet wind. A heart-shaped wave was launched towards Su Chen. It soon hit Su Chen. Just when everyone on the boat thought he was going to be petrified. Su Chen was unharmed and didn't even blink. What? Is the skill ineffective? The queen did not believe it and released it again, but the ending did not change at all. Su Chen just stood there and watched quietly. Hancock was really shocked. Why wasn't she petrified? Is there really a man in this world who can resist the temptation of my concubine? The crew on the ship were also shocked by the scene before their eyes. Sister's ability. This is impossible. He wasn't petrified. The sweet and sweet wind of Lady Snake actually failed. Listening to the discussion on the boat, he saw the man below looking at him like a mentally retarded person. Hancock couldn't bear it anymore and flew off the boat. Su Chen also picked up the god-killing blade at this time. Fragrant kick. This kick was aimed at Su Chen's head. A normal person would definitely die if kicked by this kick. Moreover, this kick was extremely fast. Su Chen's current physical fitness and reaction speed made it impossible to dodge it. Sister, please don't. The part of Su Chen that was kicked quickly became petrified and spread rapidly to the surroundings. However, Su Chen directly chopped off his head with a knife. What? This man actually committed suicide in front of me? But soon, Su Chen recovered as before. This is dark evil. That man cut off his own head. And it grew back immediately. What kind of monster is this? Su Chen smiled contemptuously at Hancock, who was close at hand. Witness immortality. My will transcends death. I am immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being emotionally rich and being able to say Aatrox's classic lines when the environment is right. Reach 30 character similarity %. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Aatrox's top talent and Aatrox's 0.05% physical fitness. The maximum amount you can get in this world is 0.1%. Instantly, Su Chen felt full of strength, and his physical fitness was greatly enhanced. Now, his physical fitness has reached the level of a lieutenant general. Aatrox's top talent is his comprehension. Now Su Chen's mind is unusually clear. It feels like he has a photographic memory. Of course, this is just a side effect. The real power is comprehension. Come again. Is this all you can do? Hancock saw that the man in front of her dared to look down on her, and immediately used her strongest attack. Big fragrant kick. Hancock's kick was attached with extremely strong armament haki. It was powerful and fast. Once again, it kicked Su Chen on the head. And Su Chen still took the kick without dodging. Hancock was stunned. Why, it was stronger than before. This kick didn't break his head completely, but only broke half of his face. Is the newly generated head stronger? Hancock thought to himself. At this moment, Su Chen had been staring at Hancock's legs and watching hard. When the foot attached with armament haki touched his head, he felt that the door to a new world was opening to him. Is this armament haki? He immediately felt a force in his body stirring. He wanted to close his eyes and feel it carefully. But his eyes had been petrified. He had no choice but to cut off his head again. What kind of ability is this? It can regenerate infinitely. Is it true that he will never die, as he said? Hancock was really shocked this time. She kicked out again in disbelief. But this time, the situation changed. Su Chen's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Then a deep black substance appeared at the position where Hancock was about to kick. Clang! There was a sound of metal colliding. The part that was kicked this time did not petrify. Hancock was surprised. Why didn't this guy use his domineering power just now, and waited until now? Ha 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 ha! Come again, come again! Su Chen, who possessed the body of the Darkin, seemed to have become like the others of his kind. Bloodthirsty and warlike. His various behaviors and movements were slowly approaching Aatrox. Even his laughter was becoming more and more like Aatrox. He was just imitating before, but now he is on the road to surpassing. Upon hearing this, the Empress also had a gloomy face and launched a series of violent attacks on Su Chen again. Each attack was carried with the determination to kick the arrogant man in front of her to pieces. At the beginning, Su Chen could only passively take the beating. Hancock kicked Su Chen's armed color domineering with each attack. Su Chen's armed color domineering became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, after fighting for a while, Hancock found that Su Chen began to try to avoid his attacks. At this moment, Hancock's two sisters, Margaret and others, jumped off the boat and shouted to this side. "Sister, stop hitting me! He is a slave of the celestial dragons who just escaped from Marijoa." Hancock stopped immediately and looked at Su Chen in surprise. She was just angry just now, and only then did she notice that this person's dress was a little strange. Su Chen had just escaped from Marijoa. He didn't even have time to wash his face. Now he was disheveled, with his upper body exposed and barefoot. He was wearing a pair of pants, but the pants were really hard to describe. You can see that it was a pair of men's jeans. But now it has been rotten to the thighs. No one would doubt that it was a pair of underwear. It really looked like a slave who had just escaped. "Are you a slave of the celestial dragons?" Hancock's tone became gentle. Su Chen, who was one step away from awakening his observation haki, also opened his eyes with a look of unsatisfied desire. He looked at Hancock and answered. "Yes, That's right. I just escaped. What? You want to take me back? Go back. Hancock suddenly looked grim. It seemed that he had thought of something bad. After reacting, he waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, I hate the celestial dragons too, how could I possibly capture you? By the way, who is the little girl next to you? Is she your sister? Hancock was also anxious, afraid that Su Chen would misunderstand her, and hurriedly pointed to the little girl who seemed to be asleep, trying to change the subject. Yes, my sister, but she has been killed by the celestial dragons. Only then did Hancock discover that there was a small bullet hole on the girl next to him. Yeah, sorry. I didn't even notice that. So stupid. So, what are you doing here? After learning that Su Chen had also suffered those inhumane abuses, Hancock immediately resonated with him. She seemed to be able to understand Su Chen's pain and experience, and now she felt that the person in front of her seemed a little familiar. Hancock seemed to have become a little strange. Wait. Su Chen was waiting for the cooldown of the Great Destruction, but Hancock seemed to have misunderstood something. Wait. Wait for me? He actually confessed to me right away. Ah, what should I do? Should I agree to him? After a few words of conversation, Hancock became like this. I have to say that love brains can really make up for it. She just beat Su Chen up, but now her attitude has changed so much. Sister, are you okay? Why are you talking so strangely? Ah, I'm fine, so where are you going next? Hancock adjusted his breathing and continued to ask. I have to find a place where my sister's body won't decay. Su Chen didn't even raise his head, he squatted down and planned to pick up his sister and go to the island to find a place with a lower temperature. It seems that there is no fight here. Well, then why don't you come with me? Puffs of smoke came out of Hancock's head as he said this. Chapter 5. Don't get me wrong, I just want to help you. Hancock waved his hands anxiously again. Concubine, I have an ice storage for food on my ship. I can ask my men to clean out everything inside and lend it to you. When we get to Nine Snake Island, I will have someone create a suitable environment for your sister. Sir Snake, we only have one ice storage on board. If we take out all the food, it will spoil quickly in such hot weather. We will have nothing to eat. Margaret said at the side. Then go fishing. If you can't catch anything, starve. Now it was Su Chen's turn to be confused. He didn't know what he said wrong. It actually made Hancock's attitude change 180 degrees. But considering his sister's situation, he still accepted Hancock's invitation. It can be seen that Hancock invited him sincerely. But he didn't think he was that charming. The Empress fell in love with him at the first sight. Maybe it was just because she saw that he was also a slave of the celestial dragons that she took care of him. He bent down and picked up his sister, and followed everyone on the boat. When they got on the boat, Hancock immediately ordered people to empty all the things in the ice storage. Hancock, thank you. But there is no need to clean up everything, just a space for my sister. Su Chen also spoke at this time. Ah. He actually called my name. Ah, he thanked me. Hancock was blushing at this time. It was obvious that she only heard the first few words and didn't listen to the rest. The people on the ship who were going to clean the ice storage stopped and waited for the Empress to give orders. But only Hancock was immersed in her own fantasy. I've never seen Lady Snake show this kind of expression before. What's going on, Snake Princess? It seems to be getting weird. I do not know. Sister. What happened to you? Are you poisoned? Sandasonia shouted to Hancock, and put her hand on her head to measure her temperature. It's so hot. Sister, are you sick? Hancock finally came to her senses at this time. She looked at everyone with a silly face, as if she had no idea what was going on. Helplessly, Su Chen repeated what he had just said. No, it must be cleaned up. How can I let my sister and food be together? Soon, the ice storage was cleaned up. Hancock took Su Chen to the ice storage, where there was a bed. Su Chen did not expect her to be so thoughtful. She also prepared a bed. She gently put her sister on the bed and kissed her forehead gently, as if saying good night to her. Then she stepped out. Hancock was standing at the door, waiting for Su Chen to come out. "Thank you so much, Hancock, I owe you a favor. If you need me in the future, I will definitely not refuse. You don't know my name yet, I'm Su Chen." "No, you're welcome. I'm glad I can help you." Hancock fled away. To her, this sentence was like a confession to Su Chen, too embarrassing. At this time, the female warriors on the ship were already furious. The fire of gossip was burning. "That man is so strong. Even Lady Snake couldn't defeat him. Humph, in my heart, Lady Snake is the strongest in the world. Does this matter? Lady Snake actually invited a man to our ship. This is the first time." Yes, and today, Lady Snake feels strange." At this time, Sandasonia looked like she saw through everything and spoke. "Hey, it seems that my sister has fallen in love with that man." As soon as this was said, a group of little girls below went crazy again. "What? How is it possible? This is the first time they met today. How could it be so fast?" Yes, even when they first met, Lady Snake actually hated him. Does love come from a fight? How strange, Snake Princess. Yes. Lady Snake is apologizing to that man. I just heard it with my own ears. What happened today has overturned their cognition. Their little heads are almost unable to turn around. Su Chen has followed Margaret to the room that Hancock arranged for him, which is next to Hancock's dormitory. What is the difference between men and women? Why does Lady Snake seem to like you so much? It was the first time Margaret had seen a man, and she couldn't help asking Su Chen. "I don't know. Go ask your parents." After saying that, Su Chen closed the door. Margaret was left alone outside the mess. The room was large and fully equipped. Su Chen went to take a shower first. It was his first shower in a year. Before he traveled through time, he was a clean young man, but after traveling through time, he had no chance to take care of these things. After taking a shower, it was getting dark. At this time, someone knocked on the door. When he opened the door, he saw Hancock standing at the door, holding the clothes prepared for Su Chen. After stuffing the clothes into Su Chen's hand, he trotted back to his dormitory. Suddenly, he poked his head out and whispered to Su Chen. "Someone will bring you food soon, remember to eat it." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly shrank back with smoke coming out of his head. Holding the clothes Hancock gave him, Su Chen also felt a little warm in his heart. Although he didn't know why Hancock was so good to him, he could see that she was absolutely sincere. But this is the ship of 9 Snake Island, where did the men's clothes come from? He went back to the room and picked up the clothes. A short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts. Very normal clothes. But why does the pattern look so familiar? There is also the smell of Hancock on it. Could it be that Hancock modified it herself? Both pieces are pure white. It must be cut with something. It was cut, but it is hard to tell what it is. I didn't expect Hancock to be so good at this. Never mind all that, I have to say that women are really considerate, and it just so happens that he is short of clothes to wear. She put on 2 pieces of clothes immediately. At this time, in the dormitory next door, Hancock was holding a piece of cloth with a blushing face, and you could roughly tell what it was from the outline. It was her bath towel. Her bath towel was very big, and she used 2 bath towels to modify it. Her other clothes had patterns that only girls wore, and she was afraid that Su Chen would not like it if she used those clothes to modify it. She had no choice but to find this pure white cloth. This is so embarrassing. I wonder what Su Chen will look like wearing it. It still smells like me. I'm so embarrassed. The sewing skills that my mother-in-law forced me to learn really came in handy. I'll learn more skills in the future. At this time, the Empress had no dignity at all. She was a love-brained person. Soon, someone knocked on Su Chen's door again, bringing him food. After Su Chen finished his meal, he lay quietly on the bed, thinking about a lot of things. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water, shining through the half-drawn curtains onto the head of the bed, adding a bit of mystery to his thoughtful face. Every bit of his sister's life kept echoing in his mind. Her laughter, her kindness, her dreams, everything disappeared in an instant. In addition to grief, Su Chen also knew that he should let those Tianlong people pay a little price first. We will arrive at Nine Snake Island tomorrow. After settling my sister, I will start to prepare how to kill the Tianlong people. The place where the Tianlong people often appear is the Savaing archipelago. From time to time, they will go there to capture or buy some slaves. Let's go to the Savaing archipelago first. Although it is very dangerous, only there can we catch those dirty idiots. Just thinking about it, I fell asleep. Chapter 6. The next morning, when Su Chen walked out of the cabin, Hancock's face immediately flushed with shyness. Her eyes were fixed on the clothes on Su Chen's body. They were made by her own hands with bath towels, and every inch revealed her carefulness and care. Her unique faint fragrance still remained on the clothes. Lady Snake Princess, we have arrived at the Nine Snake Island. However, Hancock was still immersed in endless shyness. Her eyes were still staring at Su Chen. Su Chen noticed Hancock's abnormality, he smiled slightly and walked towards her. He whispered, "Hancock, this dress is so beautiful, thank you." His words were full of warmth and gratitude. "You, as long as you like it." When the residents on the island heard that the Empress brought a man back, they also waited on the coast early, wanting to see what kind of creature a man looks like. Nine Snake Island is a unique and mysterious place, where women hold absolute power and men are regarded as taboo. Therefore, when Su Chen, a foreign man, came to the island, his arrival caused an uproar. Su Chen came to the ice storage and prepared to pick up his sister. At this time, Hancock spoke. "Wait for me to have someone build an ice cave on the island before you pick up your sister. Now follow me to the palace." Su Chen did not refute when he heard it. He followed Hancock and got off the boat. "Is this a man? Looks pretty much like us. What is his relationship with Lady Snake? They are so close. Damn it! Stay away from my Lady Snake. Ah! My Snake Lady! Lady Snake is still so beautiful." We came to the palace where Hancock usually lived. Hancock lived in a palace called House of Beauty. This palace is located in the center of Nine Snake Island and is one of the most magnificent buildings on the island. "Hancock! You actually brought a man back here. This is Nine Snake Island. This man is a slave of the Celestial Dragons. The bounty is 1 billion. Granny Nu shouted. If the Celestial Dragons knew that Su Chen was on Nine Snake Island, it would affect the country anyway. The Celestial Dragons hated him to the core. Let him go quickly. Mother Nu just wanted this guy to leave as soon as possible. She was also very surprised. She didn't know how this guy moved Hancock and brought him here. "I will leave after I settle my sister, you don't have to worry." Su Chen also understood what Grandma Nu was thinking. The Tianlong people would really send people to attack Nine Snake Island. "You damn old woman! Why are you so nosy? Go to hell!" Hancock said and kicked Newt out. She flew out of the window in an arc. "It's okay, Su Chen, you can stay here as long as you want." Hancock has a proud and willful personality, and she won't change her mind easily. "No, I won't stay here long. I'll leave soon. I came back with you only because of my sister." "Hancock, thank you so much for helping me look after my sister, but I really have to leave. I still have a lot of things to do." Su Chen didn't want to bring disaster to Nine Snake Island because of him. This was something he absolutely didn't want to see. Hancock was willing to help him, so he already regarded her as a friend. He couldn't do anything that would drag down his friend. "Well, then you must be careful. The Celestial Dragons will send many powerful guys to catch you, that's for sure." Hancock really likes this man now. He is not attracted by his appearance, and he has the same experience as her. The main reason is that he is handsome. She is not worried that Su Chen will not come back. His sister is here, and this place is like his base. She will see him often in the future, and Hancock will not mention this matter again. "You are a smart kid. Don't worry, we will take care of your sister for you. We will definitely take good care of her." "Humph. Granny Nu had already crawled back. She also liked Su Chen. Sure enough, someone who could escape from the Tianlong people alone still needed to have a sense of the overall situation. Lady Snake. The ice cave has been built. Hancock had already called back to arrange it when he was on the ship. One day was enough to build it. Okay, I'll take my sister over now. Su Chen immediately stood up and strode towards the boat. Granny Nu and Hancock followed behind. What is the purpose of building an ice cave? What does this have to do with his sister? Grandma Nu asked Hancock from behind. You will know in a moment. Damn old woman. Hancock was still holding a grudge against Granny Nu. Su Chen came to the boat, picked up Suro and walked out. What's wrong with this child? Why was he taken out of the ice storage? Why can't I feel any breath from her? Hey! Is she dead? Is she the one this kid asked us to look after? Granny Nu looked at the girl in Su Chen's arms in shock, wondering why there was anything to look after a dead person. Shut your stinky mouth, old woman. Su Chen, come with me, I'll take you there. I've already lost my beloved sister, and you old woman are still yelling here, it's so annoying. The three of them came to the newly built ice cave. The interior of the ice cave was spacious, as if it was tailor-made for her. The ice walls around it were shining with crystal blue light, like a magic cave in a fairy tale world. There was a transparent ice bed in the middle. Su Chen thanked Hancock again. He put his sister on the bed. Don't worry, Zyro, brother will be back soon. He gave Sura a light kiss on the head and then left. Su Chen, why don't you let your sister rest in peace? What's the purpose of preserving her body like this? Hancock couldn't help but ask a question at this time. Even if you miss your sister, you shouldn't do this. I can revive her. But I'm not strong enough now. Su Chen also knew what they were thinking. Doing so would be disrespectful to the dead. But the two people who heard this sentence felt like they were hearing something out of the blue. Reviving the dead? This is against common sense. Is there really anyone in this world who can do it? In fact, Su Chen was unsure, but the system he had awakened was his only hope. Even if the hope was slim, he had to give it a try. Now that he had obtained the talent of Aatrox, as long as he obtained blood magic, even if it was not the top one, he could practice to the top level. Okay, kid, my sister has been settled. If you have nothing else, leave quickly. We will take good care of her. You have nothing to do here. Mother Niu was afraid that if he stayed here for one more second, his position would be exposed. Su Chen did not feel annoyed. After all, this mother-in-law was really thinking about the country. Su Chen, do you need me to take you there? Where are you going? There are powerful sea beasts around Nine Snake Island. It may be dangerous for you to go out to sea alone, and you are a devil fruit user, so it will be dangerous if you fall into the water. Hancock also proposed to take Su Chen there. No, I can do it myself. I'm leaving now. Hancock has helped him enough, there is no need to trouble her anymore. Now that he has obtained the god-level talent of the Sword Demon, coupled with his own darken physique, he will only become stronger and stronger. It doesn't matter if he uses the Great Destruction to hurry up. The main thing is that he wants to try out the newly developed Great Destruction ability. Thinking of this, Zhang. The unique sound effect of the Great Destruction. A pair of dark red demon wings slowly spread out behind him, and Su Chen also turned into a demon in an instant. Ha 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 ha. I'm leaving. Thank you again. Goodbye. Hancock. After saying that, Su Chen disappeared. Although he could see that Hancock seemed to be interested in him, Su Chen just wanted to become stronger now, and he could only become stronger. At this time, the two were still immersed in the devilish aura that Su Chen exuded when he activated the Great Destruction, which was a power more powerful than the Overlord color. This is what he looks like on the wanted poster. It's amazing. Let's go, Hancock, stop looking. Got it, you old woman. Chapter 7. Su Chen, in the form of Great Destruction, flew for about 10 minutes before he saw an island. He immediately landed and returned to human form as soon as he landed. After using it once, he had mastered the ability to turn Great Destruction on and off at will. He can now control his ability freely, whether it is on or off. However, although he can switch at will, the time for each use of the ability is still 30 minutes. But as soon as he turns it on, Great Destruction will enter cooling. Just like now, he still has 20 minutes of Great Destruction to use, but the new round of Great Destruction has begun to enter cooling. The reason why he chose to land here is because he doesn't know the way. Just now he forgot to ask Hancock for a map or a pointer. As a result, he doesn't know where he is now. Let's go to the island first. Just now, it has been confirmed in the sky that this is an inhabited island. Carry the blade of God Killer on his back. Su Chen thought as he walked. Now he has obtained 0.05% of the physical fitness of the Sword Demon, and he doesn't know how far he can reach in the world of pirates. If possible, it would be best to experiment and hone this surging power. After the physical fitness is improved, even the flying speed will increase dramatically. It was already extremely fast before, and now after another improvement, it has been able to reach a level close to the speed of light. It is definitely a top-notch skill that combines escape, pursuit, and travel. It's a pity that the time is short, and it is not enough to fight. Of course, this is talking about strong enemies of the same level. I hope to meet some interesting guys on the island, and it would be even better if I can go all out. Su Chen came all the way to the town and found a tavern to inquire about the news first. However, as soon as he walked in, someone recognized him. Although he didn't activate the Great Destruction, his face was still easy to recognize. The tavern was instantly silent, and then someone was walking out while making a phone call. Su Chen found a seat and sat down, ordered a glass of wine, and asked for a meal. Isn't this the guy whose billion-dollar bounty was announced yesterday? There's something interesting to watch. Hurry up, there's going to be a bloody storm here soon. If you don't want to be affected, leave quickly. I don't know how strong this kid is, whether he can survive. That's 10 billion. Give the order and prepare to act. Everyone in the tavern was talking about it. Some wanted to get away from the center of the storm as soon as possible, while others were afraid that the bounty would be snatched away by others first, so they were ready to act at any time. Come on! The pirate captain just now could no longer hold back, and with a shout, he led his brothers to attack Su Chen. The newspapers said that Su Chen was not domineering, and he was a slave who had just escaped, so naturally no one thought he would be particularly strong. Before entering the New World, there were not many people who were domineering. Several people surrounded Su Chen and killed him, but Su Chen didn't even look at him. He just drew out his heavy sword, swung it around, and then put the sword back behind him. In an instant, there were several bodies cut in half in the tavern. You dare to challenge me with this little strength, you look down on me too much. After all, I am now a lieutenant general. Although I don't know what the concept of a lieutenant general's physique is. At this time, the waiter had brought the food and wine, and turned a blind eye to what had just happened, as if he had gotten used to it. Brother, where is this place? Also, I'll pay for my meal with the guy who just died. Su Chen asked. This is the Seven Waters City. Guest, do you need to buy a boat? I can recommend one to you. The waiter seems to have a wide range of business. No thanks. Okay, call me anytime if you need me. The waiter retreated, but soon he went into the inner room, took out a den mushi, and started to make a call. Su Chen was already eating. He hadn't eaten yet today, so he didn't care about that. Eating was the most important thing. But at this time, people were starting to come in. Su Chen was a hot commodity in the eyes of these people. A walking billion Baileys. Haha. Boy, you dare to show up so brazenly, you are really not afraid of death. Kill him, what's the point of talking, he's just a dead slave. Don't compete with me. First come, first served. A group of people rushed over in a mighty manner, but Su Chen still didn't even turn his head. Clang! Plop! 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 The bounty hunters who were charging madly just now were like wood, and they fainted one by one. They fell to the ground. What? This is Conqueror Haki. This guy actually knows Conqueror Haki. Is this really a slave? How can a slave of the celestial dragons have conqueror's haki? A slave? At this time, the pirates outside who were not affected were all stunned. They didn't believe that a slave could be the 1 in a million owner of conqueror's haki. But the facts were already in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Su Chen was still eating slowly. He had only used the Great Destruction for 1 second, and all these guys couldn't stand it. It was really rubbish. I didn't expect to fly to the Seven Water City. Judging from the time, Luffy and others should have arrived here a long time ago. As for where the plot is now, it is not something that can be guessed. It should be find someone to ask. Who should I ask? Of course, it should be Mr. Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7, who participated in the conflict between the Straw Hat Pirates and CP9. As long as we find him, everything will be clear. As for what Su Chen wants to do? He must want to make the 5 celestial dragons of the 5 elders unhappy. Kill Rob Lucci first, the future captain of CP0. Now let's go for a walk on the road and find the location of the city hall, or it would be even better if we can meet Luffy and others directly. Just thinking about this, he walked out of the tavern and walked around on the numerous bridges in Water 7. Hurry, hurry, there are big pirates fighting over there. Let's go out and watch the fun. I heard that he came from the New World specifically to ask our shipbuilder to repair the ship. That guy must be very powerful. Let's go and see. A group of people hurriedly ran to another street. A guy who has traveled to the New World? Maybe he knows some domineering skills. It's a good opportunity to go and see. With the top talent of the Sword Demon, I might be able to learn a little bit. Following the crowd all the way to an open field, a group of people were cheering around a huge arena. At this time, a battle was going on the stage. A swordsman stabbed the tall figure in front of him with a sword, but the man just moved slightly to avoid the attack, and then punched through the swordsman's chest. Haha! This guy is no good. He was easily killed. Yes, this is the 14th guy Sean the Tiger has killed who overestimated his own abilities. Is this the man with a bounty of 200 million? You are indeed a great pirate who has traveled through the New World. A young man holding a knife was thrown down from the ring mercilessly. At this time, a burly man stood in the center of the ring, with obvious disdain on his face. His eyes swept across everyone, as if silently mocking. Is that all the 7 waters have? Is there not even one person who can survive 3 moves from me? Ha 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 ha. He was the one who was setting up the challenge, the Tiger Sean. As long as one could survive 3 moves from him, he could take away 300 million Baileys. However, 13 people had died at his hands before. No one dared to challenge him now. After the previous attack, Su Chen had seen that this person was not domineering. He must have eaten some powerful devil fruit to reach the bounty of 200 million. He immediately lost interest and prepared to continue to head to the city hall. But at this time, someone had recognized him. Isn't this the guy with a billion bounty? Why is he here? I didn't expect he was still alive. With such a high bounty, I thought he was dead. After all, there are many people who want to kill him. The commotion in the crowd quickly attracted Sean's attention. He recognized Su Chen, the guy with a falsely high bounty. It was 1 billion Baileys. Even he was tempted. He immediately jumped up, came in front of Su Chen, and randomly smashed a lucky spectator to death. Boy! Let's have a fight! Ha 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 ha, don't leave in such a hurry. You lowly slave, I gave you this opportunity, why don't you thank me? Sean said arrogantly, constantly mocking. Seeing that Su Chen didn't react, he continued to increase his firepower. He seemed to have a special liking for angering the weak. I heard that you also had a sister who died? Oh! She was so pitiful. She must have been tortured to death. Tisk 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 tisk. However, when he finished saying this, he could clearly feel that the guy's eyes had changed. It was a look that was looking at a dead person. Obviously, his goal had been achieved, but whether things could go as he wished depended on his own strength. Chapter 8. The people on the side also immediately stepped back to make way for the two of them. It's over, this guy is dead. This guy is a tiger man who ate the animal-type tiger form. He is a pirate with a bounty of 200 million. He is really powerful, and cannot be compared with this guy with a bounty of nothing. This guy is dead. Sean will definitely beat him to pieces. Now there's something interesting to watch. Su Chen just raised his head silently when he heard this. He looked at Sean, and what caught his eyes was his explosive muscles. Ha ha ha! Do you want to surrender yourself, or do you want me to help you? But if you choose the second option, the process may not be very pleasant. Sean laughed wildly. It seemed that Su Chen was just an ant that he could easily crush to death in his eyes. I hope your strength is as good as your words. Su Chen said with a look of disdain. Humph! You're looking for death. After saying that, Sean pounced on him fiercely. In the air, he had completely turned into a tiger. He waved his tiger claws and slapped Su Chen. Su Chen was not panicking at all. He just wanted to use him to test the strength of his current physique. He raised his hand to block, but Sean saw that Su Chen didn't even draw his knife. This was simply a naked humiliation to him. Bang! A low sound of flesh hitting flesh sounded, and Su Chen was slapped to the side by about a meter. The tiger opposite was still quite powerful. The boss is awesome. Wait for death, kid, you are dead. Trash like you will be killed sooner or later. The boss is too fierce. Tear him apart. Sean's brothers on the side saw Su Chen retreating in one blow and immediately mocked him. But Sean did not stop, and immediately rushed up again, at an extremely fast speed. With a move of a tiger descending from the mountain, he wanted to throw Su Chen to the ground and bite him to death. Su Chen dodged the attack narrowly by turning sideways, and then kicked the tiger in the stomach, kicking him out. Su Chen took advantage of the victory and punched him. Sean, who was punched again, transformed into a tiger man and his speed soared. Not only did he avoid Su Chen's next attack, but he also turned from defense to offense and continued to suppress Su Chen. His speed soared. Sean was so fast that Su Chen couldn't keep up with him. He was constantly attacked. But soon his dodging skills became more and more sophisticated. He could accurately predict and dodge Sean's attacks. His movements became more efficient and concise, without any unnecessary movements, and every move was just right. Gradually, Sean found that even if Su Chen closed his eyes, he still couldn't hit him, even if he had pushed his speed to the limit. Then he suddenly realized. Oh no, I'm a sparring partner. At this time, Su Chen, who had awakened his observation haki, opened his eyes. The pirate with a bounty of 100 million still has some strength, but it's a pity that this guy has not awakened any domineering. His devil fruit alone has reached a bounty of 200 million. Now this guy in front of him has no use value. The guy who dared to joke with his sister, it's time to die. He did not dodge or defend against Sean's next attack. He let the claw attack grab his chest, and instantly a deep wound that could be seen to the bone appeared on Su Chen's body. Sean, who saw this scene, had a bright light in his eyes. He was about to take him down in one go. But suddenly, Sean was stunned. That horrible wound in a flash, he was back to normal. He looked up and saw the demonized Su Chen looking at him with a playful expression. His red eyes revealed endless killing intent. At this time, Su Chen had also started the Great Destruction. His physical fitness increased by 100%. He punched Sean. With just one punch, Sean was knocked into the ground. This attack was so swift that Sean had no way to dodge it, and he had no time to defend himself. He could only immediately change into a tiger form to increase his defense. But then, bang! With a sound, Sean was evenly distributed on this open space. Only a head was left, and it rolled a few times and no longer moved. What? The captain was killed? With just one move? This is not what the newspaper said. Aren't the Tianlong people cheating people? Is this the power that humans can possess? Too strong. This arrogant guy was finally killed. Oh my god! The people outside were shocked by Su Chen's punch. This guy looked like a swordsman, but he didn't even draw his sword. He beat Sean, a powerful guy, with his bare hands. Go away, this is not something we can mess with. At this time, Two beautiful women dressed in strange clothes attracted Su Chen's attention. Su Chen saw at a glance that these two people were Frankie's people. You two! Stop! Su Chen shouted. The Cube sisters were stunned. This guy is not going to kill us. After all, no one can tell what kind of character he has. The two were already trembling. Su Chen picked up Sean's head and walked towards them. You two, help me replace his head with Bailey's. After that, keep it for me, is that okay? The Cube sisters, who had already not figured out where to bury him after his death, immediately agreed when they heard that Su Chen just wanted them to go to the navy to claim the reward on his behalf. They were afraid that if they were not careful, Su Chen would be unhappy and they would kill him. Sir, this is the prize money for the ring match, 300 million Baileys, you see. Sean's deputy captain was holding a big bag of Bailey and asked Su Chen. He knew that if they didn't give the money, none of them would be able to leave. Su Chen didn't even look at them, and left a word to give it all to them, and then he walked away. At this time, Mary Joa. Kill him right now. Put all other tasks aside for me. Everyone, get going. We can't let him get away this time. Live broadcast the whole thing. I want the world to know that there is only one outcome for angering the celestial dragons. That is certain death. This kid can't even use haki. Don't you have a natural fruit ability user in CP0? Transfer him here immediately. Contact the Navy again and ask them to send me a general. Otherwise, let them earn this year's military expenditure themselves. The CP members who were closer began to move towards the Seven Water City. There was only one goal, to kill Su Chen. The captain of CP0 also began to contact his team members and asked them to rush to the Water City. The Navy headquarters. In the conference room. Everyone sat down one after another. Unexpectedly, another meeting was held because of this slave boy. Tell me, who of you is better to go? Zhang Guo asked with a tired face. The Tianlong people were putting pressure on him day by day, and his old waist was almost unable to straighten up. Is such a slave worthy of our generals? Akainu was the first to speak. His face was full of disdain. According to the intelligence, he killed the Tiger Shan with one punch. I have met that guy before. He has thick skin and strong body, but I didn't expect that he was killed by Su Chen with one punch. Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan said. What does that prove? In this world, people who don't have domineering power will always be at the bottom. Any natural type can kill him. Akainu continued to output. He just escaped a while ago, and now he has such a strong physique. You know, he didn't have time to practice when he was a slave. In such a short time, he can reach such strength. We can't let him go any longer. He is a dangerous person and must be eliminated as soon as possible. Staff officer, he analyzed Su Chen's various things. It is impossible for such a guy to turn an enemy into a friend. The right solution is to eliminate him as soon as possible while he is weak. Who of you will go? Zhang Guo looked at the three generals and asked. Oh, I still have a mission to complete, so I won't participate. Kizaru was the first to express his opinion. Akainu, I think you should go for it. You can definitely deal with him easily. You will be safe if you go. We really can't let him grow up any longer. Sengoku also ordered. Kizaru does have other tasks at the moment, so Akainu is the most suitable of the remaining two candidates. After all, if you leave the execution of slaves to Aokiji, he might even let you go. No problem. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 9. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already arrived downstairs at the city hall. He didn't have time to wait for the cumbersome notification process, nor did he have the patience to deal with possible rejections. He started the mass extermination directly. The guards wanted to stop him, but in the face of this powerful momentum, they were like being hit by a sledgehammer, and their bodies fell back involuntarily. Their eyes were full of fear and dread. He came all the way to Shiji's office and saw Bingshan sitting in a chair waiting for his arrival as he wished. All he could see in his eyes was calmness. He was worthy of being the mayor, he still had this bit of courage. Are the CP9 members still on this island now? Su Chen asked directly at this time. How do you know about CP? You know, Lucci and his men have been hiding in the Seven Water City for so many years, and even he didn't find out. Su Chen's first words shocked him. But the man in front of him told him about CP9 as soon as he came, which made him feel that this person was not simple at all. Answer me. They have already left, went to Judicial Island, and took away the son of the devil, Nico Robin. They left yesterday. Iceberg answered truthfully. Give me a record pointer of Judicial Island. Su Chen must not make such a low-level mistake again this time. Upon hearing this, Bing Shan took out a record pointer of Judicial Island and handed it to Su Chen. After learning the information he wanted to know, Su Chen left without looking back, leaving Bing Shan standing there in a daze. After coming out, Su Chen started the Great Destruction and flew towards the Judicial Island. At this time on the Judicial Island, Luffy and others were fighting fiercely with several people from CP9. Luffy and Lucci were confronting each other. The surrounding was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Luffy clenched his fists, with a firm light flashing in his eyes, while Lucci calmly observed his opponent, with a confident smile on his face. As the battle began, Luffy took the lead in attacking. He quickly rushed towards Lucci and threw a heavy punch. Lucci was agile and easily dodged Luffy's attack. At the same time, he launched a counter-attack. His fist hit Luffy like lightning. Luffy dodged a whip kick, and then the two punched each other. A circle of shock waves formed around and spread in all directions. Luffy was not afraid of Lucci's attack. He quickly adjusted his posture and dodged Lucci's fist. Then, he used the ability of the rubber fruit to stretch his arms and tried to grab Lucci. Lucci reacted quickly and then Luffy dodged Luffy's attack for the first time. The fight between the two became more and more intense. They kept changing their attack methods, trying to find each other's flaws. Luffy used the ability of the rubber fruit to continuously launch fierce attacks, while Lucci relied on his agility and powerful strength to defend and counter-attack. During the whole process, Luffy was suppressed and there were very few attacks that could hit Luffy. It was a completely one-sided beating. But Luffy was like the indestructible cockroach. No matter how many times he was hit or knocked away, he could immediately get up and continue fighting. Soon the battle entered the second stage. With Luffy's words Gear 2. With smoke coming out of his whole body and his skin red, Luffy's speed increased greatly, and he soon suppressed Lucci. At this time, Lucci had already entered the leopard form. Although Lucci kept using the shave, he still couldn't hit Luffy. The figures of the two kept flashing in this small room, and they would bombard each other from time to time. With such high intensity and high-speed exercise, the physical strength of the two people soon became a little bit unable to hold on, and they both began to gasp for breath. At this time, Luffy's Gear 2 time just ended, and the situation of the battle was instantly reversed. Lucci seized the opportunity and kept using the Navy 6 styles to quickly attack Luffy. Hehe. Can you beat me? If I don't beat you, no one can protect me. Gear 3. Luffy blew air into his thumb quickly, and in the blink of an eye, an arm as huge as that of a giant came towards Luffy. There was no place to hide. Luffy was hit by this punch and fell onto a naval warship docked at sea. At this time, Luffy chased him and smashed the warship with another giant battle axe. But Luffy dodged it easily, because when he came to the outdoors, Luffy in Gear 3 slowed down, and Luffy dodged it casually. Then he used the high speed of shaving to keep poking wounds on the slow Luffy with his finger gun. But soon, Luffy exhaled a big breath from his mouth. With a whoosh, he landed and turned into a smaller version of Luffy. Luffy was exhausted at this time, and he took a breath and chased after him. Looking at the smaller Luffy, he didn't hold back at all. After pressing Luffy against the wall and unable to move, he immediately used a big move. He planned to kill Luffy with one move. Just keep your stupid look and die. Finger gun Madara. His fingers waved quickly, and countless finger guns were fired at Luffy. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Luffy. He resisted all the finger guns. The attacks hit him, making blood holes, but he stood there quietly like a dead person without feeling. Su Chen had arrived a long time ago and stood aside for a long time. He forgot how Luffy got through this level in the original novel, but now. You are Su Chen. The slave. Do you want to help these pirates? Luffy also recognized who the person was. It was the slave of the celestial dragons, the slave who escaped. Luffy also looked at Su Chen with gratitude. Thank you. Who I help has nothing to do with you. You are a bunch of Tianlong people's running dogs. Su Chen said expressionlessly. Humph. Slaves are always slaves. I will take you back today. After saying that, Lucci had already rushed in front of Su Chen, and stabbed Su Chen's head with a finger gun. But his action had long been seen through by Su Chen, who had awakened his observation haki. He slightly turned his head and dodged the attack. He looked at Lucci with contempt. Lucci secretly said that it was not good at this time. Su Chen's powerful punch had already hit him, and he knocked Lucci out with a bang. Lucci fell to the ground immediately and spit out blood. But Su Chen is not like others who give you a chance to breathe. He will take your life while you are sick. He came to Lucci in an instant and punched him. This punch would definitely blow up Lucci's head. Bang! There was no expected sound of the head exploding. At this time, there was a hand blocking Lucci. A guy in white clothes and a mask on his face blocked the blow and kicked Lucci away from the center of the battlefield. Let me introduce myself, a member of CP0, I'm here to take your life. He said as he approached. With him was a burly and strong man, the same guy who had smashed Su Chen's wings with one punch in Mary Gosa. At this time, he had come to Lucci and handed him a camera-type Den Den Mushi, asking him to record the whole process of Su Chen being defeated. At this time, people all over the world saw the live broadcast. Mama! What a big deal, these stupid celestial dragons! They went to such great lengths to deal with a slave, sending out 2 CP0 guys. It seems I have to find someone else for my 58th husband. Moby Dick. Dad, this guy named Su Chen is dead now. There shouldn't be any accidents. If he can survive, he'll be a new guy worth seeing. Maybe I can find you another brother, gulalalala. At this moment, Su Chen looked at the 2 men in front of him. One of them had just revealed his ability. He was a natural fruit powerhouse who could control the soil. The other one was naturally a pure physical powerhouse. He had a very high level of 2-color domineering attainments. It was just right that this battle could improve his domineering level. Chapter 10. The 2 rushed towards Su Chen one after the other. The physical master approached him, while the other guy interfered from behind. One was a physical master who was agile and good at close combat, and the other was a mysterious figure who mastered the ability of the earth fruit and could control the soil. The 2 enemies worked together to form a powerful offensive. The physical master was as fast as the wind and quickly approached Su Chen. Every punch contained a powerful force. The earth fruit ability user controlled the soil from a distance, creating huge clods of soil and smashed them at Su Chen. Su Chen kept using his observation haki to dodge the attacks, but the attacks of the 2 were getting faster and faster. Even though Su Chen's observation haki grew very fast, he could not keep up with the rhythm of the 2. And the 2 cooperated tacitly. Soon the physical master seized a flaw in Su Chen's imbalance of center of gravity, and instantly hit Su Chen's head with a punch attached to the armed haki. With a bang, Su Chen's head was blasted into slag. The Tianlong people who saw this scene immediately began to cheer. Great! I finally killed this guy. But as soon as the words fell, Su Chen in the picture had returned to his original appearance, as if everything just now was just an illusion. What? Damn it! I don't believe he can recover forever. Another Den Den Mushi kept sending out the voice of the celestial dragon. What Su Chen was thinking about now was how to get past the guy in front of him. This guy was so thick-skinned that he couldn't be beaten at all. The correct solution was to first solve the auxiliary in the back. The man used the soil to constantly interfere with him. From time to time, a pile of soil would suddenly appear on the ground to attack him, or when he was about to step on a certain place, the soil there would suddenly collapse, causing his center of gravity to be unstable, and the guy on the opposite side seized the opportunity to beat him up. At this moment, the master of physical skills hit him with another punch, but when Su Chen dodged to the side, he stepped into the air again. Since he couldn't dodge, Su Chen also started the great destruction with a clang, and punched the big man together. The big man didn't expect Su Chen's strength to suddenly double, and he was caught off guard and was blown away by this punch. Su Chen immediately flew towards the user of the Earth Fruit ability. His current speed is close to the speed of light, and he came in front of this person in an instant. He pulled out the god-slaying blade from behind and slashed it. But the man in front of him didn't dodge, he actually planned to take Su Chen's sword. Humph! It's useless. A guy who doesn't have domineering power can't touch his entity, you stupid guy. The voice of the Tianlong people continued to come. But the moment Su Chen's sword was about to touch the enemy, a layer of black and slightly purple substance covered the blade. When the man wanted to react again, it was too late. The sword was chopped down. The head fell to the ground on the spot. What? This guy can actually use armament haki. What are you guys doing here? Aren't you an intelligence organization? You don't even know such important information about the enemy. Damn it! I didn't expect him to be so cunning. He didn't use it at all in the battle just now, just to wait for this moment. At this time on the Moby Dick. What? What is that? This guy's armament haki has already reached the top level, but I didn't expect that he had been hiding it all this time, just to be able to kill with one strike. After Su Chen killed the annoying guy with one blow, he also aimed his spearhead at the only remaining CP0 member. He flapped his wings, quickly came to the enemy, and slashed with his sword again. He didn't know any sword skills now, and he had never fought with people who used swords. He could only slash with the blade of God Killer, but slashing with this extremely sharp sword was definitely better than using his bare hands. Su Chen held the heavy sword and flapped his wings. His figure was agile, and it seemed as if a flash of lightning passed where the tip of the sword pointed. Every swing of the sword could accurately hit the target. The master of physical skills was known for his strong physique and superb boxing and kicking skills. He was tall and burly, with strong and powerful muscles, and every punch he threw was like a cannonball. His steps were steady, his movements were smooth, and every kick made a deafening sound. But even though Su Chen was extremely fast, he still couldn't hit the enemy effectively, because this guy's observation haki was really top-notch. The battle between the two was abnormal. Fierce. Su Chen's sword was as fast as lightning, and the master of physical arts had amazing power in his fists and feet. They kept changing their moves on the battlefield, trying to find each other's flaws. Su Chen used the advantage of his long sword to continuously launch mid-range attacks, while the master of physical arts relied on his strong physique and fist and foot skills to fight in close combat. Just when the two were deadlocked, a layer of black mist quickly attached to the body of Su Chen's sword. It was the entanglement technique of the Devil's Breath. The speed and power of the sword attached to the Devil's Breath were greatly improved. After a blow, the master of physical arts wanted to block, but the power of this blow far exceeded his expectations. He was immediately shocked and his hands were numb and bounced back. During this period, he had a moment of broken defense, that is, a moment of openness. Su Chen immediately seized the opportunity and slashed with a sword. Although he used the armed color domineering to protect it, it was obvious that he could not stop the current god-killing blade. Beheaded with one sword. At this point, both of them were killed. What? This guy is so strong. Lucci was standing aside at this time, and was completely shocked by Su Chen's strength. That was CP0. The strongest team in the CP organization, but Su Chen killed two of them. He felt something was wrong, because this guy seemed to be here to kill him. After Su Chen put away the god-killing blade and turned off the Great Destruction, Su Chen in the picture returned to his human form. He walked slowly towards Lucci. Every step he took was a torment for Lucci, and every step seemed to step on Lucci's heart. It made him extremely uncomfortable. He came to the front, took the two den mushi from Lucci's hands, and aimed the one used for photography at Lucci. This guy is your genius, right? If he dies, will you be sad? Su Chen said to the den mushi with a smile. Just when the other party wanted to answer, Su Chen had already grabbed Lucci's head in the picture, and then, bang, it broke into pieces. Ha 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 ha. Wait, you celestial dragons. I will cut off your limbs, I will pierce your souls. I will let you see darkness. Ding, congratulations to the host for being emotionally rich and speaking the Sword Demon's lines when the environment is suitable. The current similarity between the previous and current roles is 40%. Mary Joa. Hearing Su Chen's arrogant threats, the Tianlong people were furious and shouted that they wanted to kill him. Just a slave, how dare you be so arrogant? Keep sending me CP people. I won't stop until he is killed. Why hasn't the admiral arrived yet? Where are the navy people? Damn it! I was threatened so arrogantly by a slave in front of all the untouchables. I am so angry. The CP0 captain on the side also had a painful expression on his face. This time, not only did they lose 2 top CP fighters, but even Lucci, a newcomer with great talent, was killed. These losses were all their CPs. Now, the remaining CP0 members have been ordered to kill Su Chen again. Now there is only one captain left in Marijoa. These CP0 members all have at least the combat power of lieutenant admirals. Su Chen looked at Luffy and others at this time. While he was fighting with the two, they had rescued Robin, and they had already jumped into the sea, because the damaged Mary was driving automatically to pick them up. Oh hey! Aligato! Thank you! Luffy was still waving at Su Chen, shouting to express his gratitude. Although he didn't know this person, he did help us, otherwise the 2 guys who came later would be enough to solve all the problems. Luffy still had a good impression of him. He was grateful in his heart. Su Chen watched them leave with an expressionless face. Chapter 11. At this moment, the whole world has been in an uproar because of the live broadcast just now. What? He actually won. Now the celestial dragons have really lost face. This brother is so strong. He is not at all weak against 2 people at one. He actually dared to threaten the celestial dragons. So awesome. What a tough guy. Shit, he will be my idol from now on. The nature type is just trash. A little bit of domineering can take him away in one go. What a waste. You know nothing. You see that is domineering, is it something you can learn with just a mouth? That is already a high-level domineering color. Everyone watching the live broadcast exclaimed, this is really too strong. In this battle, I thought Su Chen was going to die, but I didn't expect that he actually hid his strength and killed 2 people. Mama! This is really exciting. Pass the order. I want to have a tea party. This Su Chen must be invited to me. Mama is such an interesting little guy. The ant was also shocked by Su Chen's strength at this time. She thought it was a luxury for him to even run away, but she didn't expect that he actually killed 2 people. It was really a surprise. Dad. This guy. What a strong strength. Do I need to invite him? Marco looked at Su Chen, who was slowly putting away his sword in the picture, and was also shocked. No need, I don't see anything in him that is similar to you, so inviting him will not work. Gulala. What a powerful newcomer. Someone, come here. Give the order. Let's have the party. Whitebeard didn't care whether he could recruit Su Chen or not. He could now imagine the expressions of the 5 elders who looked like they had eaten shit. Since they were happy, they naturally had to hold a party. This was pirates. However, just when the Straw Hat pirates were about to escape, a huge warship slowly approached from a distance. The hot breath on the warship could be felt from a long distance away. But at this moment, the guys on the ship had already launched an attack. Akainu directly used a meteor volcano. Large pieces of magma began to hit Luffy and others. Su Chen did not interrupt the live broadcast at this time. Garp was lying on his recliner in the naval base, watching the live broadcast leisurely. But when he saw this scene in front of him, he stood up in an instant. He couldn't help but get nervous. Looking at the screen, Akainu directly used a big move on his grandson, and now he really wanted to go over and punch him into the ground. But the magma would not stop because of his anger, and it was still approaching Luffy. This blow, no one on their ship could stop it. It's over. Nami. We're dead. Chopper held Nami in his arms and didn't dare to look up. Damn it. Is there really no way out? Zoro, whose injuries had not yet healed, was lying on a splint, and could only helplessly watch the magma approaching. But just when this almost all-round attack was about to fall, a figure like lightning suddenly appeared. Moving quickly among countless magma blocks, it cut all the magma that could affect the Mary into pieces. The rest of the attacks fell into the sea, and the sea became turbulent in an instant. Although they had just witnessed Su Chen's strength, the previous wave of attacks was fierce and carried an unstoppable breath of destruction. They were ready to face death. Unexpectedly, Su Chen easily helped them resolve the crisis, and they were shocked by Su Chen again. Luffy's open mouth had hit his feet without him feeling it. The people on the boat looked at the figure flying in the air in front of them, and they felt that it was a god descending to earth. The person who came was naturally Su Chen, and he immediately said to the people behind him, "If you don't leave now, I won't have time to save you." The Straw Hat Pirates reacted and came to their senses. They immediately drove the Mary to escape far away. Now that the warship is not in front of them, there is still a chance to escape. After the warship approaches, Su Chen can hold Akainu back, but the other people on the warship are not here to eat. They can only silently hide this gratitude in their hearts. Leaving here quickly is the right thing to do now. Su Chen helped naturally because they couldn't die. Besides, these CP0 people and the admirals here came here because of him. Luffy and the others are the victims. Just when they were about to get out of the encirclement, Akainu attacked again. He jumped up from the ship and flew towards the Mary. He had already begun to gather momentum in the air, and soon a big fire was fired. Huge and hot magma shot out from his hands. It is somewhat similar to Ace's fire fist, but the flame is replaced by magma. Seeing this, Garp, who had just sat down in the headquarters, stood up again. He said directly, "Fuck Akainu! Akainu! You dare to kill my grandson!" The table in front of him shattered on the spot. It was just a gesture just now. But if he hits now, there will definitely be no one left alive. "Aren't you going to catch Su Chen? Why are you holding my grandson?" Garp's iron fist clenched and made a crackling sound, but he was helpless. He could only stare at the screen, hoping that Luffy was lucky enough to escape danger. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Drago, who was always calm and composed, couldn't help but tense up when he saw the scene in front of him. He knew the strength of Akainu. He was a Navy player who competed with Akainu at the same time. In the current situation, if no one rescued him, his son would definitely not survive. But fortunately, Su Chen took action again. In an instant, he leaped in front of Luffy and others. Under their stunned eyes, Su Chen's right hand slowly rose a faint black mist, and then punched the ball of magma in front of him. Boom! The magma in front of him exploded like fireworks. Brilliant and hot. Akainu, who was a man of few words, finally spoke. "Slaves should stay in cages and wait for their masters to slaughter them. Little devil, it's time for you to go home." Akainu's words were full of insults to Su Chen. Can't slaves fight for their freedom? Should slaves be enslaved? Who is born a slave? Who wants to be a slave? Ha 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 ha. How ridiculous. According to what you said, you, an old dog, shouldn't run out and bite people. Why don't you stay at home and serve your celestial dragon father? What's the difference between you and a slave? Su Chen's words directly broke Akainu's defense, and he was about to tear Su Chen into pieces. Yo? Is that all you have? Can a guy like you be an admiral of the Navy? Su Chen had already flown away from the Mary while he was talking, and Akainu immediately chased after him, but how could his speed compare to Su Chen who had activated the Great Destruction? But at this moment, the wings behind Su Chen disappeared. His body features slowly changed to human. The Great Destruction was about to start. But Su Chen's darkened physique was not afraid at all, and the Great Destruction would cool down in 5 hours, so he could have some fun with Akainu during this period. Chapter 12. Akainu was just worried that Su Chen would run away. After all, he really couldn't catch up with him in terms of speed. But he now restored his human appearance, which was obviously a feature of being unable to maintain the power of the fruit. It must be because he had just fought with the two CP0 guys, which consumed a lot of physical strength. God really helped me. He swooped down towards Su Chen and punched him with a simple punch with armed color domineering. Su Chen wanted to try how big the gap was between him and the admiral now, and he punched Akainu exactly the same. But this force instantly crushed Su Chen, and one of his arms was shattered on the spot. I didn't expect that. Everyone said that the three admirals relied on the power of the fruit, but this physical technique was not bad at all. After smashing one of Su Chen's hands, Akainu hit him with another move of the Dark Dog. The connection was extremely perfect, and Su Chen's upper body was hit again without any reaction, and was directly evaporated by the high temperature. After only 2 moves, Su Chen clearly felt that the gap between him and the admiral was extremely huge. At least he was not an opponent at all without opening the Great Destruction. Ha 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 ha. Great. Beat him up, beat him to death, beat him to death. Finally killed this annoying guy. He 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 he. The silly sons of the celestial dragons couldn't help celebrating when they saw this scene. Dad, he is already dead. He was already too exhausted to maintain his demonic form, so he couldn't recover. However, Su Chen in the picture did not do as they wished. His body was still constantly reshaping. What? Didn't he already have no strength left? How could he recover? Garp couldn't believe what he saw. This was against common sense. Humph. Little brat, no matter how many times you recover, there is only one ending. That is to be evaporated by me. As he said that, Akainu had already punched him with all his strength again. Su Chen had just recovered at this time, and he could only cover his arms with a layer of armed color domineering and cross them in front of his chest, intending to block this attack, because he couldn't dodge it now. The two collided with each other, and Su Chen was knocked out by this punch. Before he landed on the ground, he was caught up by Akainu again, and he was knocked to the ground with another punch. Then immediately released a large amount of magma, completely covering the surroundings of Su Chen. Now Su Chen is completely soaked in the magma swimming pool. Akainu is constantly reinforcing and heating the swimming pool. The temperature inside is constantly rising steadily. At the beginning, Su Chen was wrapped in armed color domineering, and he could barely resist, but as the temperature continued to increase, he began to be a little unable to resist. First the skin slowly fell off, but thanks to the recovery ability of the Darkin physique, it was not affected at all. And his armament haki was also improving by leaps and bounds with constant use. The color was getting deeper and deeper. But the improvement of armament haki still couldn't keep up with the increase in the surrounding temperature. Slowly, it was no longer as simple as skin shedding. Although he had been covering his body with armament haki, his body still began to melt little by little. It didn't stop until his bones were exposed. Soon his whole body was burned out, but because of his darkened physique, he did not die, but continued to produce fresh flesh and blood, and then burned again. In such an environment, his body began to become stronger and stronger, and each new flesh and blood began to be more energetic than the last time. There is really no hope now. Oh, what a pity for such a good talent. Garp just liked this guy because he saved his grandson twice, but he didn't expect Akainu to kill him right away, and he couldn't run away. He was roasted all the time. In fact, Akainu's magma temperature has an upper limit, but the high temperature exerted by Akainu is enough now. It can be clearly seen in the picture that Su Chen has slowly turned into a skeleton. However, the most shocked person at this time was Akainu. In his observation color, he could still feel that the vitality of the guy in the magma was still strong. It didn't even weaken at all because of the continuous burning. After an hour, the situation did not change at all, and Akainu was still outputting. But he just couldn't burn this guy to death. What's going on? It's been an hour, why doesn't the admiral stop? How much does he have to burn the person to before he's done? Yeah, what happened? I've been watching for an hour and my eyes are sore. This is a general. There must be a reason why he didn't stop. Could it be that the guy is not dead yet? How is that possible? You can even see the skeleton. They have been roasting this skeleton for dozens of minutes, and you tell me he is not dead yet. That is, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. This is definitely a death sentence. Almost everyone has this question in their mind, why not stop? And those who understand are more shocked than them. Does this guy have unlimited stamina? He keeps releasing his armament haki. He doesn't even stop using his recovery ability. It must be reaching the limit, it's already been an hour. Although he is indeed very tenacious. But the ending will not change. Let's wait and see. After 5 hours of roasting, everyone was shocked and numb. Every hour they would sigh once, this guy is really strong, and then say that he will not be able to hold on any longer. Then they would continue to watch. This repeated process has been going on for 5 hours now, and the barbecue feast has not stopped. He must not be human. How could a human last for 5 hours in such a condition? That's right. This guy is so outrageous. Could it be that this general is not good enough? Why can't we kill him after so long? Do you want to go up and try it? Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. After using his abilities for 5 hours in a row, Akainu felt a little tired, but there were still signs of life in his observation haki. Just when he was about to increase the fire power, Su Chen, who had been roasted for 5 hours without moving, finally moved. He slowly stood up from the magma, and Akainu saw this and quickly compressed the magma around him, trying to trap him again. However, this time, such a little pressure was already an understatement for Su Chen. He stood up without being affected at all, and walked out of the flames step by step. He came in front of Akainu. He was unscathed, without even a scratch on his skin. After being roasted for 5 hours, he finally said his first sentence. He looked at Akainu with contempt and mockery, and slowly said, "You think you can kill me?" Chapter 13. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being emotionally rich and being able to speak the Sword Demon's lines in a suitable environment. The role-playing similarity is 50%, and you have obtained blood magic. He is actually intact. What kind of monster is this? 5 hours didn't do any harm to him? This is too scary. Akainu threw another punch with the armament haki. Little brat, no matter how many times you get up, you will still be stepped on by me in the end. Su Chen also collided with Akainu with the same blow. But the punch that could crush Su Chen at the beginning was now stagnant, and even Akainu was slowly falling into disadvantage. What? How could he grow so fast? Just talking about armament haki, he can already crush me. How is it possible? Akainu was extremely shocked. It would be fine if he didn't die in the furnace he made for 5 hours. He even became stronger. However, there was no time for him to think. Su Chen had already slashed at him with a sword, and the blade exuded the aura of cutting off everything. The extremely rich armament haki, coupled with the sharpness of the blade itself, Akainu had no doubt that he could be killed with one sword. He could only jump back to avoid the sword. Su Chen's strength was actually still not up to the level of an admiral, but his current armament haki had reached the top level, and he was only one step away from the peak. He raised his sword and rushed up again. After exchanging a few moves with Akainu, he found that it was still difficult to hit him. His speed and observation haki were still far behind. Although the attack is now extremely sharp, it is useless if it doesn't hit anyone. Akainu, who once again dodged Su Chen's attack, also spoke. "Slave! It's no use just swinging the sword randomly." Akainu was still mocking at this time. He wanted to disrupt Su Chen's mind so as to reveal his flaws. But at this moment, Su Chen once again slashed out his strongest sword at this stage, and slashed at Akainu head-on. Akainu was still calm, his observation haki had already expected it. He just slightly turned sideways, and the blade slid down in front of him. Just as he was about to continue speaking. Zhang! Su Chen suddenly activated the Great Destruction. His physical fitness doubled instantly, and a demonic aura emanated. He kicked Akainu with one foot. Because the speed doubled instantly, Akainu failed to react in time, and he could no longer dodge this kick. The extreme armed haki attached to his feet, as well as the terrifying demonic aura, made this ordinary the kick seemed extremely terrifying. Boom! Because Akainu had just dodged the god-killing blade, he was facing Su Chen in a sideways posture. This kick undoubtedly kicked Akainu on the waist, and kicked him into a reverse C shape on the spot. It was instantly launched like a cannonball. Akainu was almost kicked directly into the sea by this kick, and it stopped after smashing countless buildings. Now, he just felt that his lumbar disc must be protruding, and there was no way to recover in a short time. Wow! Another mouthful of blood spit out. At this time, Su Chen flapped his wings slightly, and appeared on Akainu's face in an instant like a flash, and the god-killing blade chopped down without emotion. At this time, Akainu was still in a stiff stage and couldn't dodge at all. Then, this sword will definitely seriously injure him. Just when the blade was about to chop down. Ding! Oh my! This is terrible. The newcomers nowadays are really scary. What a mess, Sakazuki. Don't be afraid, Kyuzen is almost here. It was Kizaru who rushed over and blocked the sword. It turned out that when Sengoku saw Su Chen walked out intact after being roasted for 5 hours, he felt that something was wrong. He immediately dispatched Kizaru to support. Aokiji was also on the way. Otherwise, he could be a marshal. In just this short period of time, Akainu has recovered. Except for a twisted waist, he has no problem continuing to fight. Looking at the two admirals in front of him and Aokiji who may appear at any time, he now has no confidence to fight against the joint attack of the three admirals. He has already wanted to retreat. His purpose was to cover the retreat of Luffy and others. At this time, they had already run thousands of miles away. There is no need for him to fight them to the death. Thinking of this, he also said, "Old dog, go home and treat your lumbar disc herniation. Your father is leaving first. Thank you for the sauna. I am very satisfied." After saying this, he flew away directly. "Huh? Are you looking down on me? So far, no little devil has been able to escape from my hands." The yellow monkey turned into an aurora and rushed straight towards Su Chen. The old man's classic lines also rang in his ears. "Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Su Chen's observation haki gave a frantic warning, but his observation haki was still not strong enough. Although he was now as fast as Kizaru, his reaction speed and observation haki were still inferior. He only had time to cover his head with a layer of armament haki before he was kicked away. There was some damage. Su Chen had a slight concussion from the kick. He shook his head and stopped talking nonsense. He found the right direction and took off at full speed. "Yo, you still want to run? You are so persistent." After saying that, Kizaru has turned into a beam of light again and chased after him. But then... what? I'm actually a little slower than him. Kizaru was extremely surprised. He was so surprised that even his speech speed returned to normal. At this time, two lights could be seen in the sky, a red light and a yellow light. One in front and one behind, at a very fast speed, but it was obvious that the distance between the two was slowly widening. Kizaru actually lost in terms of extreme speed. All the people watching the live broadcast, whether they understood or not, had their mouths wide open. Those who understood naturally saw that if this kid ran away this time, then in the future he would be able to go anywhere in the world and no one would be able to stop him. That tenacious vitality and this abnormal speed will be his capital. And those who don't understand are naturally shocked that a guy who was born a slave can kick over Admiral Akainu with his front foot and get away with it with his back foot. Even the fastest admiral can't catch up with him. It's simply outrageous. "Let's go, Mr. Kizaru, you are too polite. You don't have to see me off. I know the way myself." Su Chen was still speaking sarcastically. Hearing Su Chen's words, Kizaru's face was twisted with anger, but he couldn't do anything about him. It was just a little bit away, but it seemed like an insurmountable chasm. He watched Su Chen leave. Helplessly, he could only stop and turn back. "Forget it, let the marshal have a headache. I'll just show my appreciation for the trouble caused by the celestial dragons." Well, thinking this way, I felt much better. Seeing Su Chen really escape from the general. People were completely furious. Chapter 14. He really did let him get away. I thought the general didn't use his full strength. It's over. This general is too useless. Neither of them can defeat him. Yes, does the Navy still have the strength to protect us at this moment? A slave is so rampant. Did he almost kill the admiral just now? The civilians condemned the incompetence of the Navy, thinking that he was just a slave. Shouldn't the Navy easily deal with him? Gulala. This kid is going to be a headache for the Navy in the future. Gulala. The Whitebeard with medical equipment inserted everywhere laughed wildly, holding a huge wine flask in one hand. Gulala was drinking wine. Captain, your body cannot drink too much alcohol. Drink less. The medical lady next to him advised. Gulala. I'm so happy today, what's wrong with drinking a little more? Kids. Cheers. Then she raised the huge wine jug again. Seeing that she couldn't dissuade him, the young lady simply ignored him and could only silently check the data on the instrument. People watching the live broadcast from all over the world were shocked by the speed at which Su Chen's strength improved, while some people were thinking about getting Su Chen to join them. This guy is very similar to me. Even though Akainu's beatings didn't hurt me, it must have been quite hard for that guy to handle. I didn't expect that he was still fine after holding on for 5 hours. I really want to find him now and see if it's true as he said, that he can't be killed. Woo. Kaido started crying as he spoke, as if he had met a soulmate, a good partner who wanted to commit suicide together. A slave of the Celestial Dragons, a powerful fighter who hates the Celestial Dragons and the world government. It would be great if we could pull him into our revolutionary army. He is really a very reliable comrade. I don't know if he is willing or not. He shouldn't refuse. After all, he also wants to overthrow the world government. Long was already thinking about what position he would arrange for Su Chen if he joined the revolutionary army. Mama. The more I watch him, the more I like him. I really want to spend my wedding night with him right now. I can't wait. The aunt was also fantasizing about her wedding with Su Chen. No one could resist marrying a emperor like her, right? At this time, in a place completely different from the noisy and chaotic environment of the outside world. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. All those above the rank of Vice Admiral who had no mission had gathered in the conference room. Sengoku sat in the first seat, rubbing his head with both hands. It seemed that this could really relieve the pressure. Garp sat next to him and kept eating. The crunching sound really made it impossible for him to think properly. Garp. There are so many people in a meeting. It's okay for you to just eat here, but you eat so loudly. Zhang Guo cursed, unable to bear it any longer. Tisk, if you don't want to eat, then don't eat. I just saw you guys haven't talked for a long time, I'm bored, so I'll eat something to fill my stomach. Garp replied, picking his nose. Humph. No rules. Akainu, whose lumber disc had not yet been restored, took the opportunity to speak. But Garp couldn't stand it when he heard it. I haven't settled accounts with you for trying to kill my grandson again and again. Now you dare to teach me a lesson? He didn't tolerate him and stood up after slapping the table. Say it to me again. Okay. I didn't call you here to spar with each other. Garp. Sit down. Hearing this, Garp also sat down reluctantly. He still had to give the martial face. There were so many people watching below. Okay, now let's talk about it. This guy named Su Chen has grown to this point. In just a few days, he was able to escape from the hands of 2 generals. How can we deal with him in the future? Zhang Guo said Su Chen and rubbed his head with a headache again. He has indeed grown too fast. But as for how to deal with him, his most obvious weakness is the devil fruit. Staff Officer Tsuru said. That's right, Sea Stone can restrain him. Yes, no matter how powerful he is, he will still be captured when he encounters Sea Stone. At this time, Akainu, who had fought with Su Chen, also revealed an important piece of information. That guy is strong because of his demon form. Once that form is activated, not only will his strength increase greatly, but he will also be able to gain a speed that surpasses Kizaru. He can fight when he wants and run when he wants. Is there any way to restrain him? Zhang Guo also looked at Akainu and asked. I have fought with him before, and at that time, he withdrew from that form not long after he used his ultimate skill, which means there must be limitations. But it's not physical strength. Although this goes against common sense, it's the truth. There should be a time limit. As for the time, I guess it is more than 20 minutes. Before I arrived, he had already killed 2 CP0 members, and according to the intelligence, it only took him 10 minutes to disappear from Water 7 and appear on Judicial Island. So he must have flown over in that form. All we have to do is defeat him when he is unable to use that form, and then put sea stone handcuffs on him. After that, he will be given a life sentence in Advance City. No matter how hard he tries to kill him, he will be locked up in a cage until he dies. Sakazuki is right. As long as we can seize the opportunity when he can't use his abilities, we can achieve it. Staff officer he also saw that this plan was indeed feasible. But then she asked another question. But the problem now is that even if he doesn't use that demon form, a general won't be able to do anything to him. If the battle lasts too long, his demonic abilities will recover and we will have wasted our time. We can't let the 2 generals do nothing but stare at him, right? This problem is indeed not to be ignored. Although he is reluctant to admit it, one general really can't defeat him in a short time. Zhang Guo also realized this problem, but is there any other way now? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a guy who was trying his best to reduce his presence. Good. It's decided. Garb. You are responsible for following his command. This Su Chen is left to you. Anyway, this guy has nothing to do all day long. Being a lieutenant general is much more leisurely than being a general. It's time for him to do something serious. But Garp had a bitter face. This was not an easy job, but Zhang Guo had already given it to him, and he couldn't refuse it. The main reason was that there was really no better candidate. It couldn't be that the marshal himself came out, right? Okay, I'll go. I'm already old and I still have to chase people all over the world. Oh. After solving the problem of personnel selection, a new problem came up. His current bounty is no longer appropriate. How much would be more appropriate? He already has the strength to rival a general. Although it is unstable, he is indeed very powerful. I suggest 1.5 billion. Staff officer he spoke again. Well, this bounty is reasonable for his ability, I agree. Kuzan agreed. Oh, I have no objection either. Reasonable. Agree. Okay, then 1.5 billion. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 15. Su Chen, who had already escaped, was flying towards the 7 water capital. He was going to get those Baileys back, and he had to have money to go out. This trip was a big gain. Akainu's high temperature constantly destroyed his body and reshaped it. Every time he reshaped it, his body would become stronger. By the way, even his armament haki was about to awaken the Ryu Sakura. But the pain of the high temperature burning his body was still real. Ordinary people would go crazy after experiencing it once, but Su Chen persisted for a full 5 hours. 5 hours, 800 times of reshaping. There was actually no problem with his mental state now. You know, he was just an ordinary person. All of this was supported by the belief in revenge, so that he would not have a mental breakdown. He knew that if he collapsed in this pain, his sister would never wake up again. For his sister, he had to hold on. Now his physical fitness was close to that of the general. The most important thing was that the reward given by the system this time was blood magic, the ability he had always dreamed of. Su Chen couldn't wait to open the system and check the information about blood magic. However, what caught my eye were just a few words. Blood magic, can control blood. Is it really just what it says? Can't you be more specific? It seems that I have to develop it myself. It's useless to rely on the system. Let's find a chance to try it. While thinking, he has returned to the 7 water city. Now his speed is extremely fast. In just a few minutes, he flew over a large area of sea. He came to the coast of the 7 water city and landed. He asked a bounty hunter and soon determined the location of Frankie's house. When the bounty hunter saw Su Chen, his legs were shaking with fear. After all, Su Chen had fought back and forth with the general a few minutes ago. Now, those of them at the bottom dare not attack Su Chen anymore. They just want to hide as far away as possible. All the way to Frankie's house by the sea, where he deposited 500 million Baileys. Walk to the door and push it open. But what comes into view is not the bustle, but only silence. The hall is a mess. There are several corpses lying in it, and the two cube sisters are no exception. Seeing this scene, Su Chen felt furious. He didn't expect that someone would dare to rob things with his label. What a murderer! Whoever it is, he must pay the price. Walk to the front of the cube sisters and close their eyes for them. Although we met by chance, they died because of me after all. In the final analysis, it was me who harmed them. My lord! You are finally back. At this time, a Microsoft voice came from the many corpses. There are still living people. Su Chen immediately came to this person and quickly checked his injuries. His right arm was cut off, and there was a terrible knife wound on his chest, and blood was still oozing out. After saying that sentence just now, he fainted again. No matter what he said, he will die soon. But he is not a doctor, and it is too late to find a doctor now. Just when Su Chen was at a loss, he suddenly remembered his blood magic. The introduction said that blood can be controlled. Can blood be used to save him? He is losing too much blood now, wouldn't it be enough to give him a blood transfusion? Now he is the only living person, and he can only try with his own blood. He immediately cut a big hole in the palm of his hand with the god-killing blade. Blood kept oozing out. Su Chen used blood magic to gather the blood together, which was about the size of a fist. He was ready to directly merge it into the man's body. But the violent and cruel dark breath in the blood stopped Su Chen. If it was directly merged, he was sure that the man would die immediately. He began to try to separate the breath. Soon the blood was divided into two, one side was black blood that exuded a terrifying aura. The other side exuded an extremely pure breath of life, and the color was also bright red. Su Chen controlled the red blood to merge with the man. It was the first time he used this ability, and he didn't know how effective it would be, so he separated out a drop of blood first. Soon, a drop of blood was completely absorbed, and the man's face became visibly ruddy, and he even had a nosebleed because the effect was too strong. Sir! Am I still alive? The man opened his eyes in a daze, and the wounds on his body quickly stopped bleeding and scabbed. Not even a trace of scar was left. The effect was powerful. Except for the broken limbs that did not regenerate, there was no trace of injury on his body. Even the scars left by injuries long ago were completely eliminated. Well, I saved you. Tell me, what happened here? Su Chen said indifferently. It's Kika. Kika and his men stole your money and killed so many of us. You must avenge us. Sir. Kika is the boss of the most powerful gang here. He was the one who led the people to kill us just now. What's your name? Su Chen still spoke expressionlessly. Kiki. My name is Kiki. Kiki said excitedly. Kutch. Do you know where they are? I know. I can take you there now. Let's go, lead the way. Upon hearing this, Kiki immediately stood up and walked out quickly. His agile movements did not look like he had just been seriously injured. Kiki, how do you feel now? Su Chen also saw that he seemed to be in very good condition, even better than before the injury. Sir, I feel full of strength now, and I just want to kill all those scumbags. Kiki said excitedly. He felt that his strength had improved a little. He didn't know what Su Chen did to him, but he was smart and didn't ask questions. He just led the way with anger in front. This blood magic is really powerful. It seems that it does have the effect of resurrecting the dead. I must go back and try it for my sister. Following Kiki, we came to a tavern similar to Frankie's house. There were many people drinking in it. Sir, this is the place, this is their base, but their boss Kika doesn't seem to be here. Su Chen didn't believe that a small gangster boss would dare to attack after seeing his strength. But no matter who is behind him, Su Chen will make him pay the price. Where's your boss? Su Chen looked at the people in the tavern and asked. As soon as the two of them came in, these people recognized Su Chen, because this face was so familiar that the huge tavern was instantly buzzing. They were still talking about Su Chen just now, and of course they knew Su Chen's strength. It would be easy to kill them all. No one dared to speak. Chapter 16. Now that he knew the whereabouts of that guy, these people in front of him were worthless, and he would not let any of them go. But at this time, he took Kiki out. "Sir, are you going to let them go?" These guys were also involved in what happened just now. Kiki couldn't help asking. Su Chen didn't answer, but took out the ball of black blood he had just separated, and without hesitation, threw it directly behind him. There was a bang. The ball of black blood exploded, and a breath of arrogance, violence, and bloodthirsty instantly swept the entire stronghold. Everyone's eyes turned bloodshot, and soon there were gunshots and shouts of killing. Even if someone was lucky enough to survive, they would be slowly corroded to death. Kiki soon took Su Chen to the Jinsha Tavern, where Kika and others were drinking. After all, they had just made a big deal. "Ha ha ha! Girls, enjoy yourself. I will never let you suffer if you follow me," Kika said as he gave the beautiful girl next to him a hard slap on her butt. "Following the boss means there is a future. It won't be a problem to dominate this country in the future. That's right, now in this 7-water city, who dares to mess with us, the Axe Gang? But if we rob that guy of his money, will there really be no problem?" At this time, an untimely voice sounded. "What are you afraid of? You are useless. We have the protection of the 7 warlords. He dares to mess with us? It's his blessing to rob him." Kika looked arrogant and didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. "Oh? Which Shishibukai?" A voice sounded like a ghost in Kika's ears. "Who?" Kika was so frightened that he almost sobered up. When he saw that it was Su Chen, his heart skipped a beat, but he calmed down again. "Humph! What? What do you want to do? I'm telling you, I'm a subordinate of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you dare to touch me, you'll be dead." Kika was still shouting, hoping that the title of the 7 warlords of the sea could scare Su Chen. "That's right. Boy! You better go back to where you came from. If you piss us off, we the Axe Gang might as well chop you to death. No matter how powerful you are. Can you afford to offend the 7 warlords?" These minions seem to be completely unable to distinguish the difference in combat power. They think that the 7 warlords are stronger than the admirals? Humph! Where did you come from? Go away, woo! Kika turned around in surprise and looked at the younger brother who had spoken. He saw that he was looking at him with eyes wide open and a painful expression on his face. "Help, help, help!" His mouth opened wider and wider, and soon he could not make any sound. Soon his body shrank rapidly, and blood rushed out of his mouth. "What is this?" The blood did not fall to the ground, but gathered in the air. Then it suddenly turned into blood drops and shot out in all directions. In an instant, he was the only one left in the tavern. "All the annoying guys shut up, now can you tell me? Where is my money?" Su Chen, with a playful look on his face, patted Kika's face and said lightly. Big brother. Don't kill me." "Yes, it was Brother Ming instructed me to do this. The money has been handed over to them. The transaction was made here, just a few hours ago." "Yes, it was taken by an officer under Brother Ming. I am just an errand boy. They are the ones who are eyeing your money. They have already returned to Dressrosa." Kika was so scared that he trembled all over. After all, this method was really scary. His trembling eyes were full of desire to survive, which was quite similar to their Axe Gang. "I didn't expect that there were still Doflamingo's cotters in the ring at that time, and they were targeted. They didn't care about Su Chen at that time. In their eyes, Su Chen at that time was just a small character. Damn it! I didn't expect to kill the Cube sisters like this. Although the other people in Frankie's house were not good people, the Cube sisters were still good. Careless. Sir! What should we do? Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Are we going to just let it go like this?" Of course, Kochi also knew that none of the 7 warlords of the sea were easy to mess with. They were all ferocious pirates. "No. You dare to snatch things from me. So what if he's a Shishibukai? He must be dealt with." Su Chen said coldly. "The key is that Brother Ming has always claimed that he is a celestial dragon, right? Well, let's start with him. And when Kochi heard that Su Chen actually intended to fight the Shishibukai to the death, he was still a little moved. Although everyone died because of Su Chen, now if they want revenge, they can only rely on Su Chen. He has also seen Su Chen's methods, and it should be no problem for him to defeat the Shishibukai, but he is only one person. It is still quite difficult to fight the opponent's entire pirate group. If he wants to let it go, Kochi will have no way to deal with it. Sir, I can help you get the pointer of Dressrosa. I hope you can take me with you. I can be your slave. I just hope you can avenge us. Now that Su Chen is determined to avenge everyone, he immediately said that he would let Su Chen do whatever he wants. I hope I can help him a little. Whether it's his own money or his identity as a dragon. Damn it, Dressrosa must go. I'll take you with me. What's the point of you going? Just give me the pointer and wait for the news here. Take me to eat something now. Su Chen said as he walked out the door. At this time, Kika breathed a sigh of relief. In his heart, he cursed Su Chen. But no matter what, his life was saved. Although Kiki was unwilling, he also knew that he could not help much, so he hurriedly followed and asked. What about this guy? Just let him go. Su Chen still didn't answer. He just turned back and gently hooked his finger. A drop of blood pierced through Kika's forehead at an extremely fast speed. Plop! Kika fell straight to the ground. He didn't know how he died. Kiki was shocked by Su Chen's method again. He walked in front quickly and took Su Chen to a restaurant. After Su Chen ordered the dishes and paid, he left in a hurry. Su Chen met an old acquaintance, Kuma. His huge body made the restaurant seem a little small. At this time, he had not lost his self-awareness and was still the Kuma of the 7 warlords of the sea. Kuma naturally recognized Su Chen and took the initiative to come over. Or rather, he was waiting for Su Chen. He was entrusted by Long to give Su Chen something. Su Chen was also a little curious, what did the Revolutionary Army want to do? Chapter 17. Big guy. What's the matter? Xiong didn't answer, but took out something and handed it to Su Chen. It was a den den mushi. This naturally belonged to Long, and even Xiong's appearance in this restaurant was arranged. It was just to hand over this den den mushi that could contact the leader of the Revolutionary Army to Su Chen. He has something important to do now, and he can't talk to Su Chen face to face, so he can only use this method. After Xiong handed the den den mushi to Su Chen, he got up and left. Su Chen felt a little puzzled. It was just a den den mushi. Was it necessary to send Xiong? He also wanted to hear what Long wanted to talk to him about, so he put the den den mushi away first. Concentrate on eating. Haven't eaten for a day. Bulu bulu. The den den mushi rang. Su Chen stopped eating, wiped his mouth, and picked up the den den mushi. The den den mushi slowly transformed into a dragon, even replicating the scar on his face. Wow, the den den mushi is really magical. Brother Su Chen, let me introduce myself. My name is Monk D. Long is the current leader of the Revolutionary Army. Oh? What's the matter? Su Chen roughly guessed that Long just wanted him to join the Revolutionary Army. There should be no other reason for Long to find him. The goal of our Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the world government and the celestial dragons. I think Su Chen and I have the same goal, so we are like-minded. So I want to invite you to join us. Let's work together for our goal. What do you think? Afraid that Su Chen didn't know about the Revolutionary Army, Long briefly introduced the Revolutionary Army and waited for Su Chen's answer. Sure enough, he came to invite him to join. It was indeed as Long said, everyone had the same goal. But joining the Revolutionary Army will always have constraints. Moreover, their current mission is to save a country, which is completely unrelated to Su Chen's goal. By the time they are ready to fight the world government, Su Chen may have already dealt with the world government. So joining the Revolutionary Army now will not be good for him. Sorry, I refuse. Su Chen thought of this and rejected Long's invitation. If your Revolutionary Army wants to go to war with the world government, it will take a few years, right? I can't wait that long. After hearing Su Chen's answer, Long felt that he was a little too hasty, so he couldn't help but persuade him. Brother Su Chen, overthrowing the giant world government is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Moreover, with your current strength, it is impossible to shake it even a hair. Even if you are given a few more years, the result will still be the same. You can't rely on one person's strength. A few years? It's only been a few days. Su Chen has already reached the combat power that rivals that of a general. Although further improvement may not be as easy as before, a few years is definitely enough for him to reach the top of the world. No need. Su Chen refused again. But, we can cooperate. After hearing that there was still hope, Long, who thought he had nothing to gain this time, also became interested. How can we cooperate? Cooperation is about helping you and you helping me. You are worried about the constant wars around the world. Or, you are worried about the source of weapons. Yes, but how did you know that? Long's first reaction was, is there a traitor among the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army? Su Chen actually accurately stated the problem they were facing now. Of course I could see it. And the source is in Dressrosa. What? Just by looking at the current situation, he actually found the problem at a glance? Long was also shocked by Su Chen's sharp eyes. Yes, it is consistent with our intelligence, and a huge amount of arms were indeed sold from Dressrosa. Is the cooperation you mentioned related to this? Long asked the question in his mind. Yes, I can help you take down Dressrosa. The condition is. I haven't thought about it yet. How about I bring it up when I need you? Don't worry, if you feel that the conditions I propose are not equal to what I do, you can refuse. Although Dressrosa supplies weapons and ammunition to the whole world, it is all done secretly. Because of the existence of sucrose, it is a very harmonious and prosperous country on the surface, and the Revolutionary Army has no reason to attack. If they do that, they will lose the hearts of the people, and the most important thing for the Revolutionary Army is the people's hearts. The intelligence personnel they sent out also lost contact inexplicably. But those weapons are a thorn in the eyes of the Revolutionary Army. So he has no way to refuse the conditions proposed by Su Chen now. I agree. I wish us a pleasant cooperation, brother Su Chen. Ha ha ha, okay. Wait for my good news. Su Chen hung up the phone after saying that. He was originally going to kill brother Ming, but now Long came up to him and gave him a gift, so he felt embarrassed to refuse. His mood became a little better. Even the food became more delicious. How is it? Did he agree? If he can join, it will definitely make our next move go more smoothly. No, he is a guy with both strength and means. Even if he doesn't join us, he is still our friend. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, isn't it? Sabo. The person who asked the question was Sabo. He didn't expect Long to think so highly of Su Chen. He couldn't understand why Su Chen refused. But since Long said so, he didn't ask any more. After eating and drinking, Kiki ran back panting. Sir, I got it. Kiki handed a record pointer to Su Chen as if to ask for credit. It must be said that these guys who have been here for a long time still have some tricks. They got the directional record pointer easily. Wiping his mouth again, Su Chen took the record pointer. Well done. Wait for my good news. After saying this again, Su Chen stood up and walked out. He had to go back first. The effect of blood magic was so powerful that he had to test his sister to see if he could achieve the effect of resurrection. He needed to find another record pointer for 9 Snake Island, even though he had walked this road once, but without the pointer. He still couldn't find the place. It was easy to get lost in the vast ocean. He didn't want to wait for Kiki to find it, he already had a goal in mind. After the Great Destruction was launched, he arrived at the old place in the blink of an eye. City Hall. Iceberg was sitting in the mayor's office, concentrating on reading a book. Suddenly a hand patted him on the shoulder. How are you, Mayor? This sudden change frightened Bing Shan so much that he quickly put away the book and looked at the person who came. Why are you here again? He is not afraid of Su Chen anymore. This guy is not the kind of person who kills innocent people. He had seen it last time. Bring me a record pointer of 9 Snake Island. Chapter 18. Every time you come here, you ask me for the pointer. In the future, can you please just walk in through the door normally for such trivial matters? Bing Shan said this while he found the record pointer of 9 Snake Island and handed it to Su Chen. I won't bother you anymore, I'm leaving. Su Chen, who had achieved his goal, disappeared in front of the iceberg just like when he came. With the pointer, he was not afraid of getting lost. At Su Chen's current speed, he could reach the 9 Snake Island in about 7 or 8 minutes. Just now, Su Chen had actually been watching behind the iceberg for a long time. Seeing that he was so absorbed in reading, he curiously looked at the contents of the book. It turned out to be a book that taught you how to conquer a queen with black stockings. The title of the book was How to Conquer a Queen with Black Stockings. I didn't expect that the iceberg looked like a gentleman, but he actually read this kind of book behind his back. You can never know a person's heart by his appearance. Soon, an island appeared in the distance. It was the 9 Snake Island. Great, Xiaoro will be rescued soon. When he arrived above the 9 Snake Island, just when he was about to land, his great destruction was about to begin. Damn, he was so excited just now that he forgot to pay attention to the duration of the great destruction. Su Chen just fell straight down. And below him was the Palace Sisters' house where Hancock lived. Su Chen now had no other ability to stay in the air except using his wings. He could only watch himself fall. Bang, 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 plop. Several loud noises were heard. Hearing the loud noise coming from Lady Snake's bedroom, all the people of 9 Snake Island gathered here. They thought someone had attacked their queen. Enemy attack. Lady Snake's palace is under attack. Go and protect the lady. Soon a large group of people gathered at the entrance of the palace. But Su Chen was stunned by the scene in front of him. That's right, he was almost the same as Luffy, and he also fell into Hancock's bath. Hancock also had her back to Su Chen, just like in the anime. She was wide-eyed with surprise and her mouth slightly open. The scene in front of him was much more explosive than what he saw on the phone at that time. This is really too coincidental. Su Chen? Why are you here? Hancock quickly took a towel to cover himself. But the moment he stood up, Su Chen's nosebleed spurted out uncontrollably. He quickly covered his nose. It was so embarrassing. Well, I didn't fall here on purpose. No, I just didn't notice it, my flying ability just failed. Su Chen also hurriedly explained. Hearing Su Chen say this, Hancock also expressed her understanding. She also watched the live broadcast and knew that Su Chen's flying ability was time-limited. Have you seen it all? Hancock asked nervously. She was afraid that Su Chen would see her sky-flying dragon hoof. This might affect her image in Su Chen's mind. Huh? What do you mean? Su Chen has seen quite a lot. Now that his strength has improved, even his eyesight has become stronger. Su Chen said this, and Hancock didn't know how to ask. That's the thing that normal people don't have. After hearing her say this, Su Chen understood it. He didn't hide it and said it directly. He had known for a long time that Hancock was a slave of the celestial dragons. Are you talking about the sky-soaring dragon's hoof? You saw it after all. Hancock was anxious and annoyed at this moment. It's nothing. I've been a slave myself. Don't be afraid. I already know your identity. What? How did he know? I clearly haven't told anyone. Can you help me keep the secret? Hancock pointed her 2 index fingers at each other and looked at Su Chen with an embarrassed look. Hancock did not think of killing him to silence him like she did with Luffy, but just begged Su Chen not to tell anyone. Bang! Sister! What happened? The 2 sisters pushed the door open, thinking they were attacked. As a result, when they came in, they saw their sister, covered only by a bath towel, looking shyly at the attacker, Su Chen. Sister! Could it be? Did he find out? Marigrot asked Hancock nervously. Yes, he saw it. You guys go out and wait, let everyone go about their business, there is nothing wrong here. After hearing what their sister said, the 2 of them also retreated, explained to the people outside, and let them leave. But they were still extremely worried in their hearts, and were already thinking about killing them to silence them, but they were no match for Su Chen, and the two of them were helpless. They could only quickly go to find Grandma Niu and ask her to think of a solution. Of course I have no problem keeping your secret, but, Su Chen was thinking as he spoke. Hancock seemed to sense that he was going to make some excessive demands. Should I agree to his request? I have learned a new ability, the ability to remove scars. Do you want me to help you try to remove the Sky Dragon hoof? Su Chen was not sure whether blood magic could remove the Sky Dragon hoof. Forget it. Speaking of this, Hancock's mood became depressed. She had tried countless ways to make the scar disappear, but all in vain. This mark will never disappear, and it means lower than humans, and it cannot be removed, it can only be covered up. Su Chen also remembered that he and his sister also had the hoof of the Sky Dragon on their backs. But his body has been reshaped so many times, I don't know if this mark is still there. Hancock, can you help me see if there is a sky-flying dragon hoof behind me? Su Chen turned around and faced Hancock. Hancock looked at Su Chen's back. The muscles were evenly distributed. The back is smooth and new due to the body remodeling. But the big hoof of the flying dragon is still there, unchanged. Yes, it's exactly the same as mine. Hancock replied. I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful that it didn't disappear. That's perfect, let's do an experiment with my mark first. Su Chen took out a small bottle, which contained the blood he had purified last time. The blood of the Darkin with pure vitality. He slowly blended the half-fist-sized blood into his back. In Hancock's shocked eyes, the mark really faded a little. It's getting lighter. Just a little bit lighter. Hancock said in surprise. What? Just a little bit lighter? Is the Sky Dragon's hoof so powerful? You know, just one drop of this blood can save a dying person. Chapter 19. Su Chen used the god-killing blade to cut another wound in the palm of his hand. Blood quickly gushed out of the wound, and then he gathered it together, and the blood ball became larger and larger. It stopped when a blood ball the size of a head gathered in front of him. He continued to separate the black blood without stopping, and the whole process was cautious and extremely serious. Although this separation was slower, it was more thorough. Hancock was watching this scene with an incredible look on his face. How much ability does he have? How can he control blood? Soon, Su Chen completed the separation. He first put the black blood into the bottle, and then continued to control the remaining blood to merge into his back. The remaining blood, Su Chen called it pure blood. The bottled blood is called black blood. The blood did not enter the body, but it offset the mark. Slowly, the mark on the back faded a little bit, until it finally disappeared. How is it? Did it work this time? Su Chen asked. But he didn't hear any response. He turned around and looked at Hancock. She was covering her lips lightly and looking at Su Chen with bright eyes. Really, it really worked. Hancock's eyes changed from shock to joy. She didn't expect that Su Chen could actually find a way to remove this mark. Yes, come, let me try it on you too. Su Chen said as he was about to bleed again. Wait, you just lost so much blood, take a rest first. I'm not in a hurry. Su Chen's Darkin physique can be reshaped in seconds even if his body is broken, so losing some blood is not worth mentioning at all. Don't worry, I know my limits. Without explaining too much to her, Su Chen took out nearly 2 liters of his own blood this time. It was twice as much as he had used on himself just now. His blood production speed was extremely fast, so there was no need to worry about not having enough blood. Then he began to concentrate on separation again. Seeing that Su Chen had lost so much blood again, Hancock looked at Su Chen, who was looking serious, with worried eyes. She was slightly moved. After a while, Su Chen finished the separation again. Because Hancock's Sky Dragon hoof had been on her back for a long time, and he had only been on it for more than a year. So he took a little more. After collecting the black blood, he came to Hancock. She was sitting by the bathtub at this time, and Su Chen was standing in the water. Turn around, I will help you eliminate it. Hearing this, Hancock also turned around obediently and lifted her hair to her chest. The whole back was in full view in front of Su Chen. Then, cough cough, no more. Su Chen began to control the blood. Maybe it was really because of the long time, Hancock's was obviously not so easy to eliminate. The speed of integration was very slow. Although it dissipated a little, it would take at least an hour to complete at this rate. After a long time, Hancock also found the problem. Is this for me any more difficult? Yes, blood doesn't get in that easily. It'll take an hour at this rate. Hancock was only covered by a bath towel, and every minute and every second was torture, with her face flushed with shame. Is there any way to make it faster? If it's just remote control, it's definitely not as fast as my direct contact. If I use my hands to assist, it might be faster. Hearing Su Chen say that he wanted to do it on her back, Hancock was entangled again. In the end, she agreed. She didn't want to delay Su Chen too much time. You, just use your hands. After saying this, Hancock lowered her head even lower. Su Chen also started to assist in the fusion. As soon as his hand touched her back, he could clearly feel that her body trembled slightly. The whole back was smooth and soft, and it felt very comfortable to touch. Ahem, with Su Chen's assistance, the progress was obviously accelerated, and the mark was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon it disappeared completely. All right. Su Chen said softly, patting Hancock's back gently. Hancock turned her head slowly and saw the reflection on the water. The sunlight shone through the hole in the ceiling and sprinkled in the room, reflecting Hancock's surprised and excited face. She sat by the bathtub, her white palms slowly stroking the empty back, her eyes wide open, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Her heartbeat was as fast as a drum, and every beat reminded her that this was not a dream. That shame, the mark of shame that she thought could never be eliminated, has now disappeared without a trace. Her eyes began to flash with a crystal light, and those were tears of emotion. She suddenly turned around and threw herself into Su Chen's arms. Her heart was full of gratitude and joy, as if the world had brightened up, and the previous fear and worry had all dissipated with the mark. Thank you. Hancock cried and said this. At this time, bang! The door was pushed open again. Hancock, has your identity been discovered? After receiving the news, Granny Nu hurried over. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Hancock lying in Su Chen's arms, naked. You? What are you doing? She didn't expect that these two people were so bold. In broad daylight, they actually did such a thing here. Hancock was frightened by this sudden change. She hurriedly escaped from Su Chen's arms. Picking up the bath towel, she ran behind the screen half-covered and put on her clothes. When Granny Nu saw that Hancock's back was so smooth and there was no trace of it, she jumped up. What happened? It disappeared. Did you do it? Su Chen didn't answer. He got up and walked out of the bathtub. He was going to see his sister. Don't leave. Did you really do this? How did you do it? Also, why is Hancock crying? Did you bully her? I tell you, if you dare to bully her, I won't let you go. Mother Nu wanted to stop Su Chen and ask him about it. Suddenly, she was kicked out by a flying kick. It's so annoying. Accompanied by Hancock's roar, Granny Nu flew straight into the sky. It was Hancock who had changed into a Cheongsam, which perfectly set off his graceful figure. Do you want to see your sister? I will go with you. Yes. Looking at Hancock's graceful figure, Su Chen recalled the scene just now. Hancock blushed when she saw Su Chen staring at her. Come on, I'll take you there, she said as she ran away and walked ahead quickly. Shaking her head, she followed Hancock to the ice cave. He had roughly understood that blood magic could be used as a weapon in battle, and could also directly control the enemy. But for things like saving people and healing wounds, only his own blood could be used, and other blood was useless. Only the blood of the Darkin had that powerful vitality. If he used other people's blood, even if it was cap, the ratio of extracting pure blood might only be 1:100, while the Darkin's was 1:2. Chapter 21. Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Young Master. We are back. With a soft shout, two people walked in. Sitting in the upper seat was a thin man wearing a cloak and red glasses. So how is it, did you bring the money back? I brought it back, young master, but is it really okay for us to do this? That guy can fight with a general. Derringer, when did you become such a coward? How can such a guy be my opponent? We have a 4 emperors standing behind us. Does he dare to cause trouble for us? The person who spoke was naturally Doflamingo, and his words were full of disdain for Su Chen. Young master is right. I thought too much. These 2 people were Deli Ji and Lao Ji. They were the ones who robbed money and killed people. They were on a mission in the 7 Waters City. When they were about to return after completing the mission, they encountered the arrogant Tiger Shan setting up a ring. At that time, the 2 were among the onlookers. Just when they couldn't stand this arrogant guy and were about to teach him a lesson, Su Chen appeared and killed Shan. He also handed over 500 million Baileys to 2 weak women. That was 500 million, which was not a small amount for their family. But because of Su Chen, Doflamingo was so powerful that they asked their young master for instructions before taking action. Doflamingo's original words at the time were, "Do you want to ask me this? He's just a slave, so what if we rob him? It's his own stupidity, a fool doesn't deserve it." 9 Snake Island. After Su Chen had dinner, he went back to his room to rest, as he would leave for Dressrosa tomorrow. The meal just now was quite harmonious, just between Su Chen and the 3 Hancock sisters. As soon as the sumptuous meal was served, Sandasonia spoke first. "Thank you so much, this not only helps us remove the mark, but also gives us hope for the future. We no longer have to worry about our identities being discovered and being arrested again." Marigorod, who was sitting next to her, also stood up and said as she picked up the wine jug and poured a glass of wine for Su Chen. "Although this may not be a big deal to you, it is priceless to us. Come, let us toast you a glass to express our gratitude." The 3 of them raised their glasses. Su Chen was a little embarrassed by what they said, so he also raised his glass and drank it all. "It's good of you to help me look after my sister." "You're welcome. I will arrange it, don't worry." "Okay, let's eat." Hancock sat next to Su Chen, picking up food for him from time to time. In this peaceful atmosphere, the meal ended. After returning to the room and taking a shower, Su Chen went to bed. Lying on the bed, he began to think about how to deal with Doflamingo. He is not weak now. Compared with Doflamingo, he is definitely better after the Great Destruction. But he will not be much stronger. If he is determined to escape, these 30 minutes will definitely not be enough to kill him. After the Great Destruction is over, it will be even more impossible to catch up. I have to think of a way to make Doflamingo fight to the death with me. I remember that in the original book, Doflamingo valued his cotters very much. It seems that we have to start with these cotters, make him angry, and be angry to the point of losing his mind before we have a chance to kill him. The next morning, Su Chen got up early, and when he walked out of the room, he saw Hancock sitting in the hall. Yesterday he told Hancock that he would leave early this morning and go to Dressrosa. Unexpectedly, she got up earlier than him. "I'm ready to go," Su Chen said softly. "Yes. Come here." Su Chen walked over after hearing this. "What's wrong? I have prepared some things for you, take them with you." She took out some things from the bag beside her. "This is a record pointer of several large islands in the New World. You can use it when you need it. This is my life card. If I am not here and you want to find me, you can use it. This is a Den Den Mushi for you. You don't have a Den Den Mushi yet, do you? This is my number and the other one is yours. They are both written on the slip. This is your life paper that I secretly made with your hair. I kept half for myself, and you can give the other half to others later. There are also some food. I'll put the food in your package. Please carry the rest with you. Don't lose it. Oh, there are also some Baileys, there are several million, you can take them with you, buy whatever you want on the way." Hancock took out a lot of things in one breath, and then remembered something and said, "Don't worry, sister. I will arrange someone to look after me even if I go out to sea. Just leave without worry." Su Chen was shocked. He didn't expect Hancock to have prepared so many things. She must have not slept much tonight. Hancock really couldn't sleep at all last night. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart when she thought that Su Chen was leaving again. She had this feeling the last time Su Chen left, but it was not strong. But this time, she has been unable to sleep all night. And this feeling is getting stronger and stronger, and she herself doesn't know what's wrong. Thank you. Su Chen put away everything on the table. Su Chen took out a few small bottles of pure blood and handed them to Hancock. This was the blood he extracted last night. This thing is very effective in healing wounds. You can use it when necessary. I'll call you if anything happens. I'm leaving now. After saying that, she activated the Great Destruction and prepared to leave. At this time, Hancock's feeling in her heart became even stronger. By mistake, she said something that made her blush. Can you call me when you have nothing to do? After she finished speaking, she realized how obvious the meaning of this sentence was, and immediately buried her head in her chest. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Without replying, she controlled her wings and soared into the sky. However, at the foot of Hancock, where her eyes were now focused, she used the strong wind brought by her wings to carve 2 words. Okay. The distance from Nine Snake Island to Dressrosa is not short. A small black dot appeared in the distance, and Dressrosa could already be seen. Even if he went at full speed, it would take more than 20 minutes. He thought he could not fly and was ready to start swimming. You know, this is already a terrifying speed. Even if an ordinary ship sailed there, it would take several days to arrive even if everything went well. At this moment, Su Chen's wings began to slowly disappear. Damn! In the end, I still have to swim over. How can the skills rewarded by this system not be related to physical strength? It has been so long and it has not changed for 30 minutes. Plop! Su Chen has fallen into the sea. There is no choice but to swim over. It is already very close and it won't take too long. 10 minutes later, Su Chen finally landed on the land of Dressrosa. He couldn't help but sigh that it felt so good to be on the ground. He began to walk towards the town. But he didn't know that at this time, far away in the center of the island, in the palace of Dressrosa, a woman with a charming figure and a beautiful face had already discovered him. Chapter 22. She saw the whole process from Su Chen's landing to the shore. But she did not make a sound, nor did she tell her young master. She just said that she was going out for a while, and left the palace. Others did not find it strange, and Minga did not restrict her freedom. This person was Violet, the former princess of the Dressrosa kingdom, codenamed Violet, who was the user of the staring fruit. She was forced to join the Don Quixote family, just to make Doflamingo let go of her father, King Riku. Su Chen has arrived in the town. On both sides of the streets of Dressrosa, towering buildings are scattered in an orderly manner. The exquisite murals and reliefs on the walls make Su Chen feel a Spanish style. On both sides of the road, there are all kinds of shops, from exquisite handicrafts to tempting food. The shop owners enthusiastically solicit passers-by, and you can often see toys passing by. Hey, would you like to see these little things in my house? You can buy them to make your girlfriend happy. A boss with a beer belly on the roadside was selling his products to Su Chen. After Su Chen got ashore, he used blood magic to slightly change his appearance. Now he couldn't recognize his original appearance. Anyway, there was no rush, so he just took a walk around this famous island of passion and toys. He came to the store and took a look around. They were all little things that girls liked. Plush toys, headdresses, cosmetics, everything. Su Chen walked around and felt that there was nothing good to see. What the hell is this? Will anyone really buy this kind of thing? I really don't understand. He walked out not long after. Continue to walk forward. But there was an extra bow-shaped hairband in his hand. In the noisy crowd, Su Chen was walking and suddenly felt that someone bumped into him and stuffed something into his hand. Su Chen didn't grab it immediately. That person had a note in his hand. The person who took so much trouble to slip the note to him should not have any bad intentions. But he had obviously changed his appearance, how could anyone recognize him? Even if he hadn't changed his appearance, he didn't have many friends in this city. It was really puzzling. He came to a small alley and opened the note to take a look. There was an address written on it. He even drew something like a map. Oh? Asking me to meet? Who could it be? Should I go? Su Chen couldn't help but think about it, and finally he decided to go and take a look. Anyway, the only one who can challenge him in this country is Brother Ming, who is fearless. According to the content of the note, Su Chen came to a tavern. It didn't say how to connect specifically, so Su Chen was not in a hurry. He came to the bar and found a corner to sit down. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" the waiter asked politely. "Give me a bottle of rum." After Su Chen came to this world, he had never tasted this wine that almost all pirates loved so much. Anyway, he had to wait for that person to show up, so he could have a taste. "Okay, please wait." After a while, the waiter brought a cup and a bottle of wine, poured a glass for Su Chen and left. He took a sip. When he first tasted it, there was a faint sweetness, and then the spiciness of the alcohol gradually spread, stimulating his taste buds. This was a feeling Su Chen had never had before. This wine seemed to have a kind of magic that made him feel happy. He couldn't help but pour another glass. Soon, a bottle of rum was drunk, and Su Chen felt a little tipsy. It tasted really good. It is worthy of being the favorite of pirates. At this moment, an intellectual beauty came to him and asked politely, "Can I sit here?" She pointed to the seat next to Su Chen. "Sit down." She sat down after hearing that. When she was about to say something, Su Chen interrupted her. "Just say what you want to say. I don't like beating around the bush." Su Chen put the note on the table. Seeing her, Su Chen suddenly realized that he had forgotten that there was such a person in Dressrosa. Her ability must have seen him swimming in the sea. She must have discovered him first, then saw him in disguise, and finally found him accurately. This won't do. This is his trump card. Su Chen has already started to want to kill him to silence him. He has now mastered the ability to take the god-killing blade into his body. It is impossible for him to recognize himself just by appearance. Seeing this, Violet also spoke directly. "You are here to deal with Doflamingo, right?" "Oh." Su Chen didn't say much. "They robbed your 500 million Baileys, so you came here, right?" It seems that the news of Su Chen being robbed has spread among the Don Quixote family. "You want to use me to get rid of Doflamingo?" Su Chen was still thinking about silencing her, and his eyes gradually became dangerous when he looked at Violet. "Of course, I can't say I'm using you. I just want to help you if you need it." Violet also noticed Su Chen's increasingly dangerous aura and thought she had said something wrong. She didn't know that Su Chen had already known that his secret had been discovered. "Miss Violet, let's talk about something else first." Su Chen called out her name directly. You know me." Violet looked at Su Chen in shock. In the past, others were exposed in front of her. This was the first time she felt exposed. "Since he knew my name, my ability must be no exception. It seems that he already knows it." Violet also confessed immediately. "I did see something. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." "Do you want me to believe you like this?" Su Chen said coldly. "How can you believe it?" Su Chen did not answer her immediately, but took out his bottle of black blood. The liquid inside was as black as ink and exuded a terrifying aura. "Let this black blood enter your body. Or, die now." Looking at this horrible liquid, Violet knew that she had no choice. This was the only way to save the country and everyone. After struggling for a while, she said, "Come on." Violet closed her eyes, looking brave enough to die. Su Chen injected the black blood directly into her body. Violet waited for a while and didn't feel any discomfort, so she opened her eyes. Su Chen then explained. "There is a layer of normal blood wrapped around the black blood, but I can make it disappear at any time. By then, you will become a monster who only knows how to kill, understand?" Violet nodded. "Now you can tell me what you just meant by helping me." "I can help you provide information. I know all their internal information, including the movements and strengths of the Cotters, or some of Doflamingo's abilities. I know all of these. Chapter 23. Violet told Su Chen what help she could provide. She was not sure what kind of person Su Chen was. But she had no choice, just like before. This was the only chance she had seen to overthrow Doflamingo in all these years. And I can also tell you the biggest secret of this country. Su Chen naturally knew that she was referring to the source of this toy kingdom, sugar. Among the help she could provide to Su Chen, the most useful one was some of their target movements. This would greatly make Su Chen's next plan smoother and simpler. The biggest secrets are not needed. I am not interested. You just need to provide me with the information I need. This is my phone number. If there are any major moves by those cotters, just contact me. You won't need to contact me for anything else. Is there anyone out on a mission right now? Su Chen said calmly. At present, Diamante is the only one who is not on the island. I don't know what she is doing outside or when she will be back. Violet replied after thinking for a moment. Diamante is one of the 4 highest-ranking cotters of the Don Quixote family. Codenamed Cube, he leads the fighting group of the Don Quixote family. He is a user of the floating fruit ability. He wears a fur-brimmed hat, has 2 facial wrinkles on his face, wears a red cloak, and dresses like an indigenous tribe. Su Chen's plan is to secretly inject black blood into all the guys above the cotter level, and lurk in their bodies. When Su Chen needs it, all will burst out. It just so happens that he left a lot of pure blood for Hancock, and accordingly, he has several bottles of black blood. Now he has to arrange a bottle of black blood for everyone step by step. Is there anything important happening in Dressrosa right now? Su Chen just wanted to ask casually to see if there was a suitable entry point. A grand competition is being held on the island. The prize is a devil fruit with unknown power. The venue is the bullfighting arena. However, Doflamingo did not intend to let the fruit fall into the hands of outsiders. He had already sent Laoji and Derringer to join the competition. The end result is definitely that they will win without losing. Those contestants who come to participate in the competition will have to pay a high registration fee and get nothing. Oh? Competition. He was looking for cotters, but he didn't expect 2 of them to come at once. Now he has no choice but to participate in this competition. He can also get a fruit for free. If he does something that can make Doflamingo unhappy, he should do more now. When his identity is exposed, the new and old grudges will only have a better effect. The next action has been planned. First, deal with these 2 guys, and then continue to wait for the opportunity. Well, this information is enough, you can go back. Contact me if you have any news. Of course, you can also contact me if you are in danger. After all, we are allies now, haha. Su Chen said playfully. Okay. I will contact you if I have any other news. I am leaving now. If I leave for a long time, they will doubt me. Yes. Violet left in a hurry, leaving Su Chen to continue to sort out his thoughts. Captain, our people found Su Chen's trace over Ice and Fire Island. He was extremely fast, and was observed by a member in hawk form. He was so fast that he was invisible in a flash, but he still recognized the man. Look at the direction he flew to, it was Dressrosa. No one would have thought that he could be recognized even though he was passing by at the speed of light. He also accurately deduced Su Chen's destination. Hey! Let all my team members rush over, and notify the Navy by the way. The person who spoke was the captain of CP0. His team members currently have only one mission, which is to kill Su Chen. He couldn't help but sigh that it was too difficult to work behind the celestial dragons. Now he has to deal with everything in Marijoa personally. I really miss the old days. The navy that received the news naturally immediately sent Vice Admiral Garp to go there, and brought several sea-stone handcuffs to Garp before leaving. They were really afraid that they couldn't control Su Chen. What the hell is going on, Sengoku? What's the point of bringing so many? They can't be stacked. Garp complained to Sengoku. I'm just afraid that you'll get lost. With your temper, you can do anything. Without sea-stone, even you won't be able to do anything to him. If conditions permit, I'd like to make you a sea-stone armor. Garp set sail amid the roar of Sengoku, picking his ears and looking nonchalant. As soon as Violet came back, someone came to inform her that Doflamingo asked her to come over. Violet was startled. Has she been discovered? Am I being followed? Should I call him now? On second thought, Su Chen had obviously changed his appearance, so even if he was followed, it wouldn't matter. Who doesn't have a few friends? Soon she came in front of Doflamingo, who was sitting in the conference room waiting for her. Come on, take a seat. Doflamingo said expressionlessly. Violet sat down opposite Doflamingo and asked calmly. Is there anything you can talk to me about? You seem to be paying attention to that guy named Su Chen recently, and you've even looked up some information about him, right? Doflamingo looked at Violet with a smile, as if he had the ability to see through people's hearts. Violet didn't answer, and soon Doflamingo laughed and said. Hey, 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 hey. It's okay, I just want to scare you for a moment, but the reason I asked you to come here this time is really related to him. There's news that he's coming our way. Please take some time to keep an eye on the surrounding situation over the next 2 days. If you find any problem, remember to report it to me immediately. He should be coming for us. Violet's heart jumped into her throat when she heard Dover's first words. She thought she was really discovered. Fortunately, Dover was just talking, but how did he know that Su Chen came to Dressrosa? Okay, this is what I should do. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Violet said calmly, not daring to reveal any flaws. Well, you go down. After Doflamingo finished speaking, Violet stood up and walked out quickly. Dov smiled indifferently. As for where he got the news, it was naturally from the officer who served as vice admiral in the navy, Fergo. And the navy hero Garp was also rushing here. It has to be said that the navy is really a bit outrageous that an undercover agent can actually get the position of vice admiral. If Fergo was a little stronger and ate a natural devil fruit, he could sit in the position of admiral. Of course he could see that this woman had ulterior motives, but he didn't care. What kind of storm could a woman stir up? It's enough for me to use her. If she wasn't so capable, I would have killed her long ago. I hope she can be more sensible, otherwise, I will lose another admiral, he. Chapter 24. Su Chen waved over the waiter and prepared to settle the bill. After paying for the drinks, he gave him a few thousand more tips. Ask you a few questions. The waiter bent down and took the money, smiling happily. The waiter's attitude became obviously more enthusiastic after receiving the tip. Sir, if you ask, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Where is your bullfighting arena? When does the competition start? Where can I sign up? Su Chen asked several questions in a row. The bullfighting arena is in the center of the city. Just go east. The competition starts today. It's still early, so I don't know the exact start time. As for the registration place, there is a sign at the entrance of the bullfighting arena. You can see it when you arrive. Su Chen was very satisfied with the waiter's answer. He gave him some tips and then went out to the east. Thank you, guest. Welcome to visit us next time. After coming out, we headed east and soon a building in the style of the ancient Roman Colosseum came into view. The appearance of the bullfighting arena presents a rough and magnificent style. The tall walls and solid pillars support the entire structure, which makes people feel its solidity and stability at a glance. At the top of the arena, the sun shines through the translucent awning, bringing bright and warm light to the entire venue. Su Chen came to the entrance and prepared to see where to sign up. There was already a long queue here, with people from all walks of life and all kinds of toys queuing here waiting to enter. They were all spectators. Chatting in groups of 3 or 5 made the place very lively. I heard that today's prize is a fruit that is not included in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. I wonder if many people will come to grab it. Forget it. A fruit whose power is unknown can only be sold for 100 million berries. There shouldn't be anyone too strong to snatch it. Well, so far, there aren't many people going to the registration office to sign up. I wonder if there will be more people in a while. I hope it can be exciting, don't let our tickets be worth it. Ha ha ha. Su Chen heard their conversation and looked at the registration office on the other side. There were not many people there yet. At this time, a tall bald man walked towards the registration office. Seeing that man, the crowd suddenly became louder. Look! Isn't that a green pepper? It's really him. The 12th generation pillar of the Babao Navy, the leader of the violent group Qingjiao family. He's here too. Now we have something to watch. The other players are going to be in trouble. Those who have already signed up now have uglier faces than each other, ha 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 ha. No one should sign up now, after all, Qingjiao is very strong. But at this time, Su Chen was walking towards the registration office slowly, and people who saw this scene couldn't help but laugh at him. That silly boy must not know Qingjiao. He actually wants to sign up. Isn't this just giving away money? Yes. If you can't quit after signing up, all those people would have run away. He still rushed forward with a shameless face. Haha, wait and see him get killed instantly by Qingjiao. Qingjiao also noticed Su Chen, who was waiting behind him. You are so brave, kid. Su Chen ignored him. He really didn't take such a person seriously. Seeing that Su Chen ignored him, Qingjiao didn't say much. After registering, he went to the player waiting area. He was in area B. He came here for the devil fruit. 5 million could get a devil fruit worth 100 million, and maybe he could add another master to their Babao Navy. After paying the registration fee of 5 million Baileys, Su Chen also entered the bullfighting arena, but he was not in the same area as Qingjiao. He was in area A. The waiting area here was really hard for Su Chen to describe. This dim building was just like a prison cell. At this time, there were already more than a dozen people waiting here. Su Chen's arrival made them all look over and look at Su Chen up and down. Seeing that he was unarmed and didn't even have protective gear on his body, they all regarded him as a newcomer to the arena and not to be feared. Then they stopped paying attention to Su Chen. While they were watching Su Chen also glanced around. There was no sign of the two cotters. It seemed that he had to wait until they will meet in the finals. But he found a familiar figure, a woman wearing a golden gladiator helmet and revealing clothes. It was Rebecca. He didn't expect to meet her here. She is only 14 years old now? Or 15? Has she started fighting in the arena at such a young age? But her figure is well developed, with a baby face and big breasts. Compared with the people here, Su Chen's dress seems out of place. He is still wearing the clothes given to him by Hancock, a white short-sleeved shirt and shorts. He doesn't even have a weapon in his hand. This is not a small place. There are quite a few people, and it is a bit not spacious, but no one is around Rebecca. It's as if she is like something dirty, and no one wants to get close to her. At this time, Su Chen came to Rebecca's side and sat down. As long as the place is spacious. Seeing that this newcomer actually sat next to her, Rebecca guessed that Su Chen should be an outsider. No one in Dressrosa would be willing to get close to her. Seeing that he was a newcomer and looked friendly, she planned to help him. Hi, my name is Rebecca. Well, my name is Ron. This is the name Su Chen used when he registered. Is this your first time in the arena? Do you know the rules of the arena? Rebecca asked. Su Chen really didn't know. There seemed to be a sticker at the door just now, but he didn't pay attention to it at all. He didn't remember such small details in his previous life. I don't know. Su Chen answered. Seeing Su Chen say this, Rebecca became more certain of her guess. The rules are simple. You win if you kill everyone or make everyone fall into the water. If you fall into the water, you will die. There are ferocious fighting fish in the water. Once you fall into the water, you will be eaten up in an instant. So for a newcomer like you, the best way is to pretend to be dead if you can't win. At least you can survive. Rebecca shared her experience with Su Chen, hoping to help this guy who was willing to sit with her. Well, okay. Su Chen still answered indifferently. Rebecca saw that Su Chen listened to her seriously and was willing to respond to her, even if his attitude was cold. She didn't care, as if no one was willing to talk to her like this for a long time. There was only one toy that accompanied her all the time. So even if Su Chen's attitude was cold, she still enjoyed it. She was still chattering with Su Chen, and Su Chen responded to her intermittently. Su Chen was really listening to the rules seriously. After all, he still wanted to get the fruit, and he couldn't capsize because of the rules. Rebecca also came for the devil fruit. She wanted to become strong and then take revenge on Doflamingo. Chapter 25. Humph, that guy actually got so close to Princess Riku. He's really courting death. Let's kill him first. When the others saw this, they also planned to work together to eliminate Su Chen. Rebecca was already famous here at a young age with her flowing swordsmanship and observation haki. These people knew they were no match for her, so they naturally targeted Su Chen, who had a good chat with her. Everyone here regarded the visionary royal family as their enemy. All this was Doflamingo's masterpiece. Before long, there was a lot of noise outside, all looking forward to the start of the battle, and couldn't wait to see the bloody scene of the fight. A bald man who looked like a host also announced loudly. The competition begins. Let's invite the contestants from Area A to enter. We look forward to their performance. The people waiting inside also stood up and began to enter the venue one after another. Rebecca finally stopped her chattering and patted Su Chen on the shoulder and said happily, "It's so fun chatting with you. Don't worry, I will definitely protect your life. I'm very strong. Don't be afraid." Su Chen was a little speechless. Who talked to you? Can it be considered a chat? While they were waiting, more and more people came to the waiting area. Now there are about 40 people in Area A. The guys who came later still have a strong aura. For example, a guy wearing small glasses who looks familiar to Su Chen, Bellamy. I wonder if Rebecca can stand it. This guy should have just come here. He was defeated by Luffy on Jaya Island not long ago. Soon everyone came to the circular arena in the middle. The surrounding water was full of ferocious fighting fish. The audience in the stands began to laugh loudly when they saw Rebecca. "Rebecca! This time I must kill someone. Don't just throw people in the water. We want to see blood. We want to see you kill or be killed. Kill her." Rebecca didn't do anything, but she had to endure the malice of everyone in this city. Over the years, she had gotten used to it and ignored these people. Everyone was alert to the people around them, because they could die if they were not careful. As the host shouted, "Start!" everyone moved and launched sneak attacks on the people around them. They wanted to eliminate a group of people quickly. Some people couldn't dodge in time, or were attacked by two people at the same time, and they died on the spot. It was over at the beginning. There were also people on Su Chen's side who killed Su Chen. When Su Chen was about to deal with them, Rebecca stood in front of him. These people were no match for her at all, and she threw them into the water easily. After doing all this, she turned around and smiled triumphantly at Su Chen. "Just follow behind me, I'm very powerful. You, a rookie, can easily be attacked." She just saw Su Chen standing still, thinking he was so scared that he didn't know how to run away. So she rushed to save him. After saying that, she rushed out again, but she just threw him into the water. The people on the field were rapidly decreasing, blood was splattered on the field, and people kept falling into the water. In addition to Su Chen's side, there were two other people on the field who were killing vigorously. Whether Bellamy's spring punch or Toad skills, these minions could not resist it. He easily killed one with one punch, and soon no one dared to bother him. This was exactly what he wanted. It was just right to take a break and save his strength to stand to the end. His goal is to win first place. Let Doflamingo look at him with new eyes. So that he will agree to let him join the Don Quixote family. Then he will give the devil fruit to Doflamingo, a perfect plan. There is also a rhinoceros rampaging on the other side. No one can stop it wherever it passes. In the last corner, there is a woman from the long-legged tribe, who is also very powerful. Her long legs are skillful in performing various kicking techniques. Very powerful. The number of people on the field is getting smaller and smaller, and soon there are only 5 of them left. But no one takes Su Chen seriously, and only regards him as a lucky trash. Just like this, the stalemate. Okay, we see that there are only 5 people left. Who will win the championship of Zone A in the end? Let's wait and see. Rhino Angle took the lead. He found the closest long-legged player. Look! Bellamy is also gathering his strength. Who is his target? Rebecca. He rushes towards Rebecca. Rebecca actually reacted and blocked it. But she was still knocked out by this punch. Although Rebecca's observation haki sensed it, Bellamy's speed after charging was too fast, and she had no time to dodge. Now her hands were shaking from the shock. She didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. It seems that Bellamy's strength has improved a lot after being defeated by Luffy. Su Chen can vaguely feel that he is about to awaken his domineering power. With his spring fruit, Rebecca should not be his opponent now. Rebecca, who was hit by this blow, although she did not lose her combat effectiveness, was also injured. Bellamy was relentless and kept launching fierce attacks on Rebecca at a very fast speed. Although Rebecca was able to dodge with her observation haki, she had no chance to fight back at all. If this continued, she would soon be unable to hold on. On the other side, the attack of the long-legged tribe hit Eng without any pain at all. The animal-type devil fruit is so unreasonable. Although she can deal with him a little with her flexible body, but that unbreakable defense is a hurdle she can never overcome. With her physical strength constantly depleted, it seems that it won't be long before the winner is decided. Rebecca kept dodging, but Bellamy still caught her flaw. After she used the sword in her hand to block another spring punch from Bellamy, she didn't expect that Bellamy's neck would also turn into a spring and knock his head towards her. Unable to dodge, she was hit hard on the forehead by this head. While Rebecca was knocked back and lying down, Bellamy's simple and unpretentious power punch hit her stomach. Rebecca was hit and lay directly on the ground, and she couldn't get up in a short time. The long-legged tribe on the other side was also exhausted, and the rhino caught the flaw and pushed her head into the water. A large group of fighting fish rushed towards her immediately. She was exhausted and was soon eaten up. This bloody scene made the audience on the stage excited again. Beautiful. That's it. Rebecca is dying. Kill her first. Kill her. And the boy with her. Kill them. Waves of cheers came from the stands. Well, the situation is now clear. It seems that the winner is one of them. As for the boy with Rebecca, I hope he can survive. Before the solution was finished, Bellamy had already walked towards Su Chen. Rebecca fell to the ground at this time. Although she was anxious, she could only watch the scene in front of her. Boy, do you want to jump into the water and be eaten? Or should I help you? Chapter 26. Bellamy looked disdainful and arrogantly asked Su Chen. Su Chen ignored him and just looked at him with a half-smile. It feels so good to win without doing anything. I can get to the finals without doing anything. Rebecca is really a good tool. Seeing that Su Chen ignored him, Bellamy was a little embarrassed in front of so many people. He said angrily. You are such a cool loser. Go to hell. Since you don't want to talk, shut up forever. He began to gather strength while speaking. He was determined to smash the guy's mouth with one punch. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Su Chen. The spring fist had already been charged and hit Su Chen in the face. Good. He is dead now. Let's see who can save him. So cool, Bellamy. You are my idol. Come on, beat him up. A guy who relied on a woman to get to this point should have been eliminated long ago. Go to hell. The audience was more excited than the players on the field. Maybe this is because they have a stronger sense of participation. In this case, this young man named Ron should be defeated in the Northwest. Let us start looking forward to the championship match. Wait. What's going on? Su Chen on the field did not react quickly to be killed instantly as they imagined, but raised his fist and hit Bellamy's spring fist. Just when Rebecca closed her eyes and didn't want to watch anymore, she suddenly heard a cry in her ears. So what if you reacted? You still have to, what? The spring on Bellamy's arm began to twist continuously. Then, under Rebecca's shocked gaze, the spring soon couldn't hold on and restored the shape of the arm, but it was twisted and crooked and could no longer be lifted. Ah! My hand! Bellamy finally came back to his senses from the shock at this time, and the severe pain in his arm made him cry out in pain. Under his terrified gaze, Su Chen picked up his twisted arm, threw him into the water with a flick of his hand. Good, so strong. Too strong. He is so powerful. I actually said I would protect him? I am so ridiculous. I didn't expect that our little brother Ron is actually a dark horse. It's so shocking. After the host finished speaking, the audience finally reacted. Holy shit! What the hell is going on? This guy is hiding his strength by not making a move. This is too strong. What kind of strength is this? What? He has such strength but he still hides behind the princess. Could this champion be him? It seems to be him. Such terrifying strength. Su Chen looked at Brother Rhino again. Seeing this, Nge didn't waste any words and rushed towards Su Chen with full power. Although it looked powerful, it was not difficult to dodge. Nge launched an attack. However, it should be difficult to hit the enemy with such a direct impact. It seems that his attack will miss. Let's see how Ron responds. What? He didn't dodge or evade, and was going to take the blow head on. Did he get swelled up after defeating Bellamy just now? You know, this is several times stronger than Bellamy's spring punch. Su Chen looked at the rhino charging at him and directly hit its horns. What? He actually stopped the sprinting Eng? What kind of terrifying power is this? The commentator was still shocked. Su Chen pulled back a little harder. He wanted to throw him over his shoulder, but he didn't expect to break his horns directly. The horns were broken, Su Chen felt bored, and kicked him into the water. At this point, only Su Chen was left standing on the stage. What? He actually broke off Nge's horn. Is he a Superman? You know, that horn is harder than alloy. It's so shocking. I declare. The winner of Zone A is our brother Ron. After the bald host and commentator finished speaking, a passage extended to the arena. Su Chen picked up Rebecca and walked towards the lounge. It was not until he disappeared from everyone's sight that they reacted and started cheering. Holy crap! This guy is so awesome! What a terrifying power! Breaking off the horns. I can't even think about it. This sense of power hit me directly in the face. He didn't even use his full strength, it was too powerful. Damn, I'm already looking forward to his next appearance. He's so strong. After returning to the lounge, he threw Rebecca to the ground. Now there were only two of them in the lounge of Area A. Thank you, if it weren't for you I would have died. Rebecca felt ashamed when she said this. She was the type who made bold statements before the game, talked nonsense during the game, and remained silent after the game. By the way, you're welcome. At this time, the B area had already started to play, and Su Chen's sight also came to the field. He ignored Rebecca and left her lying on the ground in embarrassment. The two cotters were not in the B area, and their strength was generally not strong. Only Qing Jiao was outstanding. After the start, Qing Jiao swept all the way. No one could match him, and no one could even take his move. Because a devil fruit with unknown power really couldn't attract any powerful people, King Jiao's presence was already beyond people's expectations. With that iron head, the result of the B area came out soon. There was no doubt that Qing Jiao advanced to the finals. Next was the C area. After the contestants in the C area came out, Su Chen recognized the dwarf with a hat with a fighting fish icon on his head and a fish fin on his back. He was Derringer, one of the targets this time. But that outfit really made Su Chen disagree. He wore a long-sleeved shirt with giraffe stripes on the upper body, hot pants on the lower body, and 10 cm dark red high heels on his feet. The weapon was that pair of shoes, which was simply outrageous. The battle in Area C ended very quickly. The 14-year-old Derringer showed great fighting ability. The speed was so fast that most people on the field had no time to react before they were kicked through the throat by the 10 cm high heels. Only one swordsman with decent strength could fight him for 2 moves, but after 2 moves, he was kicked and his spine was broken. He collapsed to the ground, and finally the high heels slowly pierced his head. Area D was the last one, and Lao Ji was in this area. He was an old man in his 60s, with blue veins on his head, which made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. This group was completely crushing, and no one could resist Lao Ji's Qigong. It was also very strange to hear about Qigong in the pirate world. At this point, the candidates for the finals have been settled. After a short break, the finals will begin. Then it will be time for Su Chen to act. Chapter 27. Jorah, who raised Derringer since childhood, is one of Don Quixote's cotters. She also came to the scene and was sitting in the audience cheering for Derringer. Derringer is a boy, but she raised him as a girl since childhood, which led to his behavior and dressing style being more like a girl. When seeing Derringer killing everyone in Area C, Jorah was so excited that her voice was almost hoarse. Ah! Xiaojia, you are the best. Mom loves you. Don't hold back. Win the championship in one fell swoop. After hearing Xiao La's shout, Derringer would turn to her and show his full mouth of fangs and grin. The cheerleaders came specially to cheer her up. On King Jiao's side were his two grandsons, Lao Cai and Abu. Old man. You played so beautifully. Lao Cai's younger brother Abu was no less imposing than Xiao La. The shouts of the two were equally matched. After a short break, it was soon time for the finals to begin. Let us welcome the 4 finalists. Come on, Derringer. Kick them to pieces. Uncle G is the strongest. G. Green Pepper is obviously stronger. Come on, Green Pepper. Xiaojia. Mommy loves you. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, the 4 finalists came to the center of the arena. Xiaojia, follow the plan later. Yeah. Okay, Uncle G. The 2 officers have already discussed the tactics and will start fighting immediately after the host gives the order. I really didn't expect you to make it to the finals. The person who spoke was Qing Jiao. Do you want to cooperate? The 2 guys on the opposite side are in the same group. If either of us fights them, it will be bad. Qing Jiao naturally knew that the 2 guys on the opposite side were cotters of the Don Quixote family, and it was almost inevitable that they would cooperate to deal with the other 2 first. That's why he wanted to join forces with Su Chen. In this situation, he expected that Su Chen would not refuse, and cooperation was the only way out. He didn't believe that this guy didn't want to win. No need. What? Do you know how strong the 2 people on the other side are? Even I don't dare to say that I can deal with them. Qing Jiao was also a little anxious. He didn't expect Su Chen to really refuse to cooperate. He thought that Su Chen didn't understand the other party's strength and wanted to continue to persuade him. No need for that. Su Chen said the same thing again, which made Qing Jiao very angry. She cursed him in her heart for not understanding the situation. Okay. Let's not waste any more time. The game begins. As soon as the host finished speaking, Derringer disappeared from sight. At the same time, Lao Ji also rushed towards Qing Jiao. Their goal was clear. They had to work together to eliminate Qing Jiao first. Lao Ji, who came close, took his starting stance. He put his hands together to form a G shape. He hit Qing Jiao. Diwang Fist. At the same time, Deli Ji suddenly appeared from behind, and attacked Qing Jiao at the same time as Lao Ji. Pistol high heels. The situation was very unfavorable to Qing Jiao in an instant. He first used an 8-punch to fight with Lao Ji. He then used the armed color to defend against Delier's attack. The collision between the 2 produced a huge shock wave, and as a result, Lao Ji was knocked out. During this period, he was kicked by Delier for more than a dozen times. Although he used armed color to defend, the place where he was kicked still hurt. Ah! Old man! Is it cool? Derringer looked crazy. Qing Jiao ignored him. He once again released the 8-punch to knock Derringer back. Then he jumped up. He started spinning head first. Like a spinning top. 8 punches, Wuta turns. He came towards Delier at high speed. But his speed was simply too fast for him to hit Delier. Delier dodged and even stood and waited from time to time, covering his mouth and twisting his butt. Aya! Stupid pig! Hurry up! Lolyalu! Ha ha ha! This scene made King Jiao's blood pressure rise. But there was nothing he could do. Lao Ji, who was standing next to him, was bending over at this time, with a posture of back pain. Suddenly, he quickly spun and sprinted towards Qing Jiao, who was head down. Lumber pain style, eyes withering. With a speed beyond human dynamic vision, he spun and struck towards Qing Jiao's eyes. Due to the high speed of rotation, Qing Jiao couldn't dodge in time, and was hit by him, leaving a G-shaped mark on the back of his head. Qing Jiao's eyes were full of stars, and his eyes almost popped out, and he was directly hit and flew out. Defying frantically finished off Qing Jiao in the air, hitting him with his high heels. Suddenly, Qing Jiao grabbed Defying's foot. Defying was shocked. It was the observation haki. He predicted his attack. "Hey, kid! I got you! 8 punch wu tiao you!" He threw Deliji into the air. Qing Jiao jumped with all his might. The head with a strong armed collar hit Deliji. This attack carried the momentum to severely injure him. Once hit, he would be either dead or injured. The 14-year-old Deliji is not too strong now. If he is hit, he will definitely lose his combat effectiveness. Lao Ji on the side naturally saw it. At the critical moment, he launched his ultimate move. The ultimate secret technique of Diwang Fist Battle Protection Fist Diwang Fist Secret. The whole person's body and size increased to several times the original. Muscles also grew explosively. Physical fitness completely returned to the peak state of his youth. With his speed greatly increased, he came to Qing Jiao in an instant. One punch collided with Qing Jiao's iron head. After the two were evenly matched and stalemate for a while, Lao Ji retreated 2 steps and ended. "What? 2 against 1? What is the other guy doing? Why not join the fight? Just stand aside and watch." Abu saw that his grandfather was constantly suppressed and 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, so he also started to attack Su Chen. Su Chen had been watching from the edge of the arena. It must be said that the strength of these 2 people is still good. "Xiao Jia! Be careful! Don't get caught again! Kill him in one fell swoop!" Xiao shouted at the top of his voice. Qing Jiao was also irritated by the 2 of them. He jumped up into the air. The secret of 8 punch, dragon without cone, nail without cone. The secret of 8 punch is one of Qing Jiao's strongest moves. First, wrap the armament haki around the flat head, then rush to the cloud at high speed with the strength of the whole body and weight, and then concentrate the shock wave of the 8 punch on the flat head, so as to concentrate the force on one point to collide with the opponent. This move can completely crush the target with just one hit. Seeing this, Lao Ji was also ready. He kept accumulating power. Soon Qing Jiao swooped down with unmatched momentum. Lao Ji also completed the accumulation of power, and attacked with AG Seal. The momentum of the 2 attacks caused a strong wind to blow all over the field. Su Chen stood aside, the strong wind whistled past, and he just watched the scene indifferently. Chapter 28. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them came into contact with each other. With the 2 of them as the center, a strong wind pressure erupted in all directions. "This? What kind of power is this? I can't even open my eyes. They won't destroy this place. Should we run for our lives? Come on. Grandpa!" The bald host's glasses were blown off. He also shouted loudly. The strength of the 2 players. They are so strong. Who will win? Even Derringer was blown away by the strong wind and flew towards Su Chen. He was about to fly out of the arena. There was nothing to grab, and the arena was completely like a ring. He saw Su Chen standing here motionless, not affected at all. He also felt that this guy had some strength. "Can I just drag him into the water?" He did it as soon as he said it. He flew past Su Chen and was about to fall into the water. Suddenly, he showed his mouth full of sharp teeth. He bit Su Chen. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing. Afterwards, one of his teeth was broken, and the pain made him open his mouth subconsciously. Plop! Just like that, Derringer fell into the water and was eliminated. Now he was only 14 years old, but he was still too weak. On the other side, the 2 were still in a stalemate. At this time, Lao Ji suddenly used Qigong to bless his strength again. It was obvious that Qingjiao had slowly fallen into a disadvantage and began to be pushed up slowly. Then, with a bang, Qingjiao was knocked out. A clear G was printed on his head. Plop! Just like that, he fell into the water. What? Grandpa actually lost. Although the opponent was 2 people. But he actually lost in the final duel. Who was that person? Abu was already stunned. The bald old man could actually beat his grandfather. Although he is old now. But the opponent is not young either. That is Don Quixote's cotter. I didn't expect him to have such strength. Old Cai didn't expect the old man to lose, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was actually Lao Ji. Mr. Lao Ji won. He successfully defeated Qingjiao. Let's cheer for him. The bald host shouted excitedly. GGGGGG. GGGGG. Champion. It seems like the champion has already been chosen. Do we still need to compete? Gee. Yeah. That guy was so scared that he didn't dare to move at all. I think he should just surrender. Gee. Derringer was cleaned up by the aftermath, that guy should have some strength. There's AP, just wait and see Mr. G kill him in seconds. G. Rebecca also recovered at this time, and seeing what happened in the field, she couldn't help but worry about Su Chen. Such a strong force. Will Mr. Ron be an opponent? I hope he can survive. After the high-intensity burst just now, Lao Ji was a little tired at this time. He was staring at Su Chen motionlessly, silently recovering his physical strength. Although they had analyzed Su Chen's strength before the game, he was just a guy with relatively strong brute force, but his breath was a little chaotic now, and it would be safer if he could adjust for a while. Qingjiao also climbed out of the water at this time. The damage to him just now was not high, but he fell into the water helplessly. Seeing that Su Chen was still motionless waiting for Lao Ji's attack, Qingjiao, an old man with a good temper, was also a little annoyed. It's okay if he didn't help him just now. What time is it now? Still showing off? If you don't attack now, will you wait for the other party to recover to his peak? It's really a bad brain. Qingjiao also thought with regret. Lao Ji has recovered almost everything at this time. When people get old, their breath is easily chaotic. But he was also a little puzzled that the guy on the opposite side didn't take the opportunity to attack him. Boy, you have no chance now. But he didn't want to talk nonsense with Su Chen, his current form was about to expire. Try to take down the guy in front of him in one fell swoop. At this time, Lao Ji's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Su Chen. The G-shaped hand gesture hit Su Chen. Su Chen finally moved at this time. He slowly stretched out his right hand covered with the black armed color domineering. A punch went towards Lao Ji. He's dead. Haha. Just wait and see him collapse to the ground. It's over, I probably won't be able to survive. Quick. Beat him up. You dare to fight back. Rebecca also closed her eyes at this time, not wanting to see Su Chen die. The moment the two touched, Lao Ji felt something was wrong. This power. He was not the opponent. With a bang, Lao Ji was knocked out. What? Mr. Ji actually lost in terms of strength. Can this guy be so strong just by strength? What is going on? Rebecca opened her eyes after hearing the exclamations from the outside world. In her gradually widening eyes, Su Chen came to the front of Lao Ji's flying direction just as he flew out. Another kick. Directly made Lao Ji turn a 90 degrees turn. The whole person fell straight into the water. Plop. The whole audience was dead silent. Then there was a shocking cheer. Counterattack. Holy shit! Who is this guy? How come I have never heard of him? Ha ha ha. I liked him from the beginning. I was right. He actually killed Mr. G in 1 second. What kind of strength is this? No wonder they haven't taken action yet. They are completely confident. The bald host finally recovered from his shock and announced loudly in his big voice. The champion is born. It is the contestant from Zone A. Ron. Let us congratulate this strong contestant. Next, let our etiquette lady present the prize to Mr. Ron. After that, a hot and sexy beauty walked slowly from the gradually extending stone slab. In her hand was a strangely shaped fruit. But the fruit was green, and Su Chen didn't like this color very much. After receiving the prize, Su Chen walked back to the lounge slowly amid the cheers of the crowd. The bald host who originally wanted to interview the champion had to give up after seeing this. Back in the lounge, he saw Rebecca, who had not yet recovered from the shock. You are so strong." Su Chen smiled faintly when he heard this. "Did I say I was weak?" After saying that, Su Chen left. The goal of this competition was perfectly completed. He was in a good mood and decided to find a place to eat something good. Rebecca was left alone in the wind. "Yes, he never said he was weak. I always thought he was weak." "You said black blood?" In fact, the black-armed color domineering was attached with the black blood prepared by Su Chen. They were caught in the trap without anyone noticing. Chapter 29. In a hotel in the center of town at night. The rooms in the hotel are spacious and comfortable, with simple yet tasteful decoration. The soft bed and warm colors make people relax instantly. Su Chen was lying on the soft big bed. Although the food sent by the hotel was not top-notch, it was also pretty good. He solved 2 of them, but Su Chen was not very satisfied with the progress. It was too slow. He must find a way to speed up the progress. At this rate, I don't know when he can kill Doflamingo. He did think of a way, but he didn't know if it would work, and he hadn't tried it yet. Let's take it out tomorrow and let them see it. Just as he was thinking about it, the den mushi rang. Brew brew brew. Su Chen took out the den mushi prepared for him by Hancock from his arms. Who would call him at this time of night? Click. After the call was connected, a female voice came out. Su Chen. Diamante is back. Just now, he has returned to the palace. Now everyone is in the palace. It may be difficult to defeat them one by one. It's Violet. Why is it you? Su Chen said with a slightly disappointed tone. Who do you think it is? Violet asked, puzzled. It's okay. I have a plan for tomorrow. Please cooperate with me tomorrow. Su Chen was actually about to call Violet, but she called him first. Okay. No problem. Violet was very positive when she heard that she could help. Su Chen talked to Violet and hung up the phone. There was nothing to do now, so he prepared to go to bed and get up early tomorrow to do big things. Brew brew brew, the den mushi rang again. There were only 2 people who knew his number. Su Chen was full of expectations and picked up the den mushi with a look of surprise. Click. Su Chen, Doflamingo left. Just now. It was still Violet. She just saw Doflamingo talking to the cotters and then left in a hurry. Then she hurried to report to Su Chen. Why is it still you? Su Chen's tone became increasingly irritable. He himself didn't know why. It's okay. Whether he's here or not won't affect the plan. If he receives the message tomorrow, he will probably rush back. Hang up. Su Chen hung up the phone after saying that. He lay on the bed and forced himself to sleep. But after what happened just now, he was not sleepy at all and was very energetic. On the other side, there was another person who was almost the same as him. Hancock was lying on her side on her big bed alone, staring at the den mushi at the head of the bed in a daze. She now carries this den mushi with her. As long as it rings, it will be picked up in less than 0.1 seconds. She was not sleepy at all now, her little heart was pounding, and her mind kept recalling what happened with Su Chen in the bathroom. From time to time, she wondered if he would be in danger and whether he could come back safely. She thought too much every day and even ate very little. The more she thought about it, the more she felt. I can't sleep. But I still can't help thinking. What is Su Chen doing now? It's so late, he should have fallen asleep a long time ago. A stupid pig like him usually goes to bed early. I wonder if he dreamed about me. When will he come back? I really want him to come back soon. This broken den mushi, why doesn't it ring? Can it ring sooner? Brew brew brew. The den mushi seemed to have heard her thoughts and started to ring. Click. Hancock picked up the phone immediately. staring at the Den Mushi with anticipation. Neither of them spoke. From the face simulated by the Den Mushi, it can be seen that this is the person she has been thinking about. After a long time, Su Chen finally spoke. You haven't slept yet. His tone was kind and gentle. Hancock was very shy because of his voice. It was the first time she heard Su Chen speak like this. No, no. I'm not very sleepy. She kept avoiding his gaze while she lied. Are you waiting for my call? The slightly teasing voice came again. Hancock was even more shy at this time. How could he know? Could he see me? Oh my! How could there be such a person? No. I don't have any. Hancock answered stubbornly. After hearing her say this, Su Chen also knew that this girl would not go to bed until she got a call from him. In the future, she would have an additional task of calling him every night. Oh, being a man is so difficult. Are you okay? Hancock asked Su Chen. I'm fine here, you don't have to worry about me, eat well and sleep well. Good. I'm going to sleep now. Well, I have to take a rest too. I have something important to do tomorrow. I hope everything goes well. After saying this, the two of them were speechless and just stood there. The air slowly became wrong. Soon, Su Chen couldn't stand it anymore. He submitted a surrender application. Good night, Hancock. Good night, Su Chen. Click. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen took 2 deep breaths. For a single dog who has been single for 20 years, it is not easy for him to do all these. Su Chen now feels that he is not so tired even after fighting with a general. Hi. Go to sleep, 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 sleep. Hancock, on the other hand, is full of joy. Yet. Su Chen called me. I am so happy today. Great. It is a really joyful day. I am already looking forward to tomorrow. Will Su Chen call me again tomorrow? What will he say to me? I am so looking forward to it. I fell asleep just thinking about it. The next morning, Doflamingo was enjoying the sea breeze on a ship full of weapons and ammunition. He came to trade with Kaido yesterday, but since Kaido sent Quinn, he was afraid that his subordinates would mess things up, so he came by himself. The trading location is also very close, and it only takes 1 day to go back and forth. He is on his way back now. Bulu bulu bulu. What's up? Dover answered the phone and Violet's voice came from the other end. Su Chen is here. He is coming to Dressrosa on a merchant ship. Landing soon. Doflamingo was shocked when he heard this. Did this guy know I was not here? He chose this time to come here. How many people does he have? He was the only one there, and no one was found with him. Alone? What was he doing here alone? Was he here for fun? Let's see what he's going to do first, and don't alert him. Violet's voice became urgent. He's coming. He's heading for the palace. He's almost there. What? Does this guy really dare to come alone to seek revenge? Does he really think there's no one left in my Don Quixote family? Where are you now? I'm in the palace. What arrangements do you need? Give the phone to Pika. Dover also became nervous. This guy obviously came with bad intentions. And he was not here at this time. Young master, what do you want me to do? Pika's shrill voice came out. Go stop him first. I'll contact other people to support you. Don't let him get close to Sugar. I'll be right back. Doflamingo hung up the phone and started giving orders to other cotters. Then he used his own line to pull the clouds in the sky and rushed back quickly. Chapter 30. Pika has already fused a lot of rocks and is guarding the gate of the palace. Except for Torbil who is protecting Sugar, all the other cotters are coming here one after another. Soon, several cotters came, except for Mahaba and Sinio. But Su Chen has not appeared yet. Violet, where is he? You are not lying to us, are you? Diamanti came back very late last night, and was a little unhappy to be woken up early this morning. Coming. Just as Violet finished speaking, a figure slowly walked out from the street entrance in the distance. Humph. It's really him. He dared to come alone. He doesn't take us seriously. No more nonsense with him. Brothers, kill him. After Diamante finished speaking, his sword was already winding towards Su Chen like a thin snake. Others also attacked Su Chen. On Buffalo's back, Baby Five's hands turned into a super large bazooka. A rocket was fired. There were also bulges on the ground next to Su Chen, which were the explosions of Gladius. Explosion landmine. There were 2 loud bangs, but Su Chen dodged them both. The sword, like a venomous snake, was still chasing after him. But its speed was so fast that it couldn't even touch Su Chen's hair. Su Chen came in front of Diamante in a few seconds. He punched him. Bullfighting cape. Diamante's cape was made of steel. He was about to use it to block Su Chen's attack. But he failed. Su Chen punched through the cape. Just as he was about to hit him in the face, Derringer suddenly came in front of Su Chen. He kicked with a pistol high heel. Su Chen was kicked away by this kick. He flew towards Lao Ji, and was knocked away by Lao Ji's Diang fist. Little Jija is so amazing. He is worthy of being my baby. Jorah watched this scene from the side and felt that Derringer had grown too fast. He was already able to keep up with the speed of the pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion. Such a rubbish? Dover really thinks too highly of him. Is this worthy of a 1.5 billion bounty? Diamante felt that it was a bit of a waste for all the people on his side to deal with just such a guy. It's not good enough to just break steel. Get rid of him quickly, I have to go back to sleep. As he said this, he thrust his sword at Su Chen again. Su Chen just dodged and was about to be blown away by Baby Five's rocket launcher. Before he landed on the ground, he was blown up into the sky again by Gladius's mine. Boom boom, 1,000 tons of destruction. At this time, a fat man holding a large coin-like object fell from the sky. He smashed Su Chen into the ground. A large pit of more than 10 meters was smashed on the ground. He didn't explode on the spot after being hit by my 1,000-ton base, but it should be almost there. Sakura! Get out of the way, Mahaba! I'll hit you again! Pika's shrill voice came, followed by a fist as big as a house. With a bang, the big hole on the ground became several meters deeper. Humph! He should be dead now. Let's go! What a rubbish! I'm going to go back to sleep. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Diamante said and was ready to leave. But at this time, another figure walked out of the 7 or 8 meter deep pit. There was not a single wound on his body. If it wasn't for the dirt on his body, you couldn't tell that he had just been hit continuously. What? This guy is fine? How is that possible? Pika is the only one who knows how heavy his fist is, and it didn't even hurt him. Can you guys do this? At this time, a guy wearing baby clothes swam over from the ground. Stop making sarcastic remarks here. Come and help, senior. At this time, the last cotter also arrived late. At this point, all the cotters have arrived. He's not very fast. Wait until I tie him up, then you guys come at me. Derringer. Diamante said. Yay. Got it. Move at high speed. Deli G turned into a shadow and came behind Su Chen in an instant. Horn collision. He used the horns on his head to hit Su Chen. With his speed, although he failed to pierce Su Chen, he still knocked him out. Seeing this, Diamante quickly used his own entanglement method. Sword Snake Sword. The snake sword directly wrapped around Su Chen's body, temporarily making him unable to move. Right now. Go. Others also released their ultimate moves towards Su Chen. Explosion Rock Festival. Stone Bite. Hell's Ton of Base. Weapon Transformation Missile Girl. Just when their attacks were about to hit Su Chen, something strange happened. Su Chen actually exploded himself. Bang! After a loud bang, Pika, who was the closest, had already bitten Su Chen's body with his mouth, and was at the center of the explosion. He was directly blown up to reveal his body, but fortunately the rocks were thick and hard enough to prevent him from getting hurt too much. Others were also affected to varying degrees. Only Derringer ran out of the explosion range when he saw the situation was not good. Although the damage was not great and no one was injured, One strange thing was that the guy's blood was all black. Now everyone is stuck. Although Diamante used his cape to block it, his face was also stuck because of a hole that was punched in it before. Except for Violet, who evacuated at the beginning, and Derringer, who dodged. What happened? He committed suicide. Derringer said he couldn't understand. Why would he self-destruct for no reason? The black liquid disappeared as soon as it touched them, and they didn't feel any discomfort. But this guy was really dead. He self-destruct right in front of them. Don't worry about him for now, he must be dead after he blew himself up. Let's report the situation to Dover first. Diamante was about to take out the Den Den Mushi to contact Doflamingo when Dover's voice came over. No need. I'm back. Doflamingo, who had just returned, had witnessed the scene just now, but he couldn't tell what the black thing was. That guy shouldn't be dead. How can a normal person have all black blood? Don't worry about him for now. Just in case, let Man surely treat you. It should be able to get rid of that thing. Whatever it is, it can't be a good thing. Doflamingo said and hurried to find Sugar. This matter was full of weirdness. He didn't know the purpose of that guy yet, and he always felt a little uneasy. He had to see Sugar with his own eyes to feel at ease. At this time, there was only an unconscious treble in the palace. Sugar had disappeared. Chapter 31. Can someone explain to me what's going on? Where's the Sugar Man? Doflamingo was already suppressing his anger and trying his best to remain calm while speaking. I don't know. Does he have an accomplice? Everyone came in and saw Dover's expression. They knew he was angry and didn't dare to offend him. Bring Man Shirley here immediately. Let her wake Torrible up. The only one who knew the truth now was the unconscious Torrible. Man Shirley was brought here soon, and she was tortured to make her cry. Her tears fell on Torrible and took effect quickly. Soon he woke up. Young master! Young master! Sugar, after Torrible woke up, he was still a little weak and his speech was intermittent. Don't be anxious. Tell me slowly, who took away Sugar? Doflamingo could only wait patiently for his answer. It was Su Chen. He just rushed in, defeated me, and took away Sugar. After a while, under Manchuri's treatment, Torrible finally told the story. What? Wasn't Su Chen fighting with us the whole time? He even blew himself up just now. How could he defeat you and take away Sucrose in such a short time? If it was really him, then who was fighting us? Diamante questioned. It seems that all this is his conspiracy. Now those toys have not returned to their original state, which means that Sugar is not in danger for the time being. Deal with the black blood that was splashed on you first. That must be part of his plan. Doflamingo calmed down, thinking back to what Su Chen had done, and guessed his purpose. Violet! Doflamingo shouted. At this time, Violet, who had been silent at the back of the crowd, also rushed over after hearing the sound. Any instructions, master? Use your ability of the staring fruit to check if there is any black liquid left in their bodies. You have to check it carefully for me. Doflamingo said with a hint of danger in his tone. Okay. Violet immediately activated her ability and looked at Pika, who was closest to her. Her ability could even see through people's hearts, so it was easy for her to be an X-ray scanner. She didn't know if Su Chen's methods could be seen, but even if they were, she would help to conceal it. But after she scanned Pika's entire body 3 times, she still found nothing. There was really no trace. She looked at the people next to her again, but the result remained unchanged. An incredible look appeared on her face. Is Su Chen so skilled? He can't even see anything from his own abilities. Doflamingo also saw the shock on her face and asked impatiently. What's going on? Is there anything? At this time, she came to her senses and replied to Dover. There is nothing. I checked 3 times, and there is not a trace of black matter. The same is true for everyone else. She really didn't lie. She really couldn't see anything. Doflamingo was relieved when he saw this. These were the talents he had cultivated with so much effort over the years. He still believed in Violet's ability and saw that she was not lying. Well, Go to the sentry tower on the high ground right now and find out if Sucrose is still on the island. If you find anything, report to me immediately. The next priority is to find Sucrose. She is the key to the island of Dressrosa. Yes, young master. After saying that, Violet quickly climbed up the sentry tower behind the palace. Standing higher could increase her abilities. Tell me, Torble, how did Su Chen defeat you? Doflamingo asked. I only saw a flash of blood, and then a black and red fist hit my face, and I lost consciousness on the spot. Torrible's face still hurts when he recalls it now. What about you guys? Doflamingo looked at the other executives. Diamante stood up and said after thinking for a while. Then the one we are fighting must be his clone that he created somehow, because that guy can't even use haki, he can only use brute force. The speed was not slow, but it was far from as terrifying as the rumors said. It even exploded in the end. It seems that his purpose is to use his clone to hold us back so that he can take the opportunity to attack Toripole. Diamante's words made sense and made perfect sense, but for some reason, Doflamingo always felt uneasy. After Violet came out, she walked towards the watchtower while making sure that the surroundings were safe and that no one in the cotter was paying attention to her. She quietly took out the Den Den Mushi and called Su Chen, which was arranged by Su Chen. As for why, she didn't know. The call was connected soon. Any plans? Su Chen? They are all in the palace lobby now. Violet said quickly, waiting for Su Chen's response. If you hear an explosion, run to the River Spirit Hotel in the center of town. Click. After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. What does that mean? What does it mean to hear an explosion? Did he arrange some bombs? Just when Violet was puzzled. Bang! A deafening noise came from behind. The palace was almost blown down by this explosion. The roof was directly overturned, and the walls began to shake, as if they would collapse with a gust of wind. Does this guy mean what he says? It exploded just after he finished speaking. It was so scary. Just when Violet was confused, she thought of what Su Chen had just said, and there was no time to delay for a second. She ran quickly to the center of town. And in the palace behind her, Dover stood up from the ruins with a dusty face. Before he could figure out the situation, 3 figures had already rushed in front of him. Corner collision. G's mark. Back throw. Doflamingo was first knocked down by the horn, and then he was blown away again by the ultimate move of the young Rao Ji. Senior had already swam to his landing point and threw him back without mercy. Are you crazy? What are you doing? 10,000 tons of base. Before he could finish, he was hit on the head by Mobius again. The huge force smashed an exaggerated big hole in the ground. Various attacks began to hit the pit. Torrible's mucus, combined with Baby 5's ammunition, produced a high-intensity explosion and Diamante's snake sword attack. After a round of fighting, the pit suddenly expanded. It was the explosion of Gladius. A rock blast directly blew Minga into the sky. Die! Pika's shrill voice came. Then a heavy punch hit Minga, knocking him back into the pit again. Doflamingo in the pit had already understood vaguely at this time. Those pairs of red eyes and violent breath all showed that they could no longer control themselves. It seems that this is the effect of the black blood. Such means generally do not last too long. Do you want us to kill each other? Humph. As long as it is delayed for a while, I don't believe that this effect will not disappear. After figuring out what was going on, Doflamingo also made up his mind to delay time. Flying out of the pit, constantly dodging and defending against attacks from his own people. At the same time, Violet had arrived at the river spirit inn that Su Chen mentioned. Here, Su Chen's figure was seen as he wished. At this time, he was lying on a rocking chair, closing his eyes, and rocking regularly. Next to him, there was a large box. What should we do next? Shouldn't we join those cotters in besieging Doflamingo now? Can the Black Bloods control them? Those guys are still very powerful. As soon as Violet came in, she was in a panic and wanted to know what Su Chen was going to do next. She felt completely insecure now. Wait. Wait for what? He could have gone with his helpers, Did he still want to fight Doflamingo alone? It was already so late. Who cared about the unfair victory? Violet was anxious at this moment, and wanted to persuade Su Chen to take action now. But Su Chen interrupted her. Sit down. One word made Violet hold back all her words. She could only listen to Su Chen and sat on the sofa, but the impatient look on her face never faded. Go with those people now? Do you think Doflamingo is stupid? A group of cotters made him timid, and Su Chen, who was not weaker than him, was eyeing him covetously. Su Chen didn't believe that Doflamingo would fight to the end. At that time, there would be nothing worth him staying to fight to the end. He would definitely run away. As for whether he could control it, Su Chen was not worried at all. That was the high-purity black blood he had refined for a long time last night. The other Su Chen was made of that black blood. It was remotely controlled by Su Chen. Now we just have to wait. Wait for Doflamingo to go berserk. On the other side, Doflamingo had been fighting with these guys for nearly 20 minutes. During this time, he also tried to leave here first. But he found that as soon as he left, everyone started to kill each other. As soon as he came back, they collectively turned their targets to him. There was no other way. For the sake of these subordinates that he had worked so hard to train for more than 10 years, he could only continue to play with them. About 10 minutes later, the red light in everyone's eyes began to weaken. This scene also gave Doflamingo, who had persisted for so long, hope. Otherwise, they will be able to recover in a while. Su Chen, this is all you can do. You only know some unorthodox methods. Wait. Don't let me find you. Soon the red light in everyone's eyes disappeared. They also stopped what they were doing. They came to the nearest Torii pole to check the situation. Now they have all calmed down. It shouldn't take long for them to recover. It's finally over. Dover let out a long sigh. Bang. Deathly silence. Chapter 32. Doflamingo froze in place. His whole body was covered in blood. His red glasses became even redder because of the blood stains. But even so, he did not reach out to wipe them off. It was just that the aura emanating from his body became more and more dangerous. And the sound did not stop because of Doflamingo's anger. Bang! 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 One after another, the cotters began to explode in front of Doflamingo. Blood splattered everywhere. Doflamingo's pink coat had also been completely dyed bright red. Quiet, extremely quiet. Su Chen! A shout filled with hatred and anger resounded in the empty palace. He was fooled. He now felt a ball of anger burning in his chest, which was a bit uncomfortable to suppress. He wanted to vent it out, but that would only make the enemy laugh. Otherwise, he really wanted to kill something now. He forced himself to calm down. This was all a trap set by the enemy. They were just some subordinates. In this new world, there are many people who can be used by me. He could only comfort himself like this. Brew brew brew, a sound that seemed a bit harsh at this time sounded. It came from the conference room. Now Dover didn't want to pay attention to anything at all. But he was afraid that it was a call from the beast's pirates. Although he was trembling with righteousness now. But he still walked into the conference room. Brew brew brew. It was the projection den den mushi in the conference room that was ringing non-stop. After hesitating for a moment, Dover picked it up. The expected beast's pirates did not appear. The guy in the picture was the one he wanted to tear into pieces now. Su Chen. It's you. I can feel the burning anger through the screen. I hope I don't find you. Otherwise I will skin you alive and torture you to death. Although he wanted to kill Su Chen right now, he couldn't do anything to him through the screen. Are you angry? Aren't there just a few people who died? Have you never seen a dead person? Didn't they leave too for you? Su Chen said expressionlessly. Doflamingo took a few deep breaths and calmed down. He knew that you couldn't do anything to him now, and continuing to speak harshly would only add to the joke. Why are you calling me? I'll show you something fun. In the scene, Su Chen picked up the den den mushi and walked to another room, where a little girl was tied up. It was Sugar. What do you want to do? Although he knew that he had kidnapped Sucrose and the toys might be rescued by him, it was still a little unacceptable for him to see this scene happen with his own eyes. This meant that all his efforts in Dressrosa over the years were in vain. Su Chen ignored him. After coming in, he walked towards Sucrose step by step without saying anything. In her horrified eyes, Su Chen's devilish face was reflected. The scarlet eyes were getting closer and closer to her. With every step he took, a demonic aura continued to surge out of his body. Sucrose, who was extremely frightened, fainted on the spot. No! Along with Doflamingo's shout, all the people in Dressrosa who were turned into toys began to regain their human form. Those who were constantly moving supplies in the factory. Those who were walking with their masters on the street. Those who were discarded in the garbage dump. They all began to grow slowly until they returned to their original appearance. Other people who were not turned into toys were shocked as they watched the toys around them turn into humans one by one. What is going on? One after another. Toys are getting bigger. Ah! The toy turned into a strange old man. It's back. Woohoo! It's been 8 years. I'm finally back. There was the fear of the humans, and the joy of the toys. Dover watched the toys outside the palace recover one by one. He knew that everything was over. The servants who had spent 8 years increasing, and the secrets of this country, were all over. At this time, the emergency contact phone bugs in the palace began to ring one by one. It's obvious. Now the whole country is in chaos. Veins popped on Dover's face. His teeth squeaked. In sharp contrast to him, were those people who had recovered their memories of toys. They hugged each other and cried. Tears of joy kept pouring out. Wanda? No. That's not right. Husband. Husband. Daddy. Daddy woo. I'm back. I thought I'd be a toy for the rest of my life. Wife. Son. People on the street hugged their long-forgotten relatives tightly. Mr. Soldier is very brave. He will always be by your side. Cyrus, who was with his daughter Rebecca, also began to slowly turn back into a human. And Rebecca in front of him, her eyes began to moisten continuously, until he completely recovered to the tall and mighty appearance of the army captain. Rebecca finally couldn't help it. She threw herself into his arms. For so many years, the Mr. Soldier who had been by her side turned out to be her father. I remember. Dad. I have a dad. Ah woo woo woo. She cried in Cyrus' arms. But Cyrus looked towards the direction of the palace. Rebecca, whoever kills the girl who can turn people into toys, Doflamingo will not let him go. I'm going to help, my daughter. Can you wait for your dad here? Cyrus squatted down and looked at Rebecca and said gently. Su Chen. This was the second time Doflamingo couldn't help but shout out Su Chen's name today. He really hated him to the core. Want to kill me? I'm at the River Spirit Hotel in the city center. You can come anytime if you want to kill me. But before that, I have a gift for you. Su Chen said casually and nonchalantly, as if the more Doflamingo hated him, the happier he was. He took the Den Den Mushi again and came to the box next to the recliner. He opened the box casually, but the person lying inside made Doflamingo's eyes widen. If you dare to kill him, you will die miserably. Su Chen, you lunatic! Doflamingo shouted at Su Chen with a distorted expression. The person lying inside was Caesar, who had fainted. Caesar provided technical support for the transaction between Doflamingo and Kaido. If he died and could not deliver on time, Kaido would definitely kill Doflamingo himself. The cotters can be trained again after they die. The country can be taken back if it is gone. But if Caesar is gone, everything is over. Do you think I dare to do that? Su Chen grabbed Caesar's head while speaking. His hand was covered with armament haki. Then, bang! With a little force on his hand, Caesar's life was ended. No. Su Chen. You are courting death. I will kill you. Dover in the picture disappeared in an instant, and was rushing towards Su Chen at an extremely fast speed. Dover had completely gone berserk, first killing all the subordinates he had trained for many years in an instant. Then, his 8 years of hard work went to waste. Now his life has been crushed. He must make Su Chen Die. Chapter 33. I found it, sir. It's in a hotel in the city center. A homeless guy said to the figures in white clothes and masks in front of him. Very good, let's go immediately. The leading man said immediately, and the group of people moved towards the city center in an orderly and fast manner. They were the CP0 who had just arrived. Doflamingo was using the skyway to quickly approach Su Chen at this time, and the distance between them was not far. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the hotel where Su Chen lived. Su Chen! Get out of here! Doflamingo shouted, releasing a ball of red thread. It flew towards the hotel. Super long whip line. This move can cut a building several kilometers away in half at the extreme distance. The hotel was destroyed instantly. Even the surrounding buildings were cut off. At this time, Su Chen walked out of the hotel behind Doflamingo leisurely. Why did you hit that side? Su Chen's expression made Dover even angrier. He was fooled again. I will kill you today. I don't want to waste time talking to Su Chen, I just want to tear this guy in front of me to pieces. Wires are falling. Several needle-like wires fell from the sky and stabbed Su Chen, but Su Chen dodged them with a backward jump. At this time, a large group of people gathered around. They were all people who had been turned into toys by Doflamingo. They all came with weapons to attack him. Kill Doflamingo! You despicable villain, you made us do hard labor for 8 years. I will kill you! Gunfire and sword energy continued to be fired at Doflamingo. A bunch of lowly slaves. Go to hell! He released the long red whip again. Instantly, the large number of people who were in the front were cut in half. This bloody scene made the others behind him stop. He was too powerful, they were no match at all, and he killed so many people with just one blow. They had endless hatred for Doflamingo in their hearts, but the instinct to survive made them stop. Whoever dares to come again. Kill without mercy. Dover was furious and didn't care about these people. Now he just wanted to kill Su Chen. After saying that, he flew towards Su Chen, and 5 colorful lines slashed at Su Chen. 5 colored line. Su Chen blocked the attack with his right hand with the color of armed force, and then started the great destruction. Zhang. He glanced at the people behind him and slowly said, I will settle all your accounts. Ding. Congratulations to the host for speaking the Sword Demon's lines in a very emotional and appropriate environment. Current role similarity 55%. Little brother. Thank you so much. Come on, little brother Su Chen. Su Chen rushed to Doflamingo at the speed of light. He punched with his right hand. Dover hurriedly controlled a large number of white lines to come in front of him and blocked the attack. But those lines were still shattered by this punch. His left hand made an upward slashing gesture without stopping. In the process of his upward slashing, a heavy sword emitting blood light continued to form in his hand. Dover had no time to dodge and was cut by the sword under his ribs. A wound deep enough to see the bone appeared. Dover used a foot shaving line, wrapped in a rich armed color, to kick towards Su Chen. The heavy sword had no time to return to defense and could only use his right hand to block the attack. Clang! Su Chen was repelled by this kick. Then a large number of lines assimilated by Dover on the ground began to chase Su Chen. Raging white lines. Su Chen swung his sword and cut off the lines. But these lines were inexhaustible and kept coming to him. While Su Chen was entangled, Dover immediately used the lines to repair his wounds, and the wounds healed and stopped bleeding visibly. Although it would not heal immediately, it would not affect the battle for the time being. Shadow Rider line. Dover used the line to create a clone beside him, and then the two of them shot a bunch of white lines towards Su Chen. Bounce! A large number of balls of thread shot towards Su Chen. Su Chen raised his hand and swung his sword, and all the threads disappeared. Su Chen was observing Dover's clone at this time. He could see that there were threads controlling him, but he himself could actually release the ability of the thread fruit. Then could the blood man he created be able to do the same? Su Chen took out the pure blood purified last night, threw it casually, and instantly created a pure-blooded Su Chen. Control him to fight like Doflamingo. But unlike Dover, as long as it was Su Chen's blood, no matter how far away, he could control it at will. Su Chen rushed towards Dover again, while the clone was outputting from a distance in the back. He kept shooting blood. The blood bullet was much more powerful than Dover's own ball of thread. The blood bullet was extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye, Dover's clone was beaten into a sieve. Don't worry that the pure blood will heal the enemy. Don't forget that Su Chen's blood can be controlled at will. Dover's observation haki kept predicting Su Chen's attack, but he would be hit by the clone behind him from time to time. Every time, a hole would be left on his body. Although he also used steel wire to pierce Su Chen's body, the guy in front of him seemed to be completely unaffected. Dover also found that this would not work. He was not the opponent in the war of attrition. Even if he kept stitching, his injuries were getting more and more. He simply released the ultimate move. A large number of lines flew towards the two of them, trying to entangle them. Su Chen directly attached his armed collar and swung his sword to cut off the lines that were entangled with him, but his clone was entangled. 1,000 flying lost feather strike lines. More than a dozen extremely sharp thick lines like tentacles, with a large amount of armed haki attached to the sharp parts. Dover waved his hand, and all the tentacles stabbed towards the two, swearing to pierce them. Su Chen was no longer interested in testing the clones at this time, and rushed towards Dover at the speed of light, and crossed paths with him in the blink of an eye. The sword was aimed at his neck, but it was predicted. Dover's observation haki was still good. But Su Chen still cut off one of his arms. The left arm was cut off completely. And Su Chen's clone did not disappear after being pierced by a large number of tentacles. A large amount of pure blood instantly restored his injuries. It actually has an effect similar to the Darkin physique. After Dover sutured the wound with thread, another thread arm was generated. Is this all you have? Doflamingo. You still want to kill me? I'm standing here, can you kill me? Su Chen said contemptuously, looking at Dover with disdain. Doflamingo. Die. You bastard. Brother Su Chen. Too strong, how could that guy be your opponent? Kill Doflamingo. Doflamingo, die quickly. Dover was successfully angered by Su Chen's eyes and the people around him. Suddenly, a strong airflow emanated from Dover, as if an invisible force was quietly awakening. The surrounding ground seemed to be shaken and ripples appeared. Everyone felt a strong sense of oppression, as if an invisible force was oppressing their hearts. Dover's eyes flashed with dazzling light. With his roar, the invisible force broke out instantly. At this moment, everything around seemed to be still. A strong sense of oppression came to Su Chen. Those who were watching the battle in the back fell one after another, their eyes turned white and they lost consciousness. Only a few people were still awake. Cyrus was among them. He just came over and found that Su Chen was not inferior to Dover at all, so he didn't rush forward. Otherwise, if he was accidentally controlled by Dover's puppet line, it would become a mess. At this time, Su Chen, who was the main target, only felt that this pressure wanted him to surrender and tried to disintegrate his will. Submit, fall at my feet. You lowly slave. Die. 16 sacred bullets, God's slaying. 16 dazzling rays of light shot out from his palm, condensing into a huge energy bomb. Wrapped with all of Dover's domineering aura. The energy bomb was as dazzling as the sun, and it drew an arc in the air, hitting Su Chen in an unavoidable manner. However, Su Chen, who had been oppressed by the celestial dragons once in his life. There was no way he would kneel down again. Only he could oppress others. He would never be oppressed by anyone again. And a small Shishibukai wanted to make him surrender? Just you. I never give in. I never fall. I will be everything. The end. At this moment, Su Chen's body suddenly burst out with a strong breath. His eyes suddenly opened, and there was a crazy light flashing in his pupils. He took a deep breath, roared, and released his momentum completely. A domineering aura that soared into the sky directly crushed Doflamingo. The small amount of domineering aura that overflowed to the surroundings actually made Cyrus faint in an instant. Dover's face showed a strong shock. How could this domineering aura be so much stronger than mine? He was actually crushed. Chapter 34. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being emotionally rich and speaking the Sword Demon's lines in a suitable environment. The role similarity is 60%. At this time, Su Chen exuded an invincible aura from head to toe. In this state, Su Chen gradually realized an invincible momentum. The giant sword faced Dover's attack. He tried to add this momentum to the blade, and it succeeded without any hindrance. Su Chen raised the sword and swung out an extremely spectacular and huge sword energy. With an unstoppable invincible momentum. Giant blade extreme. The sword energy and Dover's line collided with each other. The stalemate lasted less than half a second. The sword energy broke through Dover's line. The remaining power penetrated Doflamingo's body. This is impossible. This. Dover's neck was cut off directly, and his internal organs were shattered. He soon lost his breath and fell to the ground. A generation of heroes fell. Su Chen also turned off the great destruction and fell to the ground. With a casual wave of his hand, the pure-blooded incarnation turned back into liquid and was collected by Su Chen. This time, he really gained a lot. Now his newly awakened domineering color can easily entangle all attacks. The principle is the same as the entanglement of the devil's breath, and the two can also be integrated, but Su Chen has not tried it yet, and he doesn't know how powerful it is. Wow, what a great show! At this time, 3 figures in white came over, accompanied by the sound of applause. Even Doflamingo is no match for you. According to our intelligence, Doflamingo is almost as powerful as an admiral. The tall leader spoke again. Jindi. Stop talking nonsense to him. Take him down now while his ability is ineffective. That's right, don't wait any longer. He has been fighting Doflamingo for so long, he must have been exhausted. Now we are 3-1, it's easy. They thought Su Chen's destruction was over and they didn't have the energy to continue fighting. That's right, let's go together. If we can't kill him, where will our CP0 put their faces? The guy named Jindi rushed up after he said that. The other 2 followed closely behind. The leader was a swordsman with a sword style, and the other 2 were an ancient animal species, a steel giant ape. A superhuman rebound fruit that could absorb damage and return it back the same way. Humph! You are lucky to be alive now. Go to hell! But at this moment, a figure rushed out. Blocked in front of Su Chen. Get out of here! He just saved a country. Why did you kill him? He is a hero of our country. The person who spoke was Rebecca. She followed behind Cyrus, but because of her slow speed, she just arrived at this time. As soon as she arrived, she saw 3 masked men plotting against Su Chen. She already knew that it was Su Chen who killed Doflamingo, and she couldn't watch the hero of her country being killed like this. She stood up without hesitation. In front of Su Chen. Even if she risked her life, as long as she could help Su Chen resist for a moment, even if it was just to let him recover more physical strength. The 3 people in front of her did not hesitate at all because of her appearance. Killing Su Chen was their mission. What's wrong with a few more people dying in the mission? Just when their attack was about to fall on Rebecca, a sword flashed. Blocked their attack, but was also knocked away more than 10 meters by this violent force. Fell to the ground and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was already seriously injured. It was Cyrus. He had woken up from a coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the scene just now. Without any thought, he exerted force on his right leg to block all the damage for Rebecca. Why is it that someone always wants to hinder us from doing things? Then you all should die with this trash. After saying that, the 2 continued to kill Su Chen. They swept Rebecca away and rushed straight towards Su Chen. The iron giant ape jumped up and smashed towards Cyrus. Dead. Rebecca was desperate. These people were totally unreasonable. Now her benefactor and father were all facing the threat of death. But she could only watch all this happen. Is there anyone who can come to save us? She shouted anxiously in her heart, praying that a god would come to help them solve the powerful enemy and overcome the difficulties. Just 1 second before the steel giant ape was about to smash Cyrus to death, the ground began to tremble. The air became hot and violent. The surrounding environment seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force. The air seemed to become heavy, as if there was a heavy pressure that made people breathless. The surrounding scenery also began to become blurred, as if shrouded by a thick fog, making it impossible to see the scene in the distance. The surrounding grass and trees were blown all over the place, and even the hard stones were shattered by this invisible force. Rebecca felt the surrounding the accident happened, and he slowly opened his eyes. Could it be, did a god really appear? Under the influence of this environment, the 3 CP members inexplicably felt their heartbeats speed up and their breathing became rapid, as if they were about to be swallowed by something. Just as the 3 were puzzled, a force so strong that it seemed to be able to shatter the sky poured down. The perfect fusion of the domineering color and the devil's breath, Su Chen called it the devil's breath. At this time, the devil's breath showed its power for the first time. The 3 CP members instantly felt their bodies stiffen and their hearts trembled. An invincible thought sprouted in their hearts. Then there was a bang. The 3 were directly rushed away by this substantial breath. On the way back, blood couldn't stop flowing from their facial features. This attack was just the most basic release of the devil's breath. The 3 people who fell not far away all suffered internal injuries to varying degrees. He must be in his last moments, the last gasp of his strength. Let's attack together, don't give him a chance to breathe. The 3 of them still had a last glimmer of hope. Even though they were looking at Su Chen with deep fear in their eyes. But if they couldn't complete the task this time, they would be dead. They had no choice. Only by comforting themselves in this way could they have the courage to attack Su Chen. Limit return. 100,000 times stronger iron fist. One sword flow, immortal slash. The 3 of them had gathered all their strength in this attack, because they were afraid that they would not have the courage to swing the second sword. Su Chen looked at the 3 attacks coming, his mood did not fluctuate at all, he raised his hand lightly, and a blood shield formed in front of him. The blood shield was not thick, but it was attached with the terrifying breath of the devil, which made it have an indestructible sense of security. At this time, 3 big moves fell on the shield at the same time. A powerful shock wave spread violently around. Rebecca and Cyrus were directly blown away by the shock wave. The surrounding houses were also razed to the ground in an instant. The blood shield began to fade slowly and began to become shaky. But just as the blood shield was about to break, the attacks of the 3 people began to dissipate. Soon they dissipated in front of the blood shield. That's it. What? You couldn't even penetrate his broken shield. Really, the gap in strength is too big. The 3 people now have only one thought in their hearts, that is, it's over. Su Chen waved his hand to disintegrate the blood shield, and slowly walked towards them. Every step seemed to step on their hearts. The closer he got, the stronger the force became, until finally his heart exploded. Su Chen stood in front of them without speaking. Time seemed to stand still, and every second was torture for them. In the end, Su Chen did nothing and turned away. Just when they thought that Su Chen was going to let them go, a stream of blood floated out from their facial features. It was very slow at first, and then it got faster and faster. The blood rushed out one after another. They kept trying to stop the bleeding, but it was all in vain. The fear began to spread continuously until they died in fear. Only 3 unrecognizable corpses were left. Chapter 35. In a dark and damp alley, an old man with ragged clothes and a haggard face was sitting in the corner. He wore a hood on his head with the brim pulled down very low. He looked at the street outside the alley from time to time, as if he was afraid of being recognized. A trace of relief flashed across his face. This man was King Riku. He watched the country become more and more prosperous, and the people often had happy smiles on their faces. He actually began to think that it might not be a bad thing to hand over the country to Doflamingo. This old thing is really old. But at this moment, he saw a toy passing by the alley and froze in place. Just when he was wondering if the toy was broken, the toy actually began to slowly become like a human. As if some mechanism was triggered, all the toys began to recover. Soon there was no toy on the street. Just when King Riku was wondering what was going on. In his mind, the dusty memories began to open one by one. Those important people he had forgotten also began to remember. Doflamingo's plan also began to surface, and he couldn't help but feel stupid for his previous idea. The prosperity of the country was all earned by the toy slaves working day and night. They were all his own citizens. At this time, he finally remembered all the forgotten people in his mind, and the memory of a one-legged soldier made him cry on the spot. Cyrus! I actually forgot about you. For so many years, this one-legged soldier has been helping me and constantly asking me if I remember who he is, but my answer is always the same. I don't remember. Despite this, the toy still helped him silently. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that he was Cyrus. At this moment, a thick red line flashed over my head. The house above was neatly cut. It began to collapse. King Riku quickly got up and fled from here. He recognized that the red line was Doflamingo's attack. He was fighting with someone now. Do you need to guess who his opponent is? King Riku immediately rushed to the source of the attack just now. It seemed to be in the center of the city, which was still a bit far away. He was the king of a country, but now he had fallen to the edge of such a country and was struggling to survive. It was also a bit sad, but now all this is going to end. Su Chen came to Cyrus and squatted down. He was now unconscious. The three guys were quite strong. Cyrus was already very strong because he didn't die on the spot. Su Chen was ready to attack, but he didn't expect Cyrus to wake up and rush to the front. He didn't even react. Rebecca still looked at Su Chen with a look of astonishment. She stood there blankly with her eyes wide open. CP0, who was so fierce just now, had fallen not far from her. Her mind was still filled with the painful roars of the three people. She replayed the scene over and over in her mind. She had never seen such a terrible power, and it even made her feel like the end of the world. The strength of the three people made her not even have the courage to resist, but Su Chen easily solved them. Su Chen's strength was so strong that he didn't need to do anything at all. He could easily kill such a master with his domineering aura. She just wanted to protect him beyond her ability. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel ashamed again. It wasn't until Su Chen squatted in front of her father that she came back to her senses from the shock. She rushed to Cyrus to check his injuries, but the horrible wound on Cyrus' body made Rebecca dare not look directly at him. His chest collapsed, and there was a horrible knife wound on his abdomen, which almost cut him in half, and blood kept coming out of the wound. Rebecca wanted to do something, but apart from tears flowing and her hands shaking, she couldn't even make a sound. Could it be that her father was leaving again just after returning to her? Would she have to be alone for the rest of her life? How much she wanted to shout for help. But her throat rolled a few times, but no sound came out. At this time, she could only look at Su Chen. What a pair of eyes! Helplessness and despair seemed to overflow from his eyes, and there was also a glimmer of hope. She hoped that this godlike figure could save her father. She didn't know if Su Chen had any way, but she only had this one way. Su Chen looked into Rebecca's eyes and couldn't refuse such a request. Besides, it was easy for him to do so. Go to the side. Su Chen said as he took out a small bottle of pure blood. Rebecca quickly took her hands off Cyrus' right arm, stepped aside and prayed with her hands on her chest. She watched Su Chen's every move nervously, her face full of hope. She didn't know what was going on, but the moment Su Chen started talking, all her fear and helplessness disappeared, as if his words had a kind of magic that could make her feel at ease instantly. Su Chen poured the small bottle of pure blood directly on Cyrus, and the blood blinked like the earth-absorbing water drops. In the blink of an eye, all of them disappeared from the body. Rebecca still remembered that the small bottles contained the clone just now. She had just seen with her own eyes that Su Chen's clone turned into blood and was put into these bottles. She saw that Su Chen stopped moving after pouring a small bottle of blood, and couldn't help but feel strange. Could that small bottle of blood be enough to save her father? Just when she looked at the wounds on Cyrus' body, she was surprised to find that those horrible and frightening injuries began to heal quickly. The flesh and blood on the knife wounds continued to grow and connect, and soon they were as good as new, and the collapsed chest it also began to swell slowly. The pale look on his face also turned rosy. Really? It's really healed. The worry in Rebecca's eyes turned into surprise. In just a few minutes, she experienced so much sorrow and joy. The big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground, and the 14-year-old girl could no longer hold it. She knelt on the ground and cried loudly. She was so grateful to Su Chen now that she couldn't describe it in words. This man not only saved his country, but now he saved her dying father. She didn't know how to repay him or how to thank him. At this moment, she suddenly hugged Su Chen. Thank you. Thank you. She had never met Su Chen before, but she couldn't help hugging him the first time they met, just because she didn't know how to thank him for his kindness. Tears wet Su Chen's white clothes. He wanted to stop Rebecca from hugging him, but then he thought that doing so would be too cruel for her. So he just let her pounce on him. Ahem. Cyrus had already woken up. When he opened his eyes, he saw his daughter and Su Chen hugging each other. He was a little uncomfortable. So he interrupted them. Dad. You're awake. I was so scared just now, I thought you would never wake up again. Woo woo woo. Rebecca said and threw herself into Cyrus' arms again. Fortunately, Cyrus has fully recovered now, otherwise he really couldn't stand this. I was desperate just now, it was Su Chen who saved you. Cyrus looked at Su Chen, a boy who looked only 18 or 19 years old. He was putting away his small bottle. When he used black blood to control those cotters just now, he was surprised to find that after the black blood merged with them, he could check their memories at will. After trying it, he could even modify the memory. This is already the ability of the memory fruit, but people with strong strength cannot be controlled by black blood. Then Su Chen stood up again, came to the people who were stunned by the domineering color, took out the last bottle of black blood, divided it into hundreds of portions for these people to merge into. In an instant, a large amount of memories came. Su Chen felt a splitting headache. It took a long time to recover. After that, he deleted the memory of everyone seeing his clone. This trick can also be used as a trump card and cannot be easily exposed. Chapter 36. Cyrus. Rebecca. An old man wearing a hood appeared not far away and shouted towards them. The two looked over when they heard it, and Rebecca cried even harder when she saw the person coming. Grandpa. It's Grandpa. King Riku has come to Rebecca and picked her up. You have suffered so much over the years, kid. It's all Grandpa's fault. King Riku also shed tears when he said this. It's all over, Your Majesty. Cyrus said. He had stood up now, and there was no sign of any injury on his body. It was hard to imagine that he was a seriously injured and dying person just now. Grandpa, Dad was almost killed just now. It was Su Chen who saved him. If it weren't for him, Dad might be dead now. Rebecca thought about the past and started crying again. She used to be very strong and never cried. She herself didn't know why, but today she couldn't stop crying. King Riku also looked at Su Chen. He looked him up and down. At this time, a large number of people came over. They all came to attack Doflamingo, and those who fainted began to wake up slowly. Almost all the people in the country gathered here, and they had surrounded the place. As soon as they arrived, they recognized King Riku. The bloodthirsty king who killed innocent people a few years ago. It's King Riku. How dare he show up in this country? Such a guy doesn't deserve to be here. Yes. He killed my wife and children 7 or 8 years ago. I want to kill him. Wait. I believe in the character of King Riku. Don't you know what kind of person he is? There must be something else going on. Some people hate King Riku, but some people choose to believe him, believe in this king who always loves his people like his own children. Cyrus also stood up to speak for King Riku. That was controlled by Doflamingo. It was not his original intention. It was all Doflamingo's conspiracy. The purpose was to discredit the Riku royal family and seize power. Please believe me. Cyrus still has some prestige. After hearing what he said, most people have begun to half believe and half doubt, but there are still some people who don't believe it. And what Doflamingo did is enough to prove what kind of person he is. What Cyrus said is completely possible. What makes you say that? What evidence do you have? Just as everyone was arguing, a man came over. I am the evidence. I can testify that everything he said is true. A fat man in baby clothes said in a sonorous voice. The man was none other than Senior, a cotter of the Don Quixote family. Everyone looked at him. What a Don Quixote family cotter, say should still have some credibility. It is indeed as he said. Even the Don Quixote family cotters said so. King Riku must have been wronged. They are willing to believe that the king they loved before would not do such a thing. Even those who hated King Riku began to waver. They also found that King Riku had no reason to do that. At this time, a voice came. Your Majesty King Riku. Please continue to govern this country. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. There was a pause for a few seconds, and then everyone shouted together. Your Majesty King Riku. Please continue to govern this country. Dressrosa is now in a state of disrepair, and someone must be responsible for managing these things. And now, King Riku is the best candidate. King Riku looked at the people who had been hurt by him and were still willing to believe in him, and he shed tears. He bowed 90 degrees to the people of this country, crying and shouting. Thank you for your trust. I will do my best to help you. Rebecca, who was standing next to King Riku, was also deeply moved. She said to King Riku, Grandpa, all this is thanks to Su Chen. If it weren't for him, our country would still be controlled by that evil man. Everyone present looked at Su Chen after hearing this. This man who is a little too young, is he the one who defeated Doflamingo? Doflamingo's body is still there. It should be correct. He is so young and has the ability to kill the 7 warlords. He is really young and promising. Just as the crowd was talking about it, Cyrus and King Riku looked at each other and knelt down to Su Chen in front of so many people. Sir, you are so kind. We have no way to repay you. If you need us in any way, we will do our best. Su Chen was a little embarrassed now. He was a little uncomfortable with so many people watching him. Rebecca almost couldn't help laughing when she saw the expression on Su Chen's face. But she still knew the importance of such a serious occasion. She didn't expect that someone like Su Chen would not be good at something. The expression on his face made her feel a little cute. Just when Su Chen didn't know how to answer, all the people around him knelt down. Sir, you are so kind. We have no way to repay you. If you need us anywhere, we will do our best. The voice soared into the sky, and the scene was shocking. Everyone thanked Su Chen from the bottom of their hearts. They were either the toys that were exploited, or their family and friends were. It was Su Chen who rescued them. The reporters who were watching from the outside took pictures of this century-long scene. Rebecca looked at the whole audience and found that she was the only one standing. Just when she was hesitating whether to join in, Cyrus pushed her down. She was forced to look at Su Chen from a lower angle. Just when everyone thought that Su Chen would say something nice that fit the current scene, Su Chen's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. Well, let's go away now. Don't gather around me. I have things to do. Go and get busy. Su Chen said while touching his nose. Everyone looked a little surprised. Ah? His answer was a little direct, concise, unique, unpredictable, or down to earth. At this time, King Riku also reacted. It seems that our benefactor has other important things to do, so please don't bother him here. Let's rebuild a new Dressrosa together. King Riku left with everyone. This made Su Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Just like falling in love, he couldn't handle this kind of thing. Only Cyrus, Rebecca, and Senior were left there. Su Chen, where are you going next? Why don't you settle down in Dressrosa? Rebecca looked at Su Chen with anticipation. It would be nice to stay here and enjoy the treatment of an emperor. But this is not what he wants, or rather, he still has a blood feud to avenge. It is impossible to enjoy. Rebecca. Cyrus also scolded. Su Chen, according to my investigation over the years, Doflamingo has close ties with several emperors of the underground world. If he dies, those guys will definitely suffer a lot. After all, Doflamingo is the link. Maybe someone will cause trouble for you. There is also a most difficult guy, the 4 emperors Kaido. He has a lot of weapons transactions with Doflamingo. That guy will definitely seek revenge on you. Of course Su Chen knew what he said, but what about Kaido? Can't beat him or run away. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Su Chen was about to go back to the hotel. The hotel was still standing. He was going to inform Long first. At this time, someone called him, and Senior asked in confusion. Why didn't you kill me? Just now, he woke up in the palace, surrounded by blood. The memory of the runaway came into his mind. Seeing that only he and Baby 5 survived, he began to think about why he was not killed. Baby 5 might be understandable because she was easy to use, but what about himself? He thought about it for a long time and couldn't figure it out. Su Chen didn't look back or stop. Just when Senior thought he was disdainful to answer, a lazy voice came. I don't kill real men. Chapter 37. Ghost Island. In a tall and spacious cave. My lord. Doflamingo was killed. A tall, sturdy man with 2 horns on his head turned around and looked at the person who came. Who did you say died? The deep voice came again, with a hint of disbelief in the tone. Doflamingo. He was killed by a guy named Su Chen. Bang. Before he could finish his words, he was beaten from head to toe by the mace and died on the spot. The people sitting around were not surprised to see this scene and continued to eat. Joker. Joker. My Joker is dead. Ah, woo. I lost my partner, I lost my business, damn it. Woohoo. I'm going to kill that guy, woo woo, I must kill him, woo woo woo. This crying look is seriously inconsistent with his body. It is hard to imagine such a strong man crying so miserably. Who? Who will kill him? After hearing this, everyone stopped and looked at each other, but no one spoke. Kaido didn't care about that and continued to talk to himself. Jack, go ahead. Go kill him. Woohoo. Never mind, you may not be able to beat him. Ah woohoo. Then let's go with Jin. Jin should be fine, sob, 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 sob. Kaido was crying out of breath. Just when Jin was about to accept the offer, Kaido spoke again. No. I want to go by myself. I want to kill him with my own hands. To avenge my good friend. Let's go now. After saying this, he had already transformed into a green dragon, soaring into the sky and flying away. Only a face full of speechlessness was left equals several subordinates. Holy Land Mary Gosa. The celestial dragons who heard the news were constantly getting angry at the slaves. Unexpectedly, 3CP0s still couldn't solve him. He kept riding on his head and shitting on him. Snap, snap. The whip kept hitting a female slave, and soon her skin was torn and bleeding. At first she could still scream in pain, but now she was breathing more than she was breathing out, and only a faint breathing sound remained. Take it away. Change another one. Soon, another female slave with fear in her eyes was brought in from outside. After beating 3 to death, he stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This beating really tired him out. But the anger in his heart still did not dissipate, and his face was still puffed up. I am so angry. I am so angry. When can I kill him? I want him dead. This man is Su Chen's previous master. Saint Chalmark. He was the one who killed Su Chen's sister. He is also the one who wants Su Chen to die the most. Now, he has been isolated by other Tianlong people. Those people think that he is a person who can't even take care of his own slaves. Where's the navy? Where's the navy? Saint Charmako shouted angrily. At this time, the captain of CP0 standing aside answered they have sent Vice Admiral Garp, and he should be here soon. Hearing this, Saint Charmako also calmed down. Even he, a celestial dragon, knew Garp's combat power, which was beyond the admiral. After cursing twice, Saint Charmako went back to his room to rest. Only the captain of CP0 was left standing there. He has been the one who suffered all along, and he really wants to cry now, asterisk. I didn't have to follow the celestial dragons before, but now? I get fucked every day. I was a good CP0, but I'm the only one left in the blink of an eye. I should be the one who's angry. Maybe I'm the one who's left alone. It's so tragic. On the other hand, King Riku, who has regained his status as the king of Dressrosa, immediately sent a congratulatory message to the world government. As a member of the world government, their country suffered such a disaster but did not receive any help from the world government. They, the member countries of the world government, are all protected by the world government. Now, their countries have been robbed and they haven't seen any action. Even because of the privileges of the 7 warlords of the sea, they don't care about what Doflamingo did. How can they accept this? The world government also knows that this matter should be handled properly, otherwise it will make other member countries distrust them. They expressed sympathy and apologies for what happened to Dressrosa. As the tyranny of the Don Quixote family was overthrown, the Riku royal family was able to recover their country and return to the throne. The world government sent a large number of people to Dressrosa to help them restore domestic order. This included assisting the Riku royal family in rectifying domestic order, rebuilding the judicial system, and protecting and assisting the people who had been persecuted before. This approach also made it impossible for King Riku to continue to accuse them, so he had to stop while he was ahead and accept the assistance from the world government. When the picture of the whole country kneeling to Su Chen was also printed in the newspaper, people all over the world saw this shocking scene. I recognize him, isn't he the slave? Why are so many people kneeling before him? Can't you see it yourself? Isn't it written there? He saved a country. Even the 7 warlords of the sea were killed by him. It's incredible. Does he already have this kind of strength? Wasn't he not so strong at the beginning? He has grown too fast. Everyone was talking about Su Chen, a boy who was only 19 years old, and he had reached such a height at such a young age. It was really incredible. Pirate King Roger was not so strong when he was young, right? It really opened everyone's eyes. Navy Headquarters. Marshal's Office. Garp, you haven't arrived yet? Logically speaking, you should have arrived after such a short distance. Sengoku's roar came from inside. He didn't know what was wrong recently, but he tended to get irritable when communicating with Garp. He also felt incredible when he just received the news. Doflamingo has the strength comparable to that of an admiral, with 3 colors of domineering and fruit awakening. He is almost at the level of an admiral, but such a guy actually died in Su Chen's hands. Judging from the pictures taken at the scene, Su Chen was not injured at all, which means that he crushed Doflamingo. This is a very scary thing. It's not that Su Chen's strength is scary, but his terrifying growth rate. He was just an ordinary person half a month ago. Sengoku really wants to know what happened to this person. He could rise so rapidly. I just arrived and I've already seen Dressrosa. You keep urging me. You've called me 5 times today. I'm really worried that the Den Mushi in your office will die of exhaustion. You still say. It should have arrived a long time ago. Zhang Guo was almost mad to death. Yes, I got it. Oops, I didn't hold it firmly. Click. The phone was hung up. Sengoku sat on the chair, veins on his forehead kept popping out, and his hands were clenched with a crackling sound. Hehe, we can't let Sengoku know that when he just passed a small island, he stopped the boat to buy some senbei. You know, without senbei, his strength will be greatly reduced, and he did this to maintain his highest combat power. Garp thought meanly. Chapter 38. Thank you for your contribution to peace. This is absolutely invaluable. Su Chen. Don't forget the content of our cooperation. Of course, please contact me if you need any help. Click. Su Chen was lying on the recliner, putting away the Den Mushi in his hand. Calculating the time, it is very close to the Savaing archipelago incident, and it is almost time for him to set off. One thing to note is that he must not let anyone know his whereabouts, and must not let anyone know that he is in Savaing. At this time, the blood magic disguise is very important, changing the appearance and waiting for an opportunity. Another point is that you can't use the big extinction to fly over. To be honest, Su Chen didn't expect to be seen by others. Now I don't know how they found him. For safety reasons, it's better not to use the big extinction. Just disguise yourself and find a boat to drift over. As for how Su Chen knew his whereabouts were discovered, of course, it was because of the woman sitting next to Su Chen. Violet was looking straight at him. Looking at Su Chen, after seeing that Dover had been led by Su Chen, her eyes were filled with admiration, disbelief, and a hint of obsession. She was just taking a gamble at first. Even if Su Chen couldn't solve Dover, he could still make him suffer. But she didn't expect Su Chen to destroy everything of Dover so lightly. There were many things that she didn't even know, but Su Chen knew them all. For example, Caesar. She didn't even know that there was a person named Caesar, but Su Chen knew about the close relationship between him and Dover. This also made her involuntarily feel a sense of admiration for Su Chen. Such people are born to give people a sense of security. At this time, Su Chen also noticed her gaze, and then he remembered her. Seeing that she had been looking at him, he was also a little confused. So he asked, "What are you looking at?" Violet was startled when she heard this, and quickly lowered her head, as if she had done something bad and was discovered. His appearance also made Su Chen secretly confused. "No, nothing. No, I didn't see it." This made Su Chen even more confused. Why did he suddenly become like this? Could he be possessed by evil spirits? Forget it, it's none of his business anyway. He picked up the luggage Hancock gave him, which contained some food and Bailey, but the Bailey was almost spent. He spent 5 million to register for the competition last time. He carried other important things with him. Oh! Now there is another devil fruit in it, and I don't know what ability it has. He first used the disguise technique to change his face and looked in the mirror. Well, not bad, he can't tell what he looked like before. He took out the CP0 blood he had just collected and changed his breath. Now, except for his height and clothes, there is no place to recognize him. Well, very good. It will be perfect if I buy another piece of clothes. Thinking of this, he got up and walked out the door. He was ready to go to the store to pick out some clothes. "You, where are you going?" Seeing Su Chen preparing to leave, Violet stood up immediately after Su Chen and spoke in a panic. Su Chen looked back at her in confusion. "What? Do I have to report to you where I went now?" The voice was a little cold. Violet heard Su Chen's words and hurriedly explained, No, it's just. After hesitating for a long time, Su Chen was getting impatient. "What's the matter?" Violet suddenly seemed to have made up her mind and blushed as she spoke out her thoughts. "Can I join you? Well, I can cook, wash clothes, dance, and have knowledge of sailing. My abilities are also very useful. I can do many things. Can I go with you? I want to follow you." To be honest, Su Chen really didn't expect that what she wanted to say was this kind of thing, that she wanted to be his companion. This was completely beyond his expectations. The conditions she mentioned were really useful. They were all things she didn't know. She could dance, be a scout, an interrogator, or a memory reader. These were relatively practical and very useful abilities. Even Violet herself felt that no one would refuse her. Even a guy like Doflamingo could spare King Riku's life for her. The usefulness of these abilities can be seen. Can't? What? She didn't expect to be rejected, or rather, she never thought she would be rejected. "I said, no." Su Chen repeated it again, this time with a hint of coldness in his voice. Although it is indeed a good choice to take her with him, and she can also provide some help to himself. But Su Chen is a pure and loyal person. Her eyes, movements, and expressions, all of them express something. Su Chen naturally saw it, and since he saw it, he would never let her follow him. No matter how useful she is. This is responsible for Hancock. Responsible for a woman who has eyes only for him. Maybe no one will know what happens, and even if they know, no one can say anything. But his heart does not allow him to do this. After speaking, Su Chen pushed the door and left. Violet was left standing there alone. She didn't understand why Su Chen disliked her so much. The hint of coldness in his tone completely froze her heart. Could it be that he has someone he likes? But in this world, isn't it normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Or is it that his heart has been filled with a lucky woman? What kind of excellent woman is it to enjoy such a man alone? Su Chen came downstairs of the hotel and walked into a clothing store. Hello, customer. What do you need? A woman in her 30s came up to him. She was the owner of the store. Su Chen didn't know what to buy, so he thought for a while and said, "A coat and a hat." "Okay, please follow me over here." Under her guidance, Su Chen quickly chose a white coat and a white hat. He prefers white. It looks a bit like Kaido Kid from Conan, and its hat is somewhat similar to Ace's. He is quite satisfied with it. It's really beautiful. Your original dress was made by your wife, right? The material is something I've never seen before. Although the craftsmanship is not exquisite, it is very good. It's well made. The proprietress said with a smile. Yes, that's right, thank you. After saying that, Su Chen paid the money and left. Su Chen didn't know what material the clothes were made of. He had never even seen the owner of the clothes before. It was really strange. His original clothes were still given to him by Hancock. After he went back last time, he always felt that the clothes he had robbed that time were not very comfortable to wear, so he asked Hancock to make another set for him. I still remember that she asked me a question at that time, "Do you want the same material?" After saying that, I don't know what happened, her face was red, and smoke was coming out of her head. Su Chen also felt that the material was good to wear and very comfortable. So he didn't ask Hancock to change it. I must ask Hancock when I go back someday. Well, that's it. Chapter 39. Since the place where Su Chen and Dover fought was in the central area of the island. If Dressrosa is compared to a cake, then now a quarter of the cake has been cut off by Dover's super long whip line. It is now a ruin. Cyrus led his former subordinates and returned to the palace, slaughtering all the remnants of the Doflamingo family. Most of the soldiers were turned into toys and had been working day and night in the toy factory. Now that they have grown up, the former army is back. With the help of Cyrus, the former army commander, King Riku quickly returned to the throne. But he didn't even have time to wash his face and eat a meal, and he had already led a large number of soldiers to the disaster area. Whether it is rescue or reconstruction, a large number of manpower is needed there. Now he is still grey and his clothes are tattered. Time is life. This is his idea, without any pretense, just for the sake of his own people. When the people saw that King Riku actually led people there in person, they also completely believed that the former King Riku had returned. On the way to the disaster area, many people were moved by King Riku's love for the people and joined his team. The team grew bigger and bigger. Garp, who was looking for Su Chen on the island, led a group of navy officers walking on the street. The scene here was still lively and not affected. The various food and clothing shops on the road were operating normally. Their navy had no information about Su Chen's location, so they had to find it on their own. How can we find him on such a big island? That guy must have hidden himself. Hey! Garp was also in a dilemma. He didn't mind fighting, but he didn't like the process of finding someone. He had been walking for a long time and his feet were sore. Bogart, how about I go back to the warship and take a nap, and you can call me when you find him? Kappa said to the adjutant next to him. Sure. Hearing this, Garp was overjoyed and ran to the warship. But I will call the marshal to report it. Bogart added again. The smile on Cap's face fell again. Tisk, if you don't want to go back, then don't go back. You can't find him if you look like this. I'll ask the residents here. With such a high bounty, someone must have seen him. Cap turned his head left and right to ask someone. Just at this time, a man in white passed by him. Garp slapped the man on the shoulder. Hey! Brother! After saying that, he took out a bounty order, on which was Su Chen. Have you seen this person on this island? The man in white who was slapped by him heard this and took the reward order and looked at it. I have seen him before, what's the matter? Garp was so happy to hear this, he finally got a clue after searching for so long. Just when he was about to continue asking, King Riku's large army arrived from behind, and they happened to pass by here. Garp waved his hand and asked his subordinates to move aside and not block other people's way. It was obvious that the king was traveling, and it could be seen from those guards that they were well trained. King Riku also recognized Garp, but he ignored him, as he had more important things to do now. Soon King Riku passed by them, and after the guards passed by, Garp saw that there were still a large number of people following behind, and he didn't know what they were going to do. Who cares, business is more important. Although he had been looking at the large army over there. But he didn't let go of the man's hand, for fear that he would run away, as this was the only clue. He turned around and continued to ask. Where have you seen him? The man did not answer him, but asked him a question. What are you looking for Su Chen for? Is there any need to ask? What else can the Navy do with a bounty? Of course we want to catch him. We are the Navy. Garp felt that his voice was not loud, but his loud voice still made this sentence spread far away. After he finished saying this, he was surprised to find that the large army that was advancing had stopped. And they all looked in their direction. Before he could figure out what was going on, the boy in white who he had just let go shouted loudly, "These Navy men are here to catch Su Chen." After shouting, he rushed into the large army. Just when Garp was confused and at a loss, the eyes of those large troops and the vendors on the street began to look at him wrongly. What's wrong? Bogart, is there something on my face? Kapu asked Bogart. No. Why do I feel like something is not right? Just when they were confused, someone finally spoke up. These Navy men are here to capture our heroes. What Navy? It will only appear after the crisis is over. Drive them away. Get out, Marines. Hero? What hero? Could it be this Su Chen? Garp didn't know what happened on the island. Zhang Guo had just called him to tell him, but he was so angry that he forgot to tell him. At first, everyone just denounced. But because of the action of a 70-year-old grandmother, everyone started to move. The grandmother took an egg from her stall and threw it at Garp. Bang, it didn't go far before it fell to the ground. Everyone looked at her. Smash them, take whatever you want from me. Hurry up and help me smash them. The voice was a little too soft, and I was really afraid that she would accidentally die of excitement. Her words seemed to trigger some mechanism, and the other vendors also shouted, "It's the same here. Take whatever you want. Take mine." Everyone started to move. Handfuls of food were thrown to Cap and others. They didn't react to what was going on. They just hurriedly explained with their heads in their hands. But no one listened, there was only constant cursing and the shouting of the vendors next to them. Take mine. Mine are rotten eggs. They'll be in trouble. Everyone rushed to his shop and grabbed the eggs and threw them. Leave one for me, don't grab it. I have soy milk. Here. There are a lot of stinky tofu here, and it comes with soup. Hurry up. Someone called out, and the jar of stinky tofu was immediately snatched up. Damn it. I'm going to take a shit right now. I'll throw it over there and stink them to death. He actually squatted down. Seeing this, Garp was finally scared. He called out and led his subordinates to escape from this smelly corner and ran towards his warship. Are these people crazy? There are actually people who poop in public. This is outrageous, run quickly, and while running, he raised Bogart to block a rotten egg for him. Bogart, @. Soon, Garp and others disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 40. Damn the Navy! How dare they say they want to capture our hero right in front of us? These Navy guys are running so fast. I haven't even finished throwing away all the stuff I've got. Haha. I threw all of mine away. So cool, there's not a single one left. Ha ha ha, mine is the same, rotten eggs are very harmful. This is my secret recipe passed down from my ancestors, I guarantee the smell will last for 10 days. Everyone was still unsatisfied, and the vendors compared with each other to see who had more lost goods, and they were proud of it. Damn the Navy, they are so fast. I just finished my shit, and I want them to have a taste of it. At this time, Brother Shit said as he pulled up his pants, his face full of pride. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly moved away from him. There are not many warriors like him in this era. Although they were disgusted, they were still full of admiration. At this time, King Liku also turned back. He saw the scene just now, but he just saw it. He was more grateful to Su Chen than anyone else present. He was trying very hard to restrain himself by not joining the army of throwing vegetables just now. As a king, he could not attack the navy. Otherwise, except for brother shit, he must be the most powerful. At this time, he also came in front of these vendors and gave everyone a look of well done. I will pay for all your losses. Come here. Pay. A secretary-like woman came out immediately and paid a lot of bailey to each stall owner who had suffered losses. Shit. What should I do? I like King Riku more. What should I do? All I can say is, he is worthy of being King Riku. King Riku! King Riku! King Riku! Everyone shouted. King Riku didn't expect that being on the same front with the people on this matter would make him even more powerful in the hearts of the people. This is really an unexpected surprise. The young man in white was almost laughing in the crowd. This man was Su Chen. Garp didn't recognize him at all. He didn't expect that he could hurt Garp so badly. He was almost laughing to death. During this time, Su Chen threw a rotten egg over. It was the last one that hit Bogart, and almost knocked Bogart unconscious. Everyone rolled their eyes. Originally, they were going for Garp, but they didn't expect that he would have a shield. King Riku continued to lead everyone to set off. Those vendors closed their stalls directly on the spot. They didn't expect to get off work early. It was really cool. They also followed King Riku's footsteps, planning to go together to help. Soon the bustling streets were empty. After the crowd dispersed, only Su Chen and a pile of shit were left. You know what, the smell is really strong, no wonder Garp's face changed drastically when he heard it. This would scare anyone to death, and even urinate a few drops. It was so satisfying to just enjoy a big show. Su Chen also continued to walk towards the coast, ready to look for a ship to shampoo. And Garp's side. Everyone returned to the warship, and the warship was stinking at this time. Everyone had more or less rotten vegetable leaves, egg liquid, stinky tofu juice and so on their bodies. A large number of fish around the warship died. Garp, the vice admiral, was not feeling well either. He struggled to pull out a carrot that someone had thrown and happened to be stuck in his nostrils. Bogart! What's going on? Garp was so wise all his life, but he suffered such a disaster today. He has never been so miserable in his life. Just thinking about it, the rotten egg liquid on his head kept dripping, so he could only wipe the egg liquid off his head with his hand. Looking at the sticky and smelly thick liquid on his hand, Garp said that this hand could not be kept. After the initial confusion, the people on the ship began to recall the stench. Ugh! A soldier couldn't help it and blew the vomiting horn. Seeing him like this, others also joined the vomiting army and opened their mouths towards the sea. The boat was full of vomiting sounds for a while. The sea was almost stained by them. In fact, Garp was also a little nauseous. Those people's main target was him, and others just touched the edge, and it was already like this. Bogart, what's going on? Are you dying from the stink? Seeing that his adjutant had not answered him yet and was just lying there motionless, Garp reached out and turned him over. He was rolling his eyes, with a red mark on his forehead and some traces of vomit around his mouth. There was a rotten egg evenly distributed on his face. As soon as he turned over, the stench rushed straight to Garp's head. In a flash, it reached his throat. If he hadn't pressed hard, he might have vomited all over Bogart. Garp, the stinkiest person, was almost vomited by the fumes. What happened to the rotten egg? Did it mutate? This smell was really the stinkiest smell he had ever smelled in his life. This is Su Chen's special stinky egg, mixed with stinky tofu juice, soy milk and a drop of black blood. The black blood seemed to have mutated the smell, and it was extremely smelly. Bogart was not knocked unconscious by the impact, but was really knocked unconscious by the stench, as evidenced by the vomit at the corners of his mouth. Under Garp's action, Bogart woke up, and vomited again as soon as he woke up. Ugh! He quickly ran to wash his face, and vomited for a long time, and finally stopped when he couldn't vomit anything out of his stomach. He saw Garp looking at him in surprise, as if he was shocked that he could vomit for so long. Bogart, who had paused for so long, finally spoke. Cap. I *% hashtag at, you are such a fucking person, I % hashtag at why don't you just die, hashtag %. At this time, Bogart was so angry that he really wanted to kill his superior. He yelled at Garp with all the dirty words he had learned in his life, and stopped calling him superior and just called him Garp. Seeing this, Garp could only smile and scratch his head. After all, his adjutant just saved half of his life. This was already a life-saving grace. Although it was not voluntary, hee. Haha, Bogart, you are still too young to get angry easily. You need to learn to control your emotions. Haha, you still have a lot to learn from me. Haha. Ha. Bogart's head started to smoke when he heard this. Just when he was about to attack again, the den mushi rang. Seeing that Bogart was about to attack again, Garp immediately picked up the den mushi. Hey, phone, stop arguing. As soon as he finished smiling, he turned around and shouted at the den mushi. Who is it? It's me. I forgot to tell you that Su Chen saved Dressrosa not long ago. Don't be on the island when you take action. You may encounter a lot of obstacles. Zhang Guo's voice came out. Hearing this, Garp's face became darker and darker. Seeing that, Garp was slow to reply. Zhang Guo thought that the den mushi was broken, so he couldn't help but put his ear closer and continued to say. Hello? Did you get it? Garp's loud voice started to come out, and Zhang Guo was so scared that his chair flipped over. Do you know what happened? Because you told me now. The people on the island have severely punished me and the soldiers on my ship. Now the whole ship has become a stinking ship. Warring states. I *% hashtag at, you are such a fucking person, I % hashtag at why don't you just die, hashtag %. Click. Zhang Guo hung up the phone. Tisk, you can't stand it after just a few words, really. At this moment, Garp suddenly felt a chill on his back. Looking back, he saw a big foot kicking him. You can't even curse at people, right? You even steal swear words. Bogart kicked Cap in the face. It was a stamp on his face. Chapter 41. At the port, a large number of ships were docked. A small number of them were merchant ships, ready to set sail for the next island. Most of them were pirate ships. Most of the crew members of these pirate groups and their captains were turned into toys, and the pirate ships remained in the port. Now that they have finally recovered, the first thing they did was to avenge Doflamingo. Knowing that Doflamingo had been killed by Su Chen, they hurriedly prepared to set off, having wasted too much time on this island. Sixi was one of them. He was the leader of the Cape Wrath pirates, with a bounty of 150 million. He had been turned into a toy for half a year, and after recovering, he came to the port to find his former pirate ship. He didn't have much hope at first, but when he came to the place in his memory, he was surprised to find that the familiar old partner was quietly docked there. He was overjoyed. He quickly ran to the side of the ship and checked the situation of the ship, which was the key to whether he could leave here. His ship was parked on a beach near the island. He went to the island after dropping anchor, because the big ports were full, which was a helpless move. But now, half a year later, the sea level has receded significantly, causing his boat to be half in the sea and half on the shore. Just as he was thinking about what to do, a loud shout came and caught his attention. Captain! He looked back and saw that all his crew members appeared in front of him unharmed. Jaka, Cook, and everyone else. It's been so long. When he was fighting with the Don Quixote family, he thought all the crew members had died. Unexpectedly, they were all turned into toys. He immediately stepped forward excitedly and hugged his crew members. These were all brothers who had accompanied him through life and death. The captain regarded them as brothers. How precious is such a captain! Great! Great! I'm so glad you're all okay. Captain, you are still the same, haha. When are we going to leave? Jekka joked with a smile. Speaking of this, Sixi was also in a dilemma and told them about the situation of the ship. Let's try together to see if we can push the boat back. This proposal was quickly put into practice, but after all of them tried their best, the boat did not move at all. Push harder, brothers. Sixi gnashed his teeth, his face was full of blue veins, and his face turned red because of excessive force. Hearing this, everyone also tried their best, but the boat only shook a little. Just when they were about to give up, a hand appeared next to Sixi and rested on the hull. Just when he was wondering who this person was, there was a void in front of him, and everyone fell forward uncontrollably. Then, under the horrified gaze of everyone, the boat actually flew up. It really flew up, as if it was equipped with some kind of jet. Then there was a huge sound of falling into the water, and the boat had landed in the sea 50 meters away. Damn, what's going on? Everyone looked at the person who came, a young man in white clothes, who didn't look strong and was only about 1.9 meters tall. As a result, such a huge power erupted in that small body. It was incredible no matter how you look at it. Was it him? He pushed it? Cook was stunned and asked. You are fucking stupid. Who else could it be if not him? Jekka cursed angrily. And Sixi was still looking at the ship in the distance with a shocked expression. They had all weighed the weight of their own ship just now. Now he was pushed 50 meters away by a slap. No, he flew 50 meters away. How much arm strength does it take? He reacted and immediately thanked the person who came. Oh my god! You are awesome, brother. Thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you, you are such a great help. Have you eaten yet? How about I treat you to a meal, and we have a party to celebrate? Sixi thanked Su Chen from the bottom of his heart, otherwise he might not be able to drive the boat in front of him. Yes, the person who came was Su Chen. When he arrived here, he saw several people working so hard that they were about to shit, so he simply helped. No need to eat, I have something to ask you. Sixi quickly replied, no problem, I can't do anything else, but I have experience, and I have been in the New World for 10 years. What do you want to ask? Seeing this, his crew members also went about their own business, leaving a quiet space for the two. Captain, I'm going to the island to purchase supplies. Captain, let's go to the ship and see if there is anything wrong with it. Captain, I'm going to the island to buy some fresh water. Let's go together. Su Chen was speechless at this time. He just wanted to say, there is no need for that, brothers laughing and crying. Where are you going? Su Chen asked his question and went straight to the point to see if it was on his way. We are going to continue along the route. Although we lost here, a man's ambition will never end. I will keep going down this road until I die or become the strongest. Sixi's face was full of determination, and he said something that was hard to disagree with. Su Chen didn't expect that the little pirate he met in such a small place would have such a lofty goal. It was really admirable. Where are you going? Since you have done us a great favor, I can give you a ride if it is not far. Sixi said again. I went to the Chebayati archipelago. Where are you going? That might not be easy. Sixi also showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Then he told Su Chen about the difficulties. If you want to go to the Sabayati archipelago, you have to sail back to the foot of the Red Earth continent, then enter the Fishman Island, and pass through the Fishman Island to reach it. But the problem is, in the New World, coding is not as easy as in the Sabayati archipelago. Only the big pirates have this ability. People like us don't even know where to code. And the voyage won't be short. If everything goes well, it may take a week to arrive. After hearing his words, Su Chen also remembered that, yes, there is no place for coding in the New World, and he didn't know how Whitebeard did it during the war at the top. The time spent is also unacceptable, too long, and by the time he arrives, the celestial dragons may have left. He has been flying around for a long time, and he always feels that the speed of the ship should not be much slower than his own. It seems that he can only fly, and fly to the island near Shampoo first. And he can't disappear on that island, he must stay there all the time, otherwise even if the celestial dragons want to get out, they can't get out. The 5 elders will definitely stop them. And how to stay on that island? Isn't it enough to have a clone? Chapter 42. Currently, only Cyrus and Rebecca know about their clone abilities, and they will definitely not reveal them. Baby 5 and Seniol have also been cleared of their memories of that time. So this clone ability is completely feasible. Just thinking about it now makes Su Chen impatient. At this time, his mind can't help but imagine some things. Celestial dragons. 3. Kill, kill, kill them. Kill them immediately. All. Kill them all. At this time, from Sixie's perspective, Su Chen in front of him suddenly became weird. Black gas kept appearing around him, and his eyes became ferocious and bloodthirsty. Fear filled Sixie's whole body, and the person in front of him seemed to tear him apart at any time. Unconsciously, a trace of domineering color was released uncontrollably. Under this momentum, Sixie's legs kept shaking, and cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead. His back was already wet. It was already a good strength that he didn't faint on the spot. At this time, Su Chen hadn't noticed yet. He was still immersed in his own devilish world. His mind was filled with the image of Suro outside the cage. His violent aura was getting worse, as if he was possessed. His domineering aura was also getting stronger. Sixie only felt his legs trembling constantly. The thought of kneeling down and submitting appeared in his mind uncontrollably, constantly urging him. Kneel down, kneel down. Listening to the voice that kept ringing in his mind, Sixie felt extremely irritated. His legs really began to bend as the voice said. It was not only the pressure on his mind, but there was really a force outside that was pressing him down. He was holding on as if he would kneel on the ground in the next second. No. 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 He didn't want to kneel. He wouldn't kneel. No one could do that. Get up. Get up. Get up. Suddenly, a majestic aura burst out from his body. It resisted the pressure from Su Chen. The kneeling posture finally stopped. And that momentum. It was the domineering aura. He actually awakened the domineering aura. And when this aura passed by Su Chen's position, he finally woke up from that terrible state. He just came back to his senses and found that he couldn't help but exude a trace of domineering aura, and hurried to check on Sixie's condition. But he saw that he was constantly releasing a domineering aura. Su Chen didn't feel anything, just like a breeze blowing on his face, until he looked at him and realized it. Just now, because other overlords appeared in the field, the pressure that he unconsciously released was broken and attracted Su Chen's attention, allowing him to recover. Soon Sixie stopped. He couldn't control it the first time he released it, and he didn't stop until his physical strength was almost exhausted. He quickly looked in the direction of Su Chen, ready to escape at any time. What he saw was Su Chen's eyes that had returned to normal, and the black unknown aura around him disappeared, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Brother, what happened to you just now? I really felt like I was going to be killed by you just now. Sixie recounted what happened just now with lingering fear. Sorry, I just thought of something bad. I'm leaving now. I wish you a safe journey. I hope to see you again as a powerful leader. Su Chen explained and was about to get up and fly away. No, 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 you think too highly of me, please don't say that. I don't even know your name, my name is Sixie. Sixie said this but didn't get a response. But his expression kept getting more and more shocked, his eyes widened. His fingers pointed forward uncontrollably, and he kept saying, you. At this time, Su Chen had already returned to his original appearance. Zhang. In the horrified eyes of Sixie, he slowly turned into a demon. Sixie also reacted, and quickly bowed to Su Chen's position, shouting thank you for saving my life and helping me. From now on, I will go through fire and water. I will do anything for you. Su Chen's mouth curled up when he heard this. This kid, he likes it. Let's go, kid. After saying that, Su Chen disappeared instantly. Sixie slowly raised his head, but Su Chen was no longer there. Sixie was lucky, he felt Su Chen's domineering color at such a close distance, and it was just a trace of domineering color. If Su Chen was awake, he couldn't release this much even if you asked him to, because it was too little. But Sixi caught up and awakened his own domineering color. After this incident, I think someone with great ambitions like him can't remain unknown. Maybe he will have a place in the future ocean? Su Chen was speeding towards the first half of the Grand Line, and his flying speed had once again achieved a new breakthrough. He discovered that his demonic aura could be attached to anything. He had only used it in battle before, but this time after mixing it with the domineering haki, he discovered that it was not a fusion of the two. Instead, the demonic aura enhanced his domineering haki. This discovery made him realize that the demonic aura should be something like a reinforcement. It can strengthen anything. Now, he uses the demonic aura to strengthen his wings, causing his flying speed to increase significantly. It took less than 5 minutes to see the Red Soil continent. After crossing the Red Soil continent, he continued to move forward. He was holding a pointer in his hand to guide him in the direction. And this pointer is the permanent pointer of the Seven Water City. Bing Shan, who was sitting in the mayor's office reading a book, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He put the book away at a very fast speed, stood up abruptly and looked around his office. There was nothing. Oh, I'm really impressed. I've been doing this lately, scaring myself. It's all that guy's fault. After saying that, Bing Shan sat down again, took out the book and started reading again. Hey, you haven't finished reading this book How to Conquer a Sexy Lady with Black Silk Stockings yet? A voice suddenly came from behind him. Bing Shan jumped up in shock. He stood on the chair and faced Su Chen. Why is it you again? You never come through the door every time. Bing Shan slowly got down from the chair, his face flushed. It was really embarrassing for him to be scared like this, as a mayor. What happened this time? Now Bing Shan is really not afraid of being killed, he just wants Su Chen to stop torturing him like this. Recently, he has been wanting to look behind him from time to time in this office. It's okay, I just passed by and came to see you. Su Chen smiled and walked out the door. It was just as he said, just a look. Soon. Su Chen disappeared at the door. == this guy. Really? Really? Someone come. Bing Shan shouted. Soon a woman came out. This was his new secretary. Khalifa had already returned to CP. She was just an undercover agent beside him before, so he hired a new one. The door was pushed open, and a black silk lady walked in. If Su Chen was here, he would have said, good, 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 you are worthy of it, Bing Shan. Mayor, what do you want me to do? The woman's gentle voice calmed down the man's emotions that seemed about to explode. Have someone open up this floor for me. From now on, everyone will work in the same room. Chapter 43. Holy Land Marijoa. Sir, just now, a stream of light flashed from the sky, and a human figure could be vaguely seen, but the speed was too fast, and the rest could not be seen at all. A figure ran in hurriedly and said quickly. Upon hearing this, the CP0 captain also quickly stood up and walked towards the location of the 5 elders. Well done, Keely. Keely is the CP5 member who found Su Chen's trail last time. After the last incident, he was promoted to CP0. There are also people who teach him how to develop his fruit ability and practice physical skills every day. It is entirely because of his ability that he has reached the pinnacle of his life. He is the animal type bird fruit golden eagle form, the eagle with the best eyesight in the world. Su Chen has returned to the first half of the Grand Line. Should the Celestial Dragon's travel plan be terminated? Looking at the 5 people sitting in different positions, he said in a deep voice. Tomorrow is the day when the Celestial Dragons will go to the Savaing archipelago. Originally, Su Chen stayed in the New World, and the 5 elders would naturally not control them. But now that guy is back, if the Celestial Dragons want to travel again, they may be in danger. Inform them to stay at home and not go anywhere. Saturn spoke first. They didn't want to see any of the Celestial Dragons get into trouble. Have someone pay close attention to his news. Report immediately if you find anything. Go down and keep an eye on the Tianlong people. Jin Xing also spoke up, all of them were against the trip. Yes. After he came out, he came to the Holy Family of Charlos. At this time, the three of them were selecting slaves who would accompany them on their trip tomorrow. I want one to ride and the other to lead. Who do you choose? Let me see. You two. Haha. St. Charles said as he walked to a sturdy man. Next to him was his wife. When the two heard this, they were immediately disheartened. It seemed that they would not survive tomorrow. You two. Go with me tomorrow. Haha, so happy, yeah, I have two slaves. Charlos Saint, who looked like a mentally retarded child with a big snotty nose, danced with joy. Haha son, there are plenty of slaves. I will catch more for you tomorrow so you can have fun. His father also spoke up. This man was obviously more normal, as if Charlos Saint was the only mentally retarded person in their family. At this time, the captain of CP0 came over and told them that the trip tomorrow might not be possible. Sir, tomorrow's trip has been cancelled by the 5 elders because of Su Chen's unstable factor. This is also for your safety. He tried to be as tactful as possible, for fear of angering these moody Tianlong people, but the reality was still not as he wished. What? The 5 elders? What right do they have to stop us? They want to restrict our freedom. Impossible. We have to go tomorrow. Saint Risward, who was wearing sunglasses, spoke angrily. This is for your safety. Impossible. I'm going to ask the 5 elders right now. I want to see when they have this right. He strode out and he had no choice but to follow. Bang! The door was kicked open and Saint Riswald rushed in with a menacing look on his face. When will you be able to ground me? This is too much. You better explain it to me clearly. Saturn rubbed his head with a headache and explained, I'm worried that you will die. What? Death? Who dares to touch us? We are celestial dragons. Could it be that Su Chen? He is nothing. I am standing right there, how dare he touch me? Risward Saint was arrogant, not taking Su Chen seriously at all. Such a character was not worthy of his fear. We don't know his location right now, if you go there rashly, you might get ambushed. Just after Saturn finished speaking, another person rushed in, it was Keely. My lord, we have found traces of Su Chen in the 7 Waters City. Saint Risward laughed and said to the 5 elders, ha ha ha. What else do you have to say now? Isn't his location clear now? You can't stop me now. After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Everyone present had a helpless expression. There was nothing they could do about these Tianlong people. Never mind. Have people keep a close eye on Su Chen, and bring them back immediately if he makes any move. You should go with them this time, 0. You have the strength of a general. If anything goes wrong, it shouldn't be a problem to protect them and evacuate them safely. CP0's Captain 0 agreed to this. Su Chen was walking on the street and soon felt someone following him. But he did not do anything and just let the person follow him. He first went to a hotel and booked a room, but did not check in. Instead, he turned around and walked back to the street. What does he mean? Who cares? We just need to keep an eye on him. We thought he was so powerful, but he still couldn't find us. Soon Su Chen walked to a more remote place, where there were few people. There were only 2 or 3 pedestrians walking on the road, not as crowded as the city center. As he walked, he came to a corner. In the eyes of those people, Su Chen turned in and walked out immediately, as if he had taken the wrong road. What is he doing? Lost. The 7 Waters City is indeed not very friendly to people with poor directions. But in a direction they didn't see, a strange man in black walked towards the port. And Su Chen walked around a few more times and returned to the hotel he had just stayed in. He's in, everyone, keep an eye on the surroundings, don't give him any chance to escape our sight. Who is that? Don't you have the ability of a mole? Go monitor the underground. These people hurriedly took their positions and stared at the hotel, not giving Su Chen any chance to escape. Another guy in black had already arrived at the port. This was naturally Su Chen, and his clothes had changed color due to the fusion of black blood. His face had also completely changed into an unfamiliar look. A large number of ships were docked here, almost all of them were pirate ships. And their destination was exactly Su Chen's goal, the Savaing archipelago. The next stop of the seven water capital is Sabaody, and the pirates chasing the throne of the pirate king naturally advance from one island to another. However, Su Chen no longer cared whether their destination was the same as his. He had no time to waste with these pirates. He flew to a large ship that looked good. A black flag with a skull printed on it was flying on the mast. This was also a pirate ship. The deck was full of people at this time, and when they saw Su Chen, the uninvited guest, coming, they all raised their weapons. The captain of the ship also came over at this time, laughing and said to Su Chen, "Ha ha ha. He really doesn't know how to live or die. He actually wants to take my boat. I haven't killed anyone today, so I'm itching to do it. Get out of the way. Let me kill him." A path immediately appeared. "Do you want to torture him? I want to see him scream. What a fool. Our captain is the Orxian with a bounty of 80 million berries. I'm going to kick his head like a ball later." Sin listened to his men's bold words and laughed back. "Haha, you are a good kid, I will give you his head in a while." After saying that, he transformed into a half-human, half-beast and rushed towards Su Chen, holding a mace in his hand. "Go to hell, you fool." He raised the mace high and smashed it towards Su Chen. Just when everyone thought that Su Chen was about to be crushed, the mace stopped 1 centimeter away from Su Chen. "Boss, why did you stop? Smash him to death, Captain. Show no mercy. Why don't you let me do it, Captain?" Just when they were confused, Sin put away his stick and walked towards them. "What's wrong, Captain? I just said that I can handle this kind of garbage, no need." Bang! Before the guy could finish his words, he was smashed into a meat pie by the huge mace, and blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 44. Before these people could react, Sin had already smashed the most aggressive people with his stick. Everyone looked at Sin with horror. Boss is crazy. Damn it, brothers, run." Just as they were about to get away from this suddenly strange captain, Sin spoke, and his words were shocking. "This is my good father who has been lost for many years. Who of you dare to disrespect him? Kill him without mercy." Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. The captain has a father? Didn't the captain's father die when he was a child? The captain himself said that he was sucked dry by a woman, but the guy in front of him doesn't look that dry? How could he be the captain's father? And this guy looks to be in his 20s, the captain can be his grandfather, right? But before they could think about it, Sin had already waved his hand and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Start the boat. Target the Sabaody archipelago." Hearing Sin's words, everyone stopped thinking about his father and immediately started to busy themselves with their own things, as long as the captain was not crazy. The ship quickly moved and headed for the Sabaody archipelago. Sin waved his hand and called the navigator on the ship. "Captain, what are your instructions?" The man was still a little scared at this time, after all, the stick was still dripping with blood. "My father has some questions for you, answer them truthfully." Sin yelled at the man. "How long will it take to reach the Sabaody archipelago?" Su Chen asked his own question. Judging from our speed, if everything goes well, we can arrive in 2 days." The man also answered quickly. 2 days? It's too long, he is not sure if he can make it. He waved his hand to let the navigator do his own thing. He took Sin and the two came to the captain's room, which was in the center of the ship. The room was very large, and various facilities were placed in the room without appearing crowded. There were saunas, KTVs, foot baths, physiotherapy, chess and card rooms, and massage rooms. I didn't expect this guy to enjoy himself. At this time, there were 7 or 8 women with enchanting figures and beautiful faces lying on a big bed, but Su Chen felt cold for them when he saw the fabrics on their bodies. They were looking at Su Chen puzzledly. "Lord Sin, are you going to play something so exciting tonight?" Su Chen looked at Sin at this time. This guy is comparable to Blackbeard, with a big belly, a few missing teeth in his mouth, and a wretched look on his face. When I think of him and them. Tisk tisk tisk, plus this guy can also transform into a beast. No, the picture is not very good, I can't think about it anymore. I can only say that he is still strong even though he is old. Get out of here. Don't disturb my dad. Yin shouted at them. The women were frightened and got off the bed and rushed out of the door. At this time, a large amount of black air began to appear on Su Chen's body. The black air was extremely thick, like an abyss, deep, mysterious and extremely dangerous. Su Chen gathered the black air in his hands, and then slowly pressed the black air into the floor under his feet. But nothing happened. Huh? Can't dead things be strengthened? But it can be added to the blade of God killing? What's going on? Just as he was looking at the floor and thinking, he suddenly fell backwards uncontrollably and fell hard. Everyone on the boat was also at the same time, he fell down suddenly. Damn! Is the effect so strong? Su Chen looked at the galloping seagull outside the window and was overtaken in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the pirate ship was like a speedboat running on the sea. Su Chen couldn't help but be shocked by the powerful effect of the devil's breath. The sailboat turned into a speedboat, and it was a very big sailboat. The other people on the boat were also stunned after they stood up again. If they were leaning on something, they would just want to ask what was going on with this sudden push on the back. Everyone stood by the boat, wanting to see what was going on. As soon as they got to the side, the strong wind exposed their entire row of teeth. Everyone squinted their eyes and opened their mouths wide, unable to close them. What's going on? Someone shouted, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was so scared that he quickly closed his mouth. Could there be a sea king down there? Our ship can't possibly be that fast. Everyone looked down at the bottom of the ship, but they saw nothing. It seems that this is the only possibility. Hurry up and call the captain. A group of people hurried to the captain's room. At this time, Yin pushed the door and walked out. Don't be afraid, you bunch of country bumpkins, this is the ship's built-in acceleration function. Bang! After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the room, and the door was shut heavily. Ah? Our ship? It also has an acceleration function? The crew couldn't help but look up at the several large holes on the sails, then at the long cracks on the mast, and finally at the bow that was broken a lot due to a collision a few years ago. This ship can still accelerate? And it can be accelerated like this? Everyone on the boat looked at each other. Forget it, whatever the captain says is what it is. It was already evening. Su Chen asked someone to come in and throw all of Yin's sofas, chairs, and tables into the sea because he thought they were dirty. He asked someone to replace the furniture with new ones and asked them to prepare their own dinner. Soon everything was delivered and the food was served. Well, let's eat. At this rate, we can reach the Savaing archipelago tomorrow morning. Well, we should be in time. After eating and drinking, he kicked Yin out. He felt sleepy after eating. Oh, he was ready to go to bed. Su Chen asked someone to come in and take away Yin's bed and throw it into the sea. He lay down on it after replacing it with a new bed. The sky outside was getting dark. Su Chen, who was lying on the bed, soon felt sleepy. Well, he really felt sleepy after eating. I'm not just saying it. Soon Su Chen fell asleep. In his dream, he was back on Earth. He was riding a small electric donkey with his sister on the road. Today was the first time for his sister to go to elementary school. Her delicate little face couldn't help but show some nervousness. Don't be nervous, Zyro, this place is the same as kindergarten. Su Chen said gently to his sister. Brother, can you and sister-in-law come to pick me up after school? Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? Wait. Did I forget something? Su Chen, who was sleeping, sat up suddenly. Looking out the window, the sky was already dark with the moon and stars, and it was midnight. He hurriedly took out the den mushi from his arms, pressed his fingers quickly, and soon dialed the number he remembered. There was still no waiting, and the call was connected. This time there was no silent waiting, and Hancock's voice came out as soon as the call was connected, with a strong sense of longing and a trace of resentment. Su Chen. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 45. At the same time, Garp, who was far away in Dressrosa, had just taken a long shower and still had a faint odor on his body. He had just received the news that Su Chen appeared in the Seven Water City. He was sitting on the deck, looking at the full moon in the sky with a depressed look on his face, biting the senbei in his hand with a crackling sound. Fortunately, Garp didn't smoke, otherwise he would have to hold 4 cigarettes in one hand. What the hell is this? I can't catch up with him even if I risk my life. I finally figured out that he is playing tricks on me. When I come, you leave. When I leave, you come. Fine, fine, you take me for a walk like a dog. You can do it. You have guts. Just when Cap was alone in the middle of the night, a dragon roar suddenly sounded in the sky. Su Chen! Where is Su Chen? Kaido, with a furious face, has arrived here. He has a lot of anger but nowhere to vent it. He can only find Su Chen and crush him to pieces to vent his anger. Stop it, Kaido, you've already run away. In his eyes, you're just a faster dog, and you can't escape the fate of being walked. Kapu's melancholy voice came, attracting Kaido's attention. Kapu is really going to be depressed. It's okay that he didn't see the good person, but he also got himself into trouble. Garp! Are you going to catch me? Come on! Come on! Kaido seemed to be furious and didn't listen to what Garp said. He rushed straight towards the warship, biting whoever he caught. Garp, who was sitting on the deck, had only one thought in his mind. Tired, destroy it! Bang bang bang! Captain's dad, we've arrived at the Savaing archipelago. Captain's dad? Are you awake, Captain's dad? Squeak! Su Chen opened the door and walked out, came to the bow and looked ahead. There was no island in sight, only towering trees standing in front. Savaing archipelago. Here we are. The huge tree, with its roots exposed, had branches and tangle, forming an island-like shape. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, Su Chen disappeared on the spot. Captain Dad is gone. I didn't even see how he left. What's going on? Before they could come to their senses, Yin exploded into a bloody mist with a bang. Oh shit! The captain is dead. The captain exploded as soon as his father left. Can the captain be separated from his father? Why did it explode suddenly? At this time, Luffy and others on the island were constantly looking for the trace of Kami, the green-haired mermaid they had just met. Kami! Kami-I! Where are you? Luffy was riding on a flying fish, accompanied by the octopus Haki and a talking starfish. The flying fish was provided by the guy who had the same wanted poster as Sanji. Hey, how can you find her if you shout like that? She's been kidnapped. Do you think she can respond to you? Hatishing saw Luffy's silly look and finally couldn't help but speak up. Oh. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Then why don't we go to the human trafficking shops to look for her? Let's go. A group of people excitedly rushed to various large and small human trafficking shops, but still couldn't find any trace of Kami. At this time, they had wasted a lot of time, and the owners of those shops were really bad. After Luffy and others told them that they were looking for mermaids, they actually took out the same curator mermaid as in Stephen Chow's movie. The three of them were really shocked. What should we do next? We can't find it at all. Haki also began to get anxious. The later we find it, the more dangerous it will be. At this moment, the telephone bug in Luffy's arms rang, and several people quickly came out to answer the call. Luffy! We found it! It's at the auction house at the number 1 red tree. Come here quickly. We and Nami-san are already here. Sanji's voice came out. Oh! We'll be there soon. Click. He turned the flying fish around and headed for the number 1 red tree. The auction house was already full of people, and all kinds of nobles were chatting with the people next to them, waiting for the auction to begin. The human slaves I bought last time only lasted 10 days before they died. This time I plan to buy a stronger race. A noble woman in her 40s, wearing expensive clothes and various jewelry, said to the male noble next to her. Haha, I plan to buy a few beautiful women to bring home to please my eyes this time. I hope they are good stuff. Ha ha ha. The male nobleman was also wearing expensive jewelry and said this lightly. Everyone sitting here really treats slaves as animals, without a trace of humanity. Nami and others have already come to the venue. Because Kami will definitely be put on a collar after being captured, they dare not attack by force and plan to rescue Kami by auction. Nami-san, the price of a mermaid is 70 million baileys on the price list. Sanji said to Nami after quickly flipping through the price list. The treasure stolen from Moria is about 200 million. It's definitely enough. I personally saved 50 million baileys, which can also be used together. Nami answered with a firm look in her eyes. They all like Miss Kimi very much. If she is bought by someone else, she will probably have to spend the rest of her life in a fish tank. This is what they don't want to see. Our auction will start soon. Please prepare to bid. A short man wearing small glasses appeared on the stage and said slowly. Bang! The door was kicked open. A man wearing a bubble-like thing on his head was brought in by the slave under him. Finally here. The man got off the slave's back and kicked him on the head. Slow. So slow. Trash, trash waste. He kicked and cursed. Finally, the man reached his limit, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. Take him out and throw him away. It's really embarrassing for me. After saying that, he walked straight into the venue. In the center of the venue, there was a pavilion-like thing standing there. It was specially built for the celestial dragons to separate them from these ordinary nobles. A man and a woman were sitting under the pavilion. They were Saint Rizward and Pallas Xylilia, his father and sister. Everyone watched him walk to the seat in horror, afraid that they would be noticed by his eyes. These little nobles could not compare with the celestial dragons. If they wanted, they could easily turn these nobles into their slaves. They came to the pavilion and sat next to the two of them. Zero was also standing here at this time. His explosive muscles could give people a sense of security. But there was a trace of worry on his face. He was on the phone. Is that guy still there? Yes. We have been watching him, he has not come out. There is no movement underground. After confirming it again, he felt a little relieved and hung up the phone. This is a pure physical martial arts expert like Kapuzifa. The kind who can blow up a mountain with one punch. The powerful strength is all earned by hard work. It can be imagined that if Luffy and others want to mess around again, this man will not show mercy. Chapter 46. The auction started. One by one, the items were pushed up. There were all kinds of races, long-legged races, long-armed races, and even fur races. That was a bunny lady. He was eventually bought by the celestial dragons for 100 million. As long as the celestial dragons bid, no one dared to raise the price. Soon it was Kemi's turn. She was pushed up in a fish tank. Her desperate eyes finally regained a bit of spirit after seeing Nami and others. She smiled and slapped the fish tank, shouting to the audience. But the fish tank completely blocked her voice. Everyone could only see that this mermaid was very lively. Saint Charlos was also intrigued. Of course, they had seen mermaids before and had caught a lot of them a long time ago, but those guys all looked like they were dying. It was the first time he had seen such a lively mermaid in front of him. His big eyes couldn't help but widen a little, with a look of novelty on his face. Sanji kept waving his hands and making gestures for silence, hoping that Kami would be quiet. But when she saw this, she thought he was greeting her and jumped even more happily. I believe everyone is familiar with this creature, it is the mermaid. But such a lively and active mermaid is rare. Buying it home, whether to play or watch, is a good choice. The starting price is 80 million baileys. Start bidding. Just when everyone was eager to bid, Charles Saint spoke. 100 million. The voice was not loud, but it covered the noise of the whole place. In an instant, the people who were talking fell silent. No one dared to raise the price. Nami and others were also terrified. They thought it was over, this guy actually fell in love with Kemi. But she couldn't just watch her friend being bought by the celestial dragons. She would definitely be tortured to death. Nami gritted her teeth and shouted out the price. 250 million baileys. She shouted out all her savings at once. Everyone present looked at them, wanting to see who dared to compete with the celestial dragons. But Saint Charlos didn't even look at them. The reason why these people didn't bid against the celestial dragons was that they didn't want to offend them, and the other reason was that they couldn't compete with them. Who dared to say that they had more money than the celestial dragons? 500 million. Charlos Saint made another offer. The whole audience was shocked. This was far beyond the value of the mermaid. Cammy was in the container and couldn't hear any sound from the outside world. She was still looking outside with a silly look on her face. After hearing the price, Nami and the others fell into deep despair. Is there no other way? At this moment, boom! A big hole was smashed through the roof. Luffy, Haki, and the Keixing trio have arrived. Where is this? Are we there yet? Luffy stood up and looked around. He soon spotted Cammy on the stage. Kami! Found it! Kami, I'm here to save you, he said as he strode over. Haki had already discovered the celestial dragons at this time, and was afraid that Luffy's behavior would anger them, so he hurried to hold him. But Luffy was too strong, and he couldn't hold him at all, and in a hurry he showed his 6 hands. When the buyers around saw that this guy was actually an octopus, they all moved away from him with disgust, shouting for the security personnel to subdue them. But Haki didn't know that after they smashed in, they had already angered the celestial dragons. Bang! A gunshot. Haki, who was dragged away by Luffy, fell weakly on the steps. At this time Luffy finally stopped. He looked at Haki who fell at his feet, and then turned back to look at the guy who fired the gun, his eyes becoming more and more angry. What a disgusting octopus! How dare you appear in front of me? Hee. Dad! I killed a talking octopus. It was so fun. Charlos Saint was still dancing, happily sharing his joy with his family. The shot Haki seemed to know what Luffy wanted to do, and grabbed his hand again. No, no, you promised me. Don't care about what you see. I'm a pirate. This is just retribution. He looked at Luffy with a pleading face, but Luffy shook off his hand and approached the man step by step. What do you want to do? What's that look in your eyes? It's really annoying. Go to hell too. Bang, bang, bang. Luffy dodged it easily and came in front of him and raised his fist. Everyone present was shocked. Law and Kid were there too. Does he want to fight the celestial dragons? Is he crazy? If he beats the celestial dragons, no one can escape. All the pirates here will be implicated by him. Just as the fist was about to land on that pig's face, a palm appeared and blocked the blow. What do you want to do in front of me, kid? As soon as the voice fell, Luffy turned into a shadow and flew backwards. He fell heavily on the ground not far away. As soon as he landed, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Zoro and Sanji hurried to check on Luffy. Are there any accomplices? Then let's solve them all at once. At this time, the nobles in the venue saw that the situation was getting more and more crazy, and they all fled to the door. Soon, only Luffy, Luo and others, the celestial dragons and their bodyguards were left here. In Sanji's horrified eyes, the man instantly came to Zoro and punched him in the chest. Zoro only had time to raise his knife to defend. After the two came into contact, a huge force came. The blade was instantly attached to the chest. With a bang, it was blasted into the wall behind him. Before Sanji could make any move, the man disappeared again. Then he felt an unmatched force kicking him on the back. He was kicked directly to the ground by this kick. He couldn't get up in a short time. The man slowly walked in front of him and stepped hard on his back. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out uncontrollably. Zoro was also embedded in the wall at this time, and the back of the knife actually cut into his chest alive, and blood kept flowing down. The 3 major combat forces of the Straw Hat Pirates lost their combat effectiveness in an instant. Although I don't want to work for the Navy, if you insist on coming to me, I don't mind teaching you how to be a man. Zero said with contempt. The Straw Hat Pirates, who had lost 3 combat forces, were no match for the other bodyguards and were soon captured. The moment Zero attacked, Law and Kid judged that this man was absolutely invincible. They had already evacuated here. Ha ha ha. Good job. Zero. These idiots actually wanted to touch me. Charlos Saint came to Luffy, who was lying on the ground, and raised his pistol. Go to hell, you bastard! At this moment, a slave in the backstage slowly stood up. Hey, do you still want an old man like me to take action? A figure with white hair suddenly appeared in front of Luffy and blocked the bullet with 2 fingers. Pluto, really? Are you going to offend the dignity of the celestial dragons too? Zero looked at the person who came and said in a cold tone. Ha ha ha. An old guy like me just wants to enjoy his old age. The person who came was Rayleigh. In the current situation, he was going to use the Conqueror's haki to stun these celestial dragons and other bodyguards, and then evacuate with Luffy and others. Zero would definitely not leave the celestial dragons alone here, it would be easy for them to evacuate. Anyway, there was no one else in the field now. No, there was also a man who had been sitting there, who seemed to be frightened by the scene in front of him and even forgot to escape. Forget it, never mind. Just when he was about to release the Conqueror's haki on a large scale, the strange man who had been sitting still, after a change on his face, turned into another look. And this face made Rayleigh's eyes wide open, staring at the direction of the man. He knew that there was no need to release any Conqueror's haki. Now there was only one goal left, to leave the Savaing archipelago. The farther the better. Here, things are about to change. Zero also noticed Rayleigh's abnormality at this time, and looked over in the direction of his gaze. With just one glance, his face was full of solemnity. Chapter 47. It seems that a friend is here to see you. I won't bother you anymore. Rayleigh disappeared, along with several members of the Straw Hat Pirates. How did you appear here? Aren't you supposed to be in the Seven Water City? Zero instantly appeared in front of Su Chen and stood between him and the Tianlong people. Hey! They all ran away, why don't you care? You idiot! I haven't killed the guy who offended me yet. Charlos Saint didn't care about that. The sudden disappearance of the Straw Hat Pirates left him with nowhere to vent his anger. He turned around and questioned Zero directly. Isn't this guy Su Chen? Damn it, kill him quickly, he ruined our good mood, don't let him die too easily, torture him well before killing him. Charlos Saint's sister Xiaololia Palace also said with a look of displeasure on her face. That's right, Zero, cut off his limbs and bring him back to the Saint family of Hammer. We will definitely get a lot of good things from him. Just cripple him, no need to kill him. Saint Rizward also spoke up. Ha ha ha, father is really thoughtful. But Ling did not do as they said. He just stood there quietly and confronted Su Chen, who was sitting with his legs crossed. Su Chen's eyes let him know that if he let this guy seize the opportunity, he would definitely kill the 3 people behind him without considering any consequences. I can't protect myself. Ling's heart couldn't help but have such a thought, and this idea kept magnifying in his mind. He couldn't help but dial Zhang Guo's number. And Su Chen just sat there quietly, looking at them with interest, without making any moves. Hello. What's up? Sengoku, who was in the office, was also a little confused when he saw the Den Den Mushi in front of him transform into Zero's face. Didn't this guy go to the Savaing archipelago with the celestial dragons? Why is he calling me now? Did something happen? Is there anything he can't solve? Su Chen is in front of me. Zero said without further ado. Hearing this, Zhang Guo was shocked. Wasn't that guy in the Seven Water capital? How did he appear in Shampoo Land again? But even if he was there, so what? Zero was definitely a general. Can't you just deal with him? I am afraid that I can't save the celestial dragons, so I sent one. He was interrupted before he could finish his words. Zero. Why can't you come up? What are you talking about? Was it this guy who rescued those people just now? Damn him! I'll kill him myself. Saint Charles had already become impatient, and he raised his gun and pulled the trigger while cursing. It was too late for Zero to stop him. At this time, it would be better for Su Chen to sit there peacefully, but this Tianlong man just wanted to provoke him. At this time, how much he wanted Rayleigh to come back again, stun these idiots and leave. The bullet hit Su Chen's head, bounced up and fell into Su Chen's hand again. And this shot, let alone a wound, did not leave any traces. But Su Chen's eyes changed. The eyes that were originally full of teasing were now filled with haze. The stern eyes gradually became cold-blooded, sinister, and cruel. The eyes also began to turn blood red. The tyrannical and bloodthirsty aura began to slowly rise. At this time, he looked at the bullet in his hand, and unspeakable anger began to rise. It began to burn, and the air around it seemed to become boiling hot. It was this thing. Exactly the same. It was that damned pistol and that damned bullet. It hit my sister. Ruthlessly took away her young life. Damn the celestial dragons. Damn it. A black aura slowly appeared around him, followed by the aura of the invincible overlord. Red and black lightning began to appear around him, jumping around him irregularly. A strong wind suddenly blew in the field, and everything around him began to be destroyed by this momentum. Saint Charlos looked at Su Chen's extremely terrifying aura and eyes, his face became dull, and he knelt on the ground with a plop, and a pool of liquid slowly flowed out. Zero looked at Su Chen, who was like a god descending from heaven, and there was only one thought left in his mind. Unbeatable. Definitely will die. In the Warring States period, if the three generals could not arrive within 5 minutes, you can only collect our bodies. Zero's tone was filled with a strong determination to die. Their CP had grown up in Marijoa since childhood and had only one goal in life, to serve the Celestial Dragons. For the Celestial Dragons, even if it meant death, they would not hesitate. What? Zero? The three admirals? What do you mean? Hey! Hey! After conveying Zero's last words, the Den Den Mushi was stunned by Su Chen's domineering color. This is the limit of the Den Den Mushi. Damn it! Borsalino! Go to the Savaing archipelago immediately. Hold that guy off with Zero. Sakazuki and Kuzan will be here soon. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, a flash of light shot straight towards the Savaing archipelago. Sengoku's hurried words made the admiral who got off work on time pay attention and hurried to Savaing. At this time, Sengoku looked up at the three admirals leaving, and a trace of deep anxiety flashed in his eyes. Has that guy grown to this point? Zero's strength can't even last 5 minutes in his hands? At this critical moment, the appearance of another guy who can control the situation in the sea is really bad news. Sengoku's heart is a little more worried about the upcoming war. I hope I can get rid of him this time. This most unstable factor. Everyone! Take the three adults away from here immediately. Ling shouted loudly to the other bodyguards. Su Chen's domineering color just now was only aimed at Zero, and was not released to others. The Tianlong people including these bodyguards were awake. At this time, the three Tianlong people did not dare to speak. The momentum of Su Chen was too terrible. They only wanted to escape from here. The bodyguards carried the three people who were already weak in legs and ran outside quickly. Zero was also on full alert at this time, ready to stop Su Chen at any time. Help them buy time. At this time, Su Chen slowly opened his mouth and said the first sentence since he came here. I didn't say you could leave. Shave shadowless. After he finished speaking, Ling had already appeared in front of him in an instant. The fist wrapped in rich armed color had already hit Su Chen. Steel fist explosion. Bang! A hand wrapped in black and red domineering color tightly grasped his fist. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't move forward even a little bit. And the other hand was slowly raised towards the people who were leaving. The bodyguards who were running wildly stopped in an orderly manner and stood there motionless. Then, bang! All the bodyguards exploded into blood mist. Only 3 terrified Tianlong people were left. Chapter 48. You three, hurry up. I'll stop him. As soon as Ling's right hand was pinched in Su Chen's hand, he had already started to accumulate strength. As soon as he finished speaking, his left hand had already launched another explosive attack. All the movements were done in one go. Steel fist meteor explosion. With this punch, he had already stretched it to the limit. A short period of power accumulation, coupled with the dangerous Ryuako domineering aura. This was already the strongest move he could make at the moment. Su Chen did not move. Just when he was confident that this move would definitely cause considerable damage to Su Chen, his fist hit a shield. A blood-red shield, wrapped with the color of armed and demon overlord. Boom! With a loud bang, the powerful force generated by the collision of the two completely destroyed this not-so-small auction house. Smoke and dust rose up. The ground also exploded in an instant, and the number 1 red tree was tilted greatly by this powerful airflow. The 3 Tianlong people were also affected by the shock wave and flew out. Landed on the street. What happened? Was it an earthquake? Is that a celestial dragon? How could it fly over there? Who is so bold as to hurt a celestial dragon? It's over. The admiral is coming soon. Run! When the pirates saw the miserable state of the celestial dragons, they knew that something was wrong. No matter who made them look so miserable, the admiral was coming. Despite this, there were still many people gathered here to check the situation, and most of them were reporters. Such a scene might not be seen once in 100 years. Sir! Sir, are you all right? When several CP intelligence officers saw the celestial dragons flying out from there and falling heavily to the ground, they quickly ran over here and wanted to rescue them. Quick, quick, take us away from here! Saint Rizward panted and ordered the person who came. Just when he thought he could escape soon, the figure who rushed in front of him froze in place again. What could it be? Under the horrified gaze of Saint Rizward, the man exploded again, blood sprayed all over his body, and his white clothes were dyed blood red. Isn't that guy fighting? Why is he still paying attention to us? He has already killed so many of us. What on earth does he want to do? Saint Rizward kept shouting, criticizing Su Chen's cruelty. The auction house not far away was now covered in dust, and it was difficult to see what was going on inside. At this time, a voice came out from inside, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Fight! The battle is over. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and the situation inside gradually became clear, but the situation inside made the Tianlong people open their eyes wide. Their eyes were full of fear, and their bodies kept shaking, as if the god of death was standing in front of them. They only saw Zero lying on the ground. Blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and he looked over here with guilt. What really made the Tianlong people despair was that there was a big sword stuck in Zero's chest at this time. A blood-red big sword. Like a nail, it nailed him to the ground. And that devil-like guy was walking towards them step by step. His eyes were full of scarlet. How is it possible? Saint Rizward shouted, trying to dispel the fear in his heart, so that his trembling legs could run. How could you defeat Zero in such a short time? This is impossible. But everything was in vain. The sound of Su Chen's shoes stepping on the ground easily dispersed the courage he had gathered with great difficulty. He fell to the ground with a plop. He began to crawl away. He just wanted to stay away from this demon. Just now, Zero's punch hit the blood shield, but it just broke the blood shield. Then it hit Su Chen's face weakly. At this moment, Su Chen's skin gradually turned blood red, as if shrouded by a layer of mysterious power. At the same time, 2 sharp devil horns appeared on his head, flashing a weird light. His back suddenly cracked, and a pair of huge blood-red wings stretched out from the crack, shining with scarlet luster and emitting a pungent bloody smell. A huge amount of demonic aura seemed to open the gate of hell, pouring out of Su Chen's body crazily. Su Chen grabbed Ling's throat. Just as Ling was about to dodge this attack and stay away from Su Chen in this form, a domineering color attacked. The domineering color with invincible momentum, under the addition of the terrifying amount of demonic aura, was full of extreme pressure. This pressure, all concentrated together. Zero was the first to bear the brunt. At this time, he actually felt that the person in front of him was like a god, and couldn't help wanting to surrender to him. No. He reacted quickly. But at this time, it was too late for him to escape. Su Chen grabbed his neck and pressed him to the ground. The power doubled because of the opening of the Great Destruction made it impossible for Zero to break free in a short time. The fist wrapped in the domineering color fell on his forehead. Unable to dodge. Unable to escape. At this time, he could only withstand this blow. The extremely thick armed color domineering appeared on his forehead. He mobilized all the armed colors and only gathered them at the landing point of the fist, which seemed extremely deep. Boom! The ground was hit by this punch to create a deep pit of about 5 meters, and Zero was also beaten a little unconscious. At this time, Su Chen had already stood up. Another foot stepped on. He grabbed the neck of Zero that had just been grabbed, raised his hands above his head, and smashed down towards Zero's chest. As his hands were falling, a scarlet sword began to appear in his hands. At the critical moment, Zero finally regained consciousness and punched the foot that was stepping on him. The powerful force forced Su Chen to lift his foot. Zero took this opportunity to roll over to avoid this fatal blow, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a throbbing in his blood. His body was stiff for half a second. It was this half second that made him miss the chance to escape. The scarlet sword pierced his chest without any hindrance. Just like that, Zero was nailed to the spot and couldn't move. "Don't die, there is still a good show to come." Su Chen's hoarse voice without any emotion rang in his ears. Now Su Chen's physical fitness is still at the level of a candidate for admiral. But his other means added together, his speed can kill Kizaru in seconds, his strength is close to Garp, and his defense and recovery ability is far better than Kaido. Add to that the ability of the blood fruit. If he wants to kill Zero, it will really be a matter of a few moves. "Don't come over here! Don't come over here!" Accompanied by Xiaolulia Palace's sharp voice, Su Chen had already come in front of the 3 people. His tall figure and the shadow cast by him gradually blocked the sunlight shining on the Tianlong people. He slowly squatted down, and the cold expression on his face had melted away at this time, and even showed a harmless smile. "Don't be afraid, I'm just here to play a game with you." After hearing Su Chen's words, Charles Saint, the mentally retarded man, seemed to have regained some strength. He loved playing games the most. "What game? I'm really good at playing games. He. Su Chen's face began to slowly turn icy again. He spoke in a cold tone the words that had once made him extremely desperate. "Rock paper scissors. Lose once, chop off a limb." Chapter 49. Hearing this, the 3 of them felt a chill on their backs. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and their backs were already wet. They had heard of this game before, and that guy, Chalmarco Saint, often played it with his slaves. Thinking of the final appearance of those slaves, the 3 of them felt terrified. No, I don't want to play. I want to leave here. I want to go. Will you save me?" Xiaolulia Palace was the first to be unable to bear it and cried out that she wanted to leave here. "Oh, since you're so mad, let's start with you first." Su Chen came in front of her and squatted down. The brothers and fathers on both sides didn't dare to breathe, feeling lucky that they weren't the first one, and praying in their hearts that I wouldn't be the next one. "I said rock paper scissors. If you don't play, you lose." That eerie and terrifying voice reached Xiaolulia's ears, like the whisper of a devil, and frightened her so much that she trembled all over. Within the deduction even Zero lost so quickly, it's really scary. At this time, a yellow flash came to Zero, looked at his miserable state, touched the big sword stuck in his body, and once again spoke in a mean way. "Brother Ling, do you need me to help you pull it out?" As he was talking, he had already pulled out the bloody sword. Puff! Ling spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. The last look he gave Kizaru was somewhat unkind. "Ah, what's going on? Otherwise, let me help you put it back in." "You die. Why don't you die? Can you die? Die quickly." This is really a true portrayal of Zero's inner thoughts. There is no deviation. At this time, Huang Yuan looked at Su Chen, his glasses tilted slightly, revealing his wretched eyes. "Brother Su Chen, is this sword yours? Don't throw it away carelessly. I'll keep this sword for you to punish you. Without the sword, you won't be able to cut them." Su Chen's fighting power was not reduced even though he lost his sword. To be honest, he still couldn't use the sword. Only after the domineering color was wrapped around him could he swing a powerful sword skill. "Okay, I'll even give it to you." Su Chen didn't care. This sword is not something you can just take away if you want to. Kizaru saw Zero's miserable state and didn't dare to act rashly. It would be better to wait for the other two guys to arrive. But Su Chen wouldn't wait. His game had just begun. Get ready, it's time to start. Su Chen turned back and reminded Xiaololiagong. But Xiaololiagong didn't want to listen to what he said. Navy! Navy, save me quickly! I order you to kill him. She seemed to have not figured out the situation yet, and she even wanted Kizaru to save her and kill Su Chen. Kizaru, I can't do it. Rock, paper, scissors. Su Chen ignored his shouting, the game had already begun. Su Chen used his fists, while Xiaololiagong did nothing. You lose. Just when Su Chen was about to make a move, Kizaru moved. Two flashes of light shot towards Su Chen. One was Kizaru's attack, and the other was his own, one in front and one behind, coming to Su Chen almost at the same time. Have you ever been kicked by light speed? He did not forget to say his lines, what a dedicated actor. Su Chen remained squatting and did not look at him, but when he was about to kick Su Chen in the face, a blood-red shield appeared and easily blocked the attack. The blood shield actually did not have that much defensive power, and it was only with the strengthening of the tyrant entanglement and the demonic aura that it could withstand the attacks of these generals. I advise you to sit in the audience. Kizaru. Su Chen has already started the great destruction. He surpassed Kizaru's speed and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The fist wrapped in the devil's breath kept getting bigger in front of his eyes. Bang! It came fast and left faster. Kizaru has returned to the original place again, but the difference from before is that one of the lenses was broken, and the eye on that side also turned purple. Hiss, it hurts so much. The pain made him hold his eyes tightly. He dared not act rashly. He still held Su Chen's sword in his hand, thinking that Su Chen's strength might be greatly reduced without the weapon. But the fact seemed to be different. You just lost, according to the rules, you have to be cut. Su Chen, who had regained his human form, returned to the front of Xiaololia Palace and spoke slowly. Ah! I don't want to be cut. You navy guys are useless. What a useless admiral. You can't even deal with a slave. Someone come and save me. Save me. Xiaololia cried desperately, but her arrogant and domineering character made Kizaru an innocent victim. Su Chen had slowly raised his right hand and fell towards her right arm. At this time, Kizaru found that the blood sword in his hand was slowly dissipating. And in Su Chen's hand, the shape of the giant sword gradually appeared. Cut it down with one knife. Ah! My hand! My arm! Ah! It hurts so much! You bastards! And you, a bastard! How dare you do that to me? I want you dead! At this moment, she was like a madman, and she used her only remaining hand to grab Su Chen's face. Swish! Plop! Another knife! The other arm was also cut off, and Xiaololia Palace fell forward uncontrollably. Then another shrill scream rang out. Ah! The sharp voice made Su Chen a little irritated. Shut your mouth! Su Chen just said lightly, but the woman really stopped shouting. She now understood a little bit that no one could save them. If she didn't obey, she would die. The same applies to obeying. But what Su Chen said next completely broke her psychological defense. Because of your impulsiveness just now, you have no hands anymore, so you are doomed to lose. I will chop you a few times if I want to. As he spoke, he had already come to Xiaololiagong, stepped on her back, and attacked her right leg. He held a heavy sword in his hand and cut the woman's right leg into thin slices of meat like cutting vegetables. He would pause for a moment after each cut, just to make her feel the pain. Ah! 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 The streets were filled with shrill screams, each of which was filled with pain and despair. Xiaololia Palace's screams were so miserable that even the reporters watching nearby couldn't bear to hear them. Two cruel brothers Su Chen. The blood under Xiaololiagong's body was all together. Now, she was like lying in a pool of blood. Just when Su Chen cut her thigh, Xiaololiagong finally fainted due to excessive blood loss. Before she fainted, she actually showed a happy smile. Finally, she didn't have to endure this heart-piercing pain anymore. After Su Chen found her unconscious, he took out a small bottle from his arms slowly. Chapter 50. He slowly opened the bottle cap, took out a drop of the liquid inside, and threw it on the unconscious Xiaolulia. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the horrible wound that was bleeding from being cut off was quickly stopping bleeding. Even Xiaolulia's face, which was extremely pale due to excessive blood loss, gradually turned rosy. In a moment, she woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw the devil-like face. She screamed immediately. "Ah! Why are you still here?" But when she realized that the scene in front of her had not changed, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. What happened? Why did I wake up again? And my whole body doesn't hurt anymore. At this time, the devil's voice sounded in her ears again. "Don't worry, it's coming." After that, Su Chen started to work on her other leg again, the same technique, the same knife skills, the same thin meat slices. The scene in front of him and the familiar pain in his body were so familiar that they constantly impacted Xiaolulia Palace's spirit. The screams sounded again, which made people think of the slaves tortured by the celestial dragons. Just now, Xiaolulia Palace beat a pirate captain's slave to death in public. A moment later. "Please. Please spare me." At this time, she finally couldn't bear it anymore, and began to beg Su Chen for mercy. In her eyes, Su Chen was more terrifying than the devil. But Su Chen ignored her and continued to do his own thing with an expressionless face. Cut, chop, chop. Her screams seemed to be the most beautiful music in the world. The screams were endless. Finally, the other leg was also cut off. At this time, Xiaolulia Palace no longer had the strength to scream, and could only make weak moans. Her bloodshot eyes also lost their luster, and her whole body trembled slightly because of the pain. Now she has become a human stick, and her torso is constantly twisting because it is too painful. "Do you still want to play?" She shuddered when she heard this. Then she used up her last bit of strength and shouted loudly. "No. No more. No. Please, I don't want to play anymore." Her sharp voice with a crying tone frantically rejected Su Chen's invitation. "Well, it seems that this one has been played, let's change to another one." Su Chen thought so and stabbed her back with a sword. A big hole appeared in her stomach. "Ah!" The sharp scream sounded again. Xiaolulia looked at the terrible wound in horror. She felt that she was going to die soon. The fear of death filled her body. Blood kept flowing out. The pain swept over her again, almost suffocating her. Just when she had finally endured the pain, Su Chen pulled out the sword again. "You!" All the feelings just now came flooding back like a tide. The only thing that made her feel fortunate was that the devil finally left. Su Chen came to the other two with the bloody knife in hand, stuck the sword into the ground, and said in a cold tone. "Let's not waste time, let's play together as three people." The other two saw the miserable state of Xiaolulia Palace after being tortured, and they retreated in fear. The identity of the celestial dragons could not give them a sense of security at this time. At this time, a large number of navy rushed over, surrounded the place, and two figures, one blue and one red, also landed beside Kizaru. Zero was beaten unconscious. Kuzan sighed when he saw Zero lying unconscious at Kizaru's feet. "Kizaru, this has nothing to do with me." Akainu also saw the miserable state of the celestial dragon at this time, and didn't expect that guy to actually dare to do it. "Borsalino, are you just going to stand here and watch him torture the celestial dragons? Why don't you save her?" Akainu couldn't help but get a little angry at this time. As an admiral of the navy, he turned a blind eye to Su Chen's behavior, which was a loss of face for the navy. Kizaru was speechless at this time. He pointed to his broken glasses and bruised eye sockets, and said resentfully, "What else do you want from me?" Su Chen also stood up and looked over here. At this time, Su Chen was not close to the three Tianlong people. The two guys were also crawling away from Su Chen. "Perfect timing. Go!" Akainu shouted. The three rushed towards Su Chen at the same time. "This kid is too arrogant. Holding the celestial dragon hostage is his only way out, but he dares to stay so far away." Kizaru thought so and came to Su Chen. The other two went to rescue the celestial dragon in two ways. Kizaru used the sword of the sky cloud to hit Su Chen, and the other two were able to rescue the celestial dragon immediately. At this moment, the celestial dragon suddenly moved. He flew towards Su Chen and was controlled by him to block in front of him. Seeing this, Kizaru was forced to change the attack route. A sword light flew out and cut the number 1 red tree in half. With this sword, he accidentally used the strength of the marshal's salary, and the power should not be underestimated. Seeing this, the three people could only helplessly return to their original positions again. After all, the celestial dragon can die in Su Chen's hands, but he must not be killed by the general. You two, just sit aside and watch carefully. Su Chen looked at this side and said. After that, Su Chen raised his hand and thoughtfully created 2 blood chairs behind the two of them. Yellow monkey? After thinking for a moment, the two of them still sat down. Now they had no choice. But Yellow Monkey stood behind them, like a minion. If we win, can you let us go? Saint Charlos asked with a silly look on his face, sniffing his big nose. Of course, I must abide by the rules of the game. Su Chen turned around and spoke expressionlessly. What? Hearing this, Xiaololia Palace was filled with regret. Why did I act so cheaply just now? Why couldn't I just have a good time? Saint Rizward also had a glimmer of hope in his eyes when he heard this. As long as I can beat him, I can still live. As long as he can go back alive this time, he must kill all the slaves to vent his anger. Torture them to death. Really? Really? I'm really good at rock paper scissors. If you win, you can leave. Yeah. Saint Charles was so happy that he danced with joy, his legs were no longer weak, and he jumped up and down and cheered. Of course, I keep my word. Su Chen said with a grim expression. Then let's get started. Saint Rizward couldn't wait to speak. He knew that his silly son always played paper in rock paper scissors, so he only needed to play scissors to be invincible before his son died. If that guy also played paper, he would win directly. It would either be a draw or his son would die, but he couldn't care less now. Let his son die, let your father live first. Get ready, it's time to start. At this time, the two stood side by side in front of Su Chen, both holding their hands and looking at Su Chen intently. One was ready to go at any time. Rock paper scissors, just as Su Chen was about to finish speaking and the two were about to attack, the great sword that Su Chen had just thrust into the ground fell down. Yang! 4 hands were neatly cut off and fell to the ground with a snap. Chapter 51. Cloth. You lose. What responded to him was the shrill scream. The pampered Tianlong people had never been injured. They were completely overwhelmed by the severe pain and could not think or understand anything, let alone hear what Su Chen was saying. At this moment, they could only scream instinctively, and the sound echoed in the air, making people shudder. You're screaming like this after just breaking 2 arms. The devilish voice sounded in Saint Rizward's ears again. He finally realized it. The game is over. They've already lost. You have no moral integrity. You are cheating. You generals. Come and save me quickly. I'm about to be killed. How long are you going to watch? Saint Rizward had collapsed. He actually fell to the ground. The miserable state of his daughter just now kept appearing in his mind. When he thought that he would also face such torture, he was so scared that his whole body lost consciousness. In order to feel his despair, Su Chen directly controlled the blood of a navy from the crowd and instantly pulled him in front of Saint Rizward. Then, bang! Tell me, how can they save you? Seeing this, Saint Rizward was completely desperate. With such means, how could anyone save him? It's over, he's dead. When people saw Su Chen randomly grabbing the lucky ones from them, they were so scared that they all retreated a kilometer away, and no one dared to move forward. But the navy did not retreat a single step, and still surrounded Su Chen. This is too scary. We are risking our lives just to watch the fun. Haha. I'd watch this show even if it cost me my life. My wife and children died at the hands of the celestial dragons. I just want to see how they were tortured. Hurry up and do it. They have also captured my daughter and made her their slave. I really want to hear their screams. St. Charles was still rolling on the ground in pain. His father had given up struggling, his eyes had lost their luster, and he didn't feel that the pain in his hand was that difficult to bear. "All right, let's get started." Su Chen put away the god-killing blade and condensed the blood mist that the man had just exploded into a saw. It was a saw that didn't look very useful, so blunt that one could tell it was very blunt at a glance. The teeth that should have been sharp were crooked. With one foot on the position of Saint Risward's broken hand, Su Chen took the saw and started his tug-of-war. 5 centimeters per saw, one saw for half a minute. Saint Risward's eyes, which had lost their luster, regained their color at this moment, and the severe pain made him open his mouth wide. And the extremely sharp saw, like a ruthless demon, madly sought his own flesh and blood. Every time it was pulled back and forth, it brought a piercing pain, but it didn't seem satisfied with it, and then began to grind its hard bones. Accompanied by bursts of the harsh friction sound, and the pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow made it almost unbearable. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. When the saw came into contact with the bone, it actually made an extremely weird, eerie, and terrifying sound. This sound was like the wailing of countless resentful spirits, and also like the call of death from the depths of hell, making him tremble all over and tremble with fear. Su Chen also gave him a little pure blood from time to time to prevent him from fainting. Pieces of arms were sawed off, and Su Chen was just busy with the things in his hands with a smile on his face. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. Everyone was frightened by this horrific scene. How great a hatred must one have against the celestial dragons to think of torturing them like this? Even the few civilians whose loved ones were taken away by the celestial dragons couldn't bear it anymore. The noisy conversations all stopped, and only the screams of the celestial dragons remained in the whole scene. "Brother Su Chen, this is too cruel." Kizaru couldn't help but say this again, breaking the strange silence. He wanted to rush up to rescue several times, but stopped because of the slight pain in his eyes. Not only would it not produce any results, it might also anger Su Chen. Akainu and Aokiji couldn't stand it anymore. They really didn't know what the celestial dragons had done to make Su Chen hate them so much. They didn't know how the celestial dragons would treat their slaves, but Su Chen's current appearance clearly showed that he had an irreconcilable hatred with the celestial dragons. It was as if some of his loved ones were killed by the celestial dragons. There must be something hidden between him and the celestial dragons. But they really can't move now. If Su Chen directly crushes the three of them because of their reckless actions, then they will definitely be blamed for this matter, and it will be a big pot that cannot be taken down. The three admirals actually sat aside and watched the celestial dragons being tortured. "This guy named Su Chen is really awesome. These Tianlong people all deserve to die. They don't deserve to live in this world. They deserve it. They deserve it." The crowd expressed disgust for the celestial dragons. It is said that if you beat the celestial dragons, a big general will come to catch them, but they did it on the faces of your three generals. It's not a beating, it's direct torture. The key is that the three generals are helpless. They can only sit aside and watch silently. What happened today really opened their eyes. Half an hour had passed, and Su Chen made another human stick of the same model as the previous one and threw it directly together with the previous one. Compared with the death of his sister, the three of them can only be regarded as appetizers. All the celestial dragons will have such not-so-good memories in the future. He turned and walked towards the last guy. "There's only one left. I wonder if he'll kill them in the end. Hope I can kill them. It will be hard to leave after killing him, so I won't watch. I'm leaving first, brothers." At this time, the smarter ones have already started to evacuate quickly, leaving only some who don't understand the situation and are still standing on the front line to watch. How to play the last one? Forget it, it's not fun anymore, let's be more direct. Su Chen thought to himself. He grabbed the tearful and snot-filled Saint Charlos, and in the horrified eyes of everyone, he grabbed one of his arms. He tore it off. After stopping and listening to the screams for a while, he grabbed the other one again. Still using the same method, the other one was also torn off. Then he threw him on the ground and stepped on his legs. 1 foot, 2 feet, until both legs were rotten, he stopped. "Allah, is it finally over? Aokiji slowly pulled up his blindfold. After watching for a while, the bloody scene made him not want to watch any more, so he simply took off the blindfold and took a nap. At this time, the 3 celestial dragons slowly floated up, left the ground, and flew into the sky. Su Chen's right hand was clenched into a fist, and was raised in their direction. His eyes were already full of scarlet, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed to be bursting out. Once. I beg to die. After he said this, the 3 generals disappeared at the same time. Chapter 52. Akainu had come behind Su Chen. A huge fire blast hit Su Chen. In an instant, a large piece of hot magma surged like a giant volcano erupting. Just when Akainu thought that Su Chen would be shattered by this blow, a blood-colored barrier completely covered Su Chen's back. The surging magma could not cause any damage to the barrier. What? What kind of method is this? The defense of the barrier shocked Akainu. It can actually resist his own magma. At the same time that Akainu appeared behind Su Chen, Aokiji also turned into a wisp of cold air and came in front of Su Chen. Freezing moment. Aokiji actually hugged Su Chen directly, and the extremely cold breath wrapped Su Chen up. Thick frost began to form on his body in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into an ice man. Ice ball. 5 blue icicles hit Su Chen again. A huge transparent ice ball wrapped Su Chen inside. Aokiji used this trick to freeze Whitebeard in the war at the top. Although he broke free easily, he should not be underestimated. Taking this opportunity, Kizuru came to the celestial dragons who were flying in the air under the control of Su Chen, picked up 3 people. Just as he was about to turn into a flash of light and fly away from here. But at this moment, a breath that made the 3 people feel palpitations came from the ice ball. Cracks began to appear slowly on the surface of the ice ball. Then, it exploded. The originally flat and hard ground seemed to be as if kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Dense cracks began to appear and continued to extend into the distance. An extremely violent aura gushed out from Su Chen, sweeping across the scene like a hurricane. Even Aokiji and Akainu, who were standing not far from him, were almost unable to open their eyes due to the strong wind. Black and red lightning also began to flash and intersect around Su Chen's body, accompanied by bursts of crackling sounds. At this time, Su Chen's eyes became extremely scarlet, and his eyes were filled with endless cruelty and murderous intent, as if he had turned into a demon from hell. Borsellino, take them away quickly! Akainu shouted loudly. Yellow Monkey certainly knew that he had to leave quickly, but just when he was about to take off, Su Chen's clenched fist suddenly opened. Now! I won't thank you for your death! As soon as the words fell, 3 explosions were heard in the sky. Huang Yuan was stunned when he saw this. At this time, he was covered in blood, and the Tianlong people had just exploded in front of him. He slowly turned around and faced Su Chen. His face was originally full of obscenity, and finally a trace of anger appeared on his face. He took out a handkerchief from his arms and wiped the only remaining lens. In that case, we can only make a big scene. The Kusanagi sword gradually appeared in his hand, and then pointed at Su Chen. The other 2 also surrounded Su Chen with unfriendly faces, standing on both sides. Su Chen watched the 3 people gradually encircle him, with an indescribable expression on his face, and the will to fight burned in his heart like a flame. The belligerence in the Darkin began to awaken at this moment. Clang! The demon form was activated. Ha 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 ha! Just what I want! The scarlet and violent breath gushed out again. Then it rushed into the sky. In an instant, Su Chen disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Huang Yuan. He slashed with both hands. At the same time, a big sword slowly appeared. Clang! The 2 swords collided with each other, and the violent airflow swept the 3 red trees around, and they fell backwards in a raised hand posture. Ice Cube Pheasant Mouth. An ice bird appeared behind Su Chen in an instant. Blood Shield. The blood shield was instantly frozen. It fell straight down. After the blood was frozen, Su Chen could no longer control it. Hell Dog. Akainu also flew over. He punched Su Chen's back with a super damaging punch. Su Chen's great sword shook. He and Kizaru both retreated, turned around and punched Akainu. The red and black domineering power was added to the fist. The two collided with each other, and white steam sizzled on Su Chen's fist. The magma quickly covered Su Chen's entire arm. After a moment of stalemate, bang! Akainu was hit hard to the ground by this punch, followed by an extremely sharp blood spear. Akainu hit the ground hard, and the ground suddenly cracked into large cracks, and then all shattered. There was no intact ground on the number 1 mangrove. Laser. The blood spear was also hit by a laser from Kizaru, slightly changing its direction and stabbing next to Akainu's face. Just as they were in a stalemate for a while, Aokiji had come behind Su Chen again and asked him for a hug. Extreme freezing moment. The freezing air, which was even colder than before, began to climb onto Su Chen's body inch by inch. Soon he was frozen again. Ice Cube 2 Thorns. Yasakani no Megatama. 3 ice forks, emitting chilling cold air, stabbed over quickly. Countless dazzling lasers rained down on Su Chen like raindrops. These lasers came from all directions, like an endless net, surrounding Su Chen. At this time, Su Chen finally broke free from the ice, and the overwhelming attack was within reach. The extreme cold air released by Aokiji could only force him to be controlled for 1 second. The frozen fruit was so terrifying. 3 blood spears whizzed past Su Chen's back, and they collided with Aokiji's. The ice forks collided with each other. Both of them shattered. Then, a blood-red sphere suddenly appeared, completely covering Su Chen at an astonishing speed. The sphere was blessed with the armament Haki and Overlord Haki. It seemed to have an indestructible power. But the lasers emitted by Yasakani no Megatama seemed endless, constantly hitting the sphere. Soon the sphere became thinner and thinner. At the moment when the laser rain stopped, a huge magma fist slammed into the sphere. Big fire! The sphere that was about to break could no longer support itself and broke into pieces. In the sphere, Su Chen closed his eyes slightly and gathered his strength on the sword blade. At this moment, the huge fist smashed towards him like a mountain. Facing such an amazing attack, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He resolutely swung out a sword energy. In an instant, the two powerful forces collided with each other. The shock wave generated by the collision swept around, and the space seemed to be torn apart. Then the magma fist was split into 2. The sword energy went towards Akainu without any reduction. The sword energy passed through Akainu's neck without any hindrance. Akainu's head slowly flew up. But after a moment, it returned to its original position. Elementalization in advance. Su Chen recognized this move. At this time, the 3 of them stood together again, and then they killed Su Chen together. Okay, you're playing dirty, right? I'm not playing anymore. Su Chen closed his eyes again, and the atmosphere around him began to change. An invincible aura gradually swirled around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly, and an incomparable, earth-shaking aura of dominance burst out like a volcanic eruption. This powerful aura seemed to tear the void apart, shaking the heavens and the earth, making everything around it tremble and fear. The invincible aura roaming around him, as well as the extremely violent domineering aura of the king, were slowly added to the giant sword in his hand. Giant blade big. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and the wind and clouds rolled. A huge sword energy that seemed to be able to tear the sky and cut off the universe streaked across the sky like a dazzling meteor, with unparalleled power and sharp breath, and suddenly rushed towards the 3 generals. This sword energy was too huge, and its coverage was so wide that it was astonishing, it was simply overwhelming. Faced with such a terrifying attack, the 3 generals had no room to dodge at all, and could only join forces to resist. Ice Age. The freezing cold air tried to freeze the sword energy, but it didn't work at all. Yasakani no Megatama. A large-scale laser hit the sword energy, but it disappeared as soon as it touched it. Meteor Volcano. Countless giant fists of magma also flew over there at the same time. But the result did not change at all. Clang. The moment the 3 people touched the sword energy, they were wrapped in thick armed color. Then they were blown away by the violent impact. The 3 generals vomited blood and flew backwards for a long distance. The sword energy continued to move. It cut down more than a dozen red trees in a row before it finally dissipated. When the three looked in the direction of Su Chen again, he had disappeared. Chapter 53. This is going to be difficult now. Kizaru stood up, dusted himself off, and regained his lewd expression. I'm going to be criticized again when I go back. Aokiji also had a worried look on his face, turned around and walked towards the beach, preparing to ride his own bike back. Humph! Akainu snorted coldly, his face full of resentment. Soon, the three of them returned to Marineford to report the situation. At this time, on other mangrove islands farther away, the people who survived the aftermath just now looked at the dozen huge mangroves that were cut in half, and their mouths widened. How is this possible? Who did this? In an instant, more than a dozen were chopped off. How strong does this require? That's the Yarkiman mangrove with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Who can do such a thing? And a few of the reporters who evacuated before the three admirals took action also survived by chance. The battle between the four people was too large. There was no one left at the number 1 mangrove. The nearby number 1 mangroves were also greatly affected. The number 2 and number 4 mangroves, which were closest to the number 1 mangrove, had tilted completely. Those reporters hurriedly sent the photos they took at the risk of their lives to the newspapers they belonged to. Soon, the photos were passed down through layers and finally came to the desk of a birdman. When the birdman saw the photos for the first time, he jumped up excitedly and even hit the ceiling because he jumped too high. Cool! Ha ha ha! This is big news that has shocked the whole world. I must promote it. It can be published in the same newspaper as the news that the world government asked me to release. The effect would be absolutely explosive. Ha 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 ha! This guy is the top figure in the news industry, Morgans. At a glance, he could already imagine the expressions on the faces of people all over the world when they saw this newspaper. This is definitely the most explosive news in hundreds of years. He called everyone together and asked them to put down everything they were doing and focus on the production and promotion of this news. They were very efficient and soon a large number of newsbirds set off with newspapers. Dad! Ace has been caught! Jaws ran to Whitebeard in a panic with a newspaper in his hand and handed it to him. All the captains gathered around nervously after hearing this. What? How could Ace be caught? Didn't he go to hunt down Teach? With his strength, it would be no problem for him to deal with Teach, right? Did he meet some other tough guy? Marco was incredulous. Teach was just a team member, how could he beat Ace, the captain of the second team? At this time, after Whitebeard quickly flipped through the contents of the newspaper, he couldn't help but be shocked. Teach! How much did this guy hide? Ace was indeed defeated by him, and it was he who handed Ace over to the Navy. Ace, he is going to be publicly executed. Whitebeard's deep voice came slowly, his tone was full of disgust for Teach and full of worry for Ace. What? Public execution? The Navy is provoking our Whitebeard pirates. That's our captain of the second squad. When did the Navy become so bold? Aren't they afraid of our revenge? They are really courting death. Unlike other captains, Marco sensed danger in this incident. He said with a serious expression. Dad, the Navy has set a trap for us. After hearing his words, everyone realized that the Navy released the news for the Whitebeard pirates. It was full of provocation. Since they dared to do this, it means that they are absolutely confident that they can defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Dad! What should we do? A captain asked. Everyone looked at the tall, old, burly figure covered with scars. What to do? What do you think a father would do if his son was about to be publicly executed? This question should not come out of your mouth, my sons. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, and his weathered face was always full of determination. He took a deep breath and then exhaled it slowly, as if to expel all the distracting thoughts in his heart. Then, he said in a low and steady voice. Everyone in the world knows what the Whitebeard pirates will do. Get ready for a big fight, kids. Although his words were simple, every word was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the people around him, making their shaky beliefs firm again. Oh! Kill all those Marines! Save Ace. Want to kill our brothers. I hope those Navy officers will be prepared to die. Dad is awesome. Deafening cheers suddenly rang out on the ship, and everyone's blood boiled. This is Whitebeard. This is their dad. Their lifelong support. No matter which one of them. Their dad will not give up, just because they are his sons. The slightly depressing atmosphere just now disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Whitebeard leaned back in his seat, looking at the little guys below with a look of satisfaction. Dad, the newspaper also said that this Su Chen killed 3 celestial dragons in the Savaing archipelago and escaped from the siege of the 3 admirals. Jaws looked at the report about Su Chen in the newspaper and was shocked by Su Chen's strength. He actually killed 3 celestial dragons under the noses of the 3 admirals. Should we contact him? I think he would be happy to participate in a head-on duel with the Navy. Jaws expressed his thoughts. Jaws, do you think your father is really old? Whitebeard said in a low and powerful voice, his voice like a bell echoing throughout the deck. When he said this, an unparalleled aura of a king instantly enveloped the entire scene. This powerful aura made people feel awe, and also made Jaws instantly realize that he had just said the wrong thing. At this moment, although Whitebeard is getting older, his sharp eyes still flash with confidence. His body is still tall and mighty, with clear muscle lines, showing his demeanor as the strongest man in the world. Standing in front of Whitebeard, he felt the majesty and pressure from his father. He secretly regretted his slip of the tongue. Dad, I said something wrong. Jaws scratched his head and said with a guilty look. Whitebeard patted Jaws' broad and solid shoulders vigorously, and then he opened his mouth again, his voice low and powerful. I am Whitebeard. This sentence seemed to carry an indescribable majesty and domineering, which shocked people. In these few short words, there is endless arrogance and self-confidence. It seems that he is the master of this world, invincible and omnipotent. Chapter 54. In stark contrast to the Whitebeard pirates, the others were stunned with shock after receiving the news. They were even at a loss, not knowing which one to pay attention to first. These two things are world-shaking events, like 2 huge rocks thrown into a lake, causing 1,000 waves. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Long was holding the newspaper in his hand, reading every line with a focused expression. The first piece of news was like a thunderbolt across the sky. Fire Fist Ace is about to be publicly executed. This is undoubtedly like a strong signal sent to the entire ocean, foreshadowing the coming of a huge storm, and a thrilling curtain is about to be opened. He couldn't help but sigh that the Navy is so powerful now. When he was in the Navy would never dare to challenge a sea emperor like this. However, when his eyes moved to the next piece of news, the knowledgeable commander-in-chief couldn't help but widen his eyes. That guy Su Chen, he murmured in a low voice, his eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. His strength has increased so fast. Now he can fight against the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters without losing. This is unbelievable. Long thought to himself. When he first discovered him, although he saw that he had extraordinary potential, he did not expect his growth rate to be so amazing. Today, Su Chen has become a person who can shake the world. Such a change not only shocked Long. Navy headquarters. How is the situation? Have you dealt with him? Zhang Guo stared at the 3 people who returned and asked in a serious tone. Akainu frowned and answered with a little annoyance he escaped. Zhang Guo couldn't help but be shocked and asked in disbelief, what? The 3 of you went together, but you still couldn't subdue him. He rubbed his temples and thought to himself, how powerful is this kid Su Chen? The 3 generals attacked him at the same time, but they also returned in defeat. I hope he can be more obedient after this incident. There can't be any mistakes in the next plan. After a moment of silence, Zhang Guo took a deep breath and continued to ask, so, what about the celestial dragons? Have they been sent to marry Jolie? However, facing this question, the 3 of them remained silent. Zhang Guo's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. He widened his eyes and asked with a slightly trembling voice what happened. Finally, Aokiji broke the silence and responded in a low voice, they all died. We couldn't save them. Zhang Guo was struck by lightning when he heard this, his eyes were filled with worry and helplessness. He knew the seriousness of the matter. How to explain to the 5 guys of the 5 elders became a huge stone weighing on his heart. Why? Zhang Guo sighed deeply, as if a heavy burden was pressed on his shoulders. He shook his head helplessly, and his tone revealed a trace of fatigue and dejection, and said, "Forget it, the war is coming, you should concentrate on preparing for the next matters." After saying that, Sengoku waved his hand, signaling the 3 people in front of him to leave. The 3 of them looked at each other silently, then slowly left the room, leaving Sengoku alone sitting on the large chair, lost in thought. The current situation is becoming more and more serious. Sengoku knows it very well, and he no longer has the energy to take care of other trivial matters. The top priority is to go all out to deal with the upcoming war. Various news have already spread, and now there is no turning back. And it's time for those guys called the 7 Warlords of the Sea to play a role. Over the years, they have been enjoying the various privileges granted by the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and now it's finally time for them to pay the price. Although Doflamingo is dead and a bit of combat power is lost, the remaining few should not be underestimated. Now the other members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea have sent back messages, making it clear that they will be there. But there is still one guy who has not responded so far, and that person is the Empress, Boa Hancock. The periphery of Nine Snake Island. On the rough sea, there is a huge warship like a steel behemoth quietly anchored. On the warship, a large number of Navy officers in neat military uniforms are busy and orderly carrying out their respective tasks, but there is a hint of doubt and dissatisfaction in their eyes. These Navy officers have been waiting here for many days, and they are looking forward to the appearance of the Pirate Queen. A few days ago, the legendary woman had promised them that she would go with them to help in the battle. So, all the personnel were ordered to wait here, not daring to be negligent. However, as time passed, the Queen never showed up. Even the highest commander of the warship, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, who was always calm and composed, began to look a little anxious. From time to time, he stared at the Nine Snake Island in the distance, frowning. At this time, he looked at several observers who were observing the surroundings with telescopes, and asked impatiently, "Haven't you seen the ship of the Queen of Nine Snake Island yet?" "Yes. I haven't seen it yet. Lieutenant General. There are no ships nearby." Several people immediately stood at attention and answered loudly. "How long do we have to wait?" "Or, the Queen of Nine Snakes," the Flying Squirrel said with a gloomy face. At this moment, on the Nine Snake Island, Hancock quietly leaned on the huge and gorgeous snake-shaped chair. Her posture was elegant and charming. Her right hand was gently erected, and her head was gently leaning on it, with her eyes closed, as if she was meditating or resting. At this time, a short old woman with a snake staff in her hand and a wrinkled face walked in. "Hancock. The Navy guy's ship is parked at sea, right? That's the ship that's coming to meet you, right? The world government wants to summon you, so you came here?" Granny Nu asked with a worried look on her face. At this time, Snake Princess slowly opened her eyes, parted her red lips, and said softly, "Yes, an invitation to war. But I don't plan to go." Hearing this, Granny Nu knew that something was wrong. Is this guy in front of her arrogant again? This is not a trivial matter. She quickly persuaded him. "Why don't you go? Go now. As long as you join the battle, you can keep the agreement. With your strength, you will definitely not be in danger. Now this country is protected by your title of Shishibukai. In the past, this island has been able to maintain peace thanks to the strong defense network of the Calm Belt. But now the Navy has ships that are not afraid of the doldrums. I can now move freely in this sea area. If you lose the title of Shishibukai, do you think the Navy will leave the pirate island of Nine Snakes Island alone? Tragedy will definitely happen." At this time, Hancock picked up the juice beside her, took a sip, and refused again. "No." Seeing this, Granny Nu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. She paced back and forth in the hall, as if thinking about how to convince her. Suddenly she stopped. She took out a fist-sized crystal ball from her arms and raised it excitedly. The maid next to Hancock saw this and exclaimed, "That's Granny Nu's divination with an accuracy rate of 200%. Hancock couldn't help but look over, only to see Granny Nu turned her back and kept fiddling with the crystal ball, as if she was really fortune-telling. Haha! Look! Suddenly, Granny Nu stopped and turned the crystal ball towards Hancock. Everyone stared at the ball. There were two big crooked words written on the crystal ball, Go! It was clearly just written by hand. The ink hasn't even dried yet. A group of black lines slowly emerged from Hancock's head. She stood up, came to Granny Nu, grabbed her hair and lifted her up. She walked to the window, ready to throw this guy with a problem in the brain out. Granny Nu was still trying her best to persuade Hancock, hoping that she could change her mind. Hancock, seriously, if you don't go, there will be a disaster on Nine Snake Island. It's just a few days, just make the sacrifice. But Hancock ignored her and walked slowly towards the window with a gloomy face. At this moment, Granny Nu suddenly remembered something and said loudly again, such a big thing. That guy Su Chen will definitely go there. You will definitely see him when you get there. Pa! Granny Nu fell to the ground. Hancock suddenly stopped her movements, as if time had stopped, and she just stood there blankly. Her eyes lost focus, and she seemed to be deeply immersed in her own thoughts. Then, a warm smile slowly appeared on her face. Su Chen? Will he go too? Can I see him? Chapter 55. As the Queen of the Nine Snakes, this little sacrifice is nothing for the people of the Nine Snake Island. Get ready to go. Hancock waved her hand lightly, and all the members of the pirate group who were preparing for battle went to the big ship. The efficiency was extremely high. Soon all the preparations were completed and they could set sail at any time. Hancock took a light step, walked out of the palace, and walked towards the pirate ship. Only Granny Nu fell to the ground with a look of surprise. She widened her eyes, with an expression of disbelief on her face, as if she had seen the most incredible thing in the world. She couldn't believe a word of what Hancock said about the people of the Nine Snakes, and all this was because of Su Chen. Hancock, who was originally still aggressive, suddenly became a different person after hearing the man's name, and directly agreed to the call. Granny Nu felt that her worldview was impacted. I kindly advised you for a long time, and even involved the people of the entire island, but in the end it was not as useful as the two words in his name, right? The big ship sets sail. The two big snakes pulled it towards the warship that was docked 3 miles away from Nine Snake Island. At this time, someone on the warship discovered the pirate ship heading this way. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. They are coming. Flying Squirrel grabbed the telescope and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was indeed the Nine Snakes ship. This job was really difficult. Soon, the two ships came together, and one of the big snakes pulling the boat stretched its head towards a door. The door slowly opened, and Hancock walked out, stood on the head of the big snake, and came to the air between the two ships. "Where is my room?" Hancock said without any nonsense, and went straight to the point. "Ah! Here, this is the biggest one over here." The Flying Squirrel was stunned for a moment, then pointed to the largest room on the warship, which was specially used to receive the Shishibukai. They were afraid that the Shishibukai would find trouble. So the best things on the warship were reserved for them. You know, none of the Shishibukai are easy to get along with. The snake stretched out its neck and sent Hancock to the door of the room pointed by the Flying Squirrel on the warship. Hancock moved slightly, jumped down, opened the door and was about to go in. Suddenly, she stopped again. The Flying Squirrel's heart skipped a beat. Is there another problem? He was really afraid that this moody empress would change her mind again. Let's go quickly and don't waste time. Hancock opened the door and walked in, leaving a beautiful back view for everyone. The Flying Squirrel was stunned when he heard this. Wasn't the empress like this at the beginning? Why does she seem more anxious than them now? When they first came, they only talked through Den Den Mushi and asked them to wait here without even meeting each other. That attitude couldn't help but make people feel perfunctory, but what is the situation now? But as a lieutenant general, he quickly adjusted himself. It was better for this woman to be fine, and his mission could be completed perfectly. The Flying Squirrel waved his hand quickly return home. After Hancock came in, she found that the room was quite good, with all the facilities, but it was a bit stuffy. After opening the window, she came to the sofa and sat down. While preparing Xiaotian for a while, she saw a newspaper prepared by the Navy on the table. The newspaper was folded and placed flat on the table. Newspapers are not easy to get on Nine Snake Island, and the newsbird will not come to the windlass belt to deliver newspapers. There was a photo of Ace printed on it, but Hancock did not recognize it. A few lines of big words were marked at the top, Fire Fist Ace Public Execution. After just one glance, she didn't want to continue reading and prepared to close her eyes to rest. At this time, a sea breeze blew in from the window, and the light breeze gently blew up her hair, and also blew up a corner of the newspaper slightly, but it quickly fell down. The content behind the newspaper flashed by, but at this moment, Hancock sat up suddenly and grabbed the newspaper. Su Chen slaughtered 3 celestial dragons in the Savaing archipelago, fighting the 3 generals and escaping unscathed. Below was a photo of Su Chen, a photo of him holding up a celestial dragon ready to kill. In the photo, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was full of cruelty. Hancock just glanced at a hand in the photo, a familiar hand that had touched her back before. It was that hand that prompted her to hurriedly pick up the newspaper to check. Hancock gently covered her mouth, eyes full of disbelief. Su Chen actually killed 3 celestial dragons. This was simply unbelievable. They were the 3 admirals of the Navy. Any one of them was stronger than himself. But they couldn't do anything to Su Chen? And they let Su Chen kill the celestial dragons in front of them? However, after reading the newspaper carefully, an irresistible worry surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but start to worry about Su Chen. After all, the other party was the 3 admirals of the Navy. Their strength was really incomparable. Although the newspaper mentioned that Su Chen had successfully escaped, Hancock still found it difficult to calm her inner anxiety. She was extremely worried about Su Chen's safety now, and was eager to know where he was at the moment, whether he was injured, and whether he had eaten meal, or if she encountered any other danger. Finally, unable to suppress her worry, she took out her Den Mushi and dialed the number that was too familiar. What followed was a long and agonizing wait, and every minute and every second seemed so long. Time passed quietly, but there was no response from the other end of the phone. She called 3 times in succession, but each time the result was no one answered. This situation made Hancock's already anxious heart become more nervous. But she had no choice but to pray that Su Chen would be safe. Just like that, a few days passed quickly, and they would arrive at the Navy headquarters tomorrow, but Su Chen's phone was still ringing. The call couldn't go through. Although she had the life card to prove that he was not in danger, Hancock couldn't feel at ease because she couldn't contact him. Hancock's inner anxiety became more and more serious. She kept speculating about his situation and couldn't calm down at all. She even wondered if he had been arrested and that the news in the newspaper was fake. In the past few days, Hancock had hardly had a proper meal. Every time it was time to eat, she would just take a few bites and put down her chopsticks. And when it was time to go to bed at night, she would always toss and turn and find it difficult to fall asleep. She would stare at the Den Mushi placed in front of the bed in a daze, without any sleepiness at all. As soon as she closed her eyes, all kinds of bad images and thoughts would involuntarily emerge in her mind, making her upset. Su Chen, what happened to you? Please don't be in trouble. This was the only thought in her mind. Chapter 56. New World. A pirate ship twice as small as a warship, but still quite good, is sailing on the vast sea. Its bow is a goat head, and the whole hull is white. This shape makes it stand out among other ships. It is worth mentioning that there is a deep palm mark on the keel of the bow for some reason. The ship is also very lively at this time. Haha, Captain! You were so cool just now. Just one look scared the Sea King away. That's right. Don't you see how handsome the captain is? Who can resist a wink from him? But as soon as the man finished speaking, he felt a chill coming from behind. What? Jesse? I think you are itching for trouble again. I am here to help you loosen your bones. A shirtless man wearing green shorts and red slippers said with an unhappy look on his face. Haha, well, Captain, I'm just kidding. Humph. Just wait. I will punish you sooner or later. After saying that, he turned and came to the bow, where a young man in white was lying on a rocking chair, basking in the sun. He came to the man, took a chair and sat down. Brother Su Chen, we can reach the next island today. Yes. That person was Su Chen. He got lost after flying away from the Savaing archipelago a few days ago. All the record pointers given to him by Hancock were frozen by Aokiji. His den mushi was not spared either. The sea was vast, and he was extremely fast but had such bad luck that he did not encounter any islands or ships. Just when his great destruction was about to end, he finally found a ship. After landing, he found that this was the guy he helped in Dressrosa, sis. It was a good time to relax, so he followed them to their next stop, preparing to find a pointer to return to Nine Snake Island there first. But a newspaper a few days ago made him change his mind. Ace is about to be executed. Even a guy like Whitebeard was about to die in that war. In the previous life, my sister liked to drag Su Chen to watch One Piece together. I still remember that my sister's favorite guy was Ace. She said that he was very handsome, and very handsome. In short, it seemed that she had become a die-hard fan of Ace. Her biggest dream was to be able to talk to her brother Ace face to face. When the two of them saw the episode in which Ace died, she was so sad that she hid in the quilt and cried all night. In the morning, when Su Chen lifted the quilt, he thought she had wet the bed. I remember that when she first came here, the little girl was a little excited, fantasizing that her brother Ace would come to Marijoa to rescue her. But in the end, she didn't wait for that. Why? Su Chen couldn't help but look up at the blue sky. When he thought of his sister, he couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that fate played tricks on him. But at the same time, it inspired him to keep getting stronger. When he saw it at that time, he didn't think Ace was any good. But he was deeply shocked by Whitebeard. He was really an old man that everyone who had seen One Piece respected from the bottom of their hearts. If possible, he wanted to save him. Apart from other things, Su Chen also wanted to save Whitebeard's ability and strength. Su Chen's mobility plus Whitebeard's destructive power is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This may be a perfect partner. I just don't know if it will succeed. But the sea is vast, and the Whitebeard pirates don't have a fixed base. Even if he can fly, there is a high probability that he can't find their ship. He simply planned to find a record pointer to go back after reaching the next island, and then go directly to Marineford. There was enough time, so he didn't rush to fly there himself, but took Sixie's ship. He hadn't had a good rest since he came to the pirate world, so he might as well take a vacation. He wanted to call Hancock to let her know he was safe, but Scissor didn't have a den mushi on his ship, and after being turned into a toy, not a hair was left. The only thing that wasn't stolen was the record pointer kept by the guy named Jesse, who usually kept it in his pants. Just as Su Chen was enjoying the hard-earned piece, a shout caught his attention. "Captain! A big ship is coming from a distance. A very big ship." After a loud shout, everyone hurried to the deck and looked in the direction the man pointed. On the distant sea, a huge monster gradually emerged with its majestic figure. The hull of this ship is dozens of meters long, like a moving castle, and its whole surface is painted in deep and mysterious colors. The bow part is raised high, like a ferocious beast, ready to break through the surging waves in front with its fangs and claws. The towering sails are rustling in the wind and fluttering in the wind. On the white canvas, a bright and dazzling pirate flag is particularly eye-catching. After seeing the full picture of the ship, Su Chen was also surprised. The most conspicuous thing on the pirate flag is the curved Whitebeard. This is the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Moby Dick. I was just thinking about them, but I didn't expect to run into them in the blink of an eye. This is really unpredictable and beyond imagination. Quick! Get out of the way! Don't block other people's way! Sixie shouted loudly. They dared not stop their small boat from giving way. Compared with the Moby Dick, it was really just a small boat. Sixie also recognized that this was the ship of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. He just wanted to get away from it as soon as possible. If he was slow, the other party would think he was provoking him. But when he turned around, he saw the eagerness in Su Chen's eyes. He was shocked and hurriedly explained to Su Chen, "This is the ship of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, brother Su Chen, let's not provoke them." He naturally knew about Su Chen's deeds in the Savaing archipelago. Even if he fought with the 3 admirals for a few moves, he could not be compared with the 4 emperors. They were truly the people standing at the top of the world. But after he finished speaking, a breeze blew by, and Su Chen had disappeared. "It's over, something's going to happen." On the Moby Dick, from a distance, Marco saw Su Chen on the small boat. "Dad! There's a boat ahead," Marco said with a hint of surprise in his voice. "The guy at the bow looks familiar, it's Su Chen. Su Chen is sitting at the bow of that ship." His tone rose slightly. Hearing this, Whitebeard also became interested. "Su Chen? Why is he here?" His eyes, as deep as the sea, showed a hint of curiosity. He actually wanted to see what this person who had recently caused a stir on the sea was capable of. It was no reason for him not to express his opinion when he happened to meet him today. "Marco, bring him here." Whitebeard's voice was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the depths of the ocean. "Okay, Dad," Marco replied, and then transformed into a bird, spreading his wings and ready to fly. However, just as he was about to fly, a sudden voice suddenly rang in his ears. At the same time, a hand also grabbed his shoulder like a ghost, and forcibly pressed him back to the deck. "No need to go, I'm already here." The voice was as calm as water, but it carried an irresistible power. Chapter 57. Instantly, Marco reflexively kicked the guy who suddenly appeared behind him. He had just transformed into a phoenix, and his 4-fingered feet were wrapped in armed color domineering. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of Su Chen. Crane claw! Bang! A burst of blue flames burst out, and the surroundings were all filled with blue flames. When the flames dissipated slightly, a scene that made Marco stunned appeared. A black and red finger was pressing against his claw. But it was this finger that blocked all the impacts. What? The guy who suddenly appeared behind him actually blocked his attack with just one finger. Although this attack was hasty and he didn't use all his strength, it was not something that could be blocked casually. He is now a true vice-chairman of the Emperor. He still remembered that the last guy who blocked his attack in this way was Rayleigh when he was young. But that was many years ago. Now he was blocked again in this way, which really made him feel incredible. The captain's attack was blocked by a finger. This guy's strength! He didn't even move an inch. How is this possible? The deck was filled with exclamations. Since they came to this ship, they had never encountered anyone that the captain of the first squadron could not defeat. This scene before their eyes was truly incredible. This kick was quite powerful. Su Chen pushed Marco away with his fingers, then said expressionlessly after retracting his hand. "Tisk." Marco looked unhappy. He felt a little embarrassed to be humiliated by Su Chen in front of everyone on the ship. "Marco, take them down first." At this time, Whitebeard's magnetic voice sounded, with an unquestionable majesty. Marco also called everyone to stay away from this area. Dad had something to say to this guy, and he didn't want to waste any more time. Soon, only Whitebeard and Su Chen were left on the extremely wide deck. The two looked at each other in the air. No one spoke, just looked at each other quietly. The air was almost condensed. At this time, a gust of wind blew, followed by heavy rain. The weather in the New World really changes at any time. The two still didn't speak, one stood casually, and the other lay lazily. Whitebeard no longer has those numerous 4 tubes on his body, revealing his scars. Probably because the war is about to start, so all the ship doctors were driven off the ship. After all, except for the combatants, others who go there will just cause trouble. To be honest, Su Chen doesn't like rainy days very much, which makes him feel depressed. Suddenly, the two of them moved almost at the same time. Whitebeard took out his sword from behind. His battles are all big and fierce, and this sword is no exception. It is powerful and unmatched. There is a faint red light on the blade. Su Chen's expression moved slightly. The 4 emperors are indeed the 4 emperors. Their might is totally incomparable to that of the generals. A big sword slowly took shape in his hand. Then a black and red gas emerged from his hand, and in the blink of an eye it spread to the entire sword. Su Chen held the long sword and swung it forward suddenly, slashing against the opponent's long sword. In an instant, sparks flew and sword energy was everywhere. Just as the two swords were in a stalemate, an invisible pressure erupted from them, like the roar of two ferocious beasts when they met. This is exactly their respective domineering auras. The two powerful domineering auras collided with each other, causing a gust of wind and huge waves. Originally, the rough sea became even more violent, with huge waves hitting the ship, making a deafening sound, and the originally gloomy and grey sky was torn apart at this moment, and the sun shone through the clouds, illuminating the entire sea. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be dispersed by an invisible big hand and quickly dissipated without a trace. And the downpour also came to an abrupt end, as if it had never appeared. However, the wind and waves on the sea did not subside. Under the rolling sea, the ship was like a candle in the wind, swaying and could be swallowed up by the storm at any time. What's going on? The dark clouds just disappeared. Hey, this is outrageous. This guy can actually compete with Daddy. How is it possible? Don't worry about it. Come and help. The boat is about to capsize. Many people have fainted. The captains shouted in panic, trying desperately to stabilize the ship, but in such a harsh environment, the ship was still shaking violently. And Sixie and his crew were even worse off. Their ship was no match for the Moby Dick. A huge wave almost turned them upside down. It was not easy to control the ship and survive a crisis, but then more waves came. The people on the boat tried their best to barely save the ship. At this time, Sixie had time to look at the battle between Su Chen and Whitebeard. So brother Su Chen has already reached the four emperors level. This collision of domineering colors, even a little aftermath would kill me. This is a top-level duel. It's not embarrassing enough to use my little overlord. All the weaker ones on Whitebeard's ship, no, those below the captain level, were not spared. Their eyes rolled back and they fainted. It was only because Sixie and the others were far away that they were able to escape. And the most surprised person at this time was Whitebeard. The two of them separated after a stalemate, each withdrew their weapons, and returned to their original positions. Whitebeard looked at the kid in front of him with surprise. He was less than 20 years old and could already compete with him at such a young age. What a terrifying talent it must be! It was incredible. When he was a teenager, he was lucky to reach half of this guy's strength. Although there is still a gap between him and me, he is already a person who truly stands at the top. Gulala! What an interesting kid! Whitebeard laughed heartily. Now he recognized Su Chen's strength and he believed that he had the qualifications to talk to him on an equal footing. If only he could come to my ship. Su Chen's incomparably powerful and terrifying talent also forced Whitebeard to raise a trace of the thought of recruiting him. If this guy Su Chen was willing to come, then even if he died this time, the Whitebeard pirates would never disappear, and might even be stronger than before. But he already knew that Su Chen had no reason to agree, and now he mentioned it just out of emotion. Oh? You want to recruit me? Su Chen didn't expect Whitebeard to say such a thing. His tone was filled with a hint of doubt and a little surprise. Who can recruit a guy like you? Sooner or later, you can be a member of the four emperors, right? But just after Whitebeard finished speaking, Su Chen said something that he didn't expect. No. If you want to recruit me, of course there is no problem. Whitebeard's face showed a trace of surprise when he heard this. Could it be that this guy really wants to join the Whitebeard pirates? But let's make a bet. If you win, my life will be yours. On the contrary, if you lose, your life will be mine. Chapter 58. Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, then he started laughing. Gulala! This is so funny. They actually want to kill me. Tell me what you want to bet on. In fact, at this time, Whitebeard was completely tempted. No matter what the bet Su Chen proposed, as long as it was not a losing game, he would agree without hesitation. Because he knew very well that this time when he went to rescue Ace, he would definitely die there, die in the Navy headquarters. In other words, he didn't plan to come back alive at all. If he could beat this guy in front of him, Whitebeard's name would definitely continue to resound through the sea for decades. Su Chen said that if he lost, his life would belong to him, and he would let him lead. No, he only needed him to protect his children. If he lost, he wouldn't have to pay anything, anyway, he was already a dying man. Let me think about it, I haven't made up my mind yet. Su Chen really hadn't made up his mind yet. He had never expected that Whitebeard would actually want to recruit him, and just took this opportunity to propose a bet that he couldn't refuse. In this case, it was not certain who would recruit whom. But what bet could make this guy take the bait? Su Chen paced back and forth on the deck, thinking hard. But what he didn't know was that no matter what he said now, the tall figure in front of him would agree. Su Chen supported his right elbow with his left hand, and his fingers kept shaking at the position of his mouth. Suddenly, his fingers stopped. His eyes became bright. I figured it out. Let's bet on who can save your big son. Let's see if it's your Whitebeard pirates or me. How about it? He was still feeling smug about his idea, thinking that this bet should be able to lure Whitebeard into the trap. Whitebeard suddenly disappeared from the huge chair. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Su Chen. Just when Su Chen thought that this guy wanted to sneak attack him and was ready to take out the big sword, a big hand grabbed his right hand, followed by a deafening laugh next to his ear. Gulala. Okay. It's a deal. Su Chen. Don't regret it now. Then he shouted in the direction of the captain's Marco. Tell someone to bring out the fine wine that I have treasured for 10 years. We must treat this ally well today. Guys. Let's have a party. Su Chen was still looking at the suddenly enthusiastic Whitebeard in front of him with a confused face, not knowing what went wrong. Could it be that Whitebeard was sure that he would win? But in the original story, there was nothing that Whitebeard pirates didn't know. What went wrong? The way Whitebeard looked at Su Chen at this time was more affectionate than when he looked at his sons. Isn't this a sucker who came to his door? Not to mention the free help, there is also a good chance to win him. This is coming to his door to be taken advantage of, and there is a chance to trigger a hidden reward after taking advantage of it. Whitebeard was afraid that if he was a step slower, this guy would have a chance to regret it. Allies. Marco was slightly startled when he heard this. A few days ago, Jaws was scolded for mentioning this guy. How come he has become an ally now? But at this critical period, it is undoubtedly exciting news to have such a powerful ally. The ship soon became lively, and Marco also brought a large barrel of good wine and placed it between the two of them. Whitebeard took out a huge wine bowl, poured a full bowl, and placed it in front of Su Chen. Then he filled a large bowl for himself. Although Su Chen still didn't figure out what was wrong, he still raised the wine bowl that was bigger than himself, and drank it all after colliding with Whitebeard. Wow! This wine is strong. This was Su Chen's reaction after tasting it for the first time. It was more than 10,000 times better than the rum he drank in the tavern that time. It is worthy of being Whitebeard's collection. Fine product. Absolute fine product. Su Chen, a guy who doesn't drink much, was also moved by this bowl of extremely mellow wine. He didn't think about it anymore, picked up the huge wine barrel and poured himself another bowl. Gulala. How about it, Su Chen boy? I usually don't dare to take out this wine. I'm afraid these guys will drink it all in one breath. When Whitebeard saw Su Chen like this, he also proudly showed off to him. Ha! Awesome! After these 2 bowls, Su Chen felt a little dizzy. This was no ordinary bowl. He couldn't handle it anymore. He didn't drink much, so he immediately said he didn't want to drink any more because he was getting drunk. Ha 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 ha! Su Chen, can you do it, little dog? You're like this after just 2 bowls. If Daddy gave me this wine to drink, I would have jumped into the barrel to drink it if he didn't pull me along. Marco also came to him at this time, laughing at his poor alcohol tolerance, and kept filling his bottle again and again. He already liked Su Chen a little bit, at least he was to Daddy's taste. After drinking 8 full bowls, Su Chen was completely exhausted. He couldn't help but sigh how these guys in the pirate world could drink so much. Marco had drunk more than 10 bowls and nothing happened, but now he just felt dizzy and had stars in his eyes. Gulala. You are too weak. Su Chen boy. Whitebeard was still drinking. He hadn't drunk so happily for a long time. The doctors knew to stop him from drinking before. Now that he had drunk so much, he not only didn't feel anything wrong, but he even felt that the internal organs that had been constantly tearing and hurting in his body had calmed down a lot. Humph. A bunch of quacks. Keep drinking. Gulala. Even Sixie and the others were invited to come up and have 2 drinks. This move really made them flattered. This is the main ship of the 4 emperors. Now they are invited to come up and drink. This is enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. When they first came up, they were still quite reserved, but they gradually relaxed as they toasted and exchanged glasses. You are talking about brother Su Chen. He is our savior. Sixie, this guy, can't stop talking when he talks about Su Chen. Several captain-level figures surrounded him, listening to him talk about Su Chen's deeds. Although they have seen it in the newspaper, it is not as clear as the person himself. The newspaper only has a general idea. Now they really want to know more about this ally. But Su Chen can't stand it anymore. He is afraid that he won't be able to leave if he stays any longer. These people really want to drink him to death. He stood up and squatted on the side of the boat with a leap back, and almost fell down because of dizziness. I'm leaving first. Don't forget our bet. After saying that, he activated the Great Destruction, grabbed Sixie and several others, and disappeared on the deck. Humph. What is this kid going to do to prepare for this? He actually wants to beat me so badly. Alright guys. Set sail. Oh oh oh. Everyone responded loudly. Their brother is still waiting. We can't let him wait too long. Whitebeard had actually seen that Su Chen knew that they were in a hurry and didn't want to delay them any longer. At the speed of their ship, it would take 2 days to reach Marineford. During this time, they also had to leave time to coat the ship to give Zhang Guo a surprise. Daddy. At this time, Marco came to Whitebeard again, took out a bottle of red liquid and handed it to Whitebeard. Su Chen asked me to give this to you, saying it has some healing effect. Su Chen's heart has made Marco agree with him. But he also knows that his father's body has no room for treatment, and he can only prevent the injury from getting worse. Hi, that guy is really... Whitebeard didn't say much, but just raised his lips slightly. He also took the bottle of pure blood, but didn't use it. He knew his own physical condition better than anyone else. He might have accepted it just out of respect for Su Chen. Chapter 59. Su Chen threw Sixie and the others back to their own ship, chatted with them casually, and then said goodbye to them. Just now on Whitebeard's ship, he asked Marco for a den mushi and a record pointer of Marineford. Now there is no need and no reason to hang out with Sixie and the others. As Whitebeard said, he had to make some preparations, although in the original plot, Whitebeard did not save Ace. But now the situation has changed a lot. Even Doflamingo was killed by himself, and the 3 admirals were also injured to some extent. It would be bad if the boat capsized in the ditch. He didn't want to be a nanny for the Whitebeard pirates. The idea now is also very simple, face-changing copy. Infiltrate the enemy camp. The difficulty of rescue will definitely be much smaller than killing it. Just go and get a vice admiral first, no, a major general. The vice admiral may not have a chance now. The war is imminent, and there will be no vice admiral alone. The major general may be able to catch 1 or 2 returning to Marineford, kill them directly, and then replace him. Now Su Chen was holding the pointer of Marineford, flying at a very fast speed on the sea. At his speed, he would be near Marineford in 10 minutes. The current speed was really amazing. Even Whitebeard's top-end ship took 2 days to travel, but he only needed 15 minutes. But while Su Chen was flying, the time in front of him began to circle, and it was spinning faster and faster. At first, he was still wondering if he was poisoned. But then he thought that it should be the after effect of the wine he just drank. He is so powerful now. But his alcohol tolerance is still so poor. This is illogical. Shouldn't the effect of alcohol on people become smaller when the body is stronger? Why doesn't this theory work for me? Just as he was thinking about it, the situation was getting worse and worse, so serious that he saw that the arrow of the recording pointer in his hand was crooked. He couldn't tell the direction anymore. No. This won't work. I have to find a place to relax, or I'll fall into the water and be stunned. Then he began to look for islands or ships on the sea. But he kept looking and his eyes were almost unable to open, but he didn't see any. His bad luck came again. Finally, he closed his eyes. Forget it. Let's sleep in the water first. Darkin can't drown anyway. Thinking of this, he turned off the great destruction and fell asleep, falling straight down. On the vast sea, a huge and majestic warship is sailing forward. It is like a mighty beast, steady as a mountain on the rough sea, and moving forward courageously. On the deck of the warship, everyone sticks to their posts, busy and orderly. The sailors nervously operate various equipment and watch the surrounding sea vigilantly. However, the most eye-catching thing is the huge dog head in front of the warship. Garp is sitting on the huge dog head and eating senbei, but his expression is not very happy. He just had a fight with Kaido, the madman, in Dressrosa. The battle lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the madman was finally awakened by Garp's punch. After regaining his sanity, he went back to Onigashima. Because Su Chen had lost contact again at that time, he had no way to start and had to return the same way. But that battle was very tiring for the old man. As soon as he returned to the warship, Zhang Guo called. After learning the news that Ace had been arrested and was about to be publicly executed, he couldn't help but feel sad and helpless. At that moment, he really didn't want to go back to that familiar place. He was afraid that he would face unbearable pain and struggle after returning. As long as he returned to Marineford, no matter what choice he made, he would probably regret it afterwards. After all, what lies in front of him is, on the one hand, the affection of family members, and on the other hand, the belief in justice that he has adhered to for a lifetime and regarded as his life. This dilemma has caused this veteran who has always been courageous and resolute to fall into unprecedented hesitation, becoming indecisive and difficult to choose. However, after a fierce ideological struggle, he finally made up his mind to return. Because he wants to accompany that disobedient grandson to spend the last stage of his life together, so that he will not be lonely when he leaves, and he will have relatives by his side. Accompanied by a long sigh, it was as if all the worries turned into this sigh and drifted away in the wind. Now he was alone and depressed, and he had no interest in doing anything. Only by sitting on this throne that belonged to him, blowing the sea breeze, and eating senbei, could he slightly relieve the torment in his heart. Just as he was eating non-stop, he suddenly found that there was a black dot in the blue sky in the distance that was constantly enlarging. Soon the thing reached a height where he could see what it was. It was a person. After recognizing it, Garp immediately stood up and prepared to catch the guy who was flying towards him inexplicably, otherwise he would definitely be smashed into a pulp at his speed. Getting closer and closer. Just when the man was about to hit the bow, Garp moved. He jumped in front of the man. He hugged him. But the huge impact force was so great that even Garp couldn't remove it at once. The two fell from the bow and fell heavily on the deck. The surrounding soldiers gathered around when they saw this. What the hell is this? How dare they attack Vice Admiral Garp? Is this a person? Is he unconscious? Or dead? Damn! Are you blind? This is Su Chen, the man with a bounty of 1.5 billion. After hearing the man's exclamation, everyone looked at the man's face and started to get nervous. This is a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion. They can't help but be nervous. Ready to fight. Can we be his opponent? Even the 3 generals can't beat him. What are you afraid of? Vice Admiral Garp is here. Listening to the discussions of the navy around him, Garp rubbed his head and stood up. He picked up the man and a shrewd face came into view. Oh! It's really him. It was this guy who made everyone eat rotten eggs, and now there is still a faint stench on the ship. But what's wrong with this guy? Motionless? It's really like dead. But is such a guy so easy to die? Did he faint because he flew too high in the sky and had no oxygen? Lieutenant General, I think he is drunk. At this time, Bogart came over and pointed at Su Chen's red cheeks. At this time, Garp also smelled a strong smell of alcohol from Su Chen. Could he really be drunk? But now it seems that only this reason makes sense. This guy is really drunk. What? In this day and age, are there people who get drunk? It's fine if he got drunk. He even crashed on my warship. Even if you ask me to achieve performance targets at the end of the month, I won't do this. You are a pirate with 1.5 billion members. You gave yourself away just by drinking. Believe it or not, I will report you, kid. Garp roared at Su Chen with a confused face. But Su Chen just smiled with a red face in response. Chapter 60. Ouch! My head hurts. Su Chen slowly opened his heavy eyelids, and in front of him was a blue sea. The fresh and slightly salty sea breeze gently caressed his face, bringing the unique breath of the sea. The wind was mixed with the sound of waves hitting the boat. What's going on? This doesn't feel right. Shouldn't I be in the water? Where am I? At this moment, Su Chen was sitting on the huge dog head at the bow, looking at the sea in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. Boy, wake up! A voice suddenly sounded behind him, and Su Chen turned around abruptly. A big face was so close. Almost sticking to Su Chen's face. Fuck! In a hurry, Su Chen hit the man with his head. But Garp just turned his head slightly and easily avoided the attack. Ha ha ha! Boy, I didn't expect you to be so energetic with sea stone handcuffs on. Kapo's voice sounded again. Su Chen could see clearly that it was Kapo. Didn't he fall into the sea? Was he rescued by them? What did this guy say? Sea stone handcuffs? I can't feel anything. At this time, Su Chen looked down and was shocked by his current appearance. His hands and feet were now together, with shackles on his hands and feet, and chains wrapped around his legs. There were also 3 handcuffs on his arms quietly restraining him. What's more, he also had a piece of sea stone wrapped around his neck. What do these guys think of themselves? Is it necessary to do so much? Did they wear a whole ship of sea stone on themselves? Hey, hey, hey! Cap! Are you crazy? You're asking me to wear so many? Would a warship be equipped with so many sea stones? Su Chen also complained angrily that he was about to be wrapped like a dumpling. Oh, you mean sea stone? You can't blame me for that. It was given to me by Sengoku. Garp was still as arrogant as ever, eating senbei in his hand. He was not surprised at all by his question. After all, anyone would be shocked to see such a scene when they woke up. Is that Zhang Guo guy crazy? This thing can't be superimposed. Isn't it okay to make one? Su Chen continued. When Garp heard him say this, he also laughed out loud, showing an expression of a fellow traveler. Ha 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 ha. That's what I said at the time. Zhang Guo also said he wanted to give you a whole set of sea stone armor to wear, ha ha ha. Su Chen's face turned even darker when he heard this. Zhang Guo, that bastard. Don't let me catch him. Otherwise I'll have to give him a whole set to try. Let him know what it means to not be able to get hard. You are the one who picked me up. Su Chen asked his question. What? You bumped into me, and I almost got a mouthful of senbei knocked out by you. I'm lucky I didn't ask you for compensation. Also, you have slept for a whole day. I don't know how anyone can sleep for a whole day because of drunkenness these days. Ordinary people won't sleep for so long. But a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion did it. It's so embarrassing. The most important thing is that he fell asleep while flying. It would be fine if he just fell asleep, but he insisted on sleeping in my arms. I really don't understand the young people nowadays. Listening to Garp talking and looking at him with strange eyes, Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. He didn't know he would be like this. He would never drink again. Bulu bulu bulu. Click. Garp. Where have you been? There's not much time left. You'd better hurry up. If I find out that you stopped to buy food, I'll skin you alive when you come back. Sengoku's roar came from Den Den Mushi. Hearing this, Garp slowly turned his head and looked at Bogart, who was busy on the deck, with a bad look on his face, Bogart, who was listening to his subordinate's work report, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around and met Garp's sinister eyes. It's over. Did I get caught pouring colorless and odorless chili oil on the paper in his bathroom? Garp retracted his gaze and smiled cheerfully at Den Den Mushi. Ha ha ha. Don't be angry, it's not here this time, it's coming soon, it will definitely arrive on the same day. And this time I brought you a surprise, he he he. As he said that, Garp slowly turned the Den Den Mushi towards Su Chen. At this time, in the office, Sengoku looked at the Den Den Mushi in front of him and found that it had a handsome face like Su Chen, and couldn't help but exclaimed Garp. Well done! Well done! After so many years! You finally did something good! Su Chen's biggest worry was finally solved, and Zhang Guo felt that the pressure in his heart was suddenly reduced by half a mountain. Ha 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 ha! I'm awesome! Let me tell you, I fought this guy on an island for 3 days and 3 nights. This guy was so fierce that he beat me until I vomited blood. Now my body is still aching. I must have some internal injuries that cannot be cured. I didn't catch him until he ran out of energy. Of course, I was also exhausted. This must be the most difficult battle I have fought in all these years. I hope that after this matter is over, you can grant me a year-long vacation so that I can have a good rest. Puff. Look at my body, I am really old, and my internal injuries have recurred, ah. Zhang Guo listened to Garp's description, combined with Su Chen's strong recovery ability, and felt that there was nothing wrong with this statement. He immediately said, Ahem. You've worked really hard this time. 1 year is impossible, but considering that you have made great contributions this time, I will grant you half a year as an exception. Upon hearing this, Garp immediately smiled so hard that his mouth stretched to his ears. Ha ha ha, okay, okay. If nothing else, I'll hang up first. Kaka. Garp hung up the phone directly, fearing that Zhang Guo would change his mind. Sigma, degree, hi. Su Chen was really shocked by the guy's amazing move. From what he just said, it seemed that he just fell on his face, right? Why was he talking like he knew how to do drunken boxing? Did he let this guy trick him into a vacation? At this time, Garp had taken out a loudspeaker from the cabin and shouted to everyone on the ship assemble. Upon hearing this, everyone put down their work, quickly came to the deck, and stood in a square formation in front of Garp. What's this for? Is there something important going on? Why are we gathering all of a sudden? SHH. Of course. Will Vice Admiral Garp summon us casually? He might as well get more sleep if he has that much time. Ahem. Cap cleared his throat, pointed at Su Chen, and said loudly to the crowd below, how did this guy appear here? Everyone in the audience was confused. Didn't he fall from the sky by himself? How could he forget about it after just 1 day? Of course he fell onto our ship. Vice Admiral Garp, have you forgotten so quickly? Bogart spoke directly with an innocent look on his face, and told the truth in 1 sentence. But before he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and then he plunged under the deck. Wrong. He was the trophy I brought back after 3 days and 3 nights of fighting. Do you understand? If anyone says it's wrong again, this will be the next time. Everyone looked at the adjutant, who fell to the ground and swallowed hard. Cold sweat kept coming out, and then they answered loudly in unison, yes. Chapter 61. Su Chen looked at the scene in front of him, and really felt that Garp was good at controlling his subordinates. But it was okay this way, maybe the Sengoku would execute Ace and himself directly in order to get rid of him. I just don't know if those celestial dragons will stop it. Anyway, considering his crime, public execution is completely reasonable. If so, it would save a lot of trouble, and it seems like a very good choice to follow their ship. These sea stone handcuffs are strong, but they really can't hold him. In his eyes, this thing is no different from plastic. He can break free at any time. 2 days, I can have a good rest. With nothing to do, Su Chen checked the system again. His similarity has now reached 65, and he has increased it by another level in the Savaing archipelago. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being emotionally rich and speaking the Sword Demon's lines in the right environment. The roleplay similarity is 65%. When you reach level 70, you can unlock another wave of rewards. I wonder what other rewards there are. I feel like I have gotten almost everything for Aatrox. But the similarity is only 65. I am really looking forward to the rewards later. What? Did they catch that guy? In the marshal's office, a steady voice came from the Den Mushi in front of Zhang Guo. Even though it was steady, one could still feel a hint of surprise. Yes, Garp caught him and he is on his way back. He is expected to arrive at the headquarters in 2 days, which is the day of the public execution. Zhang Guo also reported Su Chen's news to the 5 elders with a relaxed tone. Should we deal with this criminal directly through our navy? After Zhang Guo finished speaking, he waited for the other party's reply. The celestial dragons would most likely ask for the person to go over, but as for what they were going to do, there was no need to explain. The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment, and then said something that Zhang Guo did not expect. It's better to execute a guy like him directly, just like the posthumous child of the Pirate King. There's still enough time, no need to worry about other celestial dragons. Kill him quickly to prevent future troubles. Although he didn't expect such a result, it was also reasonable. Zhang Guo immediately agreed and prepared to take Su Chen to the execution platform as soon as Garp came back. After hanging up the phone, he didn't even have time to take a breath before he rushed into other matters. Countless important documents were waiting for him to review and revise personally, and these tasks could not tolerate any carelessness or delay. Various tactical plans were being intensively formulated and constantly adjusted and improved. Questions such as how to deploy personnel, how to lay out warships, and how to build fortifications came one after another. This series of complicated and trivial matters required him to review one by one and make the final decision. War is coming. 2 days passed in a flash, and today was the day of execution. Marineford was shaped like a crescent moon, and a strong wall had been built around it. The only way to get in was through the gap in the crescent moon. The tall execution platform was located in the middle of the crescent moon, and below it was the square of Marineford. The huge square was filled with elite navy recruited from all over the place. It was roughly estimated that there were about 100,000 people. The huge square seemed a bit crowded at this time. The officers were constantly giving speeches to the soldiers in front of them to boost the morale of the navy. There are only 3 hours left anyway. Just make it through. Everything will be over. Oh oh! The square erupted with shouts that reached the sky. The shouts of 100,000 people were truly spectacular. On the periphery of the crescent moon, 50 huge warships were lined up in neat formations around Marineford, waiting for the enemy to appear, and their artillery fire would continue. The warships were also busy, with figures running on the decks, extremely efficient and orderly. Don't be idle. Hurry. The enemy is coming soon. Check the shells over there again. Don't let anything go wrong. The commander on the warship was also constantly arranging the work, and everyone was waiting for the Whitebeard pirates to appear. At the forefront of the square, 4 figures were standing. 3 men and 1 woman, with the majesty of a strong man between their brows. They were the only 4 remaining Shishibukai, and there was a new Shishibukai who had not appeared yet. That person was naturally Blackbeard Teach, who handed Ace over to the world government in exchange for the status of Shishibukai. At this time, everyone was on high alert, except for the only woman. Hancock looked absent-minded, and some bad pictures flashed through her mind from time to time. Over the past few days, the whole person looked. She looked a little haggard. She didn't know if Su Chen would show up. She hoped that he would show up at the war scene as the old woman said. That would at least prove that he was safe, and she could still see him and talk to him. But she couldn't think of any reason for Su Chen to show up. She really believed in that damn old woman at the time. Why did she agree to her request on a whim? If Su Chen didn't come, it would be a big loss. Hancock kept thinking about things in her mind, and she was in no mood to pay attention to the changes around her. Moria had just talked to her, but she ignored him and didn't even look at her, so she was annoyed. Why are you pretending? Isn't it just that you look good? People who don't know you would think you are really some awesome person, but you are just a rubbish vase. Don't let me get the chance, or I'll cut off your shadow. When you die, I will turn you into a zombie. I will slap your face every day. He remained calm on the surface, but in his heart he had already scolded Hancock to death, and even had the idea of taking Hancock's shadow and corpse. Because of Hancock's ignorance, this guy said will definitely make some unexpected moves. The reason why Blackbeard didn't come was naturally because he just used his identity as a 7 warlords of the sea to go to the underwater prison without any obstacles. His pirate group is in need of a lot of talents at this time. There is indeed a riot in the current Impel Down. The protagonists are still those two people, King Luffy and Teach. After Luffy was rescued by Rayleigh in Shampoo Land last time, no one knew where he went, and now he appeared in Impel Down by some unknown means. The plot is almost the same as the original. Luffy, who was deeply poisoned, was rescued by Ivankov and has successfully led a large number of pirates to escape. They robbed a warship and headed towards Marineford. The Blackbeard group was also saved by the antidote brought by Shiryu, and Teach, who recruited many powerful companions, is also rushing here. But there are still important things to do. Thief ha 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 ha. Chapter 62. Behind the execution platform, 3 extremely powerful auras emerged at the same time. Everyone turned their eyes to that direction at the same time. They saw 3 powerful generals standing side by side, like 3 insurmountable mountains. Slowly, they walked to the bottom of the execution platform, where 3 exquisite and gorgeous chairs had been placed, obviously specially prepared for these 3 top masters. The 3 of them came up and sat down one by one. Their movements were elegant and generous, but they were also full of an indescribable domineering and self-confidence. It seemed that as long as they were there would be no accidents in this battle. It's the general. The 3 great generals are coming. We will win this battle. At this time, on the live broadcast screens around the world, a door behind the execution platform slowly opened, and a strong man with scars all over his body and naked upper body was slowly led to the execution platform. It's him, the protagonist appears. The culprit who caused this war. Has he appeared? Everyone on the field looked over there at the same time. Of course, except for Hancock, she was still in a daze. Under the gaze of everyone, Ace came to the execution platform, lowered his head, and slowly knelt down. 2 executioners were standing behind him on the left and right, waiting for the marshal's order, and they would stab Ace through. The current situation is almost exactly the same as the scene when Roger was executed many years ago. Maybe everything is destined. Soon Sengoku walked up from below and stood beside Ace. He was holding a den mushi similar to a loudspeaker in his hand, like a school principal giving a speech. He picked up the den mushi and began to speak with a serious face. There is something I want to convey to you first. Portkas d Ace. About the real meaning of this man's death here. Then Zhang Guo changed the subject, looked at Ace, and asked Ace, come. Tell me your father's name. Ace, who was kneeling there with his eyes lowered, heard this and his expression began to change constantly. He shouted to Zhang Guo, I only have one father. That is Whitebeard. Zhang Guo just smiled contemptuously and continued to tell the story. At that time, we relied on the little intelligence and possibilities that CP had to find many newborns and unborn children, and conducted a thorough investigation of their mothers. But there was still no discovery. Because your birth was paid for by your mother's life. There is an island called Bartolilla in the South China Sea. Your mother's name is Porgas de Luju. In order to give birth to you, she carried you for 20 months, and then died of exhaustion after giving birth to you. 1 year and 3 months after your father died. A baby with the most evil bloodline in the world is born. That is you. Ace's father. He is the pirate king Gold Roger. After Zhang Guo finished speaking, people all over the world were in an uproar, shocked by this explosive news. But Ace's face became darker and darker. His silver teeth seemed to be bitten to pieces, making a clattering sound. At this time Jean Guo continued, we noticed you 2 years ago, and noticed that Roger's bloodline was not cut off. But in order to train you to be the next pirate king, Whitebeard let the son of his former rival board his ship. Hearing this, Ace finally couldn't help but explode. He yelled at Sengoku, no! I boarded that ship to help my dad become the pirate king. A glimmer of light flashed through Sengoku's lens, and he slowly told Ace the truth. Only you think so? Whitebeard protected you. That's why we couldn't do anything to you. If you are ignored, the probability of you becoming the next pirate king is still very high. Therefore, your death here today will have extremely important significance. Even if it means a full-scale war with Whitebeard, it's worth it. After hearing this, Ace fell silent. Was it really as he said? But if you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. Did Dad ever want to be the pirate king? Was he really training himself to become the pirate king? People all over the world were shocked by Sengoku's words. And the boost to the morale of the Navy was enormous. The Navy was collectively excited. Long live justice! The bloodline of the Pirate King! Damn it! The square suddenly became noisy. Sengoku asked a major general next to him, is there any news from Whitebeard? Report to the Marshal, our reconnaissance ship was destroyed as soon as it entered the New World, and no news was sent back at all. Jean Guo couldn't help but worry when he heard this. They knew some of the intelligence of these 4 emperors before, but now Whitebeard would not give them any chance. They could only wait. Here they come. The Whitebeard pirates are here. An observer holding a telescope shouted at the bottom at the top of his lungs. Hearing this, everyone looked towards the sea in the distance. With extremely solemn expressions. There, the outlines of huge pirate ships began to appear. It's the Whitebeard pirates' fleet. Report. A total of 43 ships. But no trace of Whitebeard and those captains was found. On those pirate ships, all of them were famous figures in the New World. They were all powerful men who could be named. At this moment, the surface of the crescent-shaped square in Marineford, which was originally as calm as a mirror, suddenly rippled. Then a huge pirate ship like a hill slowly emerged from the water. Everyone on the shore was shocked when they saw this. He immediately recognized the huge ship in front of him as the main ship of the legendary Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. However, at this time, the lake water around the Moby Dick began to roll violently, as if something was about to break out of the water. In the blink of an eye, 3 smaller but equally majestic pirate ships followed and surfaced. There is no doubt that these ships have obviously been specially treated and coated with a film, and they sneaked in from underwater without anyone noticing. And the people standing on these ships are all famous and powerful pirates. The most eye-catching among them is Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, and the captains of the other 14 teams under Whitebeard, all of whom are present. Everyone's eyes are focused on the figure on the execution platform. Ace is looking at this extremely grand scene at this time, looking at the brothers who rushed into the Navy encirclement without hesitation to save him. While he was moved, he felt sorry for them. After all, it was his own willfulness that put everyone in danger. It doesn't matter whether I live or die, but... On the deck of the Moby Dick, the sun shines down, casting long shadows. A tall figure walks slowly towards the bow with firm steps. As the distance gets closer, people can see that the figure is a muscular man with scars all over his body. His sharp eyes like a hawk first look around, but he still can't catch any trace of Su Chen. Has that kid given up? Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. At the same time, Hancock was also looking around anxiously, trying to find the figure that made her so worried. However, her efforts were also in vain, and a hint of disappointment that was hard to conceal gradually emerged on her face. At this moment, Whitebeard, who had been silent all the time, finally broke the deadlock. He asked in a voice that was both kind and powerful, "My dear son, is he okay?" Hearing his father's question, Ace's expression became extremely complicated. He moved his lips slightly, and murmured in a low voice, "Dad. It seems like I have 1,000 words to say, but I don't know where to start." Chapter 63. Wait for me, Ace. Whitebeard said, squatting slightly, and waving his hands around vigorously, as if something was smashed. Then, a large crack really appeared where the hands hit. The sea began to roll continuously because of this blow, and the ship began to shake, and it became more and more violent. Soon, in the horrified eyes of all the navy, a huge wave that was enough to smash Marineford came surging. Just when they were in despair, Aokiji yawned and disappeared from his seat. He appeared 500 meters above. It's General Aokiji. Can he freeze the sea water? There is too much sea water. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Aokiji shot out 2 icicles with both hands, which came into contact with the huge waves. Ice Age. The huge waves began to freeze at a very fast speed, and soon they were completely frozen into ice. They hovered in the air. Aokiji, who resolved the crisis, did not stop. He instantly came to the top of Whitebeard, and the 3 ice forks condensed in the blink of an eye and shot towards Whitebeard. "Humph, little ice devil. Really good," Whitebeard said, and punched the air in front of him again. The flying ice fork shattered with a loud bang, and even Aokiji behind him had half of his head broken by this blow. The shattered ice fell into the water, and the water surface in the bay began to freeze quickly, and soon all 4 of Whitebeard's ships were frozen in place. Seeing this scene, everyone began to charge forward. It was difficult to charge just now, but now that they have a foothold, they all jumped off the boat like chicken blood, and rushed forward on the ice. Save Ace! Kill! Seeing this, the navy also jumped down from the square and started fighting with the pirates on the ice. At this moment, Hawkeye's eyes suddenly moved slightly, and a different kind of fluctuation surged in his eyes that were originally as calm as the abyss. He stared closely at the Whitebeard in front of him, who was hailed as the strongest man in the world. He slowly reached out and grasped the huge long sword behind him. With his movements, the black blade gradually emerged from the sheath, flashing a heart-pounding cold light. This famous sword named Black Blade Knight seemed to be in tune with the master's mind, exuding an unparalleled pressure. Hawkeye took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, and adjusted his breathing and state of mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes suddenly. At the same time, the Black Blade Knight in his hand, it has already been swung out, and an extremely powerful sword energy shot towards the direction of Whitebeard like lightning. Wherever this sword energy passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, forming a shock wave visible to the naked eye. Its speed and power are so fast that people can't help but be amazed. The people standing in the distance felt a biting cold coming on their faces, and they shuddered unconsciously. Hancock was watching this scene with interest. She also wanted to see how strong the strongest man in the world is. Or, is he stronger than her Su Chen? But at this time, a few blind pirates fired shells at her. Helplessly, she had to join the battle briefly, and large groups of people began to be petrified, whether they were navy or pirates. These stupid pirates! They really don't have brains. After killing a bunch of pirates, she returned to her original place and sat on the seat formed by her snakes. The huge sword energy had already arrived in front of Whitebeard, but he didn't even blink, still standing quietly in the same place. At this time, a black shadow flashed. Blocked between the two. The sword energy hit the man directly. After a stalemate for a moment, the man actually raised his hands up and led the sword energy into the air. After spinning a few times in the air, it disappeared. It's Diamond Jaws, captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. What a strong defense! He can even block the slash of the world's #1 swordsman. That man was Jaws. He had been severely reprimanded by Whitebeard because of Su Chen's matter before, and at this moment, a raging fire was burning deep in his heart. He was eager to show himself in front of Whitebeard. This state of mind was like that of an innocent child, always eager to show off his skills in front of his beloved parents to gain their praise and affirmation. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, Jaws smashed into the ice, and a piece of ice that was so huge that it could be compared to a square that could accommodate 100,000 people was lifted up by him. Then he threw it with all his strength, and the ice smashed towards the navy like a meteorite. This. What should I do? I'm doomed. Help! Help! Just when everyone was in despair, Akainu slowly stood up, and his right hand gradually turned into flowing magma. Cheer up! Are you scared? After he finished speaking, he swung his right fist violently, and a huge molten fist collided with the huge ice block. The ice block melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon it was completely melted, but the molten fist did not slow down. It continued to fly into the air. After arriving above the pirates, it disintegrated into meteor-like fireballs. It fell downwards. The pirates began to run away, trying their best to avoid the blazing fireballs. But many people were hit, and there were heavy casualties in an instant. Even a ship next to Whitebeard could not hold on, and was smashed to pieces by the fireball. A fireball also hit Whitebeard squarely. Just when it was about to hit him, Whitebeard moved. He just slowly raised the kuskumokiri in his hand to the fireball, and like using a fork to fork fish balls, he forked the fireball into kuskumokiri, and then blew a breath to extinguish the flames. This little fire is not even enough to light a candle, Lava Kid. Akainu said nothing. But Kizaru took action. He flashed into the sky and used a big move on Whitebeard. Yasakani no Megatama. Dense light spots began to be emitted from his hands. The fire power was extremely sufficient, and the overwhelming lasers hit Whitebeard. Whitebeard still stood as steady as a mountain, and there was no ripple on his weathered face, as if nothing in the world could shake him in the slightest. Facing such a terrifying attack, he didn't even blink. Just when the laser came to the top of Whitebeard's head, a ball of blue flame appeared. It blocked all the light spots without missing a single one. The flames dissipated, and Marco's pineapple head appeared in front of everyone. It's the Phoenix Marco. There is no way to kill him. There were holes in Marco's body, but it was constantly reorganizing. The undead flame was quickly repairing his injuries. It was somewhat similar to Su Chen's darkened physique. But Su Chen's physique was not limited by physical strength and seawater, and the effect was many times stronger than this undead flame. It was a physique that could not be killed under any circumstances. How could we allow you to disturb our king right away? After Marco finished speaking, he turned into a big bird wrapped in blue flames. He flapped his wings and came to Kizaru's side. He kicked Kizaru with a hook. Kizaru just raised his hand to block it, feeling that he could completely avoid this attack, but Kizaru still chose to defend. And the effect of this kick also shocked everyone. Kizaru was kicked straight down by this kick. It turned into a flash and hit the wall below the execution platform. There was a huge noise. In an instant, the whole scene became unusually quiet, as if time had stopped flowing. People stood still in place as if they were cast under a spell, with their mouths slightly open, and even the sound of breathing seemed to become weaker. The Navy felt at this time that the invincible admiral in their minds was actually crushed by the opponent in terms of strength. The pirates were wondering when Marco had become so fierce. Even Marco himself looked at the place where Kizaru fell in disbelief, and looked at his feet from time to time. At this time, there was a sound of den den mushi ringing on the execution platform. Blue 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 blue. Chapter 64. Click. Sengoku. I'm back. Should we take this guy to the execution platform? Garp's deep and recognizable voice seemed to have traveled through time and space, and was clearly transmitted through the den den mushi. After being amplified by the loudspeaker den den mushi, the voice echoed throughout the venue like thunder, and everyone present heard this sentence clearly. Even the battle was temporarily stopped. What does it mean? The execution platform? Is there anyone else going to be executed today? What kind of guy is worthy of such an occasion? And it seems that he was added temporarily. Who is it? This is what almost everyone present was thinking. Everyone was waiting for Sengoku's answer. Bring him here immediately. After saying that, Sengoku hung up the phone. Even Whitebeard was confused. There was actually someone to be executed. Sengoku, it was impossible for him to add any more prisoners to be executed at such a critical time. This was a war with the Four Emperors pirate group. At this time, if someone came to rescue the guy being executed, the navy would be under great pressure. Who on earth could make Sengoku execute someone today even at such a huge risk? Just as everyone was guessing, Sengoku spoke again. In fact, there is another prisoner to be executed today. Now, Vice Admiral Garp is bringing him here. The significance of that guy being executed here today is even greater than the son of the Pirate King. When these words came out, people all over the world were shocked. What kind of person is more important than the evil bloodline of the Pirate King? Does such a person really exist? Ace was also at a loss. He had no idea that he actually had a dead friend today. This news was quite sudden for him. He couldn't help but start to wonder who could be executed at the same time as himself, the son of the Pirate King. More evil than Ace. Who could it be? Is that bastard Jean Guo just bluffing? Don't worry about it. Didn't they say they would be here soon? The captains and other elite pirates below were also discussing, even the navy. They had no idea that someone else would be executed today. Whitebeard, standing on the bow of the Moby Dick, had a slightly moved expression. A worried look appeared in his eyes. Is there someone who should be executed even more than Ace? Isn't there a candidate now? Could Su Chen be captured by Garp? This thought appeared uncontrollably and became more and more firm, as if this was the only possibility now. But he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He hoped that Su Chen just hadn't come yet, instead of being captured. In that case, they would be missing a great general. Just when everyone was puzzled, a figure appeared on the tall crescent-shaped outer wall. After a few jumps, he arrived at the execution platform. Behind. Then he slowly walked towards the execution platform step by step. The man was very fast and was now blocked by the execution platform. So far, everyone only saw that he was holding a zongzi-shaped object in his hand, and the rest was completely invisible. Ace slowly turned his head and his eyes fell on the old man who was slowly approaching. The originally resolute expression on his face gradually became complicated, and his lips slightly opened as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he remained silent. At the same time, on the huge screens in every corner of the world, Garp's face gradually became clear. As the picture progressed, the object in Garp's hand was also displayed in front of everyone. It was a person. What made people even more astonished was that when they saw the face of the person being held by Garp, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. It's actually him. He is the madman who dared to kill 3 celestial dragons. If it's him, then he does have the qualifications. Garp came to Ace's side, put Su Chen down, and then slowly walked to the other side of Ace and sat down. Oh, has it come to this? Garp looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Su Chen looked indifferent and even smiled and greeted Ace beside him. You are Ace, right? My sister likes you very much. She has always wanted to meet you. Ace looked at Su Chen in astonishment. This guy who was about to be killed still wanted to chat with him? He was already bound by sea stone, so was he not afraid of death? If Su Chen knew what he was thinking, he would definitely laugh. Even if he sat there and let these executioners stab him for a year, they would not be able to kill him. If I can survive, I would like to meet your sister. Ace answered with a dejected look on his face. His tone was a little lonely. He was still blaming himself for bringing everyone into danger. Hearing Ace say this, Su Chen did not continue to talk. He began to look at the battlefield below with interest. This is the best view of the whole place. When the navy saw that the person to be executed was this extremely evil guy, they immediately burst into cheers and their morale soared. Justice will never be absent. Dirty pirates! This is where all of you will end up. In stark contrast to this side, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates looked at the figure tied up like a dumpling next to Ace, their eyes widened. Isn't this the ally who helped us rescue Ace? How come he is now on the rescue list? Damn! What are Brother Su Chen playing at? How did he fall into Garp's hands? The chains that bound him were obviously made of sea stone. He was really caught. This was going to be a difficult situation. The expression on Whitebeard's face revealed an indescribable weirdness. He didn't expect that the person mentioned by Jean Guo was actually Su Chen. This means that they will lose a strong helper, which will undoubtedly make this fierce battle more difficult. However, deep in his eyes, there is not only worry, but more of a mixture of secretly grateful and joyful feelings. Even an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. At this moment, for Whitebeard, as long as he can successfully rescue the two people in front of him, then the bet between Su Chen and him will not be won by himself. After all, Su Chen is now sitting safely on the side, watching everything from a close distance but helplessly. He can only watch helplessly as he rescues Ace and is eventually defeated by his own men. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh out loud. That laughter contains both the expectation of victory and the confidence in his own strength. Gulala! Great! Guys! Let's go! Save Ace! Oh-hoo! The low morale was dispelled by Whitebeard's hearty laughter. Although he didn't know why his father was so happy, saving the two people was the key now. Everyone rushed forward and joined the navy again. Su Chen, who was sitting on the top and scanning the whole scene, suddenly put away his playful smile and stared blankly at a certain place below. In that place, there was a figure who had been staring at him closely since he appeared. At this moment, their eyes met. This sudden eye contact made time seem to freeze at this moment. Chapter 65. Hancock. Su Chen, who had read the original story, actually forgot the most important thing. Hancock also appeared here because of the call of the 7 warlords. This is definitely not good news. He originally planned to wait until everyone was exhausted before rescuing Ace, but now it seems that this plan may need to be adjusted and changed to a certain extent. The reason is simple: Hancock's eyes that are gradually becoming crazy and losing reason are sending him an extremely clear signal every moment: she is about to explode. The situation is exactly as Su Chen expected. Hancock actually walked straight to the execution platform without hesitation, completely disregarding the possible consequences. This is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous signal in the eyes of the Navy. As one of the 7 warlords, her duty is only to assist the Navy in fighting against the Whitebeard pirates, but there is no reason to approach the execution platform. Therefore, Marshal Sengoku, who witnessed this scene, immediately shouted loudly, "Boya Hancock! What are you doing? Is this the place you should come to?" Sengoku's voice was amplified by the Den Den Mushi, and it seemed a bit deafening. The people on the battlefield couldn't help but look over here, and saw the pirate queen approaching the execution platform step by step without haste, exuding a dangerous aura. What's going on? Is there an internal conflict in the Navy? I don't know. Do the 7 warlords of the sea still have the right to execute criminals? Could it be that Su Chen had done something to offend the Empress? That made that woman want to kill him immediately at all costs. The pirates discussed loudly while fighting. The difficulty is not small. Seeing this, Sengoku began to have an ominous premonition, and then he emphasized again, resisting those pirates is your mission. However, in the face of Sengoku's rebuke, Hancock seemed to have heard nothing, and still walked towards Su Chen with firm steps. The flames of anger in her eyes seemed to be about to burst out. Seeing Hancock act like this, Sengoku frowned. It is not good news to have a powerful Shishibukai turn against you in the middle of a battle. But the premise is to first figure out her purpose. Doberman. Go stop her and see what she wants to do. Zhang Guo said to a skinny man with scars on his face. Okay. Marshal. Doberman said with a firm face, and then he came to the road that Hancock had to take to the execution platform. He was straightforward and tough, and he started to question Hancock right away. Boa Hancock! What do you want to do? Don't you understand what the marshal said? But Hancock still had a gloomy face and approached this side step by step. Seeing her like this, Doberman didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. What he should do now is to subdue this unstable factor first. No matter what you want to do, this will be the end point you can reach. After saying this, he has already drawn the long sword from his waist, with the dark-armed color domineering attached to it. Shave. Doberman is proficient in all 6 styles and has mastered the 2-color domineering, or in other words, this is the minimum standard for becoming a vice admiral of the headquarters. He has just dealt with a captain-level figure of the fleet under Whitebeard, and his confidence is soaring at this time. The strength of the 7 warlords of the sea is comparable to that of the vice admiral, and even if some are stronger than the vice admiral, they are not much stronger. Hawkeye is an exception. The strength of the others is currently known to be around the vice admiral. Doberman came to Hancock and chopped down mercilessly with the long sword in his hand. This guy will not show mercy to women. He is a main member of Akainu's Hawk faction. Everyone knows the beauty of the Empress and her extremely strong kicking skills. That is almost the label of the Empress. Just when Doberman thought that the Empress would raise her leg to block, Hancock just raised her slender hand slightly. What? Look down on me? This thought came to Doberman's mind, but what happened next made this idea disappear. Just as the blade was about to touch the smooth right arm, a kingly aura full of pressure began to spread around with Hancock as the center. Those who came into contact with this pressure, whether pirates or navy, all fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, only those with the strength of major generals or above could still stay awake. What is this? What level of dominant color is this? All those below the rank of major general have lost consciousness. This is already the top level of domineering haki, right? Has this woman been hiding her strength? Whitebeard also looked over here in surprise. This domineering aura was indeed not something that girl could possess. But what caused her to awaken this level of domineering aura? After a brief thought, a harmless face appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but look up at the execution platform, where there was a guy who was as shocked as he was. It was just that the guy looked much more surprised than himself. And Su Chen was indeed just as Whitebeard thought. His eyes were about to pop out. His mouth was already as wide open as ever. The surprise in his eyes was already. The power is about to come out. This is not the strength shown by Hancock in the original book? What's going on? Is she really hiding her strength? But this shouldn't be the case. Based on his previous close observation, Hancock cannot have such a terrifying domineering color. You know, even Su Chen's domineering color can only reach this level. Only after adding the Devil's Aura can it reach the level of faintly surpassing Whitebeard. Hancock's current display of such strength is enough to surprise him to the point where he doesn't know how to describe it. And at this time, the dark sword light finally it fell down. It slashed on Hancock's fair arm. But the strange thing was that Hancock didn't have any armament haki attached to her arm, but the sound of metal clashing was still heard. Clang! Su Chen looked again. The shock came again. This time, the sea stone collar that bound him was almost broken because of the sudden forward tilt of his neck. Fortunately, he found it in time and retracted some of his strength. At this time, there was a layer of light red substance attached to Hancock's right arm. The answer is self-evident. The domineering color is entangled. Hancock actually felt that at this time, he awakened a more powerful conqueror's haki, and even mastered the conqueror's haki entanglement. Doberman's resolute face couldn't help but show some emotion. Having followed the admiral to fight against the 4 emperors in the field, he naturally knew that the guy in front of him had awakened something extraordinary. But he didn't think that a woman who had just mastered this ability could exert such a strong strength. Although the knife was blocked, he still didn't give up. He instantly came behind Hancock and slashed at her neck again. Hancock suddenly spoke at this time, her voice was icy and chilling, revealing endless chill and anger. How dare you attack Su Chen? You must be tired of living. Now they are even trying to execute him. You sailors are guilty of the crime of death. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly turned around and used a move called Dragon Tail Swinging. The slender, straight, 1.8-meter long beautiful legs swept backwards like a whirlwind. In an instant, a dazzling red light flashed, exactly the same as the light that appeared on her arm just now. This stunning kick came so fast that it caught people off guard. Doberman didn't even have room to dodge. There was a dull bang sound, and Hancock's foot kicked Doberman's neck heavily. Then, another crisp click sounded. A shocking scene happened. Doberman's spine was actually broken by this terrifying kick. Its power is beyond imagination. You know, at the moment of being kicked, Doberman had already used the iron block and armed color domineering in time to defend himself, but even so, he still couldn't withstand this powerful blow. It can be foreseen that from now on, he will probably spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Chapter 66. Doberman, who was hit so hard, fell down. His eyes rolled back and he was unconscious. Hancock. Do you know what you are doing? Do you want to give up your title of Shishibukai? Give up those rights. Zhang Guo was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect that the Empress really rebelled. The reason is also very simple, it is because of Su Chen. Zhang Guo is still hoping to stabilize Hancock, and stabilize her through the safety of her country and civilians. Boa Hancock. If you lose the title of Shishibukai, your country will definitely be wiped out by the navy. I hope you can think it over before you do anything. Zhang Guo's voice continued to echo, but Hancock's eyes did not change at all, and she started to walk towards this side again. At this time, a ray of light flashed. A figure appeared in front of Hancock again, looking at her with a wretched face. Wow! What kind of strength is this? Otherwise, let me test your strength. Kizaru said in a playful tone. Such an easy job is really to his liking. He doesn't need to defeat her, just drag her along. He can slack off openly. It feels so good to think about it. Zhang Guo didn't say anything when he saw this, which was considered as tacit agreement. After all, Hancock is really not something that a vice admiral can deal with now. There are not many people on the field who can be mobilized. It is the best way to let Kizaru deal with it. When Kizaru saw that Zhang Guo didn't say anything, he knew that the job was already secured. The wretched expression also appeared on his face. A petty smile. He immediately turned into a beam of light and came in front of Hancock, fighting with her. The two of them started fighting back and forth, and Kizaru's attacks were mainly interference, constantly hitting Hancock. Facing Hancock's powerful kicking skills, he never took it head-on, and the two of them were deadlocked. Facing such a Kizaru, it was impossible for Hancock to get rid of him. Hancock had no way to deal with the smooth Kizaru. Even though she was extremely angry, she still couldn't get over the high wall in front of her. At this time, she could only hope that the Whitebeard pirates could successfully rescue the two of them. She actually helped us stop a general. This little girl really helped a lot. Whitebeard's deep voice sounded. His experienced eyes could see that Hancock's current strength was not up to the level of a general. She could only be considered to have a relatively high burst. But whether in terms of physical strength or speed, she could not reach the level of a general. If Kizaru got serious, she would not be able to hold on for too long. Just when Whitebeard was about to join the battlefield and speed up the war, a huge black shadow enveloped a large area of the square. Ace! I'm here to save you. The deafening voice spread throughout the venue, and everyone looked at the owner of the voice. Oz! Ace's voice trembled. He didn't expect that bulky guy to come as well. But his body was a perfect target. What he saw was a tall body with no head in sight. It was approaching the square quickly. What is this thing? It's so much bigger than the giants. How can we stop him? He can blow up the whole square with one punch. Is he also from the Whitebeard pirates? The man who came was naturally Oz. His huge body allowed him to ignore most of the Navy's gunfire attacks. Because everyone had their own opponents, they had no time to pay attention to this guy. As a result, he approached this side quickly. With 2 long steps, he stepped to the front of the square. Ace! He punched the Marines on the ground. You bad guys! How dare you capture my ace? Go to hell! A fist as big as a hill hit the densely populated area of the Navy. The Navy below all closed their eyes in despair. There was no way to dodge, let alone fight. That was a huge mountain. Too arrogant, right? Big guy! A voice sounded beside their ears, and the fist did not fall. Curious, they opened their eyes again. What they saw was a sea of red, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt meat. A huge magma fist was colliding with the mountain. Then the magma continued to erupt. The powerful impact directly overturned Oz and fell heavily on the ice. A large number of people were smashed into meat patties by the fallen Oz. Before they had time to feel the pain from the burns on their hands, there was another large red light in front of them. Akainu was merciless, and a big fire-breathing move hit Oz's face without reservation. Oz! Amid Ace's painful roar, Oz's huge head was shattered in half. One of his eyes disappeared, and his mouth was also affected, with a huge gap. Because Oz's head was so big, even Akainu's move could only cover such a large area. Oz, who was hit by this blow, could no longer stand up on the spot. This is the strength of the veteran general. 2 punches solved the big problem of Oz. It's Admiral Akainu. Such a powerful force. We will definitely win. Surrender. You pirates. This scene boosted the morale of the Navy, which had just been low due to Hancock's defection and the death of a vice admiral. On the pirate side, Whitebeard's face was terribly gloomy. Oz was beaten to death in front of him by Akainu. This undoubtedly really angered him. Exposed a flaw. Whitebeard. A giant lieutenant general came to attack Whitebeard with a huge axe. But Whitebeard didn't even look at him, blocked it with a vibrating fist, and directly shattered the weapon. The weapon suddenly disappeared. The giant stumbled and fell down. At this time, Whitebeard suddenly opened his gloomy eyes, and with a face full of anger, he grabbed the head of the guy in front of him. The anger made his shock this time extremely powerful, and the giant's head exploded directly in front of him. Instead of being seriously injured. After Whitebeard kicked the guy in front of him away, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, a sharp knife mercilessly pierced his front when he was completely unprepared. Someone sneak attacked Whitebeard. Marco rushed over here at the fastest speed. He pressed the guy to the ground. Squard! You are fucking crazy! Marco screamed in despair. He was already filled with anger at this moment. At this critical moment, someone actually attacked his father. Marco knew the condition of his father's body best. This knife could be said to have made Whitebeard's broken body even worse. This was indeed the case. Dense cold sweat began to appear on Whitebeard's face at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 67. You forced me to do all this, didn't you? Squard, who was pinned down, said some incomprehensible words. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. If Whitebeard was attacked at this time, this guy would be dead. This was almost everyone's thought. Whitebeard also suddenly knelt on one knee. The knife just now really caused great harm to him. If he had a little bit of defense, he could have avoided it with his strength. But what defense would Whitebeard have against his own son? He was attacked successfully. You knew Ace was Roger's son. Why didn't you tell me? All my former companions were killed by that guy. I also received news. It said that you want to exchange the heads of our 43 captains for Ace. Admit it. Whitebeard. All this is of course a conspiracy of the Navy. Akainu took advantage of the hatred between Squard and Roger to induce this guy to attack Whitebeard. But now, his words have made most of the pirates present distrust Whitebeard. Because the situation on the field is indeed as Squard said, all the casualties are from their fleet. The pacifists are constantly slaughtering, and the surrounding area is also the ice wall formed by the tsunami caused by Whitebeard. There is nowhere to escape. Kill me. I'm ready. Squard opened his hands, ready to be beaten by Whitebeard. But Whitebeard did not do as he wished, and even beyond everyone's expectations, he hugged his stupid son who had just stabbed him. At this time, he could only sigh that the strategy of the warring states was really powerful. Squard's face was full of disbelief. This script seems to be wrong. Did I really do something wrong? Whitebeard stood up again at this time, and his hands shook again. All the ice walls were shattered. If you are a pirate, it is up to you to decide what to believe. My sons who are willing to follow me. Just risk your life and follow me. After he finished speaking, everyone understood. This is the Navy's divisive plot. Their father has never changed. Go. Kill all these bastards. The pirates rushed forward like mad dogs. But at this time, Whitebeard noticed that the Navy was retreating in an orderly manner. There is also a conspiracy. This idea appeared in his mind almost immediately. Sure enough. Not long after, only these pirates were left on this piece of ice. At this time, an encirclement began to appear around them. An extremely strong iron wall appeared, surrounding all of them here. Meteor volcano. The pirates noticed some small red dots appearing above their heads. Then they got bigger and bigger. Huge magma began to fall continuously, hitting them on a large scale. There was only a few places, and there was not much room for escape. Everyone began to flee in all directions. But countless people died in this move. Even Whitebeard's main ship was destroyed by this move. There was no way to sail anymore. The navy played this move beautifully, wrapping it up first and then attacking it on a large scale. The ice surface also began to melt rapidly due to the scorching heat. Soon it all turned back into ice. Sea water. Without support, the pirates could only swim hard forward in the sea. Because there was a gap there. Oz's body was blocking it. Oz actually moved at this time. Akainu's punch just now did not kill him. Seeing this, Whitebeard had a plan in his mind. Just when everyone was swimming desperately, a large ship coated with a membrane quietly sailed out underwater. This was really Whitebeard's backup plan. The pirates climbed onto the only large ship. All the fighting power was concentrated here. The navy's cannons were still bombarding their ship. Don't attack the boat. Attack the giant who's not dead yet. Zhang Guo saw the key to the problem at a glance, but it was too late. The boat had already sailed to the feet of Oz. Oz! Whitebeard shouted loudly throughout the sky, causing the giant who had just moved a few times to open his eyes again. Seeing this, he grabbed the big ship that carried all the people. He used all his remaining strength. He threw it out with all his strength. The big ship immediately came to the center of the square. It was already very close to the execution platform. Whitebeard jumped off the ship first. Holding a long sword in his hand, the shock wave attached to the blade. Then he quickly threw it towards the dense navy group in front. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and a wide road was cleared in front. Go! Sons! This move directly cleared a place for everyone to stay. All the pirates jumped off the ship one by one and rushed towards the execution platform. At this time, Whitebeard looked in the direction of Hancock, where 4 figures were constantly flashing. It was the 3 admirals of the navy and Hancock. Hancock was already unable to hold on at this time. She was about to be defeated. She was no match for the 3 admirals working together. Aokiji and Akainu actually took advantage of this time to take down Hancock, the troublesome guy, together with Kizaru. If there were 2 more moves at this time, Hancock would definitely be hit by Akainu, and the consequences would naturally be self-evident. The attack of 3 people was not so easy to deal with. It was a miracle that Hancock could hold on until now. Hancock dodged Aokiji's ice spear and blocked Kizaru's laser, but she had no way to deal with the hot magma fist coming from the side. She could only watch the fist coming towards her. Is this the only way? Can't I save you? Su Chen. In that case, dying with you might be a good ending. Hancock thought to herself. And Su Chen, whom she had been thinking about, was ready to shatter the sea stone and start the great destruction. Although this would affect her plan, it was already this time. Still planning. What a plan! The reason why he didn't take action just now was that he wanted to see how strong Hancock was. But now the situation has reached the point where he has to take action. But at this moment, Whitebeard appeared next to Hancock. The vibration fist collided with Akainu. The extremely powerful impact force directly shook Hancock away. It can be seen that Akainu's punch was really aimed at killing Hancock. Seeing this scene, Su Chen also retracted his strength again. How could Whitebeard help Hancock? This is what he doesn't understand now. The two have no connection at all. Whitebeard didn't rush up to save his baby son while the 3 admirals were away, but ran to help Hancock resolve the crisis. This is totally unreasonable. Doubts are doubts. But, damn Akainu! You wait for me. As for Whitebeard, who blocked the punch, he turned to Hancock and said, "Leave them to me." As for why he wanted to help Hancock, the old guy Whitebeard had a very sharp vision. He could tell at a glance that the two had a close relationship. Saving this woman was a must. The 3 admirals saw that Whitebeard was so arrogant, so they didn't waste time talking to him. The 3 of them rushed towards him without distinction. Light speed kick. Freeze. The 2 launched an attack on Whitebeard first, and Kizaru's light speed kick was blocked by Kusukimai. Aokiji's cold air was also dispersed by the vibration. Hell dog! At this critical moment, Akainu's powerful and deadly punch came like lightning. The shock wave sent by Whitebeard just dissipated, but it gathered again at an astonishing speed. The two met on a narrow road and collided head-on. However, because the shock punch was condensed too hastily this time, its effect was far less than expected. It was about to be completely suppressed by Akainu's unstoppable fist. At this critical moment, a mysterious, gloomy, and weird black gas seemed to quietly emerge from the depths of hell, rising silently from the ground, and quickly drilled into Whitebeard's body. In an instant, the person who was originally in the vibrating fist that was gradually dimming due to the disadvantage suddenly burst out with dazzling light. Not only that, even the power that was about to be defeated suddenly surged like a volcanic eruption. Although Whitebeard didn't know what was going on, he would not waste this power in vain. His arm muscles were tense, and his veins were bulging, as if they were about to explode. All the strength was gathered on his fist and burst out instantly. At the same time, the ability of the fruit in his body was also stimulated to the limit. The power contained in this blow already has the style of his peak period. Akainu's magma fist was unable to stop this sudden and surging powerful force at this time. In the blink of an eye, Akainu's lava arm was shattered. However, the attack of this punch did not stop there, but hit Akainu's head faster and more fiercely. As soon as the two came into contact, Akainu immediately felt an unprecedented panic. The heart-pounding violent vibrations from Whitebeard were constantly causing him heavy and incomparable real damage. His face began to twist and deform uncontrollably, and his face was extremely hideous. In the end, the whole person was hit hard like a ray of light. As his body flew backwards rapidly in the air, Akainu's facial features oozed red blood, and bursts of piercing buzzing sounds continued to echo in his mind. After suffering such a heavy blow, Akainu was already seriously injured. Kizaru and Aokiji saw the scene in front of them, and their heads were in chaos and buzzing. They had quickly retreated a full 500 meters away. Before figuring out the current situation, neither of them dared to take action easily. After all, facing such a strange situation, one could be in danger if one was not careful. No one dared to say that they could survive Whitebeard's move just now without any damage. At the same time, Whitebeard stared at his clenched fist, as if thinking about something. Then, his eyes slowly shifted and fell on the vague figure on the execution platform. Chapter 68. Protect this girl. He looked forward and shouted loudly to the people following him. Hancock was exhausted now. She had just been dealing with the three admirals for a while, and her constant use of Conqueror's haki entanglement caused her physical strength to be quickly consumed. Now she was exhausted. When the people behind her heard this, two captains immediately stopped the large number of Navy officers rushing towards Hancock, and a group of people surrounded her in the middle. Her eyes told everyone that as long as she recovered some strength, she would definitely rush to the execution platform again. "Girl, you don't have to go anymore." Hearing this, Hancock looked at Whitebeard in confusion, waiting for his next words. Whitebeard's eyes were full of complexity at this time. The previous attack brought good news and bad news. He did not see the breath, but only felt that his attack suddenly increased. He knew best what his body was like now, and there was no way he could have any potential explosion. His intuition told him that this must be related to that guy. And that guy is now obviously bound by Seastone, but he can still use the power of his devil fruit. Then his ability is definitely not because of the devil fruit. He has never eaten it. This shows that the guy wants to get out of trouble. It all depends on his mood. As for the current situation, it is completely his plan to get close to Ace. What a good method! The demon's form is so powerful that even other people's attacks can. The attack can strengthen, but it is only a means of his own. The bad news is that there is no chance of winning the bet between him and me. The good news is, of course, for Whitebeard, this war is already invincible. No matter what, he will win. Now he has no scruples. Just wreak havoc. Draw everyone's attention to himself. Covering the safe retreat of his sons is his only goal now. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit in his heart, and a relieved smile appeared on his wrinkled face. He slowly raised his head, his eyes firmly and kindly scanning the group of sons behind him who were fighting bloody battles and risking their lives to rescue Ace. Then, Whitebeard took a deep breath and shouted at them at the top of his voice, "Everyone listen!" This roar broke through the sky like thunder, resounding throughout the battlefield, shocking everyone who heard it. "Now I will give my final captain's orders. I want to separate from you here. Everyone must survive. Everyone must return to the new world safely." These words stunned the pirates, the navy, the captains and the admirals. When Ace heard this, his tears could not stop flowing. He did not feel lost, because his father's words showed that he would die here today. Ace just blamed himself for causing his father to die with him. But this is the best ending. It would be better for others to go back alive, because if it goes on, no one will be able to leave. "Dad. What should I do with Ace? Aren't we here to save Ace? Are we just going to leave like this? Aren't you leaving with us? Dad." The Whitebeard pirates were all confused. Their captain's order caught them off guard. The goal was not achieved. They had just entered the square, and now they were asked to retreat? They had finally rushed here. The navy was in a similar situation. They all thought that Whitebeard was getting old and confused. He had already started talking nonsense. What he said was incomprehensible. "Don't worry about Ace. He'll be fine. As for me..." He took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, tensed his muscles, and began to slowly accumulate strength in his arms. As the strength continued to gather, his sleeves were also rustling in the wind. Then his arms swung out like lightning. This punch carried unparalleled power and explosive power, as if to tear the entire space apart. With a loud bang, the fist slammed hard into the air beside him. In an instant, a strong airflow swept around with the fist as the center, setting off a gust of wind. The ground cracked in an instant. The entire Navy headquarters was crumbling, like a major earthquake, and the buildings were constantly collapsing. The most exaggerated thing was the target of this attack. Whitebeard was originally in the front, and there was a distance between him and the others. And now, the ground between them has cracked into a huge crack about 20 meters wide. This crack runs through the entire Marineford. I am a remnant of the old times. The new age has no ship that can carry me. Let's go, little ones. This is the captain's order. Order. Behind him, countless pairs of eyes filled with tears were staring at his strong back. They hadn't figured out the inexplicable order from their father yet, but now this huge gap made them deeply understand that their father would never come back to them. "Dad. Let us fight with you. Why is this happening? Daddy. Dad." They screamed desperately, but they could only look at the back from afar, the broad shoulders that had protected them until now. At this moment, they seemed a little depressed and lonely. Hancock's face turned ugly when she saw this scene. She didn't know why Whitebeard did this. Was he going to give up the rescue? Without the help of the Whitebeard pirates, could she really rescue Su Chen by herself? Even she couldn't help feeling a little powerless now. Was he discovered by this guy? Is this the battle instinct of an old-timer? It's really scary. Su Chen sat on top and muttered to himself. What? Ace was the closest, and he heard Su Chen's whisper. Now that they can no longer be rescued, shouldn't this guy feel desperate? But in that tone, there was the confidence of controlling the overall situation, without any fear at all. Does this guy in front of him have any backup plan? Su Chen did not answer Ace. After listening to Whitebeard's words, he immediately knew that he had been exposed. And that guy made a decision in an instant. Whitebeard had no intention of leaving alive, so for him, the bet between him and himself would not lose anything. No wonder he agreed so quickly at the time. Because he also wanted to save Ace, did he let everyone retreat directly? I am being treated as free labor. At this time, Su Chen realized it belatedly. Things have already developed to this point anyway. The progress of this drama has been fast-forwarded a lot by Whitebeard. It's almost time to end. Chapter 69. Whitebeard, have you given up resistance? But you can't expect to leave here safely without paying any price. This battle must have a sacrifice, and that person can only be you, right? Are you ready to die? Old thing. Along with this roar, a voice full of contempt and ridicule came from the ruins in the distance. Then, a blazing flame shot up into the sky like a volcanic eruption. It turned out that Akainu had gradually recovered from his injuries, and with his astonishingly strong vitality, he became lively again. He slowly stood up from the ruins, staring at Whitebeard not far ahead. Suddenly, he flashed and rushed towards Whitebeard like lightning. At the same time, a huge magma fist containing endless power slammed towards Whitebeard fiercely. Big fire! In an instant, the magma in the sky surged towards Whitebeard like surging waves. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Whitebeard was not afraid and also threw a punch to meet it. For a moment, two dazzling lights, one red and one white, intertwined and collided in this chaotic battlefield. It was as if two meteors passed through the night sky, colliding with brilliant sparks. However, the vibration caused by Whitebeard spread like ripples, and the buildings continued to collapse, as if the end of the world was coming. The scattered vibration force was even more powerful, causing many navy and pacifists to collapse to the ground, with countless deaths and injuries. The casualties became more and more serious. But Akainu is not alone, only one person. At this moment, Kizaru and Aokiji have quietly arrived behind Whitebeard. The two of them have a tacit understanding and instantly launch an attack together, aiming directly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard holds the incomparable supreme sword in his hand, swinging it vigorously, and engages in a fierce fight with these three powerful enemies. Although he is surrounded, he is still as powerful as a rainbow, without showing any sign of defeat. However, just when Whitebeard just blocked a deadly laser fired by Kizaru, his face suddenly changed drastically. Then, a stream of blood gushed out of his mouth. It was the old injury that had been hidden in his body for a long time that broke out again. His body involuntarily knelt on one knee again. In a short time, he can't stand up again. In a battle of this level, it is absolutely fatal. Daddy! Seeing this, Marco's heart was broken, his eyes were about to burst, and he roared at the top of his lungs. Seeing that his beloved dad was about to collapse, could he really only watch him die helplessly? His heart was filled with endless unwillingness and helplessness. How could Akainu miss such a good opportunity? A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes, and his whole body suddenly erupted, like a volcano about to erupt. In an instant, a huge magma fist with endless power bombarded Whitebeard, as fast as lightning, making it impossible to avoid it. Bang! The punch hit Whitebeard's chest firmly, making a dull loud noise. Then, violent magma gushed out from the fist like a volcanic eruption, flowing wantonly, and instantly submerged Whitebeard's body. The temperature of the hot magma is extremely high, and everything will be melted wherever it passes. In the blink of an eye, Whitebeard's chest was burned into a shocking big hole, bloody and horrible. However, this is not over yet. Just when Whitebeard was severely injured, two other attacks followed. An icy ice fork and a dazzling laser shot from different directions, accurately piercing Whitebeard's two arms. For a time, blood splattered, dyeing a large area of the ground red. In a short moment, Whitebeard, who was already seriously injured, was hit hard again. His physical condition became extremely bad. Daddy! Ace was on the stage, witnessing everything that happened before his eyes. His heart was filled with pain and despair, and he roared at the top of his voice. However, at this moment, he was powerless and could only watch the tragedy happen. Not only Ace, but all the members of the Whitebeard pirates felt unwilling, but helpless. It's almost time to die, old man. Akainu continued to sneer, his vicious mouth was only weaker than Aatrox. At this time, he stepped forward again, came in front of Whitebeard, and then punched Whitebeard in the face, trying to end the life of this legendary figure with this blow. The hot magma gushed out like a volcano, instantly hitting half of Whitebeard's cheek and smashing it to pieces. Seeing such a tragic scene, everyone thought that this powerful man who had once dominated the world was afraid that he would die. However, just when everyone thought the overall situation was settled, something unexpected happened. A wrinkled and weathered big hand suddenly stretched out at lightning speed and strangled Akainu's neck. What? Akainu was extremely shocked, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He tried his best to break free from this seemingly powerless hand, but no matter how he struggled, it was in vain. Because the power erupted by the dying man was so strong that he could not easily break free. He could not break free at all. The big hand was like a pair of pliers, clamping him tightly. Just when everyone was concentrating on this battle, a very slight noise suddenly came from the execution platform. However, such a weak sound did not arouse anyone's vigilance and attention. No. Only in the only remaining eye of Whitebeard, a glimmer of light flashed slightly. At this moment, Akainu widened his eyes, staring at Whitebeard's fist that was gradually glowing with white light, and an unprecedented panic finally surged in his heart. "You too? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kill him!" Akainu was so anxious that he could no longer care about anything else. Although his throat was tightly pinched, he still roared with difficulty. The situation was urgent, and there was no need for Akainu to say much. The two admirals had already launched their attacks. These attacks were all aimed at Whitebeard's head without exception, trying to kill him in one fell swoop. But Whitebeard seemed to have anticipated it. The long sword in his hand was just right across his head, just blocking the two people's offensive like a storm. At the same time, the light blooming on Whitebeard's big hand that grabbed Akainu became more and more dazzling, like a dazzling sun. With a loud bang that shook the earth, an extremely powerful vibration suddenly erupted. Immediately afterwards, an extremely huge shock wave swept in all directions with an overwhelming force. Akainu, who was at the center of the storm, was the first to be hit by this terrifying force. He only felt a black screen in front of his eyes rolled back, and even his consciousness gradually became blurred. His strong vitality made this blow not fatal at all, and he was just stunned for a short time. As long as he held on for a while longer, he could still hold on and continue fighting. But at this time, Whitebeard did not hesitate to swing hard, throwing Akainu into the sky like a cannonball, and at the same time shouted loudly, "Leave it to you!" Everyone was shocked, and countless questions arose in their hearts. Who should I give it to? Is there anyone else at the scene? Just when everyone was at a loss, suddenly, a terrifying demon figure suddenly appeared above Akainu's head like a ghost. The figure's eyes revealed endless murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour all the living things in the world. The strong pressure emanating from his whole body was so strong that even the dignified Vice Admiral of the Navy could not help but tremble, his legs trembling, and he could hardly control himself. The cold blood-red sword in his hand reflected a dazzling light in the sun, shining like a bright star in the night sky. The sharp edge of the blade seemed to be able to tear even space easily. At this moment, the demon was holding the hilt of the knife with both hands and slashing at Akainu fiercely. "You bastard! You want to kill my woman? Die!" Chapter 70. This shocking sword, with its incomparable might and killing intent, would surely kill Akainu on the spot if it really hit the target. However, at this critical moment, an extremely powerful shock wave suddenly hit Akainu's body accurately. Affected by this impact, Akainu's body suddenly deviated from its original position. The sword that was originally destined to kill also deviated from the position originally aimed at Akainu's neck and changed to slashing through his head diagonally. In an instant, half of Akainu's head flew high, and scarlet blood gushed out like a fountain. And the sharp sword did not stop at all, continuing to move downwards, and easily took away one of Akainu's right arms. He was unconscious, and there was no way to use any elemental transformation to avoid it. Moreover, the power of the shock wave just now was not weak. Although it successfully saved Akainu's life, it still caused great damage to him. Akainu fell heavily to the ground and would definitely not wake up again in a short time. Needless to say, the owner of the shock wave was already feeling bad when Zhang Guo found that Su Chen beside him suddenly disappeared. He instantly transformed into a giant Buddha and sent a shock wave to Akainu. He didn't want to use too much strength, but the problem was that if he didn't use too much strength, how could the speed of the shock wave compare to Su Chen's? He didn't hold back at all in that move just now. Garp followed closely behind at this time, and a black fist kept enlarging in front of Su Chen's eyes. Blood shield. A small red shield just blocked Garp's fist. Just when Su Chen was about to kill Akainu, who was not far away from him, the shield in front of him suddenly broke with a bang. This powerful blood shield that could easily block the attack of the Navy Admiral couldn't even last half a second in the hands of this guy Garp. Seabed. Fall. Then Garp shouted, and the iron fist was still powerful, smashing towards Su Chen's face with incomparable might. Su Chen was completely unprepared at this time, and was hit in the face from top to bottom. He didn't even have time to use the armament color, and just relied on his face to take Garp's punch. The result was also obvious, his skin was not thick enough. He only had the physique of a general candidate, and his head was like a watermelon, and it shattered with a bang, and blood was all over the ground. The huge impact force directly knocked the headless body away, and it hit the ground with a loud bang. A deep pit immediately formed on the ground, and Su Chen's figure disappeared in it. Garp. Did you put the wrong handcuffs on him? How come he is not affected at all? Zhang Guo came to Garp at this time and shouted at him. This question made Garp himself unconfident. He remembered that he was wearing sea stone handcuffs, but what was happening in front of him denied this fact. He did not dare to speak back to Zhang Guo, but just endured it all silently. At this time, everyone finally saw who the guy who was knocked away was. It was one of the prisoners to be executed this time. It's Su Chen. Why is he here? Who rescued him? Who could rescue someone under the marshal's nose? But when people turned their eyes to the execution platform again, it was already empty. Not only Su Chen, but even Ace was no longer on it. Marco, like everyone else, was looking for Ace, but after scanning the whole place, he didn't find him at all. Just when he was puzzled, a familiar voice came from behind him. I'm here, give me a hand. This voice was extremely familiar to Marco. He turned his head slowly in disbelief, and a big face that he had been thinking about appeared in front of him. Ace. Ace. You. How did you get here? Who saved you? Marco didn't wait for Ace's answer, but turned around and shouted to Whitebeard, Dad. Ace is here. He was saved. Let's retreat together. But Whitebeard ignored him. Because of the injuries on Whitebeard's body, he didn't even have the strength to speak. He was kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Ace's hands were still handcuffed tightly behind his back. He was sitting on the ground, and his eyes revealed a confusion. He didn't know how he appeared here. He just felt that he was picked up by someone, and then he was here in the blink of an eye. Just when everyone was confused about the situation, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see that the Empress Hancock was holding a life card tightly in her hand. And the originally complete life card turned into ashes in an instant after Su Chen took on Garp's earth-shaking blow. Hancock widened her beautiful eyes and looked at him in disbelief. The slowly dissipating life card in her hand set off a storm in her heart. She could not accept this fact. You know, once a magical item like the life card is burned out, it means that the holder has left the world forever. Originally, seeing Su Chen successfully escape from the predicament, Hancock's heart was filled with endless joy and happiness. Just now, she heard Su Chen say that she was his woman, and her heart felt sweet and secretly happy. However, the scene before her eyes was like a basin of ice water poured on her hot heart, making her fall from heaven to hell. The huge psychological gap was like a heavy burden, which made her almost breathless. Hancock's beautiful big eyes were gradually covered with a layer of mist, and tears slid down her cheeks uncontrollably like a flood that broke through the dam. Gradually, she cried out. Heartache, sadness, despair. Various complex emotions intertwined together, surging into her heart like a tide, making it difficult for her to bear. The people around were also a little sad to see this scene. Brother Su Chen was a good person, but now, his life card has disappeared. Just when Hancock couldn't help crying. Suddenly, a broad and powerful hand suddenly appeared in front of her like a sweet rain from heaven. This hand, with a reassuring temperature, gently and firmly fell on her head, slowly stroking, as if conveying endless comfort and consolation. At the same time, a low and gentle voice, like the sound of nature, quietly echoed in her ears. Stop crying, little fool. How could I die so easily? The punch just now from Garp knocked Su Chen into the huge crack created by Whitebeard. After his head recovered, he flew upwards. As soon as he came up, he heard a familiar voice. That voice prompted him to come here. When Hancock heard this, her body suddenly stiffened and her crying stopped instantly. She widened her eyes, slowly raised her head with disbelief on her face, and her eyes went straight to the owner of the palm. Su Chen's handsome face was shining like the morning light at dawn. It emitted a warm and bright light, which easily dispelled the haze in Hancock's heart. At this moment, Hancock had completely forgotten everything. She opened her arms without hesitation and hugged Su Chen tightly, pressing her cheek against his broad and solid chest. "I really thought you were dead, Wu." Tears poured out of his eyes like a flood, soaking Su Chen's clothes. At this moment, Su Chen could clearly feel the deep despair and helplessness in Hancock's heart. He was distressed and whispered to comfort the person in his arms, while gently patting her back with his other hand. "Don't be afraid, I'm fine. I'm fine." Chapter 71. But the situation is urgent now, and he can't spend too much time here. Whitebeard is still being besieged by 2 generals. Can you wait for me here? Hancock raised her head and looked up at Su Chen with tears in her eyes. "I'll be back soon." Su Chen's gentle voice sounded again. Hancock also knew that the current situation was urgent. Although she didn't know why Su Chen wanted to save the old man, she nodded gently. Then Su Chen disappeared in front of her. When she looked at her hand again, the life card that dissipated with the wind had already recovered as before. At this time, there were only 2 generals on the field attacking the dying Whitebeard, and each move was aimed at the vital points. The other 2 were just guarding against Su Chen's attack. They knew that Su Chen would not die like this. At this time, they once again blocked in front of Su Chen. "Humph! I never expected that you and Boa Hancock are a couple. That would explain her abnormal behavior just now. After this matter is over, 9 Snake Island will no longer need to exist." Betraying at this time. Absolutely unforgivable. Zhang Guo just heard Su Chen say something about his woman. Now seeing Hancock throwing himself into this guy's arms, all the answers have surfaced. But the Navy will not turn a blind eye to what she did. She will definitely be held accountable later. Granny Nu, who was watching the live broadcast on 9 Snake Island, fainted when she heard Zhang Guo's words. "If I had known, I would not have let her go. Now the situation is even worse. You can try and see if a few admirals can take me down. If they can't take me down, how many times can the Navy headquarters withstand my attacks? The aftermath of the battle, if it happens a few more times, would be enough to kill most of the Navy." Su Chen spoke with a stern face. He was not exaggerating. That was his base, and his sister was still there. Zhang Guo naturally saw that the guy in front of him could really do it. He immediately rushed forward with Garb, wanting to join forces to capture or directly kill Su Chen. Su Chen was not close to Akainu at this time. The guy was lying on the ground now. As long as there was a chance, he could be killed with one blow. Su Chen was not afraid at all, and soon fought with the 2 of them. It was easy to save Ace, but his goal had always been Akainu's life. That's why he waited, waiting for an opportunity. Even so, Zhang Guo still reacted. If Su Chen took action at the beginning, let alone killing Akainu, the 2 great masters in front of him would make it difficult for him to move. The battlefield was now divided into 2. On the other side, Whitebeard was relying on his old and dying body to fight against 2 Navy admirals with difficulty. Although he had tried his best, he gradually became exhausted. From the heart, it is difficult to continue to hold on. Without Akainu, the powerful front row, Aokiji is now the one who suffers the most damage. His internal organs were severely damaged and had long been seriously displaced, and bright red blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. However, in the face of such a predicament, Aokiji still gritted his teeth and persevered. Because the 4 emperors in front of him were about to fall. In contrast, Kizuru seemed much more relaxed, with only a slight stain on his clothes. He flexibly used his laser beams and frequently launched sneak attacks on Whitebeard. Whenever Whitebeard and Aokiji were fighting fiercely, there would always be a few deadly rays of light suddenly attacking, ruthlessly penetrating Whitebeard's body. Now, Whitebeard has finally come to the last moment of his life. After he used his last strength to block Aokiji's ice spikes, a yellow flash flashed. A sword of Amakume from behind slashed towards his neck. This blow was swift and fierce, and he couldn't avoid it at all, let alone resist it. Whitebeard couldn't help but think. Is it over? But at this moment... Dang! The blade did not fall, but an equally sharp sword was firmly blocking the Amakume sword, making it difficult for it to advance. I can't let you take my life. Then Huang Yuan saw the red light on the blood sword, and a huge force came from his hand, and he was swept away. A blood spear followed closely and stabbed at him. Within Kawa. After saying that, he turned into a flash of light and appeared behind Aokiji. Sengoku, Garp, and Sengoku also rushed over and stood with the two of them. Su Chen stood next to Whitebeard. His height of about 2 meters seemed a little short in front of Whitebeard. Boy, you definitely can't take my life. Gulala, it seems that there is no winner in your bet. At this time, Whitebeard is still in the mood to laugh. His body is covered with scars, which makes people feel moved. But he is like nothing happened. Stop laughing, tell your men to leave. You've been talking for a long time but none of them left. If this continues, they will be the ones who can't leave soon. As for you, I won't let you die easily. After Su Chen finished speaking, Kizaru's wretched voice sounded too arrogant. Do you think you can protect Whitebeard from our attack? The fact is indeed as Kizaru said, facing Sengoku and Garp alone is already his limit. The fighting power of the two of them is too strong. He simply does not have the energy to protect anyone else. But why protect? At this moment, there is a ball of scarlet blood next to Akainu. What is shocking is that this ball of blood seems to have life, and it quickly gathers into a giant sword with cold light and unparalleled sharpness. It is as if it has just woken up from a deep sleep, and as soon as it appears, it chops fiercely at Akainu on the side. Akainu, who fell into a coma, has no ability to dodge. He was seriously injured and had lost his resistance. Power. At this time, several other people also noticed the unusual situation here. Without anyone's reminder, Kizaru immediately fired a powerful laser beam at this side at an astonishing speed. He went all out in this attack without reservation, and its power and speed can be called the most powerful attack so far. Because Akainu is not only his comrade in arms, but also his best friend. However, he was still a step too late. No! Kizaru roared, but the facts did not change. The blood sword was one step faster than Kizaru's attack, and ruthlessly chopped down on Akainu's throat, penetrating through it without any obstruction. Then, Kizaru's laser beam hit the blood sword and knocked it out. Dead? Akainu died just like that? The admiral. He was actually dead. Whether it was the people who watched the live broadcast on the screen or the people who witnessed it on the scene, they were all dumbfounded. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. In their hearts, the admiral was an invincible existence. However, at this moment, a general just died tragically in front of everyone. In front of him. At this time, the atmosphere around Sengoku suddenly became extremely solemn, as if even the air was about to freeze. The other three people did not have much good feelings towards Akainu, but no matter what, he was an admiral after all, representing the face and majesty of the navy. Now that he died so tragically here, they would never let this brutal murderer go easily. Kizaru's eyes, which were originally slightly closed, slowly narrowed into a slit, but through this tiny slit, a chilling murderous intent gushed out like a cold wind. He clenched his fists tightly, and his joints turned slightly white due to excessive force. What about now? Kizaru. If no one takes care of me, I will leave. Chapter 72. After Su Chen finished speaking, Kizaru had already turned into a flash of light and came in front of him, and his speed was definitely half as fast as before. This guy was just paddling before, but now he started to show his real skills. The light speed kick had already come with the force of thunder. This kick was very powerful. But Su Chen was not surprised, he already knew that this old guy Kizaru didn't use much strength before. This guy entered the Zephyr training camp at the same time as Akainu. They were in the first term, and Aokiji was in the third term. Akainu could fight Whitebeard, how could Kizaru be so bad? Old White, find a chance to leave. Forget it, let me find a chance to take you away. After whispering to Whitebeard who was panting beside him, Su Chen activated the Great Destruction form. The violent power surged out and filled every part of his body. The devil's aura also began to appear in large quantities around him. He knew that Whitebeard would never do such a thing as running away. Although this was fucked up, Su Chen had no way to change it. And with his injuries, it was impossible for him to leave by himself. He raised his hand to block Kizaru's light-speed kick. A strong sense of power came from his hand, pressing Su Chen's body down slightly. But Su Chen grabbed his leg with his backhand, and punched Kizaru in the cheek with the other hand. Su Chen did not hold back on this attack, and his speed even broke the limit. This was also the first time he had ever used all his strength. Kizaru had no time to react at all, and the dark red fist had already hit his face. The huge impact force caused his face to be severely deformed, and even a tooth flew out, and the newly replaced glasses were shattered into powder. Just like when he came, he turned into a ray of light again and smashed into the crowd of navy. A large number of navy were blown away, and it did not stop until it hit the other side of the square. All the navy along the way were killed. Just as Su Chen punched Kizaru, the tall figure of Sengoku had already made a move. At the same time, Garp also came behind Su Chen. A punch came. The huge shock wave made Su Chen unable to avoid it, and covered Su Chen and Garp indiscriminately. A blood shield appeared in front, trying to block this extremely powerful shock wave. At this time, those Navy vice admirals were not idle either. They all rushed towards Whitebeard. Wanted to end his life. They also saw that Su Chen was now completely helpless. There is no spare energy to take care of this side. Everyone wants the credit of killing one of the 4 emperors. That is the supreme honor. The most important thing is that Whitebeard no longer has the strength to fight. Killing him is as easy as pie. At this time, the shock wave of warring states also hit the blood shield, but before the two came into contact, a cold air came and completely froze the shield. After being frozen, the shield began to become fragile, and the shock wave easily shattered it, and rushed towards Su Chen with the momentum of crushing everything. Behind him, Garp's punch was plain and simple. Garp's punch can only be described as plain and simple. There is no frills at all. But how much power is contained in that punch, only Su Chen, who is the target, can feel it most truly. If you don't block it, you will definitely be blown up again. And under this siege, being blown up means forever. Don't even think about standing up again. These guys won't give you any chance. I won't die, but Whitebeard won't be able to survive. At this critical moment, suddenly, the terrifying pressure from the depths of hell swept in like a tidal wave. The endless darkness and scarlet waves spread in all directions at an alarming speed. What is shocking is that the powerful shock wave exerted by Zhang Guo with all his strength could not resist the erosion of this mysterious pressure. After feeling this pressure, those battle-hardened and powerful lieutenant generals couldn't help but feel unprecedented fear in their hearts. They felt that they were being stared at by a peerless demon king who dominated the whole world. The incomparable pressure oppressed their hearts like a mountain pressing on an egg, causing their will to gradually collapse and disintegrate. In just a moment, these usually majestic lieutenant generals could not bear such a huge pressure, and fell unconscious one after another. Suddenly, this pressure disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Looking at Su Chen's hand again, the black and red aura exuded a dangerous signal. Then he punched Garp. Su Chen had no choice but to fight him head-on. Because he couldn't hide at all. Garp's timing of entering the field was perfect. As soon as Su Chen hit Kizaru, Garp had already arrived. That extreme observation color had already blocked all the evasive routes. At this time, Kizaru also flashed behind Su Chen again, and the sword of Aim no Kyume slashed down with the might of cutting off everything. That punch really hurt him badly, and his head is still buzzing now. But compared to losing a close friend, this is nothing. At that moment, 2 fists, one black and one red, suddenly collided with each other. Then, an indescribable powerful force erupted from the fist, like a volcanic eruption, sweeping in all directions with the momentum of destroying the world. The impact was so violent that the surrounding air was torn into countless pieces. Red lightning jumped and danced in the air. In front of this terrifying energy wave, a large number of Navy soldiers had no power to resist and fell to the ground one after another. Some of them vomited blood, and some died directly. The scene was horrible. Even Kizaru could not bear such a sudden impact. He felt as if he was hit hard by a mountain, and his body flew backwards involuntarily. And at this moment, in the incredible eyes of everyone, Garp began to fall into a disadvantage, and then he was completely crushed. I saw a dark red fist smashing like a meteorite, hitting his chest hard with unparalleled momentum and amazing power. This blow was like a mountain crushing an egg, unstoppable. In an instant, his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, forming a sad and beautiful blood mist in the air. What? Garp actually lost in terms of strength. At this time, Zhang Guo's heart was already filled with shock and turmoil. The 19-year-old boy in front of him already had the strength to fight Garp head-on. It was incredible. This boy must not be left alive. Whether it was killing the general or his terrifying talent, Zhang Guo's murderous intent continued to grow. Thinking of this, he jumped up and hit Su Chen with a palm of the Tathagata. Su Chen, who was adjusting his breathing, left the area with just a slight movement of his wings. The previous attack consumed a lot of his physical strength, and even he could not release it more than a few times with the ultimate release of the domineering entanglement. The shock waves continued to come. But he dodged them one by one. Not long after, the four people gathered together again and attacked Su Chen again, and the two sides instantly entangled together. The moves of several people were all extremely sharp, and each move contained endless power and killing intent. Su Chen was not afraid. He was extremely fast and focused on guerrilla warfare. He would never fight against the four people. The right way was to find an opportunity to reduce their numbers. He was the fastest on the field, and only Garp's observation haki could predict him from time to time. But every collision with Garp would consume a lot of his physical strength. The giant sword in his hand kept swinging, dissolving the enemy's offensive one by one. For a while, the sword energy on the field was crisscrossed and cold light was constantly radiating. Compared with Garp, Sengoku did not have such a strong observation haki, and he did not bring too strong a sense of oppression to Su Chen. Although Kizaru's attack was powerful, it could not keep up with Su Chen's speed. Not to mention Aokiji, he was still seriously injured. He could only assist from the side. It was not so easy for Su Chen to destroy another general in front of Garp. The power of that iron fist was really frightening. Chapter 73. By this time, Whitebeard had already scolded all the people under his command. Now is not the time to be sentimental. Ace has been saved. We have won. If you don't leave now, I won't rest in peace even if I die. As soon as these words came out, everyone was speechless. Although they were still reluctant to leave, no one dared to disobey their father's will. They all gathered on the only big ship. And under the treatment of Marco's immortal flame, Oz could barely walk. He moved the ship carrying everyone into the sea again. Ace had been rescued. Although he didn't know who rescued him, seeing that Ace was okay, Oz's slightly scary face was always filled with a happy smile. The big ship had set sail and soon disappeared from sight. When Whitebeard saw this scene, the big stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground, and his body relaxed. However, at this moment, a piercing pain suddenly broke out from his body. Come on! The pain was like a surging wave, hitting his fragile body wave after wave. The new injuries intertwined with the old ones, raging like a demon, making him unable to resist at all. In an instant, he felt dizzy and his eyes were blurred. Finally, Whitebeard couldn't bear it anymore, opened his mouth, and a mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out. As the blood spurted out, he seemed to have lost the last bit of life. He knelt on one knee again powerlessly, already on the verge of exhaustion. The aftermath of the battle between several people in the distance was still coming, watching Su Chen fight 4 people alone and not showing any signs of defeat. Even he had to sigh, it's really not good for people to refuse to accept old age. Just as he was sighing, a voice that made him hate it came. Thief, ha 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 ha. How did you become like this? Dead. Blackbeard Teach was leading a group of people to a ruin not far away. He said to Whitebeard with a contemptuous look and a teasing tone. Whitebeard looked at Teach and the figures behind him with a serious face. Although he was extremely angry now, he was too seriously injured to act rashly. Thief, ha ha ha. My friends look pretty good, don't they? This is why I worked so hard to get the title of Shishibukai. Now all my goals have been almost achieved. The only thing left is to kill you, old man. At this point, his goal has almost been achieved. He can be said to be the biggest winner of this war. Now, the only thing left is Whitebeard's ability waiting to be seized. Although I didn't expect that the guy named Su Chen would appear here, and even had a close relationship with you, saving you several times. But that guy is very busy now, I have to thank him for keeping you until now. Thief, ha 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 ha. At this time, Whitebeard, who was covered in scars and bleeding from his wounds, took action. He swung his right hand violently, and a strong shock wave hit Teach, and the ground kept cracking along the way. But it was easily resisted, the distance was too far. You are the only one who is not worthy of being my son, Teach. You violated the only iron rule on my ship. Whitebeard said, holding Kusukimi in his hand and pointing it at Teach. You killed his companion. That's what Sachi wanted. I'll take your life and let him rest in peace. But after he finished speaking, he couldn't stop coughing up blood. In such a short time, the blood under his feet had gathered into a small pool. Thief, ha ha ha. That's exactly what I want. Blackbeard exuded a black aura, and then he slapped the ground. Dark acupoints. The black fog began to spread around, and all objects began to be swallowed by the darkness. Soon even Whitebeard began to sink slowly, and it would not be long before he would be completely trapped in it. Teach quickly came to Whitebeard, ready to launch a fatal attack on him. But at this time, Whitebeard had already hit him with a vibrating punch. Teach did not dodge when seeing this, and also hit him with a punch. Then, something astonishing happened. Whitebeard's attack had no effect at all and was completely absorbed by Teach. Whitebeard, who did not believe in evil, punched twice again, but the result was still the same. But his eyes had already lit up slightly. After absorbing it several times, Teach taunted and punched Whitebeard's wound. The huge gap burned by Akainu immediately gushed out a lot of blood. Then the guy punched Whitebeard on the chin again, knocking him back. The Kusukimi was also thrown into the air by the force of the backward movement. Whitebeard, with his hands freed, began to use vibrating punches again, hitting Teach again and again. But he was still absorbed. Dead. Are you getting old and confused? These attacks are useless to me. But just after he finished speaking, Kurogiri fell down. Whitebeard grabbed it in his hand and chopped it down on Teach's body from top to bottom quickly, fiercely, and accurately. With only 3 moves, Whitebeard had already seen what Teach's weakness was. A long wound appeared on Teach's chest, deep enough to see the bone. Teach screamed and fell to the ground. Kurogiri fell on one hand, and the other was stepped on by the big foot. Without both hands, the ability to absorb the power of the fruit could no longer be used. Whitebeard's big hand pinched Teach's neck like he pinched Akainu. Arrogance and recklessness are your weaknesses. As he spoke, a dazzling light shone from his big hand. Daddy! Daddy! I am your son. Are you really going to kill me? Seeing the situation was good, Teach actually wanted Whitebeard to let him go. This kind of behavior was really disgusting. Whitebeard's powerful ability exploded instantly. This shocking blow caused the entire Marineford to shake violently, as if the end of the world was coming. As the main target of this attack, Teach had already been unrecognizable and his face was covered with blood. He fell to the ground in a mess, trying to struggle to stand up, but his body was completely out of control. At this moment, Whitebeard seized the opportunity and prepared to give Teach a fatal blow to end this guy's life. However, when his Titan-like heavy fist was about to hit Teach, it suddenly stopped in mid-air. Not only that, the originally dazzling light gradually became dim, as if it had lost its source of power. Then, Whitebeard suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth, staining the ground under his feet red. The powerful blow just now caused the wound to bleed again. The blood was all over the battlefield. At this moment, bang! A sharp gunshot sounded. Teach pulled the trigger without hesitation, and a bullet flew towards Whitebeard. This shot seemed to be a signal for attack, and the members who had just joined the team responded one after another. They raised their guns, and dense bullets like raindrops swept towards Whitebeard. Sharp sword energy also fell on Whitebeard's body in an endless stream. Beat him! Beat him hard! We must kill him! Let's do it together! Teach fell into a frenzy, shouting at the top of his lungs, with a sick and crazy light flashing in his eyes. Thief, ha 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 ha! Die, die, die! Whitebeard stood there like a sculpture, motionless, like an indestructible mountain. He silently endured the fierce attack from the front, and those dense bullets and artillery fire like raindrops fell on his broad and thick body. At this moment, Whitebeard's figure was extremely tall and majestic, as if he could support the entire world. The Blackbeard pirates continued to launch a fierce offensive without mercy, and their weapons continued to spray deadly fire power, which lasted for a full minute before stopping. Thief, ha ha ha! Dead! Whitebeard! Teach was still laughing wildly, and had already begun to imagine the scene after he obtained the tremor fruit. At this time, Su Chen finally got a chance to breathe from the siege of 4 people. He shouted at this side with all his strength, "Use my bottle of medicine!" Hearing this, Whitebeard, who had been motionless as if he was dead, actually moved. The man who had no chance of survival in Teach's eyes was not dead yet. This is really incredible. Whitebeard stretched out his left hand with a slight tremor, as if he wanted to grab something. However, due to the serious injury, his body had long been out of control. Even such a simple action has become extremely difficult for him now. It seems that there is an insurmountable chasm in front of him. Chapter 74. After Su Chen shouted that, he could clearly feel that the 4 guys in front of him were fighting harder. The encirclement seemed impenetrable, and the 4 guys' movements became faster and more ruthless. They were afraid that if they were not careful, Su Chen would have a chance to take advantage of them. Now watching Blackbeard Teach kill Whitebeard was what the Navy wanted to see the most. If any of the 4 of them were missing, they would not be able to stop Su Chen. His ghostly speed was really hard to defend against. Seeing Su Chen's face full of anxiety, Kizaru also began to mock him. "What's wrong? Are you anxious? Watch carefully, and watch him die tragically on the spot just like Akainu." The last sentence was shouted out loudly. Kizaru was still full of anger, and his eyes were full of anger when he spoke. The murderous intent was about to overflow the screen. Even the tone of the symbol disappeared. Su Chen ignored him. The pressure was so great that he couldn't even speak. Although his 2-color domineering was still increasing under the joint attack of 4 people, he could not escape the fate of being blown up if he was not careful. Sengoku was getting more and more frightened at this time. The speed of the guy in front of him was difficult for even his observation haki to capture. Only Garp was keeping a close eye on him. "Continue to suppress him. You know, this guy is only 19 years old. If you give him another 2 years, he will definitely break the sky. Now the 4 of them can't deal with him in a short time. If he runs away again this time, there will be no peace of mind in the future." Thinking of this, Zhang Guo's hands moved faster. As for Garp, although he spit out a mouthful of blood after being hit hard by Su Chen, his injuries were not serious. The punches that hit him have mostly cancelled each other out, and they don't have much power. It's just that the characteristics of Tyrant Chan that are similar to true damage caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "You guy, I clearly gave you Sea Stone. How come it has no effect?" Garp is still struggling with this problem. Zhang Guo just scolded him severely. So he is already very angry and must hurt Su Chen severely. Su Chen is really busy now, and has no time to argue with them. He was even a little distracted because he paid attention to the situation over there with Whitebeard. As a result, he was almost caught in the hand of Zhang Guo. If he was caught, even for a moment, Garp would definitely seize the opportunity and take him away in one wave. With his current strength, he really can't face the good brothers Zhang Guo and Garp. The gap in strength is too big. When the big annihilation comes, it will be a luxury for him to even leave. He must get rid of one before that. But Aokiji didn't move forward at all, and Kizaru was just attacking from the flank. They are not stupid. The situation is clear. The two will not be easily caught by Su Chen. The situation is at a stalemate. On the other side, Whitebeard's bottle of liquid, but Su Chen deliberately compressed a large amount of pure blood into the size of that small bottle. Its effect is absolutely unparalleled in the world. But the biggest problem at the moment is that Whitebeard has no way to take this extremely powerful magic medicine. At this moment, he is suffering from severe pain, and even the most basic breathing has become extremely difficult. In this situation, let alone asking him to take out the bottle and pour the pure blood into his mouth. It is a luxury for him to even raise his hand now. Maybe with willpower, he can still do it if he tries harder. But Teach will not give you any time. He just wants to kill this terrible guy in front of him as quickly as possible. He can still move even after being injured like this. If it were someone else, he would have died 800 times. Go! Go! Kill him for me! Teach yelled like crazy, urging the people behind him to continue to attack Su Chen. When he heard the words Su Chen shouted just now, Teach was shocked. He instantly realized that this old man with Whitebeard must have a trick up his sleeve. Look at Whitebeard's shaking hands. Teach immediately guessed that Whitebeard should not be able to use those tricks at the moment, but it is hard to say how long it will be in the future. So no matter what, he must take this opportunity to kill the old guy in front of him. After all, the threat that Whitebeard brought to him was too great. Especially the few moves they just fought, which almost killed Teach. It felt as if death was close at hand and within reach. Until now, his hands were still shaking violently and uncontrollably. And those who had just the criminals who escaped from Impel Down. Naturally, they would not easily disobey the orders given by their captain at this moment. Although the captain seemed to be a little embarrassed and incompetent at the moment. But they also knew the carefully planned strategy of Teach. As long as they succeeded in killing Whitebeard with the sword, they could easily plunder the opponent's unparalleled power. By then, the true strength of the person in front of him must be enough to match the name of captain, right? Before others took action, Shiryu had already rushed forward. He was holding an extremely sharp long sword that flashed with a chilling light. For the bloodthirsty Shiryu, the excitement in his heart had already reached its peak at this moment. After all, the enemy standing in front of them was the four emperors. One of them. What a satisfying pleasure it would be if I could kill him with my own hands. Zilliu pondered inwardly almost crazily. At the same time, the movements of his hands never stopped for a moment. In a flash, he rushed to Whitebeard's front as fast as a gust of wind. Then he swung the long sword in his hand suddenly, and chopped it horizontally at Whitebeard's head. This sword is powerful and sharp. Once it hits the target, it will inevitably cause a fatal consequence of a one-hit kill. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, Whitebeard could only stare helplessly. He couldn't even raise his hands, and he was completely unable to take any effective countermeasures. The bright red blood was still flowing down continuously, as if forming an endless thin line. Even if these guys don't do it. With Whitebeard judging from the poor condition of the child, who was covered in wounds and dying, he might not last more than a few minutes. At this moment, Su Chen, who had been watching everything happening, could no longer hold back. At this point, he had no choice but to give it a try. If this goes on, he can't leave. He decided to have another gamble with Whitebeard. And this time, he was betting on Whitebeard's fighting ability after being treated with pure blood. He bet that Whitebeard could turn the tide with his powerful strength and change the current broken battle situation. Thinking of this, Su Chen's eyes became extremely firm. At this time, Su Chen, who was besieged by four enemies, suddenly stopped all his movements without any warning. Then, facing the direction of Whitebeard, he resolutely raised his right hand. Chapter 75. Open your mouth. The rest is up to you. Su Chen roared. Although Whitebeard didn't know what Su Chen was going to do. But now, he had no choice but to trust Su Chen. His mouth opened slightly, and the blood accumulated in his mouth rushed out. At this time, Su Chen was at least 1 kilometer away from Whitebeard. Su Chen and the 4 people fought as far away from Whitebeard as possible. At this moment, the bottle of pure blood lying quietly on Whitebeard's waist moved. The blood seemed to have life, and it pierced the bottle in an instant. The bright red blood rushed into Whitebeard's mouth under Su Chen's control the moment it was released. If it was someone else's blood, he would still have a distance limit if he wanted to control it. But whether it was the blood that just killed Akainu or the blood he was controlling now, it was his own blood. Although pure blood can be integrated into the body surface, the efficiency is definitely much slower than direct oral administration. What they lack most now is time. Ziliu's knife is already within reach. All this was done in just a moment, but just such a short time was enough for Garp to deal a fatal blow to him. The galaxy splits. Just as Su Chen raised his hand and finished speaking, a pitch-black iron fist shining with red light had already hit him heavily in the face. Same position, same feeling. Although before being hit, Su Chen had formed a blood shield in front of him that was the strongest defense he could currently form. He hoped to block Garp for a moment, so that he could still dodge subsequent attacks. But who is Garp? Opportunities are fleeting, but he can always seize them. In this attack, he directly used a killing move. He performed exceptionally well and delivered the best punch in many years. As soon as the two came into contact, the blood shield had no resistance and was smashed to pieces by the fist. Then it hit his face again. Twisted, deformed, and then exploded. The head disappeared, and his movements changed. It was not so smooth. Although in the Great Destruction form, he only needed 0.5 seconds to repair this fatal injury. However, in Garp's hands, 0.5 seconds could do too much. What followed was ruthless continuous suppression. He and Sengoku directly formed a complete control chain, beating Su Chen so hard that he could not move. At the same time, after drinking the bottle of pure blood, Whitebeard felt that the strength that had quietly slipped away from his body due to excessive blood loss began to surge out. After just recovering a little bit of strength, he was able to take action. He suddenly raised the Kusukome Kyurei in his hand. He blocked the long sword that was rushing towards him. The strength that just emerged could not even completely block the impact. Whitebeard was also forced to take a step back. What? This guy can still move. Teach was almost unable to bear it. After several attempts, he still couldn't kill this old guy. Could it be the red liquid just now? Don't look at it. Let's go together. Kill him while he's still weak. Teach roared again, and took the lead to rush forward. Now, after a while, he was able to join the battle again. It has to be said that the people in the pirate world are like blood cows, fighting and fighting but never dying. Seeing that Whitebeard's strength was not his opponent, Zilla continued to exert pressure on the long sword. He wanted to knock Whitebeard down directly. But in just a short time, the shocking huge hole in Whitebeard's body that originally pierced through his body disappeared miraculously. Instead, it was replaced by brand new flesh and blood. But because the color of the newly grown flesh is obviously different from the color of the surrounding body tissues, it looks particularly abrupt and uncoordinated. What's even more amazing is that the half of his head that had been smashed to pieces has now completely recovered, as if it had never suffered any trauma. As for the other injuries on his body, whether light or heavy, there is no need to say more. They have all healed unknowingly, leaving no trace. Even the hideous scars left by past battles have gradually faded and disappeared. And in Whitebeard's body, the scars that were originally caused by the internal organs that had been damaged by the backlash of the Great Force began to radiate unprecedented vitality. At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from Kusunakiri. Then, Whitebeard swung his knife fiercely. In an instant, Zillia felt a powerful force like a tidal wave coming from his hand. The strength of this force was beyond imagination, making him completely unable to resist. The next moment, he was like a kite with a broken string, and was blown away by the terrifying force. As fast as lightning, he went straight to where Teach and others were. At the same time, the shocking shock wave was also accompanied by Whitebeard's sword-swinging action, shooting out like an arrow from a bow. Shiryu, who was flying backwards in mid-air, had no time to react to the fast-approaching shock wave. He could only watch the shock wave getting closer and closer, and finally hit his chest hard. However, Teach, who was so close to this attack, did not feel any vibration at all. He laughed suddenly. With a mocking look on his face, he said, "Old man, how come the attacks you make now don't even feel the vibration? Is he really going to die? Ha ha ha." At this time, Zilliu had fallen at his feet. But Zilliu began to shake violently without any warning. His body was shaking like an epileptic seizure, crazy and weird. If Tikai could see through Zilliu's internal scene at this moment, he would definitely not be able to laugh. I saw that the overbearing vibration force, after invading Zilliu's body, did not leak or disperse at all. Instead, it was completely concentrated on his internal organs, ruthlessly destroying Zilliu's fragile internal tissues. Suddenly, Zilliu's shaking stopped abruptly. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and spurted out a large mouthful of scarlet blood mixed with broken internal organs. The blood splashed on the ground, forming a shocking pool of blood. When Tikai looked at Zilliu again in astonishment, he found that he had lost all signs of life and had completely become a cold corpse. He turned his head with a look of astonishment on his face, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard. However, at this moment, his eyes widened again, his mouth was so wide open that he could almost stuff a pot in it. The scene in front of him was too incredible. The old and grey-haired Whitebeard actually glowed with youth. The face that was once full of wrinkles has now become smooth and flat, and the traces of time seem to be wiped out by a mysterious force. The head that was originally bald due to illness has grown thick yellow hair again, falling on his broad shoulders like a waterfall. The most frightening thing is that pair of eyes, as deep as a bottomless abyss, and as sharp as an eagle, it faintly exudes a kind of awe-inspiring momentum without anger. However, hidden under this peaceful appearance is an endless raging anger. Whitebeard stared at Teach without saying a word, his eyes were like two cold lights, piercing people's souls. Just watching silently like this, Teach has already felt an indescribable huge pressure surging towards him like an overwhelming force. A layer of fine sweat began to ooze out of his forehead involuntarily, slowly sliding down his cheeks. "Teach!" Whitebeard's deep voice broke the silence, like thunder exploding in his ears. "Are you ready for my wrath?" His tone was calm without a ripple, but the power contained in it was enough to shake the world. Chapter 76. How is this possible? This is Whitebeard in his prime. Sengoku also noticed the situation here at this time. Whitebeard's appearance really evoked some not-so-good memories of Sengoku. It also made him realize that the difficulty of this battle went directly from easy to hell. Marineford should not be able to be saved. It is already possible to imagine where the next headquarters of the Navy will be built. And Teach now has only one thought in his mind, that is, to retreat quickly. He has been following Whitebeard for a long time. He is the most qualified person to say how terrible Whitebeard was when he was young. If he had known that this guy would be rejuvenated, Teach would never appear here. Even if this does not last too long, but within 5 minutes, none of their group will be left. Just like Shiryu who just passed away, Whitebeard can only kill them as if he were chopping melons and vegetables. Thinking of this, Teach has begun to retreat slowly. But he was still shouting and encouraging his brothers to kill Whitebeard. "Don't be afraid, brothers. Together we can definitely take care of him. This condition won't last long, he will collapse soon. And his abilities don't work in front of me. Without the tremor fruit, he's useless. Follow me." After saying that, Teach made a forward movement, creating the appearance that he was really going to lead by example. These pirates who had just escaped from prison seemed to have their brains rusted, and 3 figures actually rushed forward. Those 3 people were the king of evil government, the drunkard, and Katarina. The moment before they rushed forward, all the rest of the people began to run wildly to the back. They used all their strength, just wishing they had 2 more legs. The old horse of Poison Q, which looked like it was about to die, ran faster than anyone else at this time, and people were really worried that its 4 legs would get tangled. What's going on? 2 in front and 1 behind, the 3 people who just rushed to Whitebeard were stunned. They looked at each other, and there was a clear stupidity in their eyes. It seemed to say, "We have been sold?" Whitebeard would not refuse this fast food that was delivered to his door. He grabbed the foreheads of the two people in front of him at a speed that the two people could not react to. A dazzling white light appeared at the moment of grabbing. The sound of a huge explosion followed. Bang! The two felt a gripping force coming from the top of their heads, and then they arrived in another world without any pain. They left the two people whose brains were shaken into soup, picked up the Konjai next to them, and swept it towards the drunkard who was one step slower than the two behind. Seeing this, the drunkard hurriedly raised the wine gourd that had been with him for many years to block the attack. But the red domineering aura wrapped around the knife would let him know what was in vain. The long knife cut through without any hindrance. A head also flew high. After rolling a few times, it fell to the ground. Then Whitebeard jumped. Landed in front of the escape route of several people. It didn't take any time to kill the three people. Teach and the others just let go of their legs and ran, but when they looked up again, Whitebeard was already standing in front of them. Looking back, 3 bodies were lying on the ground. The expressions on the faces of 2 of them were extremely peaceful. If the 3 of them kept their distance, they could still fight with Whitebeard, but if he hit them directly in the face, that would be really unbearable. What's more, they had just come out of prison, and it was a pipe dream to think they could fight against the current Whitebeard. Teach's heart was now filled with fear. He knew a little about the strength of those 3 guys. Otherwise, he would not have recruited them. But in the hands of Whitebeard, it was like killing a chicken. No, it was even easier than killing a chicken. How could he not be afraid? You can't cut melons or vegetables like this. Give the vegetables some face. But now that things have come to this, there is no room for them to turn around. Everyone knows that if Whitebeard is not knocked down now, none of them can escape. Van Oka's shooting speed is extremely fast, and the sniper rifle has been set up long ago, and it has been cleared in an instant. Magazine. Bashes, who was wearing the same mask as the bull warrior, also elbowed Whitebeard in the face. The sickly body of Poison Q also burst out at an astonishing speed at this time. The huge sickle on his back was swung out fiercely. The staff knife in Lafitte's hand did not stop at all, and stabbed straight to the throat. Teach also knew that if he ran away now, these people would not be able to survive even 2 moves in the hands of Whitebeard and would die miserably on the spot. He must limit Whitebeard's fruit ability. Whitebeard will definitely lose his combat power without his ability. Maybe he can't hold on for long like this. As long as he delays for a while, he can continue to complete his great plan. Thinking of this, Teach's fists were covered with thick black mist, and he hit Whitebeard. Facing the siege of the crowd, Whitebeard didn't even blink. The corners of his mouth slightly curved up. It was consistent with his upturned beard. Then he knocked Konjayun to the ground with one hand. He did not choose to fight with Teach again. His left hand slammed the air in front of him, and the air in front of him was suddenly full of cracks. The extremely powerful vibration force directly knocked everyone out and threw them far away. The high wall of the Navy headquarters behind them, with the word Navy printed on it, was also blown into powder by this blow. The attacks of these guys were just a joke to him now. Only Teach absorbed the force of the vibration and was not hurt at all. His fist had already come in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard also raised his right hand to meet it. But there was red lightning jumping on the fist, which looked a little unusual. Teach's little black fist he was completely defeated as soon as he came into contact with the enemy. He had no power to resist at all. His entire right arm became extremely twisted, and then he flew backwards like his companions. His chest had collapsed after being hit hard by the blow. Before he even hit the ground, Whitebeard had already caught up with him. He was holding the fierce knife in his hand, and the blade was shining with red light. In Teach's horrified eyes, the long knife began to fall towards his chest bit by bit. "Dad! Dad, I was wrong. Please spare my life, Dad." Whitebeard's ghostly speed and earth-shattering power have completely broken down Teach's psychological defenses. He began to beg for mercy, but Whitebeard ignored him and even moved faster. Just as he was about to pierce Teach, a laser and a flash of cold light flashed and rushed towards this side. It was Aokiji and Kizaru who took action. They wanted to save Teach and then join forces with them to deal with Whitebeard. Now Su Chen could no longer move. As long as they solved the problem of Whitebeard, they would win. Chapter 77. However, Whitebeard didn't even look at them. He just waved his hand casually, and the air around him exploded again. The fierce attack that rushed like lightning seemed to encounter an earth-shattering explosion in this wave. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes and dissipated into nothingness. Then, the long sword was like a lightning that cut through the sky. It pierced through Teach's chest with lightning. In an instant, a piercing chill came from his chest, making Teach feel an unprecedented pain. His body was like being firmly fixed by a nail, unable to move at all, and was nailed in front of his companions. The severe pain made Teach fall into a frenzy. He screamed desperately, and his big mouth with several missing teeth kept emitting creepy screams. But no matter how he struggled, his body could not move at all. He was nailed to the spot. However, in the blink of an eye, Whitebeard disappeared without a warning again. It was as if he had never existed. When he appeared in front of everyone again, he was holding the huge head of Bacchus tightly in his left hand. His right hand was close to the other three thin figures, and he launched an extremely powerful shock wave. You know, being hit by this shock wave at such a close distance, its lethality is absolutely devastating. As expected, the three people suddenly felt an indescribable violent force surging like a tide. It ruthlessly tore their flesh and souls. This kind of pain far exceeded the limit that humans could bear. It had made them live a life worse than death. Their bodies began to show fine cracks, and blood gushed out of these cracks in an endless stream. Then, accompanied by a creepy click sound, their originally intact faces became distorted and hideous, and finally they could not hold on and exploded. At the same time, Bacchus's extremely hard head exploded at the same time, and blood splattered all over the ground. So far, the once invincible Blackbeard pirates only had Captain Teach left. No, there was also a 180 centimeters tall giant hiding behind Marineford, secretly watching all this. After seeing Whitebeard's unparalleled power, he didn't care about whether he was a captain or not. He turned around and took a big step, trotting all the way and disappeared from sight. At this moment, Whitebeard descended in front of Teach like a mountain. His left foot ruthlessly stepped on the latter's cheek, as if to crush it. Then, Whitebeard swung his arm and suddenly pulled out the sword that was deeply inserted into his chest. In an instant, several sharp and unparalleled blade lights whizzed past, carrying a suffocating pressure. Teach, who was already in a miserable state, now had all his limbs broken, and let out a heart-wrenching, miserable wail. Because of Teach's special ability to double the pain, he is now experiencing extreme pain that ordinary people can hardly imagine, as if his entire soul is about to be torn apart by the pain. Whitebeard showed no mercy at all. He kicked Teach in the face. He kicked him out like a cannonball and landed right next to Hancock on the other side. Then, without looking back, Whitebeard said, "Little girl, take care of this guy for me. I'll go save your man." Before he finished speaking, he flashed and appeared in front of the two generals. He held a long sword in his hand and swung it violently. A powerful and violent vibration wave poured out like a surging torrent. This force was overwhelming and magnificent, which made people palpitate. Faced with such a fierce offensive, the two could only choose to dodge, and did not dare to have the idea of a head-on confrontation. After all, Aokiji was seriously injured at the moment, and his strength was greatly reduced. Yellow Monkey is known for his speed, so he would not risk a direct confrontation. At this moment, Whitebeard seemed to be possessed by the god of war, and his strength seemed to be even better than in his heyday. The miserable state of Blackbeard and his gang being beaten just now was enough to prove everything. Such a terrifying attack power was extremely domineering. Just as they were hastily dodging, Whitebeard had already flashed and came to Garp's side. "How many times do you two want to smash my friend before you stop?" Garp. Before the words fell, a cold light flashed, and the long sword slashed at Garp with the force of thunder. On the blade, there was still a violent and rampant domineering aura, exuding a creepy and dangerous aura. As for Su Chen, the number of fatal injuries he had suffered so far has reached an astonishing 543. If the blood on the ground was collected properly, it would be enough for a sprinkler truck to sprinkle for a day without changing the water. The life card in Hancock's hand was jumping back and forth between disappearance and reunion. Garp and Sengoku were already numb from the fight. Is this a human? I'll eat this human. At this moment, facing Whitebeard's creepy attack, even a strong man like Garp had to concentrate on dealing with it. If he was really... If this knife hits, I'm afraid I'll have to lie at home and cry for several months. Garp turned around quickly, then used all his strength to punch out, directly facing Whitebeard's attack. This punch looks ordinary and plain, but the power contained in it is extremely amazing. When the two intersected, an extremely powerful shock wave suddenly erupted. This shock wave swept through like a tidal wave. It even caused the entire Marineford to tremble violently, and it barely stabilized its body after sinking a full 20 meters. The surrounding buildings collapsed one after another, and smoke and dust filled the air, as if doomsday had come. At the same time, on the other side, due to the lack of Garp's powerful and fierce attack, it was difficult for Sengoku alone to continue to suppress Su Chen. Have you had enough fun? Zhangguo. After successfully avoiding Zhangguo's powerful and deadly shock wave, Su Chen stared at Zhangguo, who was emitting dazzling golden light, and said in a low voice. Although I can't die. But... it still hurts? He stared at Zhangguo, his eyes flashing with blood and angry flames. Chapter 78. This guy still can't die. Monster. Monster. Even Vice Admiral Garp and Marshal Sengoku couldn't kill him together. How can we fight this? Now there is another Whitebeard. The Navy is now in despair. Su Chen's immortal ability is so powerful that it is terrifying. Long was also watching Su Chen through the live broadcast at this time. He didn't expect that this young man had grown to this level in such a short time. When he was on the Judicial Island, he was chased and beaten by Akainu. Now even Akainu died in his hands, and then he fought 1 against 4 for a long time. Although he was beaten in the end, it was not worth mentioning for his terrifying recovery ability. Maybe he was not talking nonsense when he said that he could overthrow the entire world government alone within a few years. Moreover, his body that could make Whitebeard's dying body reappear, so amazing fighting power. It's really terrifying. How much energy is contained in that small bottle of blood? There was another person who discovered this as well as him. Bonnie was also watching the live broadcast in a square in the Savaing archipelago. She found that after Whitebeard took that small bottle of blood, he seemed to be back to life. This extremely powerful effect made her have some ideas in her mind. From the beginning, she never took her eyes off one person. That person was his father. The bear had been transformed and lost consciousness at this time, and had completely become a machine that only knew how to obey orders. Bonnie saw all of this. It's all that guy's fault. Her face was full of anger and unwillingness. Xiong was her only relative in the world. Now he became like this, how could she not feel heartbroken? She didn't know at this time that Xiong did all this because of her. But she saw hope in Su Chen. A bold idea gradually emerged in her mind. At this time, all the navy on the field fell into despair. There was no hope of winning this battle. Just when everyone had no expectations for what would happen next, a voice full of disdain sounded, answering Su Chen's slightly arrogant words. Oh? What else do you want to do? At this time, 5 figures slowly walked out from a distance. When they saw the faces of the 5 people, even Whitebeard and Garp stopped attacking. They looked in the direction of the people in disbelief. You? Why are you here? Zhangguo asked in surprise. He had not received any news that the 5 elders were coming. Normally, they would not ask about the affairs of the navy. But this time they actually showed up in person. In his impression, the 5 elders had never been out in the outside world. Now this scene was really unbelievable for Zhangguo. But this was undoubtedly good news. At least the navy present were saved. Otherwise, with Whitebeard's current momentum, it would be no problem to sink the already dilapidated Marineford. He was not sure that he could save everyone. Su Chen also looked over at this time. The 5 people just walked towards this side slowly side by side, and their steps seemed solemn and majestic. However, compared with themselves, what was more eye-catching was the strange aura emanating from behind them. It seemed as if some kind of illusory image was following them. Behind him, there were shadows looming. These shadows were not real objects, but manifestations of a mysterious and powerful force. Each shadow took on the image of an extremely ferocious animal, allowing people to feel their ferocity and terror just by looking at them. These animal shadows were either baring their fangs and claws or roaring and roaring, exuding unparalleled pressure. They seemed to represent the enormous power and extraordinary abilities held by the 5 Elder Stars. The terrifying pressure made the air around them heavy. One could clearly feel the oppression coming at him like a tide. Whitebeard and Garp also stopped their actions. They all looked in the direction of the newcomers. The sense of oppression was just too strong. No one could ignore these 5 people. With a leap, Whitebeard was already standing next to Su Chen. He asked Su Chen in a low voice, "What are you going to do next? None of those 5 guys are easy to mess with. You'd better do what you can." Whitebeard was also worried that Su Chen was too young and had never heard of the reputation of the 5 elders. He gave him a shot of prevention first. Let him have a general understanding of their strength. Then he could think about whether his next plan would work. The 5 elders? Why are they here? He should be here to kill Whitebeard, he is one of the 4 emperors. But with them here, none of these guys will be able to escape. Well, Whitebeard is dead. Smoker and others looked at the 5 people who had come to Sengoku's side and had already determined that they were here to deal with Whitebeard. Whitebeard? Humph! Satan said with disdain on his face. The reason why we are here is because of the incompetence of your navy. I was actually fooled by this guy named Su Chen. We are here to deal with this guy named Su Chen. He must die today. What? The 5 elders are actually here to deal with Su Chen, who has a bounty of 1.5 billion. All 5 of them are dispatched just for him. Isn't it a bit of a waste of talent? The fact is indeed as Saint Satan said. When the 5 saw Su Chen break free from the shackles of the sea stone, they had already set out to rush here. They know better than anyone how difficult it is to deal with an unkillable guy. As for why? Because they themselves can't be killed. At this moment, the situation on the field has become less good. Even Su Chen had to choose to leave. If the fight continued, no one would be able to escape unscathed. Personal safety was not important to him, but he could not let Hancock be in danger. Get ready to retreat, Old White. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen had already quickly reached out and pressed Whitebeard's shoulder, intending to leave immediately with everyone. However, just as he was about to fly up, a strange-looking bird suddenly appeared beside him, and its speed was as fast as lightning, and it could actually keep up with Su Chen's flying speed. This strange bird not only had a strange appearance, but its hard and sharp claws also swooped directly at Su Chen. Before Su Chen could react, Whitebeard had already taken the lead. I saw that his left hand, which had been hanging by his side, suddenly clenched into a fist, and in an instant, a dazzling white light burst out. Then, this powerful fist, like lightning, smashed hard at the strange bird rushing forward. With a loud bang, this powerful punch hit the strange bird's extremely hard head. In an instant, the strange bird's head exploded as if it was hit by a giant cannonball. Countless flesh and feathers splashed everywhere, and the scene was extremely tragic. Chapter 79. However, what was extremely shocking was that even though the strange bird had lost its head, its attack did not stop at all. Its claws, which flashed with sharp cold light, continued to strike Su Chen's back like a storm. Facing such a fierce attack, Su Chen had no time to dodge and was hit on the wings in an instant. In an instant, the extremely violent force gushed out like a volcanic eruption. It penetrated Su Chen's wings directly and grabbed his back tightly. Then, this terrifying force was like a mountain pressing down on his head, ruthlessly stomping Su Chen to the ground. This guy was too fast, so fast that Su Chen couldn't react now. Only a guy like Whitebeard could catch him. Now Su Chen could understand what Kizaru and others felt just now. He could see but couldn't catch. With a loud bang, the 3 of them fell heavily to the ground together. Seeing this, Whitebeard had already quickly reached out and grabbed the monster's foot tightly. Then, he once again unleashed a powerful vibration force. In the blink of an eye, the sole of the foot was blown to pieces once again. But everything that happened before his eyes made Whitebeard's face become even gloomier and uglier. Because he found that this monster had no defense at all. In other words, it seemed to be absolutely confident in its own abilities. Sure enough, at this moment, Mars' shattered body began to recover at an astonishing speed. This ability was exactly the same as Su Chen's, making Whitebeard's expression even more solemn. The previous blow had completely hollowed out Su Chen's entire chest. The severe pain as if the heart was forcibly taken out was really not very pleasant. Great, beautiful. With you here, I don't believe this guy can get away. Saint Satan was leaning on the small cane in his hand. Seeing this scene, he was very happy. As for Su Chen, even he had to think carefully about how to leave. This guy's speed was even faster than his. This was not good. Not only was his speed so fast, but his strength was also extremely strong. He even had a regeneration ability similar to that of the Darkin. It would definitely be impossible to deal with him in a short time. It would not be easy to leave. Although it was not easy, there was always a way. After looking at Whitebeard, the two of them were in a state of panic. They understood what was going on and attacked the strange bird at the same time. They had to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, to attack the strange bird before it fully recovered and was not agile enough. Su Chen held the sword in his hand and swung it at lightning speed. The sword flashed and streaked across the sky like lightning. The sword fell accurately below the head of the strange bird that was slowly recovering. In an instant, accompanied by a shrill bird cry, a huge bird head flew up and blood splattered. At the same time, Whitebeard, holding the Konjionkai, also at the same time, he successfully cut off the wings of the monster bird. After completing this series of actions, Su Chen quickly reached out and put his hand on Whitebeard's shoulder again. He planned to take advantage of the gap when the monster bird was reborn to quickly escape from this dangerous place. However, when Su Chen was about to fly in the direction of Hancock, he was suddenly shocked to find a difficult scene in front of him. There was a terrifying figure like a giant spider squatting. One of the sharp long legs of the big spider was now pressing tightly against Hancock's throat. It was that guy Satan Saint. At this time, he had a hideous and twisted smile on his face, revealing a sinister and cunning expression, staring at Su Chen who was rushing over. This woman is extremely important to that kid, and he knows it in his heart. As long as he controls her in his hands, he can easily control the kid's every move. Everything that happened before his eyes made Su Chen unable to take any action. His face became extremely gloomy, and his eyes stared at Satan Saint. At this time, Satan Saint finally spoke. "I warn you, you'd better not move. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to suppress my impulse." Satan Saint's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Hancock has gradually recovered some of her strength at this moment, but her body is still out of control and unable to move at all. It turns out that guy has a strange ability called Evil Eyes. Just a slight glare can fix people firmly in place and let them do whatever they want. Hancock's heart was full of resentment and helplessness. She struggled hard to get rid of the restraints, but it was always useless. If it was in its prime, this ability really couldn't control her. But now, at this moment, her face was full of unwillingness. If she could move freely, maybe she would not hesitate to stretch her neck towards the extremely sharp spikes in order not to implicate Su Chen. Their original goal was to control Hancock. Su Chen is immortal, which has been demonstrated in countless battles. But, immortality does not mean invincibility. Just like now. Control his weakness, and he will be used by me. If you don't want this woman to get into trouble, why don't you listen to our conditions, kid? Su Chen had no expression on his face at this time, but in fact, the anger in his heart had already burst out. But he still said lightly, "Tell me about it." Satan Sheng was overjoyed after hearing this, and secretly felt lucky that things turned out to be so smooth. Then, he put forward his own conditions without hesitation. The conditions are very simple, as long as you cooperate with us obediently and allow us to conduct in-depth research on you. He paused and continued. Don't worry, we are just curious about your unique physique, we have no ill intentions. Once the research is completed, we will naturally let you go as promised and let you two leave safely." At this time, Su Chen finally understood the other party's true intention. It turned out that they coveted his dark physique. This made him sigh at how skilled the man in front of him was in blackmailing others. Once, the bear was also annihilated by this guy's calculations, and now only a body that obeyed his orders was left. However, Su Chen didn't believe in the promise of releasing people after the matter is completed by Saint Satan. This kind of words is simply a trick to deceive children. In his opinion, these people just want to explore a way to restrain the dark physique. Then the question is, what will happen when they really find a way? Will they really let people go as easily as they said? I'm afraid only fools will believe it. Chapter 80. But now Hancock was controlled by this guy, and he had no other options. He could only stabilize them first and then wait for an opportunity to rescue Hancock. Thinking of this, he agreed to the other party's request. "No problem, I can promise you. I can go with you. But, she must be released now. Let them both leave. This condition is very reasonable." Su Chen himself felt that the other party had no reason to refuse. They certainly did not dare to conclude that they would risk their lives for Hancock. So this condition, from the perspective of the five of them, is already a completely acceptable condition. If it were just him, he would be 100% sure that he could escape. Just when Su Chen thought that the other party would agree, suddenly, the world in front of him began to roll. No! His head was chopped off by a sword. The old guy holding the first generation of Kaiditsu made a move. The move was a fatal killing move. Go straight to the enemy's head. Then, Su Chen began to feel the pain of being cut and torn all over his body. The dazzling knife light kept flashing here. Every ray of light caused great damage to Su Chen. Whitebeard wanted to come up to help, but the other three guys were not idle either. The three of them rushed over and blocked Whitebeard's way. The three guys in front of him forced him to stop. Anyway, Su Chen would not die. Let's see the situation first. Whitebeard thought so. Saint Satan looked at the scene in front of him and laughed out loud. While laughing, he opened his mouth and sneered, "Boy! Do you think no one knows the little thoughts in your heart? Nasu Shulang Shen can see through your heart." He paused for a moment and stopped laughing. Then he continued, "If she doesn't follow our instructions, this woman will die. But if you cooperate well, we can turn enemies into friends after the success. Isn't this a rare and good thing? Even based on your outstanding contributions, if you wish, you can be promoted to the rank of admiral. Isn't Akainu dead? That's nothing. It's just right for you to take his place. Isn't this good? Why do we have to do this?" When these words came out, before everyone could react, someone couldn't hold back any longer. "What did you say? Let him take over Sakazuki's position. How can this be? What do you think of being a Navy admiral?" Kizaru asked angrily. He didn't expect that these guys who usually don't show up would say such shocking words when they appeared at this time. "You know, this is a live broadcast now. If the word that you can become an admiral by killing the admiral gets out, the position of Navy admiral will become a joke. What's more, the one who died now is his old friend, these guys." Others also had almost the same idea. Many Navy began to question loudly. After all, Akainu still has some prestige in the Navy. The square suddenly became noisy. But after Kizaru finished speaking, Satan Saint spoke again with an indifferent look on his face. "What do you think you are, the Navy? Do what you should do. Other things are not your business." These words left no face for the Navy, and trampled their false dignity underfoot. Even Zhang Guo showed a little anger on his face. But he could do nothing, because he was already his boss. They said this, and Zhang Guo couldn't do anything to them. He could only endure it silently. He even turned around and patted Kizaru on the shoulder, to show him to stay calm. After saying that, Satan Saint looked at Su Chen again. At this time, Su Chen was still being chopped. He had never expected that this guy would sneak attack him just now. As a result, he was beheaded by him with a knife. As a result, he was in a passive position now. There is no good outcome for those who go against us. Satan said. I advise you to think carefully. Our enemies all had a miserable end. Why do you have to be our enemy? At this moment, the bald man finally put away the long sword he had been waving for a long time. He took a deep breath and swung his right fist, hitting Su Chen's head that had just been reborn. In an instant, there was a loud noise. The ground exploded as if it was hit by a meteorite, forming a bottomless pit. And Su Chen's body fell straight into it like a kite with a broken string, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Everyone present was stunned by the strength of the bald man. Su Chen was just crushed in his hands. Everyone turned their eyes to the huge pit, waiting for Su Chen's answer. Time passed by, and everyone held their breath, for fear of missing any slight movement. However, just as everyone was concentrating on while staring at the deep and dark pit, something strange happened. Suddenly, an indescribable powerful force gushed out from the bottom of the pit like a volcanic eruption. It rushed straight into the sky with a suffocating blood and violent aura. This breath was like substance, and the space seemed to be torn apart wherever it passed, which made people shudder. At the same time, an unparalleled domineering aura spread rapidly with overwhelming force, like a hurricane sweeping through. The originally calm earth around began to tremble violently, and countless cracks spread like spider webs. The sea in the distance seemed to be frightened by something. Huge waves were set off, beating the shore wildly, and the whole world seemed to be in chaos and panic. Even Whitebeard, who was closer, began to feel a sense of oppression in his heart. This kid's domineering haki has been strengthened again. Whitebeard's heart was already in turmoil. Before, his domineering haki could compete with Su Chen on equal terms. But now with this posture, he should not be able to beat him. It was this point that surprised Whitebeard. It has only been a short time. He has surpassed the domineering haki of the world's strongest man. Is my world's strongest man so worthless? Or is Su Chen really too abnormal? The 5 elders watched the guy in front of them launch a huge formation, and their whole bodies tensed up. Always ready to welcome Su Chen's counterattack. Satan Saint's sharp spider legs couldn't help but move closer. At this time, heavy footsteps finally appeared in the pit. Step by step, he walked up. The violent breath was still venting wantonly. Everyone's heart was covered with a layer of haze. Chapter 81. Finally. At the edge of the deep pit, a vague outline gradually emerged. Everyone stared at it nervously with wide eyes. Then, Su Chen's bloody head slowly rose and appeared in everyone's sight. His hair was wet and stuck to his face, and his face was covered with blood and dirt. As he continued to move forward, the bloody figure gradually became clear. The white clothes made by Hancock himself on his body were already tattered and scarred. At this moment, Su Chen, who had been chopped into pieces hundreds of times. While walking up, he opened his mouth to answer Saint Satan's question. His voice was low and hoarse, revealing an unshakable firmness. I don't want to be your enemy. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard in every corner. The originally tense atmosphere eased instantly, and the 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief. After all, everyone knows that the man in front of them is incredibly powerful. If he goes crazy, the consequences will be disastrous. Fortunately, he is now willing to compromise, so that the situation will be much easier to control. However, Huang Yuan felt contempt in his heart when he heard this. He secretly cursed Su Chen, thinking that this guy was simply a coward. Huang Yuan felt very helpless when he thought that he might have to work with such a person in the future. Just when he was considering whether to resign from the position of admiral, the next sentence Su Chen said made him secretly glad. Good, that's good. In that case, let's get going. I have asked Vegapunk to be ready. Satan Saint was obviously in a good mood at this time. They had already informed Vegapunk when they came. They didn't think there would be any accidents. After all, there was nothing in the world that could stump them when the 5 of them went out together. But Su Chen's next move made everyone present feel nervous and their nerves tense again. The extremely violent aura around Su Chen was still rising at a heart-pounding speed. As if there was no end, just like his unwavering steps forward, there was no end. After a pause, finally, after a long and thrilling wait, Su Chen's full appearance was revealed to everyone. At the same time, his extremely violent aura finally reached its peak. In an instant, the whole scene became turbulent, as if an unprecedented level 8 gale had been set off. The strong wind was so fierce that even Whitebeard had to squint his eyes slightly. Then, Su Chen's low and slightly hoarse voice, with endless determination and perseverance, exploded again in everyone's ears like thunder. "I want to be the enemy of the world." His words were filled with endless majesty and domineering. As he spoke, the huge blood wings behind him began to rise slightly. As his words fell, the blood wings suddenly spread out, like a pair of wings covering the sky and the sun, emitting dazzling light. At this moment, he was like a god descending from the sky, exuding an unparalleled aura. And as soon as his voice fell, a heart-pounding pressure spread out like a surging tide, centered on Su Chen. In an instant, the entire Navy headquarters fell into a deathly silence. Then, only bursts of plops were heard one after another. All the Navy could not bear this powerful pressure and fainted on the spot. In a short moment, the originally lively Navy headquarters became silent. Looking around, only a few people could still stay awake. And the others had been stunned on the ground by the domineering aura of the Overlord, unconscious. Such a large-scale domineering color. Garp's face was full of astonishment, unable to hide his inner shock, and he muttered to himself. The scene before his eyes was beyond his imagination. Such a terrifying domineering color was rare. Not only that, even the Den Mushi responsible for the live broadcast was not spared and fainted on the ground. The live broadcast had to be interrupted and could not continue to transmit information to the outside world. However, what made everyone feel most incredible was the extremely arrogant and reckless attitude in Su Chen's words. This sentence also made people wonder, what on earth does he have the courage to speak so arrogantly? This is the common idea of almost everyone present. But there was only one woman who was an exception. In her eyes, there was only Su Chen's figure, full of admiration and love. For her, Su Chen was her hero in her mind. No matter what he did, she would support him unconditionally. Even if it meant letting her die. This is the horror of love brain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being emotionally rich and speaking the Sword Demon's lines when the environment is appropriate. The current role similarity is 80%. Get the Dark Will, enchant. Great destruction skill advancement. Dark Will, your consciousness attack will be accompanied by Dark Will. Enchantment, you can add magic energy to your attack, so that your attack will cause soul damage. Great destruction, advanced physical fitness increases by 200%, gaining extremely fast flying ability and extremely strong recovery ability. An extremely strong suppression on surrounding enemies. Can be superimposed with Overlord Haki, duration, 30 minutes. Dark Will? Enchantment? The introduction is simple and easy to understand. Dark Will is a control skill. It should be very powerful. Now Su Chen only felt that the power of his whole body surged, and his physical fitness doubled again. It seemed that he had endless strength. Even the pair of wings behind him seemed a little thicker. Great destruction came more directly, and everything was improved. But there was one bad thing. There was no increase in duration. Now his great destruction only had 5 minutes left. I can't wait any longer, just try out the use of these two new things. After the average person's body has been greatly improved in a short period of time, not only will it not increase its combat power, but it will also reduce its strength because it can't adapt. But he now has the talent of a sword demon. Adapting to this degree of improvement is completely a blink of an eye. He is now able to perfectly exert this 3 times physical fitness. At this moment, Su Chen finally made a move. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes suddenly, and then an unparalleled aura gushed out from him. This aura was the domineering aura that shocked everyone before. But what is different from before is that this time the domineering aura is no longer red, but a heart-pounding black. The dark power that is as deep, dark, and mysterious as an endless abyss quickly spreads around with Su Chen as the core. In an instant, everyone was enveloped by this terrifying domineering aura. Everyone felt that everything went dark before their eyes, as if they had fallen into a bottomless black hole and lost all their senses. However, This feeling only lasted for a short moment and then disappeared without a trace. When they recovered, they were surprised to find that Whitebeard and Su Chen, who were originally standing in the same place, had disappeared. The 5 elders on the side were even more shocked, and it was obvious that they did not expect such a thing to happen. With their strength, this situation should not happen at all. But they were also completely stunned in the brief moment of unconsciousness just now. It was simply hard to believe. Believe it. At this time, Saint Satan had just come to his senses. He saw a figure rushing towards him like lightning, and its speed was beyond imagination. In the hand of this figure was a huge sword, and the sword body was also flashing with that deep darkness. It was slashing towards Saint Satan with unparalleled power. Seeing this, Saint Satan did not hesitate immediately. The sharp spider leg stabbed towards Hancock's neck. Chapter 82. However, Su Chen's speed at this moment was too fast. With his speed and physical fitness improved again, he rushed over like a gust of wind and rain. His speed was jaw-dropping, and he had reached a new height. At this moment, Su Chen had already arrived in front of him. Holding a huge sword that was completely black and exuded a biting cold air in his hand, he chopped down the opponent's spider leg without hesitation. Seeing that the spider leg was only a few inches away from Hancock's delicate and white neck. At this time, a dazzling black light suddenly flashed. Then, the spider leg was easily cut off, and it shot straight into the sky like an arrow from a string. Facing such a fierce attack, Saint Satan did not take it seriously at first, and was even too lazy to make any defensive moves. However, when the sword light passed through the void, a sharp pain suddenly spread from his arm to his heart, causing him to tremble all over and his movements to pause. What's going on? This pain? It's not right. While he was stunned, Su Chen did not pause at all. He only saw his eyes condensed, and all his strength instantly gathered on his right foot, and then he kicked out fiercely. This kick was majestic and powerful, with unparalleled power, and it attacked Satan Saint directly. In an instant, this kick had reached Satan Saint. However, this seemingly ordinary attack actually contained endless mysteries. First of all, there was the powerful defense and attack power brought by the Ryu Sakura armament haki. Secondly, the rich and indissoluble demonic aura seemed to be able to devour people, coupled with the enchantment effect and the equally deep and dark overlord color entanglement. All factors intertwined together, making this kick far more than what it seemed on the surface. And the facts also proved this. With a loud bang, Satan Saint's originally bloated and huge spider-like body disappeared without a trace in an instant. There was no process of flying backwards at all, as if it had flashed and disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared in this world, extremely weird. As for why he didn't just chop his head off just now. Naturally, he was afraid that the spider leg would continue to pierce Hancock's throat under the effect of inertia. Whitebeard also came here smoothly during the time when Su Chen had just made everyone dazed. He had already grabbed Teach's body, which was only a torso left. Looking at Hancock in his arms, Su Chen did not delay any longer. Hancock had been rescued and it was time to go. The great destruction was about to end. How could others not know what he was thinking? I saw several figures rushing in like lightning, trying to block his way forward. At the same time, the rest of the people also launched a large-scale long-range attack. For a while, all kinds of gorgeous and dazzling offensives were dazzling. Among them, Kizaru fought the most fiercely. The 5 elders and others also tried their best, and their bodies were as fast as the wind, as if they could cross the space in an instant. If it were the previous Su Chen, I am afraid it would be difficult to escape such a dense and powerful firepower network blockade, but now is different from the past. Facing the aggressive enemy, Su Chen at this moment is calm and composed. The corners of his mouth even slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Just as the 4 men were about to hit Su Chen with a fatal blow, a red light suddenly flashed before his eyes. When he came to his senses, he found that the figures of Su Chen and others had disappeared. The 4 were shocked and looked at each other with unbelievable expressions on their faces. Su Chen's speed, which was just crushed by them, has now surpassed them. With Su Chen's current speed, they can't catch up at all. The 4 of them stared blankly at the direction where Su Chen left. How could it grow so fast? The bald swordsman couldn't help it. His face was heavy and worried. He paused and continued. When I fought him just now, he couldn't keep up with my speed. Now even catching up with him has become a luxury. Horrible. At this time, Jupiter Peter Saint also spoke. He was the strange bird just now, Izuma Tien. That's true. Just now his flying speed was not even as fast as mine, but now. The meaning of the words was self-evident. Su Chen had already become a great enemy in the hearts of several people. Before, Su Chen was just a doll that they could manipulate at will. But now, this doll seems to have gradually begun to get out of control. Sengoku and Garp found it incredible. This improvement, is it cheating? In addition to cheating, what other means can be used to achieve this? The two looked at each other, and they saw shock in each other's eyes. Now if they were to fight Su Chen again, it would definitely be a nightmare. Just relying on that terrifying speed, they could play with the two in the palm of their hands. Not to mention taking him down, I'm afraid they can only guarantee that they will not be killed by him. You know, it's only been 2 minutes? Exploded? Exploded under pressure? What means are they using? It's incredible. At this time, Kizaru looked at the direction where Satan Saint flew out, with a worried look in his eyes. He also felt a little uneasy in his heart. Finally, he asked his question. It's been so long, why hasn't Saint Satan come back yet? When this was said, everyone looked indifferent. They didn't worry about Saturn's injury at all. Don't worry about him, he might have been kicked and got confused, he will be back soon. We are not comparable to you. Microsoft's attack can't hurt him. Peter Saint replied. But he had a look of contempt on his face. It has been too long since he took action. These guys have forgotten their horror. They actually think that this level of attack can cause harm to us, really. After hearing this, Kizaru said no more. But his eyes were still fixed on that direction. Finally, a hazy figure appeared in the distance. I'm back. Seeing the figure of Satan Saint, Huang Yuan resumed his slow speaking speed again. Hearing this, the people present turned their heads to look in that direction. They wanted to know from the mouth of the person who was hit by Su Chen what he thought of Su Chen's strength. However, as their sights focused, everyone felt that something was wrong. The figure was staggering, moving forward slowly like an old woman over 70 years old. The body was even shaking from side to side, not at all like a healthy state. Seeing this, Huang Yuan was suspicious, and he no longer hesitated. His figure flashed and rushed away like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he turned back and brought Satan Saint to everyone. At this moment, Satan Saint had returned to human form. But his appearance was completely different from when he first arrived. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was his left arm, which had been broken off a large part. The blood was still dripping, with no signs of stopping or healing, let alone the regeneration of the broken arm. Looking at his face again, his cheek, which was originally covered by more than half of the white beard, became even more terrifying at this moment. The whole cheek was deeply sunken, and the shape of the sunken part was surprisingly familiar. A closer look revealed that it was the mark left by Su Chen's big foot. Not only that, his teeth also became crooked and all exposed, and his nose was deeply sunken into his face. This horrible and creepy appearance really scared everyone present. Saint Satan, what's wrong with you? Why don't you use your ability to repair your injuries? Chapter 83. The bald swordsman looked worried and puzzled, and asked the common question in everyone's mind. Normally, such a degree of injury is insignificant to strong men like them, and they can easily recover. However, the miserable appearance of Saint Satan at this moment made everyone worried. After more than 10 minutes, Saint Satan finally spoke. No. I can't fix it. Although Satan looked extremely miserable after being severely injured, he was no ordinary person after all. Even though he was in constant pain from the depths of his soul, he was still able to stay awake and speak normally. If it were Akainu, a kick like this would definitely kill him instantly. I can clearly feel that a part of my soul seems to be missing. And it is precisely because of this reason that I cannot recover from my injuries. That guy has a strange method that can directly attack the soul. As soon as the voice fell, the whole scene fell into a dead silence. As we all know, the soul is such an ethereal and elusive existence that almost no one can touch it on weekdays. But now someone has the ability to directly hurt the soul? Is the soul fruit ability holder dead? Or are there two soul fruits in this world? How is this possible? It can actually directly hurt the soul. His attack just now didn't have this kind of power at all. Kizaru shouted in astonishment. At this moment, he stood up without hesitation. Because he had just experienced Su Chen's fierce attack, he was undoubtedly the one with the most say. Thinking back to the punch just now, although it was unbearable, it definitely didn't reach the level of being able to hurt the soul. Yes, I was also hit in the chest by his fist, but it was just an ordinary injury, nothing unusual. Garp immediately echoed, saying that he also did not notice anything unusual. However, just as they expressed their opinions, an increasingly unacceptable truth gradually emerged. That guy could successfully control such a horrific and terrifying power in such a short time. How is this possible? Is he really still human? No. This has nothing to do with race. That guy is really too amazing. If he is given more time to grow, the consequences will be unimaginable. No. If this continues, we're all doomed. We can't let this go on any longer. This person is already a threat to the world government. No, I think his danger level has surpassed that of the Revolutionary Army. He has become our #1 enemy. The bald swordsman said with a serious face, and the fear in his tone was not concealed. In his mind, the degree of danger of Su Chen had surpassed that of Long. That's right, the pain in my soul is still eroding my nerves. If we don't take action now, we won't have a chance. If he had chosen to chop off my head, I would have died. Although I underestimated the enemy and did not dodge or defend myself, the guy's strength has been fully demonstrated. Satan Saint was leaking air while speaking, which was really creepy. The wound on his face might still have a chance to be repaired. But the broken arm has left him forever. Now getting rid of Su Chen, the pest, has become the first priority. But if you want to kill him, it is impossible in the current situation. But there is a way. We still have to start with that woman. Sengoku. I hope you understand that this guy is now a threat to the dominance of the world government. Next, you, the Navy, must search for this woman named Boa Hancock with all your might. Bring him to Marijoa. As long as we can lure that guy Su Chen there, things will be much easier. Also, his bounty has to be changed. After several people discussed, they issued such instructions to the Navy. Zhang Guo just wanted to say at this time, I knew this guy was not simple. Do you need to tell me? Although catching a woman to threaten him does not seem to be in line with the image of the Navy. But if the woman is also a wanted criminal now, there will be no burden in this regard. This is the responsibility of the Navy. Zhang Guo also agreed immediately, their military expenditure still depends on these guys. In this battle, the Navy suffered heavy losses. Not only did they not get anything, their home was about to be demolished, and even Akainu was lying. If there is no large sum of money, the Navy will be. After that, the 5 elders prepared to leave. Saint Satan did not go with the 4. He was going to find Vegapunk to study the soul injury and see if there was a chance to regrow his arm. If it didn't work, he would just ask that guy to develop a prosthesis for him. Only Zhang Guo and others were left at the scene. The huge square that should have been bustling with people was now deserted and silent. Looking around, one could see 100,000 Navy soldiers who had fallen down, densely packed like ants. Only the 4 of them were left standing here alone. Why? Zhang Guo couldn't help but sighed, his voice full of endless fatigue and helplessness. He slowly raised his head, his eyes swept across the ruins in front of him, and a sense of sadness surged in his heart. The once magnificent building has now turned into a pile of ruins. The surroundings are full of smoke and dilapidated atmosphere, as if telling the tragic battle that just happened. After this thrilling battle, the battlefield was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the number of wounded and dead soldiers was too numerous to count. The cost of treating the wounded and providing pensions to the families of the victims alone has far exceeded expectations, almost exhausting most of the military expenditure. Rebuilding the headquarters requires a lot of money. Fortunately, just now, the 5 elders promised Zhang Guo in person that they would allocate additional funds to support military expenditures. This news is undoubtedly a life-saving straw for the current navy. It is also the only good news that can make people feel relieved. But now the navy is seriously short of manpower. Recruiting is imminent. This huge workload, like a mountain, has come to face. Just thinking about it already gave me a headache. If it weren't for the word justice behind him, this working dog would have to shake his head. However, whenever he thought of the 2 culprits, the anger in Zhang Guo's heart would burn fiercely. Looking at the ruins, he clenched his fists tightly, his joints turned slightly white due to excessive force, and his eyes flashed with anger. Damn it! You 2 beasts! The demolition team will call you daddy when they see you. It's such a big piece of land, but they can't even find a good piece of land. Just wait for me. Chapter 84. However, the audiences around the world who were watching the wonderful scene at that moment, looked at the scene that suddenly stopped. The shock in their hearts could not subside for a long time. The terrifying aura that Su Chen exuded at the end, just through the broadcast of Den Den Mushi, made people feel as if they were falling into an ice cellar. His appearance with blood all over his body and red eyes has become a psychological shadow for many people. I can't imagine how those people at the scene stayed awake. But even so, those people present were all world-class fighters. There shouldn't be any problem dealing with a small pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion, right? But no one was sure about this idea. Because Su Chen's aura was completely unlike that of a human. This led to everyone speculating about the battle situation. Do you think the navy can win? That guy doesn't look easy to mess with. You're not asleep, are you? Those are the 5 elders. 5 of the world's top fighters, can't they take him down? Are you kidding me? Yes, although the navy suffered heavy losses this time, it would still be acceptable if they could kill those 2 vicious guys. Humph. I bet he will die. If he gets away, I will shit right in front of everyone. Brother, you are awesome, but now the video is broken, we can only wait for news from the navy. Countless people were discussing and speculating on the outcome of the battle. But almost 99% of them were not optimistic about Su Chen. After all, the gap in strength was too big. Even if they couldn't see the tricks, couldn't they see who was stronger? The way Su Chen was pressed to the ground and rubbed made it hard to believe that he could run away. Above the crowd, Bonnie, sitting on a tree branch, looked at the dark screen for a long time and couldn't come back to her senses. Is this the person standing at the top of the world? For someone like me, just the little bit of residual power that overflowed is enough to kill me. The horrible attack collided, and the violent power in it could be intuitively felt by looking at the large-scale damage caused by the aftermath. If he was hit by a punch, the consequences would be unimaginable, and that guy could actually survive in that situation. This really touched her blind spot in knowledge. At first, she saw the 5 guys attacking Su Chen crazily with the momentum of crushing Su Chen. Bonnie also I thought Su Chen was dead. The deep pit that guy finally smashed was close to the size of a small island, right? How powerful must the punch of that bald old guy be? But I didn't expect that even after being crushed so many times, that guy still had the strength to stand up. Is his physical strength unlimited? Originally, seeing Su Chen's pure blood with an incredible effect, she was going to find Su Chen to see if he could save a wave of bears. But in the end, the way Su Chen walked out of the deep pit step by step, and the violence, bloodiness, and madness that continued to emanate from him. There was really no way to link him with something like a good person. This made her retreat in her heart. Do I really want to find a guy like this to help? Am I crazy? Do you think my life is too long? Bonnie couldn't help but think in her heart. She had already retreated a little. Su Chen's appearance really scared her. It was as if that domineering color could penetrate the screen and reach her heart. But when I think of the bear, when I think of the father who only knows how to be good to her, I don't care about that. What's the big deal about this little difficulty? Do it! Bonnie stood up suddenly and shouted loudly. This scared the crew members around her. They all looked at the captain, who suddenly stood up with a blank face. What's the problem? Captain, are you okay? Don't scare us. The captain must be scared, he is just looking at the image, that's not possible. Captain. The crew members expressed their confusion and wondered if the captain in front of them had a mental problem. No time to explain. Get ready to set sail. Destination, the New World. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards his own ship without caring about the reactions of the crowd. When the few people saw this, they looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Could it be that their guys were too strong and gave the captain a wave of motivation? Otherwise, why would they rush to the New World in such a hurry? Well, this is the only possibility. It's a good thing that the captain is motivated. They didn't delay any longer and quickly got up and chased after him. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Sabo, Kurlaw, what do you think of the current situation? Long was sitting in a room that looked like a conference room. In front of him was something like a projection screen. But there was nothing on it now. Sabo and his childhood sweetheart Mark Erla were sitting on Long's left and right. But Sabo did not answer Long's question immediately. It was as if he had not heard it at all. He was stroking his chin with his right hand, frowning and thinking about something. The lively and cheerful Kurlaw thought for a while and replied, the man named Su Chen is very strong. But not strong enough. He only achieved this with his indestructible body. Without that powerful regeneration ability, he would never have survived until now. Kurlaw expressed her thoughts. She believed that Su Chen himself was not strong. He just had a terrifying regeneration ability. Then she paused and continued, from the last picture, he seemed to be ready to use all his strength. But even if he hid his strength at the beginning, how much could he hide? Even if you use all your strength, you will never be able to escape. What's more, he has hostages in the hands of the enemy. Pa pa pa! A round of applause rang out. Long clapped his hands gently and looked at Kurlaw with admiration. He said with a smile. Yes, it is true. You said that he is now in a dead end. I believe that everyone who watched this war thought so. Even I am no exception. I think so too. But I always feel that the boy will not end like this. Although there is no evidence and no hope, I still have this feeling in my heart. After hearing Long's words, Kurlaw was incredulous. She didn't know if there was any hope of turning the situation around. Do you think so highly of him? He actually felt that even such a deadly situation couldn't do anything to him. Is he really that strong? Kurlaw didn't expect that Long was so optimistic about Su Chen. But why? They had never met each other. Long only knew that guy from the newspaper and had no contact with him in reality. But why did he think that guy could escape danger in that situation? Chapter 85. It's just a feeling, maybe he's dead now. Who knows? All the answers will be revealed soon. Their intelligence personnel in Marineford will soon be able to find out what happened there in the end. Just wait patiently and the mystery will be solved. At this time, Long finally looked at Sabo, who was silent. He had never seen this kid show such an expression. Was there something that was worth his deep thought? Thinking of this, Long also patted Sabo on the shoulder and asked in confusion. What are you thinking about? Did you find anything? Sabo felt Long patting his shoulder and suddenly came back to his senses. Seeing that the two of them were looking at him with puzzled expressions, he was suddenly a little confused. He had no idea what they were talking about. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Kurlaw came over and grabbed Sabo's face, pulling it until it turned red. While pulling, he repeated the dragon's question. What are you thinking about? You ignore anyone who talks to you. Kur pulled Sabo and kept begging for mercy. Seeing this, she let go of his hand. She also wanted to know what Sabo was thinking about. He was so engrossed. Sabo rubbed his swollen cheeks and said faintly, no, I just saw someone and thought he looked familiar. I thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out who it was. I was just wondering who he was. It's not as complicated as you said. After hearing this, Kurlaw also became interested. She knew all the guys Sabo knew. And there was no such person on the battlefield. There was only one possibility left. That was his friend before he lost his memory. Who? Who is it? Kurla's gossiping spirit has been aroused. She is eager to know who it is. As expected, women are all the same. Sabo did not answer immediately at this time. He also thought of what Kurla thought. This is not good news. That guy is a big trouble now. But he still felt it necessary to let Long know. Ace. Fire Fist Ace. I feel like he is very familiar, like a friend I have known for a long time. I have an indescribable feeling towards him. Before Long could say anything, Kurla exclaimed. What? How could it be him? After saying that, she began to frown and think. This is not good news. Sabo now represents the Revolutionary Army. If the two are really relatives. If something like this happens again, will Sabo go or not? Just when Kurla was at a loss, Long spoke up. He didn't care that much. It's okay. I'll talk to you when my memory is restored. That's it for now, you guys go and get busy. After saying that, he waved and let the two of them leave. Although they were a little puzzled, they still walked out together. In the huge conference room, only Long was left alone, bowing his head in deep thought. 9 Snake Island. At this time, almost everyone on the island gathered on the huge square of 9 Snake Island. They all came to see Hancock. But now, the situation is a little bad. The square, which was originally very lively, is now silent. Finished. Finished. Get ready to move. Let's find an island where no one can find us. If this goes on, everyone will be dead. Mother Nu was so anxious that she was spinning around. She really didn't expect that things would be as she said. That guy Su Chen did go. But how could she have thought that the guy would appear as an executed prisoner? Good man. That woman Hancock. Seeing this situation, how could she bear it? In fact, as soon as Su Chen showed up, Mother Nu knelt down. She prayed to God madly. She just hoped that Hancock would be fine and not do anything stupid. But the facts were not as she wished. Hancock still took action, kicked. And the consequences of this were extremely serious. If I had known this, I would not have let her go even if I risked my life. Compared with refusing to summon and rescuing criminals, refusing to summon is not worth mentioning at all. Granny knew, it shouldn't be that serious. Why don't we wait for my sister to come back before making any plans? Yes, let's wait until my sister comes back. Hancock's 2 sisters also tried their best to persuade. What? Wait for her to come back? How can you be so naive? Do you think Hancock can come back? Her life is hanging by a thread. Do you think she can be saved? Who can save her? Just that boy? Don't dream. I'm afraid that I won't be able to wait for her, but will wait for the revenge of the Navy. Her words made everyone present speechless. Yes, can my sister come back? Judging from the situation at that time, it seemed that there was no hope. Su Chen was also beaten to the ground and had no power to fight back. How could my sister be saved? Not to mention returning to 9 Snake Island. Seeing that everyone around her acquiesced to her statement, Granny Nu said again. There is no turning back. You heard what the admiral said? They will not let us go. The right thing to do is to leave now. We can't wait any longer. Although the people present had begun to waver in their faith under Granny Nu's earnest persuasion, it was only temporary. Their loyalty and trust in Hancock soon took over again. Impossible. We must wait for Lady Snake to come back. That's right. I won't leave. How could Lady Snake die? Stop spreading lies and misleading people. Yes. She is spreading rumors and misleading people. She should be locked up. Dare to create Snake's adult rumors, shut them up, shut them up. Lock her up. Lock her up. Soon there was only this one voice left in the whole place. In their eyes, Granny Nu was just an old lady who could talk to their Lady Snake. Usually they gave her some face for Lady Snake's sake. But now she dared to spread rumors and confuse the public. This was absolutely intolerable. Soon, members of the pirate group came to Granny Nu and pretended to carry her away. Are you crazy? If you keep going on like this we'll all die. Aren't you afraid of death? Granny Nu wanted to save her again. But the big hands that reached out to her didn't hesitate at all. They lifted her up and walked towards the cell where the prisoners were held. The statement that I am willing to die for Lady Snake is not just talk. Even if I die, I will never betray Lady Snake. Reflect on your sins. You old witch! Listening to the angry curses of the people around her, Granny Nu felt tired at this moment. She was about to collapse. Why? Why on earth? How did this country become like this? I was obviously doing this for your good. In the blink of an eye, she was already in jail, and she only wanted to say one thing: I'm tired, let it be destroyed. Chapter 86. The new world is even more lively at this time. Haha, guys! Grab them! They're all ours! A scarred man, holding a long knife in his hand, kept shouting. There was undisguised madness in his eyes. This is an island protected in the name of Whitebeard. The people on the island were just watching the live broadcast. But as Whitebeard gradually collapsed and was about to die, their hearts sank. If Whitebeard died, they would be in danger. When Teach and the others almost killed Whitebeard, the people here had fallen into despair. But for some reason, Whitebeard suddenly recovered from all his injuries. He even looked younger. This also made everyone cheered. The pirates who had some ideas, however, were unhappy. The mighty appearance of Whitebeard at that time completely suppressed these pirates who were ready to make a move. But when the 5 elders crushed Su Chen, and Whitebeard's attack had no effect on them, their suppressed thoughts began to appear again. They waited until the picture was interrupted. These people couldn't bear it anymore. This also directly led to the disaster. Now, several groups of pirates are constantly burning, killing, looting and doing all kinds of evil on this island. Whitebeard's representative pirate flag was also thrown on the ground and trampled on at will. Madman! You madman! You! Aren't you afraid of Whitebeard's revenge? You will die miserably! An old man who was stepped on by the scarred man kept shouting, trying to use Whitebeard's reputation to scare away these ignorant guys again. But this time, the situation was different from the past. In the past, all the pirates who wanted to make trouble like this would turn around and leave as soon as they heard the name of Whitebeard. After all, in the new world, there is really no one who doesn't know Whitebeard. There is no fool who doesn't care and is not afraid of anything. The imagined situation did not happen. The big foot that stepped on the face even faster and harder. Old man! You probably didn't see the big show just now. Whitebeard! He's dead. If we don't hurry up and grab it now, when those real big shots make a move, we won't even be able to drink the soup. Here, I have the final say now. After saying that, he kicked him on the head, sending him flying several meters away. Then he ignored him and continued to play his game with crazy laughter. This kind of situation is constantly happening in the new world. Many islands that were originally quiet and peaceful were all attacked by pirates. The flames of war began to burn continuously. But these guys were just minor fights. Oh my god! This is great news! The 5 elders are all out. Whitebeard, oh Whitebeard, how are you going to survive now? Katakuri, take your men to annex all of Whitebeard's territories immediately. You must act quickly. Otherwise, my old friend, Kaido, will not show mercy. On Cake Island, when Big Mom thought that the old man Whitebeard was doomed, her mood became extremely beautiful. Okay, Mom. I'll leave right away. Katakuri agreed, and then immediately stood up, called his brothers and sisters, and set off in a mighty manner. The main point is that he is extremely efficient and resolute. At this time, the ant was the only one left in the room, and she began to feel lost again. Alas, it's a pity for the handsome little guy in the logo. His domineering look and aura at the end really fascinated me. This is the first man who can make me so moved. Her tone was full of regret. It was as if something unknown had happened between her and Su Chen. Mom, there are still many excellent men in this world. You don't have to be so disappointed. At this time, the hat on the ant's head spoke to comfort the ant. But the ant's mood did not change after hearing it. She even felt worse. After a moment, she frowned and looked disappointed. she said in a very negative tone. Napoleon. You don't understand at all. Oh. I'm afraid it's hard to find such a man in this world. On the other side, on Onigashima, the situation here is almost the same as that of Big Mom. Don't wait. Move out. Take all of Whitebeard's territory. Kaido shouted at the people below. They all knew that time was running out, so they all stood up and went forward. Soon the hall became empty. But when Kaido was the only one left, he couldn't help crying. What was there for him to be sad about? Woohoo! Su Chen! You bastard! You must not die! I will kill you with my own hands! You must not die there! Woo! Kaido was crying like a close relative had passed away. He couldn't stop crying. But the reason was because he regretted not being able to kill Su Chen himself. This can only be said to be worthy of being a cute guy. At this time, in a sea area not far from Marineford, a large ship was sailing steadily on the sea. But the speed was not very fast. There were many gaps on the hull, and it looked tattered. It seemed that it had just experienced a war. Even the sails had several big holes. At this time, the wide deck was full of people, and it seemed a bit crowded. But the strange thing was that with so many people gathered together, the deck was surprisingly quiet. No one spoke, and the atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. Just like a group of good brothers who had stayed up all night. Damn it! Finally, a tall man with a simple and honest face spoke up and broke the weird atmosphere. Skiyard! It's all your fault. If you hadn't attacked Dad, how could Dad be defeated by those generals? You really make me feel sick. While saying this, the tall man strode to a bald man. He grabbed his collar and lifted him up. He was ready to kill the man. Jose, let him go, said a man with a pineapple head beside him in a deep voice. Marco, isn't it? It was because of him that my father's already sick body was stabbed by him. Enough. Marco interrupted him. His face was extremely gloomy. How could he not know how Jaws felt right now? He was the one who rushed to subdue Squard. At that time, he wanted to kick him to death. He was just deceived, and Dad has already forgiven him. Let him go. Jaws, who was originally full of anger, calmed down a little when he heard Marco talking about his father. But he didn't loosen his hands. He still felt that this guy was the one who killed his father. Chapter 87. How could Skiyard not be in pain now? He had long realized that he had done the most ridiculous thing in his life. He actually stabbed his own father in the back. There was no need for Jaws to do anything, the guilt in his heart was enough to kill him. Let it go, Jose. If you want to find the culprit who killed your dad. Why not me? A man with a few freckles on his face came over and put his hand on Xiao Zi's sturdy arm. His face was full of loneliness. Ace. Looking at the person coming, Jaw's right hand that was tightly holding Skiyard slowly loosened. Ace, don't blame yourself. Dad wouldn't sit idly by if it was any of us. Marco patted Ace's shoulder and comforted him softly. Who could understand Ace's mood at this moment? The guilt he felt towards his father was no less than that of Squard. Dad, he may not die. Isn't that guy Su Chen still there? He won the bet with his father. He will definitely not sit back and watch. Marco continued at this time. Whitebeard had mentioned his bet with Su Chen to him. He told him that he also wanted him to work hard and find a chance to save Ace before Su Chen. But after hearing his words, everyone on the deck fell silent. The whole place was silent again. Can Dad survive? When they left, the injuries on Dad's body were so severe that none of them could have survived. The horrible wound was shocking just to look at. Sengoku Garp was ready to move. Coupled with the old injury that kept recurring. Survive? How can he survive? Even if Su Chen wanted to save him, how could he save him? Garp's terrible strength killed Su Chen in seconds as soon as he came up. It can be seen that the gap in strength between the two is still quite large. In that case, other Navy soldiers were enough to kill Dad. Thinking of this, everyone's heart trembled again. Sadness began to fill the entire deck. Gambling? Does Dad know that guy? Ace didn't know what happened between the two of them at this time. He looked at Marco blankly. Well, we met that guy in the New World at that time, and because of that bet, he became our ally. Otherwise, why do you think he would save you? Marco replied. What is the content of the bet? Ace asked again. Bet on who will save you first. The bet is his own life. Dad has already lost, he lost his life to that guy. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over here, all with disbelief on their faces. Dad actually bet so much. He bet his life directly. He is one of the 4 emperors, how could he bet with a guy whose bounty was only 1.5 billion, and the bet was his own life? And now he has lost. Doesn't that mean that Dad's life is in the hands of that kid? It's incredible. But soon, they reacted again. Dad has no chance of surviving. So that guy got nothing, and if it weren't for him this time, Ace would never have been able to save him. So, that kid worked for them in vain? At this moment, everyone understood Dad's good intentions. In that case, that kid will really help save Dad. If that's the case, then that guy does have a reason to save his dad. But the problem is, he doesn't have the ability to do so. Even if it was him, it would be difficult to escape from there. After Jaws finished speaking, everyone reacted. Yes, even if that guy really wanted to save his father, did he have the strength to do so? The answer was obvious. No. But Marco's next words once again gave everyone hope. Su Chen had given Dad a pill of something similar to a potion. It should have a healing effect. It looks powerful. Maybe it can save Dad's life. Upon hearing this, Ace grabbed Marco's shoulders and asked hurriedly, what potion? Can it really save Dad? The eyes of everyone on the ship began to brighten. They seemed to see a ray of hope shining. At this moment, Ace, as if he had grabbed the last straw, anxiously waited for Marco to bring him some good news. However, Marco did not respond to him immediately. But it didn't take long for Ace to gradually regain his composure, but the fire of hope that had originally ignited in his eyes quickly dimmed, just like the other crew members. Potion. What kind of potion can save the old man in such a desperate situation? That's a fatal injury. Death is only a matter of time for the old man. Sadness surged into his heart again like a tide, surrounding Ace tightly. Self-blame, guilt, pain, sadness and other negative emotions came one after another, as if to swallow him up. It was me. It was all because of me that Dad died. If it weren't for my willful behavior, how could Dad have? Ace's face was filled with sorrow and regret. He could not accept this cruel fact, and his heart was filled with endless self-blame and guilt. Tears began to fall. Tears of endless sorrow. His mood now was just like Luffy in the original novel, who watched his brother being killed by him. No, it's not your fault, Ace. You don't need to blame yourself like this. Marco's voice was trembling, as if every word was exhausted with all his strength. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, but he didn't feel any pain. This is the ending that my father expected. Rather than dying in obscurity on the ship due to aging and illness, it would be better to die honorably on the battlefield like now. This is more in line with my father's usual style. Marco murmured, his eyes revealing endless sadness and determination. He slowly raised his head, his eyes seemed to penetrate the clouds and look at the distant sky. However, only he knew that he was not really looking at the sky, but trying to use this method to hide the pain in his heart. Because he was afraid that as long as he lowered his head, the tears would burst out of his eyes like a dam, blurring the figure in front of him that made him heartbroken. At this moment, Marco wished that time could go back and return to the days when he fought side by side with Ace and was carefree. But the reality is so cruel and ruthless that it ruthlessly took away what they cherished most, catching people off guard. On this ship, everyone is a resolute and courageous warrior. They have experienced countless storms and challenges, and have long since honed their strong will and tenacious spirit. However, at this moment, these iron-willed people have more or less flashes of tears in their eyes. Yeah, Ace, it's not your fault. It's all because of Teach. It's all because of that guy. That's right, if he hadn't killed Thatch, you wouldn't have chased him. I didn't expect that guy to hide his strength. Even you are no match for him. Everyone spoke up and pointed out the culprit of this incident. Ace paused when he heard this. I was the one who insisted on going alone to catch him. My father tried to stop me, but I didn't listen. Then, flames began to appear on his body, just like the rage in his heart. As for that guy Teach, I must kill him with my own hands. At this moment, something suddenly fell from the sky. There was a loud bang, and the unidentified object fell heavily on the deck. Then, a shrill scream suddenly sounded. And that scream was so familiar. Everyone turned their eyes to the sudden falling object. After a closer look, they couldn't help but gasp, it was a man with all his limbs broken. What's even more shocking is that the face is exactly the face that everyone hates now. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Completely stunned. How could this guy appear here? And all his limbs were broken, who did it? Just when everyone was so shocked by this shocking scene, a low and magnetic voice came from the bow. Are you talking about this guy? Chapter 88. That voice was so familiar that everyone was stunned. No one turned around to look. For a moment, it seemed as if a magic spell had been cast on the ship. They were afraid that it was just their imagination, and as long as they turned around, they would disappear without a trace. However, their appearance made the white-bearded man standing on the bow with a knife laugh. Gulala! My sons, you are so young, but your ears are not working well. And this hearty laughter, as warm as the spring sun, deeply touched everyone's heartstrings. This laughter is so familiar, as if it has been engraved deep into the soul. In this world, only that man can have such a heroic and free and easy laughter. Finally, the people on the boat woke up from their dreams, and even Titch didn't care about it. They turned their heads back and stared at the direction where the sound came from. Then, a shocking shout suddenly rang out, like a tsunami, shaking people's hearts. Daddy! This cry, filled with endless yearning, joy, and excitement, was a call from the deepest part of their hearts. It was an unprecedented emotional catharsis. Everyone's tone was filled with unspeakable sadness, with a heartbreaking cry. They widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief, as if what they saw was not real. Tears poured out of their eyes like a flood, unable to be restrained. These were tears of joy. Then all the captains swarmed over and jumped up one by one. All hung on Whitebeard. Fortunately, Whitebeard was tall and strong, so he could hang all these guys on him at the same time. Whitebeard was covered with snot and tears. Gulala, why are you all so pretentious? I just left for a short while and you guys are like this. Although he said so, the corners of his mouth that he couldn't help but keep rising clearly proved that he was in a very good mood at the moment. Isn't this what he wanted? Family, family. Finally, after venting for a while, everyone's emotions gradually stabilized. A few people reluctantly got off Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at his chest soaked with tears. He smiled again. Only then did everyone notice the change in Whitebeard's appearance. The old body was radiant at this time. The most intuitive manifestation was the yellow hair behind him. Marco knew it best. His father's long hair when he was young had long disappeared under the ravages of time and illness. But what is the situation now? He looked up and down in disbelief. The chest that should have had a big hole was now extremely smooth. The muscles full of explosive power and the head that recovered as before were constantly impacting his three views. Old Dad. Your injuries. Marco couldn't suppress the surprise on his face. He even stammered when speaking. His words also raised the question in everyone's mind. This seemed impossible to everyone. But now the facts were in front of them. It was real, alive, and standing right here. They couldn't help but believe it. Is it the potion that Marco just mentioned? Dad. Ace came back to his senses at this time and thought of what Marco just said. But his words were not recognized by everyone. How is it possible? How could Su Chen have such a method? This is the ability of a god. With his strength, could he get something like this? Xiao Zi questioned immediately. In his mind, Su Chen might not be as good as him. How could he have such a powerful potion? He felt that a potion with such a powerful effect must be in the hands of the world's top people. That guy? How could he get it? Yeah, that kid, how could he have such a heaven-defying thing? Yes, he is indeed very strong, but he is just a slave. Yes, without a background, how can you get such a good thing? Everyone also echoed. Normally speaking, Whitebeard's current state is really a bit against the will of heaven. Su Chen's potion? How is it possible? This option has never appeared in their minds. No. It was indeed that small bottle of medicine. It was Su Chen who saved me, or rather, it was he who saved the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard spoke calmly, ending everyone's speculation. But his words caused another uproar on the ship. How is this possible? Is it really him? How did he get the potion? But now that my dad has said it himself, how could it be false? That guy Su Chen really saved my dad. Is it really him? How did he do it? That. Dad, after you have recovered to your prime, did you fight your way out on your own? Jaws looked at Whitebeard with admiration. Indeed, in their opinion, if Dad had recovered to his prime, it would not be a problem for him to fight his way out of the Navy headquarters. But Whitebeard's next words shocked them again. But those people's words really can't stop me. But later, even the old guys from the 5 elders came. I can appear in front of you, thanks to that guy Su Chen. What? 5 elders? That's the real top combat power. And 5 of them came at once. In that case, even Dad can't get away. But what can Su Chen do? Can he beat those people? How could he escape with the help of Su Chen? Just when they wanted to continue asking questions, Whitebeard raised his hand to interrupt their next question. Instead, he announced something that caught everyone off guard and unbelievable. He stood steadily on the bow, tall and straight, like an indestructible mountain. He held the long sword tightly in one hand, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at the top of the mast that towered into the sky. From now on, his voice was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the clouds and spread across the entire sea. Su Chen will become the new captain of our Whitebeard pirates. In other words, from this moment on, we are the pirates under Su Chen's command. The breeze brushed the deck, bringing a hint of coolness. In the sky, seagulls sometimes circled and sometimes made crisp calls. The originally noisy and crowded deck became silent at this moment. The dense crowd stood silently, and no one spoke. However, their eyes, which were as big as copper bells, clearly revealed the waves in their hearts that were difficult to calm down. At this moment, these people had only one thought in their minds: is Dad okay? Are you kidding? But looking at Dad's serious expression, he didn't seem to be joking at all. So what was the reason? Is it just because Su Chen saved Dad's life? Or was it the gamble? Everyone followed Whitebeard's. The people looked up in the direction pointed by the sword in the hand of the assassin, and their eyes were focused on the mast. There happened to be a tall boy squatting there, staring at the front with a focused gaze. Next to him stood a beautiful woman who looked like a fairy and could overwhelm the whole country. At this moment, the beautiful woman was looking at the boy with affection and infatuation, her eyes full of affection and attachment. Her beautiful face exuded a charming brilliance, as if time had stopped at this moment. The breeze blew gently, blowing her long black hair, adding a bit of dreamlike beauty. The whole picture was like a beautiful and moving painting, which made people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 89. Sensing the 2 pairs of eyes looking at him, Su Chen and Hancock also jumped down together. They landed at the bow and stood beside Whitebeard. Hancock landed behind Su Chen. Ignoring the shocked looks of the crew, Whitebeard spoke first. Su Chen, this time it's really thanks to you. Whitebeard's voice was loud and powerful, revealing an indescribable majesty and sincere gratitude. He stretched out his huge bear-like palm and gently patted Su Chen's back. Although he tried his best to control the force still made Su Chen feel a little overwhelmed, and he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. However, Su Chen did not show any discomfort. He smiled and accepted this heavy gratitude. The domineering color with the dark wool and the 2 attacks of enchantment just now almost exhausted all his physical strength. Now he is still too soft. He can't last at all. Although the new power is indeed extremely powerful, it was too tiring. He could only use it a few times. He hadn't recovered yet, and Whitebeard slapped him hard, almost sending him flying. Fortunately, Hancock helped him up in time and prevented him from falling. At this time, Ace's shocked eyes began to gradually darken. Although he was very grateful to Su Chen for saving himself and his father, but he found it difficult to accept that his father was suppressed by someone else. In his eyes, Whitebeard was the strongest father in the world, and this guy came and stepped on the head of his most beloved father. This was something he found difficult to accept. Although he knew it was completely unreasonable to treat a savior like this. But he still stood up. Why? Just based on your bet? Although we will listen to what Dad says. But in this world where strength is king, you want to stand above all of us just by making a bet. It's a bit unreasonable. Or, do you have the strength? As he spoke, the flames on his body began to rise. The meaning was self-evident. Ace didn't know how strong Su Chen was. He only knew that this guy's bounty was only 1.5 billion. Even if there was a gap between the bounty and the strength, it didn't seem to be too big. In the battle just now, Su Chen was just using his speed to deal with those generals. He didn't show how strong he was at all. This led Ace to think that Su Chen, a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion, was superior to the Whitebeard pirates. He was a little unqualified. Marco looked at Ace, who was talking nonsense, and his heart began to silently mourn for him. He was the first to experience the strength of Su Chen. He blocked his attack with just one finger. And now he can lead his father out of the dangerous encirclement. His strength must be more than just one finger blocking his attack. Since his father said so, he must have recognized the strength of Su Chen. Ace is still too reckless. Whitebeard looked at Ace's disdainful expression at this time. He also felt that it was necessary to let Su Chen show his skills. So he just stood aside and watched, and did not say anything to stop it. Before Su Chen spoke, Hancock spoke. You dare to question Su Chen? It's unforgivable. Let me take care of you. She was ready to teach this young brat a lesson. But Su Chen grabbed her hand and stopped her from doing anything. I'll do it, Hancock. After Su Chen finished speaking, there was no response. Hancock was now staring at the hand that Su Chen had grabbed by her wrist with a blushing face. He held my hand. How embarrassing. There are so many people watching, why isn't he ashamed? And he even called me by my name. Ah, so embarrassing. Hancock, who was furious in the last second, was blushing and about to faint. Just because of Su Chen's small action. Seeing Hancock like this, Su Chen also let go of his hand and shook it in front of her. Only then did Hancock finally come back to her senses. Remembering the current situation, she hurriedly persuaded again, you are exhausted just now, just have a good rest, I can do it for guys like this. Her tone was full of concern and heartache. Patting Hancock's hand, Su Chen said gently, it's okay. It will be quick. After saying that, he jumped off the bow and walked towards Ace step by step. The speed was moderate, not fast or slow. Arrogant. This was the first thought that came to Ace's mind at this time. This guy is so arrogant even though he is exhausted? After all, he is the captain of the second squad. It is not so easy to deal with him. The people around him had already made way for an open space. They also wanted to see if this person had the ability to be their captain. Su Chen was still slowly approaching Ace at this time, and he did not care about the reactions of the people around him. He also wanted to teach this kid a lesson now. And Ace saw his appearance and didn't take him seriously at all. He just walked straight towards him. He was a little angry immediately. I saw a ball of fire began to wrap around his right hand. Then, with his strong punch, a huge flaming fist hit Su Chen. Fire Fist. This was Ace's famous move. The Fire Fist had great power and a wide range. Facing this attack, Su Chen just raised his hand slightly, and a blood-red barrier appeared in front of him. The surging flames bombarded the barrier, but it had no effect at all. Damn, what is this thing? It's so hard. His Fire Fist is not a rubbish skill. But now the barrier is intact. Su Chen heard what Ace said and removed the barrier without saying a word. He was going to crush this kid today and let him know what it means to be better than others. Ace's expression became even more angry when he saw this. He immediately squatted down, with his hands in the shape of pistols. Then a series of fire bullets began to be fired from his hands. The speed was extremely fast. Su Chen just twisted his body very slightly. The rain of fire was dodged. Even the side it didn't hit. Seeing this, Ace didn't continue to fire. He just put two fingers together and aimed at Su Chen. At the same time, a cross mark appeared on Su Chen's chest. Like the red dot of a sniper rifle. This move is really Ace's strongest single skill. Condensing the flame into a small line. Its power is extremely huge. It can easily penetrate a person. Then, the surging flame, along the light, hit Su Chen's chest at a very fast speed. But Su Chen did not dodge. Just when Ace thought that this move could seriously injure him, a touch of armed color appeared at the location of the cross mark. With a flash of fire, the armed color also disappeared. But there was no mark left on the chest, not even a slight burn. At this time, Su Chen had come in front of Ace. The dark fist went straight to his stomach. The speed of this punch was very fast. Ace did not have time to shock Su Chen's terrifying defense. He immediately prepared to elementalize the body where Su Chen's fist landed. But how could Su Chen let him do as he wished? At this time, Ace suddenly felt a throbbing sensation. His entire body froze in place, unable to move. Then, in his horrified eyes, a fist hit him hard. At the same time, a violent wave of air passed through his body and rushed straight back. Those who were watching the show at the back were all in bad luck. In an instant, the huge deck, from the bow to the stern. An empty passage was formed instantly. And Ace only felt a huge force coming. Then he was unconscious. There was no sign of falling. Directly and cleanly. Chapter 90. Tisk, it's good to be young, you fall asleep right away. Su Chen patted Ace who was leaning on him, and said in a teasing tone. He didn't hit too hard, this kid just had a bad temper, but he was not a bad person. If he were in Whitebeard's position, it would definitely feel good to have such a son who always cares about him. And the scene in front of him really stunned everyone. Seeing the companion who was just standing beside him, he was just brushed by the aftermath and flew into the sea. Everyone felt cold sweat on their backs. The one who was standing closest to Ace just now was Jaws. But even he, the man with the strongest defense, did not escape the fate of being knocked away. Jaws was knocked away. Although the previous blow was a bit sudden, it was scary enough. Okay. This guy is still exhausted. What is the concept of exhaustion? It means that he can't get up even if he lies down. But this guy not only didn't lie down, but also coaxed Ace to sleep with a punch. Okay, take Ace down to rest. Fish out those who fell into the water. Come. At this time, Whitebeard stood up and asked someone to take Ace down. Looking at the confused expressions below, Whitebeard nodded with satisfaction. Are you still questioning Su Chen? You can challenge him anytime. But now, no one in the audience was willing to step forward. They all shook their heads and moved away from Su Chen. Being belligerent is one thing, but no one likes to be beaten. This is clearly asking us to go up and deliver. Dad is really a bad guy. Gulala, since there is no one left, then everyone has no objection, right? From now on, just call this guy Captain. Do you know everything? Whitebeard smiled and found it funny to see his sons like this. Got it. There was a neat response from the audience. Then Whitebeard focused his attention on Su Chen again, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Now Su Chen was so strong. Although Ace's strength was not top-notch, he was definitely not weak. He fought with Jinbei for 5 days and 5 nights without a clear winner. He was able to fight with himself afterwards. His strength was definitely good. If he was exhausted, he would definitely not be able to kill Ace with one punch. But this guy did it. Although that punch looked ordinary. But even if it hit him, the effect would definitely be very impressive. I can't imagine how painful it would be to be hit by this kid in his prime. This kid has begun to surpass Garp. It's outrageous. Dad. What should we do with Teach? Marco came to Whitebeard at this time, looking at Teach who was still lying on the deck and screaming, his eyes full of disgust. Hearing this, everyone also turned their eyes to Teach's twisting body. Dad! Let me do it! I have 100 ways to make him live a life worse than death. Jose didn't hesitate at all, and he jumped out with a face full of anger. You go to the side. I'll do it. Dad, I learned torture before I became a pirate. I'm definitely a professional. Let me do it, Dad. Vista was even more excited than Jaws. He hated Teach. No, it should be that everyone hated Teach to the core. When it comes to torturing people, everyone has different opinions, and they all started to volunteer. Me too, I used to be a butcher, I know exactly where to poke the most painfully. Let me do it, Dad. Why are you joining in the fun, you butcher? Dad, I am a much more professional doctor than them. Living a life worse than death is nothing. Let me do it. The boat suddenly became noisy, and the quarrels were endless. Everyone was fighting for this spot. Even brothers would not give in. Some even started to fight. Get out of my way. Don't fight with me. Damn it, you are not active in your work normally, why are you yelling now? Get out of the way. Seeing the increasingly chaotic situation, Whitebeard touched his forehead speechlessly. Okay. Stop for a moment. The deep voice sounded, and the sound spread to every corner. Hearing this, everyone stopped. Everyone looked over here. Then Whitebeard continued, this matter will be handed over to. He looked at those expectant eyes and felt a little troubled. But no matter who he gave this job to, it would definitely be done well. So he simply handed it over to Baista, who was almost sticking his big face to his chest. Baista, you should take the butcher and the surgeon with you. Yozu, forget it. It would be bad if you accidentally killed him. After Whitebeard finished speaking, Vista jumped up happily. Yozu was a little disappointed. Ha ha ha. Dad has a good eye. 2 brothers. Follow me. Let's get started. He greeted and walked towards Teach. The huge crowd followed him. Teach looked at the crowd, his eyes full of fear. He heard every word of the conversation just now, which is why he was so scared. But these former companions will not show any mercy to him. From the moment he attacked Thatch, he was his mortal enemy. Soon screams began to ring continuously. Su Chen looked at Teach's appearance and sighed that this guy really didn't have the temperament of a master. This is just the beginning. It's so miserable. Green, surprisingly green. If Akainu gave this guy a sauna, or let Garp loosen his muscles and bones hundreds of times, wouldn't he be dead on the spot? Where are you going next? Whitebeard came to Su Chen's side and asked calmly. Su Chen did not answer him immediately, but went to the bow first and found a place to sit next to Hancock. Let's talk later. The sea breeze blew in his face, and the warm sunshine sprinkled on his body made him close his eyes comfortably. The blue sea rose and fell. Sitting here, he couldn't help but feel a little relaxed. His eyelids became extremely heavy. He was really tired now. His legs were a little unstable. This feeling of exhaustion was really uncomfortable. Suddenly, a gentle touch climbed onto his shoulders. It was a pair of slender hands, gently kneading his muscles in an intoxicating way. Thank you, Hancock. He didn't look back, but whispered softly, revealing a hint of fatigue and satisfaction in his voice. At this moment, his body was still a little tense and he didn't completely relax. And this just right massage has undoubtedly become a good medicine for liberating the body and mind. Hancock's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't say anything. She just stood quietly behind him and continued to relieve his fatigue with her dexterous hands. In this quiet atmosphere, time seemed to freeze. As his body gradually relaxed, Su Chen finally couldn't resist the invasion of fatigue, slowly leaned back, and fell into a deep sleep. His breathing became steady and deep, as if all the pressure disappeared at this moment. Chapter 91. Whitebeard witnessed all this and knew that this young man had reached his limit. He did not look for Su Chen again, but turned to Marco beside him and said, "Go prepare some food for this kid. When he wakes up, he might eat up our boat." Marco nodded and left. At this time, at the newspaper office, this huge system was operating at an overloaded state. Although the reporters in the corners of the square fainted under Su Chen's domineering look, there was one person who didn't. Morgans not only did not miss any details, but even after the incident, he was the first to receive the Navy's change in Su Chen's bounty. He didn't care to be surprised. At this time, the newspaper office did not pause for a moment, and the newspapers were printed one by one. The same was true for Su Chen's new bounty. Soon, a large number of newsbirds had set off. No one was not curious about the follow-up of the incident. The news today was so popular that the newsbirds even went off work early. When the whole world saw that Su Chen and the other two had escaped unscathed, they all showed expressions of disbelief. Really, let him get away. This guy, even the 5 elders can't defeat him. The world government is such a rubbish. Can it still protect us if it continues like this? Yes, they collect a lot of taxes from us every year, but in the end they are so bad. They can't even deal with a pirate worth 1.5 billion. But after this guy finished speaking, a companion beside him, who was looking at a bounty order with wide eyes, refuted. 15 billion? Do you want to take another look? He handed the bounty to the man. The man took it and took a look. He was stunned at first, and then he shouted 7 billion. Are you kidding me? Someone actually offered a bounty of 7 billion. Even Pirate King Roger doesn't have such a high bounty. At this moment, almost everyone who saw Su Chen's bounty had the same reaction. This is a new height. A new height for the bounty. From 1.5 billion, it directly jumped to 7 billion. The gap of 5.5 billion in the middle. This is simply unacceptable. It's really crazy. Just from this bounty, we can see the degree of fear of the world government towards Su Chen, which has reached an unprecedented level. Long looked at the bounty in his hand at this time. He just felt that it was a little unreal. The photo on the bounty can be recognized at a glance that the person on it is Su Chen. His eyes were full of blood, and his eyes revealed endless madness. A pair of huge wings spread out behind him. His whole body was stained with blood, as hideous and terrifying as a demon from hell. Scarlet Demon Su Chen. Bounty, 7 billion. That series of zeros, each one is a huge impact on the dragon. It's really terrifying, this boy has become a great man. The fact is really as his sixth sense said, Su Chen left Marineford unscathed with his men under the eyes of the 5 elders. This point was not described in detail in the news. But not being detailed is enough to explain the problem. If the Navy can cause any loss to Su Chen, it will definitely make a big fuss. But at this time, there is nothing. The fact is obvious. Perhaps, following him directly is also a good choice. Long lowered his head and thought,